Am I going? What the fuck that had to do with what the fuck we was just playing? What the fuck? Can I? Okay, no, I don't. Ooh, can I play with my controller? Oh, I actually have to play with this. That's defaults? What the fuck? I'm not using that no more. Cause it's not doing. Why my camera keep going out of frame? Out of focus. I bought this skin. I'm sorry, had to do it. I don't like them skins. Bro, this look like Deuces X. I don't know what that game is. It was a really overly hyped game. I never played it, but it definitely was not played for real. Deuces X Mankind. It was definitely not played. I love this Pikachu skin. Beaver Black. Uh, I haven't played in so long. I used to play this shit like every day. Eh, I haven't played. Too long. That's a fire outfit. Yo, this is raw. Oh, I've been asleep all day. What's up, bruh? Look, he kind of cheese. Yes, we did just purchase that. Let's use this, bruh. The fact that this is, yes, I do have Discord. I don't think I updated. Let me check. Excuse me. I do have Discord. I don't think I updated my on my page the right Discord. Sure, I have. What? Shoot. I do that. End up. I'll be putting the Discord link inside the chat. Overwatch been ruined. Overwatch has been ruined for me. Yep. I'm gonna have to put that inside the gosh damn. I'm gonna have to watch my own stream for like 2 seconds just to put it in a chat. Wow. Discord link. Here we go. Ah, can you want me to send it to you personally, or I, ay. I'm getting stressed trying to get stuff together again. know it's so fucked up? Now, I got all that stuff in here. Okay. I don't know. I haven't sent it to you. To be honest with you. Oh, am I slow? Come on now. I mean, I think I did, but I also just put in the chat. Oh, you can see. First off, this is not gameplay. That's me. This you. I put it in your chat because I definitely I didn't know what to do. Now let's go down Instagrams. I wanted to watch this video earlier. I'm not gonna lie to you.
When I found out that Google was doing career
Not me
certificates
getting
and they
an
had one in data
ad.
analytics, I thought it seems like an easy.
How y'all doing? You like to introduce yourself?
My name is Matt.
So, part of this journey in this episode will be going over Orlando Brown. Appreciate y'all for being a part of this journey.
Request. Request on what? How do I do that? I know it's in your stream chat. I don't know. What are you requesting on? You a digital marketing expert? So where's your Twitch? Why you don't have nothing on your Twitch page? Uh, Discord. This is my Discord. Oh. I'm gonna put it back in my chat. Hopefully you can click that link that's in the chat. Uh, so we used to click it. Yeah, that worked. Yeah. We're on Discord. I thought you kept talking. Yeah, I just got the request. I thought you were still talking about on what's that called itself. Now, let's go back to this video.
When we first started,
Yeah.
didn't know what it was gonna be.
I don't think I introduced myself right.
Huh?
I don't think I introduced myself right. And they
Okay,
might not
so what do
even
you
know who I am.
you think they
Don't
care?
know who I am. They don't care, but I care.
Right.
So my name is Matt. You might recognize me.
How you got Adidas Crocs on?
Adidas Crocs? You like them? Hey, I always wanted to do this. This is kind of out of order, though.
You need different chair, you wide.
I am.
Wow.
I am. You're
I
right.
would call you thick, but I can't.
No, that wouldn't be appropriate.
But you are thick.
I'm thick, but you know I have a new word for it. It's called voluptuously plump.
It's kind of, that's not it.
Why not?
Because,
Why
So-
do you have glitter on your hat?
probably because I got, this is my hat that my grandma, she passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Right, so you shouldn't be asking stories about shit you don't know about. So this is her hat, and I told her I'll wear it, and I put it to the road one day.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm fucking with you, my grandma alive. Anyways, but she is gonna die though.
So what I wanted to ask you though is, let me lose my train of thought because I really got emotional for a second. Yeah, I did.
All right, so look, for those everybody that's watching this episode, every episode was not based on a prank. I want to get y'all that. Me and what's your name again?
Matt, I'm the
Damn.
producer of the show.
Yeah, this is Matt. I didn't even know your fucking name.
Yeah.
All right, so basically we'll wing it. We'll wing ideas. So in the middle of it, the whole idea was to give people the worst interviews ever.
Yeah.
So that was part of that. So on each project that we did, it wasn't, and then we just throw in a weird situation.
The future of our species is at great risk. Master Chief and the other Spartans are our only hope.
Y'all wanna watch that?
Welcome to the rubble.
No, I don't. I never even played Halo. I fucking hate Halo.
You hear that? So you watch out. In a weird situation. You hear that? So you watch out. Right under by him.
Remember what we talked about, 48-degree strokes.
Where you got? Y'all got the food? Did y'all bring in the food? I don't know. I'll probably go on lunch real quick. Just keep it going. I'm gonna grab some food. I feel like it was some people that was saying like, "Oh, y'all was mean to him," but actually it was a good time on set.
Yeah, he was. But I don't think, and this is the part that, and I hope I'm not revealing something, but we as a crew don't even know what Marco's gonna do
Right,
or say.
right. And I don't know what the hell you gonna say.
Yeah.
Because when you put up his network, I was like, wow.
Yeah, well, yeah, but that's the truth. I mean, I really wanted to know, dude. It says you only worth $20,000. I know you made that per episode. So what'd you do with all your money?
I mean, that's all you.
also say you worth $20,000. Oh, you can go right now and Google. This is how much your net worth. Your net worth is $20K.
I didn't say don't go that far. $20,000.
I'll show it. Google it.
His shoes cost more than that.
How do we know he bought those shoes?
Right,
You know, and just like, I mean, like from Jada Waiter, I didn't know who she was.
right. And we also got here. He said the song that you did with Ja Rule. How was that?
Would y'all rule?
Why'd you got that down in here?
I didn't do no song. I don't make music.
This not Ashanti. I said this is Jada. Are you serious?
I thought we were like artists. I thought she was Ashanti. When I got married on the car, she looked like her.
I do not look like Ashanti.
That's not Ashanti. Dave, can you talk to him?
You know, like I'm an old man. I'm a grandpa.
Right.
I just happen to do this job, and I thank you for the opportunity. I really do.
No,
I
I
really,
feel like
no,
you
no, really. I really.
you made your point and your standard in it.
This is from.
I don't eat donuts. So
Dude,
what-
don't wear my food.
Hey, yo! No! He did not just pick that up and eat that. It hit the ground.
This is from.
I don't eat donuts. So
Dude,
what-
don't wear my food.
Bro. That was more than
Yeah,
5
it is 5
seconds.
seconds.
Even that's still gross.
Okay, so look, and
Bruh.
I said that we're going over to Orlando Brown, so we want to answer some questions on what y'all was thinking. He also have a copy of some comments, so we can definitely answer. But I feel like when people come up to me and be like, "Oh, Orlando Brown, he was on something," but I'm like, "Nah, he wasn't." I feel like he's a great actor. He's a great person, and sometimes we gotta stop bashing people for what you done heard. You know, so actually it was like a great episode for me to sit down with him. It was dope, entertaining. About the Bow Wow situation, I feel like he was trolling Bow Wow. And you know, as in my favorite Bow Wow, just shouldn't have respond to him because that's what he want. So sometimes just let entertainment be entertainment, and what entertainment is not a set thing. So his entertainment is to say what he want about people, and my entertainment is to avoid name dropping. So I didn't want to get into it. When he did say that, I just switched and did the next subject.
That's not your fault.
Yeah, it is not. I'm not saying it's not my fault, but I'm saying I don't entertain it. So some people are like, why did he say that? I'm like, that's what he wanted to say.
Yeah, we don't. There's no script here.
Right.
We don't tell people what to say. They say what they want to say.
I damn sure wouldn't tell him to say that. You got a problem with Lil Bow Wow?
I ain't got a problem with Lil Bow Wow. Lil Bow Wow got some bomb ass pussy.
What?
At Full Sail, our technology programs are designed
what?
with a different approach to learning. We let our students get hands-on and start.
So what questions you got from the people?
So,
that you got?
this is from Travis Jones. Orlando is sane and competent. This was by far one of the funniest interviews I've ever seen. Stand 10 toes down, Lando, and keep applying pressure.
Okay. So Orlando, I hope you're watching this. Appreciate you for sending that comment. What else we got?
John Doe, he didn't want to leave his name, or maybe that he really is John Doe. I watched this 3 times and cried every time like it was the first. Orlando was brilliant. He needs to be back on TV doing comedy of some sort.
On my defense, yeah, I think the same thing too. So if y'all watching this, if y'all have opportunity, please reach out to Orlando. And I feel like he a good person to work with.
He is, but I had a question, bro. How you keep a straight face when this man just told you Bow Wow had bomb ass pussy? How do you keep a straight face? I mean, you had to be shocked. And I listened to the tape and watched the tape, and you literally, and kudos to you, because I didn't know. That you're
Yeah,
actually a professional interviewer.
I'm not. This is like, but I just know how to talk to people. I've been lying to girls since I've been, that's just start off with lying to girls and know how to look believable.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are we doing a staring competition?
Oh no, I was just looking in your eyes. Yeah.
It got a little weird.
Yeah.
Sorry, bro.
Old people laugh too long. Like, just stop it out.
Let's go back here.
But nah, when he did say that, I feel like when he said a name, if you want serious stuff and name dropping, go watch Wendy Williams. This show is just supposed to be awkward interviews and just keeping people's name clean. So when he said that, I can't stop him, but I don't have to engage it. So that's what made me stay serious when he said that.
Yeah. I think there might have been some truth, not to that part, but he's in love with
Don't get your ass beat.
Raven Simone.
Oh, okay. I thought you was talking about. I was gonna say, just go. Oh, you'll know.
You don't know.
Not by me, but you'll know who watching.
I know. Orlando, I ain't got no beef. No beef.
No, not him. Talking about Bow Wow.
Lil Bow Wow? He ain't Big Bow Wow for a reason. Lil Bow Wow. I ain't got no beef with you. Shoot. I ain't got.
I know. What was you about the Raven Simone? They say.
They didn't say anything about Raven Simone.
Okay, what was you gonna?
Oh, I was gonna say he's in love with her. He has his neck, her face tattooed on his neck.
Hey, guess what? Guess who's there with me? You can see at the bottom. It's Raven. Right at the bottom. On my neck.
That is a.
You got Raven tatted on you?
Yeah, she was in jail with me.
Right.
Which was a surprise. I didn't know that about you.
I didn't know that either. That was new for me.
That was good for you?
No.
Oh, okay. Are you sleeping?
No, I was yawning.
Are you bored?
No.
Do you want to change subjects?
No.
You know,
Perfect.
You know the other thing?
I never show excitement. When do I ever look happy?
When you did your feet like this?
Yeah.
And you took off your shoes?
Keep yours on.
No, I want to spin you.
Damn, your feet's wide as hell.
Excuse me? I have gout.
What that mean?
You don't know what gout is? Google it.
What it is.
Google it. My a little swollen with gout. There's a little imprint, the Adidas imprint.
So back to Orlando Brown.
Yeah. What about?
What else is on the paper?
Oh,
dickhead?
I hate you call me that too.
Okay.
By the way.
Yo, this is so kind of
Ray
wholesome.
Monique Bray. Orlando is not crazy. He's very intuitive and smart. His past is his past. You can tell his perspective of life and just how he sees things are different, but in a very smart way. He's very talented, and I pray the industry gives him another chance. Give him a break.
That's how I feel. I agree with her. If you're watching this, I'm on your side.
I like that. Orlando's a good guy. Would you actually be on the show?
No.
Why did you say that?
I didn't never say it. I said only if it's on 106 in Park.
Rewind the tape.
Speaking of the Orlando Brown show, would you be like my best friend in the show? Would you do that?
What show?
The Orlando Brown show.
What is that?
Sitcom.
Who is that? Who is he talking about? Oh, your show. Oh, where is it at? Where's it coming on? Tubi?
Would you do it with me?
Where's it coming on?
It's supposed
On Disney?
No.
So that's why he.
No. On the Disney Channel.
I ain't going to Disney. I'm
We're
good.
not going to Disney
Once you
Channel.
go to Disney, you be fucked up.
We're not going to Disney.
I'm not going to Disney.
Okay, okay, so we do it.
Hypothetically.
Hypothetically, if we do it.
Where at? 106 in Park? I said I will only be on your
So you set him up. Well, I'm not saying I want 6 in Park.
Yeah, but I didn't know he was gonna say all the extra shit.
Yeah, that's true.
Right.
Yeah, well, I don't understand that. You make them feel comfortable.
No.
Look, you just made me feel comfortable. Don't gonna be a good conversation. And I took out.
It's crazy you keep trying to talk to me. I'm trying to hear what's on the paper.
All right. Okay, that's it.
Let's say I want to share with y'all when we make an episode, it's just like random. So with the when you did make the comment, what do you guys say to the people that say like, oh, you was picking on him?
That I was picking at him.
What made you turn down the Oscar?
Don't you want an Oscar?
Yes, sir.
How you get an Oscar being a rapper?
Cause I'm both.
You're both transsexual and bisexual.
What was your last movie?
Straight out of Compton. I'm J-Lo. They cut my scene out.
Was he in Straight Outta Compton, y'all?
They cut my scene out. If you Google the idea of Mariah Carey. All right, well, fine. Okay. Well, I'm sorry for the Mariah Carey.
She said that he sent her inappropriate messages and pictures, right? That's what you said you looked up.
To Mariah Carey. Show me what I sent to Mariah Carey.
When we sway, I go.
Private practice. It's a unique set of skills. No need to be nervous.
No reason to be nervous. They're all the killers.
They said in the comments, people saying that you was picking on him.
Well, I apologize. I wasn't picking on him. I thought.
Why you apologizing if you didn't do it?
Because I think it's polite to apologize.
So admit to something that you didn't do? That's fake.
Okay, wait.
Are you fake?
I know this guy. But sometimes I can be fake. Yeah. I'm a little tainted. I've been in the Hollywood industry for a minute, so I'm a little fake sometimes. Towards you. Not towards you. Because you're hard to read.
Yeah. On this wrap up, y'all, we just want to go over it.
I hate when you do that.
He's going over Orlando Brown. It was a great interview. We think he was very to himself. He was actually dope. Even at the interview, we had a conversation. I could say honestly, I know it was gonna go that viral. I did not know.
I know.
I did not know.
I know.
Everybody, I did say that. I did not
it was honest. Like it was honest.
Everybody got honest.
No,
that's your opinion. Who else did we have next? Oh, Boosie. Let's do Boosie. Were y'all already rolling? Can you hear him breathing? I'm gonna kick the fuck out of it. I'm gonna beat that bitch up. You sure? Make that motherfucker jump on. We gonna jump that bitch. Where my niggas at? Are you serious? Come here. What do you thought we were supposed to be doing?
I thought this was rehearsal.
Yeah. Can you tell them how you was feeling on that first episode? Why?
You had animals in the building.
Right.
You know, and nobody knew.
Mm-hmm.
Like some of the crew didn't know, and then we had those big snakes up there. We had the monkeys.
Anything against monkeys?
I ain't got nothing against monkeys.
A whole lemur. They talking about monkeys.
I ain't feeding no monkey.
You sure?
Boosie rolled up about 30 deep.
Mm-hmm.
And then literally, can I tell them how?
Yeah.
So we didn't know what the show was going to be. And this is literal. This is not how you produce TV either. This is not a good example of producing TV. But it works. I knew what we were going to do that day. And I asked Marco before, he said, have some animals there and show up. And then didn't know what the show was going to be. And then he said, it's funny. And that's how it happened.
Yeah, Johnny came out. I can say I honestly didn't know. I had some stuff down for Boosie. Remember some questions that I had to ask, but I really didn't know if I should have turned on my Marco on him because I didn't know how he was going to act.
Wait, Marco?
Yeah.
What is that?
Well, I say I'm going to call him Cornbread.
Okay.
When I give my character Cornbread a slight accent.
Oh, you're Cornbread?
Yeah, Cornbread slash Marco. When I put
Wait, hold on. This is...
Oh yeah, the fact that we speaking of Cornbread, the reason I came up with Cornbread is because crackhead from where I was from, and me and him became friends. It was a crackhead named Cornbread.
I'm looking up right now.
Like he was cool, and he used to just tell me like, when I start doing crack, I'm gonna do crack. I know what that meant, but that's where Cornbread came from because Cornbread was entertaining to me. So in my head, I was like bread. is a legendary name. So and he always wears jackets like this.
That explains the whole get-up.
Right.
Crackhead.
Not eventually.
I mean, not eventually, but on the...
I look at crackheads. I'm inspired by crackheads.
I can tell that by viral videos. This is saying a lot. Is there anything else you want to reveal?
Yeah, well, Boosie, I was actually done interviewing him, and he was like, I know I ain't came here for no 5 minutes, man.
That part, I remember that. Yeah.
And I'm like, fuck, I have nothing else to say.
Man, I know the interview ain't over already.
No, we got something else for you.
God damn.
Can you bring out the next one? I went into cornbread. I did have shit to say. I was just kind of like trying to hold back and be professional. But then I turned on cornbread and I said, fuck it. And that's when we started putting out the animals and it turned up.
Literally, so there is a point like you turn on into another person.
I'm already in when I put on. I just turn it up. So Boosie was actually a dope interview on Boosie. Shout out to him. He actually walked up to me and said, I love the interview. It was one of the top interviews. Probably was just saying that shit.
No, bro. When you brought out the monkey and that nigga ran, excuse my language.
Nah, it was a snake.
Is it a snake?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
So look, check it out. Check. Wait.
Okay, yeah, I got remember. It was so many different. The episode is so many different elements. That did 3 parts that because it was just ridiculous.
Right.
And not everything.
Nah, it didn't.
Yeah.
And that one had viral, so shout out to for that. And there was some people asking, they know what's going on. People know what they going on. And people do know what's going on. I'm ass. So some people were like, oh, it's fake. They should know him by now. They know me. They just don't know what's on the paper. I'ma say.
I'm sitting at 3 right now.
Like, and then 2 is literally he's making it up. I told you he made the Boosie episode. That was the first episode. He just made it up the day of. Who makes up a show that you're gonna broadcast worldwide? Oh, I'm just gonna make this up today. Today.
I mean, Boosie is nobody to tell to do this and stick to the script. Boosie is a person of his own kind, and he do what the fuck he want to do when he want to do it. So that was definitely nobody to get on the show to be like, hey, do this. So for us to have him on there was dope, and he just do what he want to do. So that was a viral moment.
That's legendary.
Yeah,
that was legendary.
So on this episode, that's how I feel about that. Anything you want to ask?
You told about the character. I mean,
or even y'all on out there. Did y'all see the Boosie episode? Any questions y'all want to ask me, I can answer. So that's. Was I scared? Oh yeah, I was scared when they put that snake on me.
So look, check this out. Hold on, check. Wait. Let's talk.
The Kia. A species of parrot. It's the only one of its family that can live above the snow line, and the only one that actively looks for meat. The carcass of a mountain goat.
Cause that nigga, that was not part of the fucking snake. So when he put that snake on me, I'm like, fuck. So I had to keep it cool cause I'm like, fuck, I can't be scared cause I gotta act like this is my shit. So it was an awkward moment for me. It's kind of, yeah, it was awkward as fuck.
I apologize. I told him to do it.
Yeah. Oh, you did?
Yeah, well, I wanted to.
Dead ass?
Yeah, dead ass.
Oh, you a bitch ass.
I am. Hey. Just like that. Yeah.
Any more questions we got from y'all? Y'all wanna know? How did I meet him? You know what's funny? I met him before. Boosie is somebody that you can meet.
Didn't y'all play basketball?
Relax. Boosie is one of them people that you can meet, and it's always when you would meet him, it's like you were meeting him again. Have you ever met somebody like that? It's just like, I done met him like 3 times, but every time I meet him, it's like the first time meeting that nigga. So I can't get comfortable. Yeah, I listen to his music. I like when he first got out of jail, was a couple albums that I do. Like, was that Out of My Feelings? Was a dope one. So I had to start listening to some of it because I'm not living that shit. So I wasn't telling my mama I was outside. I was thugging and shit because I needed cable. He said he didn't need cable. And we got, I told my mama we outside, we don't need cable. What was her response? And why would you tell your mama that?
Basically, it was like she never told me that. It was a lie too.
Also, that you never told your mama
I
that.
never told her that.
So you lied to us. So out of all my interviews, I feel like my top 3 interviewing, that's kind of hard. Like SETI was funny. What you got coming out next?
Well said.
What are you saying?
Shit, that's well said.
Like,
Oh, I do have to stop.
What is he saying, y'all? Do y'all hear anything? I know, come on here. Okay, just tuck it in for him.
Nah, don't touch. No, I got you. I got you.
Bro, that's your fucking drip. Take it out. That's you. It's fine. Just take it out.
I was just trying to clear up the sound quality, just now today.
Bro,
Who I listen to?
listen to me.
Okay. Well, look like there's a lot going on.
Sukihana, bro, I can't.
Suki was funny, but I'm used to her. So that's what it's like. Yeah, I'm used to that type of shit. You know, I'm from Section 8 apartment, so I see that shit all the time. So
The fuck? Cause you thought you was gonna pull up a picture. Oh, was this stiff?
no. I
No,
said,
you thought you tried it. It was stiff. You thought I wasn't gonna be no humble bitch. You thought a bitch was gonna be mad. Look, it was stiff at that time. I ain't had no money, shit. But these bitches be mad about this cat.
what'd you get for Christmas last year?
I mean, I got a lot of shit. Why? What did you get?
It's about you.
Yeah, it's about chill. Why you all in my business? Cause I'm trying to understand. I got a chain, a Jesus chain. Cause baby, this cat holy. I sure did.
Quick story. When you booked the interview for Sukihana, I had to go do my research. Why did it take me to her Pornhub?
Did you watch it?
I did.
Oh. All right. On that note, y'all. So make sure y'all stay tuned and keep watching the interviews, keep commenting. We're going to read the comments. We appreciate y'all for tuning in for this one. Sorting out with Matt. And that's that. It's a fall, folks.
Give it up, my man, back in the building, yo!
You got 2 phones. What that mean?
Huh?
You got 2 phones. What that mean?
That mean goddamn business and maybe.
And maybe what?
Maybe answer. Maybe not.
So let's start off with you have a project called Big Facts.
A project? A project.
Well, it's called Big Facts.
Big facts, yeah, because we ain't telling no lies on it.
But what if people think you saying lies? Then what do they call it?
They can call it bank facts then.
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm gonna make them my facts.
Mm-hmm. Are you controlling?
Yes.
Why?
What do you mean?
Are you controlling?
Yes.
Why?
What do you mean?
Why are you controlling?
Why not?
I want to get why.
Controlling what though?
I mean just overall as a person.
Why not? You want to be controlled or be controlled? Which one would you rather be?
Why can't you meet me in the middle?
It ain't no gray area with me. It's black or white.
Mm-hmm.
So it's gonna be controlled or controlled.
Have you ever been controlled?
Yes, I be controlled every day too. My wife controls me, but I'm controlling everything else.
Break that down.
Break
So
it
you
down.
want to brush your teeth?
Anything she feels she want to tell me,
Mm-hmm.
she tells me, and I do.
Right. So you're
Sucker. Yeah.
So disagreements? Do y'all ever have disagreements?
How? It's her way.
Mm-hmm.
I try to sometimes be like, nah, but then she make that face and I be like, she's serious. So I get scared.
So when we want something out of you, we just gotta give her the call.
Yes.
What about mom and dad? Have they ever controlled you growing up?
I control them.
You control them?
Yeah. My grandmama raised me. She controlled me.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Do it take that long to light a blunt?
This shit just a swag. When you do it a long time, you ever seen me? It's like I'm doing some fly shit right here, just letting the fly sit there. You know what I mean? I'm really thinking and shit at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
So you like to burn stuff?
You could say that.
You know one thing I noticed about you?
What?
You smoke around people, don't even ask them if they won't smoke around you.
Yeah. Control it.
Hmm. So do you let people look you in your eyes and tell you bullshit sometimes, or you just let it happen?
Yes.
Why?
Why not? I'm not gonna control people.
But you are controlling.
Facts. But I'm not finna be the nigga trying to control something that I can't.
But you can speak on something.
That shit did. I lost a lot of friends speaking on shit. Speaking on truth. When you speak facts with a truth tongue, that shit brings hate.
But you got a podcast called Big Facts.
That's what, now I don't give a fuck what nobody think.
What do you guys say to people that sit in your face and lie to you?
Evidently, I feel like they lying to themselves, so I just let them. Like, yeah, hell yeah, bro.
So Kevin Gates lied to himself about the battery story.
I can't say that though, cause the cables could have been loose.
You stuttered. Be honest.
I don't know, man. That nigga Gates strike me as a nigga that's telling the truth. Like, bro, I done seen so much impossible shit that I be like. Now, when I went back and looked at it, I was like, come on now. But when he said it in the moment, I kind of felt the nigga.
Oh, so you're a moment type of person.
Yes.
You eat ice cream?
Huh?
Do you eat ice cream?
That sounds kind of funny to ask another man, do he eat ice cream?
Why?
Like, I'm not finna go get ice cream with you, bro. What?
Not with me. I just said, do you eat ice cream?
What the fuck wrong with this nigga, man?
You just painted a scenario that was.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If that's something I ask a chick, do you eat ice cream? Well,
What's
I would
wrong
ask
with me
her.
asking you as an individual?
That sounds fishy.
It's not. Ask me.
Hey, you eat ice cream?
Yeah, I do. Chocolate chip.
You didn't feel no kind of way?
No, because I told you what I like.
But if I come bring you some chocolate chip ice cream, Bank pull it up to Marco with some chocolate chip ice cream,
I'm going to say thank you.
I'm going to be flirting.
That's not flirting.
That is.
No, it's not. So what's wrong with men being men?
Men bringing another man ice cream?
You can bring a man ice cream.
Fuck out of here, bro. I'm going to get you a chair. I'm going to get you some ice cream, put some chairs
That's
and whipped
fine.
cream on your shit.
And I'm going to get in the car and we're going to go separate ways.
Shit.
So you wouldn't take your son out to get ice cream?
No.
Crazy. So do you eat ice cream?
Not that you asking, hell no. I don't eat ice cream.
But
no,
I
don't eat ice cream, bro. Let's
Right.
go ahead to the next shit. I don't eat ice cream. I'm controlling.
Also, you just really don't care for ice cream. What is it you got against it?
This nigga's some bullshit.
So do you think
I don't have anything against ice cream except I have something against a man offering me ice cream.
I never offered you. I get that point.
So why are we talking about the ice cream?
I want to know what you like.
Why?
Cause it's me and you talking. You're important.
I like freeze pops. Like freeze cups. I like them.
That's cool. What flavor?
Red.
When last time you ate one?
I don't know. It's been a minute. I had frozen wine. My wife put up frozen
Can
wine.
I buy you a freeze pop? Let me ask you a question. Would you rather get beat up by a 16-year-old and everybody know or a 65-year-old everybody know?
65-year-old.
Why?
Because they're going to know that I let him do it. Even if he just beat the hell out of me, I can come back and say I respect my elders.
Critics are calling Fear
1, 2, 3.
wonderfully nasty, appropriately grisly, and self-aware.
3. 1, 2.
Fast-paced and dread-inducing horror. The symphony of screams, relentless, gruesome, and surprising.
3.
Sean Edwards says Fear is as frightening as it is exhilarating. Fear, rated R, only in theaters now playing.
So you're from Atlanta?
Born and raised.
So what does the phrase when people say "on God" mean?
They lying.
So when somebody say that, is it off limits? Like, oh damn, he telling the truth now. When people do say that, because it
Man,
went
I done
from.
seen some nigga lie on their grandmama, lie on everybody. Like, I don't believe nothing when it's on nobody. You lying.
Have you ever put something on somebody? Be
Yes.
honest. Who was it on?
All type of people.
And who was it? Last person you probably put something on? You looking at him right now?
On God. I be saying that shit.
Yeah. So you're a liar.
Yes.
Crazy.
You not?
It depends on the situation.
That's what I'm saying. So I'm not finna justify. You trying to justify being a liar. You asked me was I a liar. I said yes. If I say it depends on the situation, that means I'm trying to justify it. Instead of just owning the root of what I am, a liar. So are you a liar?
But on your shirt it say big facts.
Oh, for sure.
Right.
For sure.
Big facts that you're a liar?
When I'm on big facts, I don't lie. I just give these folks from my heart. So if you speak from your heart, it ain't a lie.
Do you feel like sometimes people just judge people from their looks and it's just kind of like, this is, you shouldn't do that?
Oh, I had it hard as a black ass nigga. I was the blackest nigga in my class. So that shit was fucked up from the gate.
Tell us about it.
To nigga like Michael Jordan came around there and was like, okay, now y'all want to fuck with these black ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? At first it was goddamn, man, I be short looking niggas. Nigga with the curly hair, it was fucked up.
So when you cried that night, like how long did you
I ain't cry.
Oh, okay.
I already knew I was him.
Who, Michael Jordan?
Yes. Yes, bro.
Why you say that?
His teeth. Michael
can't-
Jordan never had teeth like that.
Your teeth?
Michael Jordan never had teeth like that.
Mm-hmm.
Ever. I mean, I don't know how he gets that relation.
Right.
I mean, Michael Jordan's a basketball player, he's about 6'6", and he's about 5'11".
Okay. So you just observing stuff like the police.
Yeah.
So would
He
you
was kind of
know-
asking questions outside like the police too, though.
Would you call him a police ass nigga?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa. Cop.
Cop?
Yeah, nigga who notice everything. Like,
Right.
bro, what show do you want me to talk in, bro? Let these folks know I'm not doing nothing illegal because you wired.
No, you're fine.
Yeah, I am wired.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's how you.
Oh, no, you man.
I'm wired.
Yeah. It's
Me
all
too.
right.
Y'all just put a wire on me too. I ain't tripping.
Yeah. It's all right. As long as you let it know it's wired, you're not wired, you know? You just lit it up again.
Bruh, I'm so fucking hungry. Oh my gosh. I was gone for a nice little minute, but I'm back. And I'm back with some deliciousness that I had last night. That ass. Still the same corned beef sandwich. Greatness in the making. I say this corned beef sandwich. Wait a sec. Wait a damn minute. I say this corned beef sandwich. I beg your pardon? What the fuck? God bless me. What are you looking at? Bruh. My cat is in heat, bruh. Sick. Anywho, this corned beef fucking sandwich. Look at the deliciousness. I haven't eaten all day. First bite is go take it all. Oh my fucking god. That shit was fire. Nice little ASMR. Hold on. Be right back. It's missing some. I'll be right back. It's missing some. Yeah, chat. Yeah. This is what it was missing. That good sauce. You know what I'm saying? A good little sauce. Give it a little texture, a little moistness. You know what I'm saying? Oh, put that on there. I don't like how this sauce look like eggs. It look like fluff eggs. It look like some really fluffy eggs. I can't get that out of my head, bro. It look like
Boiled eggs just mashed up, bro. Look at that deliciousness.
Alright, hold on. Wait. I'll be right back. Hold on. Yeah. With a nice little water. I still got the bibs. But I want the water. Can't forget the. You know what I'm saying? What's up? You know what I'm saying? Look at that deliciousness. And this is how the sandwich look now. It looks so nasty. I'm not gonna lie. That sauce look like eggs, bro. It look like I plopped eggs on my fucking sandwich. I don't like that. But it's definitely working some magic though. I'm kind of regretting that I didn't add the pickles like I was. I thought about it, like I should add some pickle juice or some relish in it, but I didn't. But it's still hidden, so I can't be mad. You know what I'm saying? But this makes me want to watch some food videos.
When I lost my blood, that shit.
That was not meant to play. Good food. Now I gotta watch. I gotta watch a nice little video. We gotta watch a nice video. What is this?
I'm Superman.
Excuse me, but you're not Superman.
Well, this S doesn't stand for Sal. But call me what you want. You're all coming with me. Now, I was told the Legion could help. Maybe I was...
I'm okay. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, nah. Anywho.
I told them, hey mom, I spent 8 years on this degree, but I hate it, and I really want to change jobs. I'm sorry, I know this sounds crazy.
Let's watch.
I ended up going with practicum.
Hey, I'm not gonna watch this whole reaction, bro.
Yo.
But I have to know what Duke thought. I have to see the live reaction. I need to see the moments. Where Kai said that he was attracted to Duke. Oh, okay.
No!
Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is. Here it is.
Hey!
You said what though? Nah.
You think his guy?
Oh, I ain't finna pull that out.
Hey!
Watch it all. I watched this video already though. I'm just watching. I want to see Duke's reaction to the point where.
True. For real? That's crazy. I be trying to tell him.
Chat, y'all.
I be trying to tell him.
Hey, send Nike. Thank you for the tier 1. Wait, what was the question?
I got a question for sister, bro.
Okay.
Ask it, bro. This is weird. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, I'm not attracted to Duke Dennis.
What? Why you even asking me?
Yeah, that is
Why
a
you
weird
even
question to
ask
ask. That's a weird question to ask.
Who asked it?
Deshae did. W fed.
Yo! Hey, yo! No! 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 No!
GG block. Oh, I ain't finna pull that out, but you know what's going on. Wait, where did his smile go? He was smiling at first. GG block. Oh, I ain't finna pull that out, but
He snapped for like 2 seconds. Now he wiped the smile away.
But what the fuck is he talking about, bro?
He smiled at first, bro.
Is this?
He's bi, I guess. Now.
DG block. Oh, I ain't finna pull that out, but you know what's going on.
He's calling him.
DG block. Oh, I ain't finna pull that out.
Pre-excuse.
You know what's going on.
Oh, he's not gonna pick up. He knows. Look at the chest that Unk is flabbergasted.
He's swimming. Is this true? Hey, is everything?
Yes. Yes.
She prays Mike. Appreciate the 5 gifts. This not true though. That nigga not really. He don't.
He smiled, then he realized he was finna get clipped. I know. I know.
You know what's going on.
John was trolling. Cap. The lie detector guy was trolling about his job. Oh, he knows.
Bro, what the fuck you got going on? The clip of a lot. You on a lie detector test and they caught you lying about some.
Damn.
Nigga, that fucking. No, nigga, bro, I'm saying like a lot of tests.
Deliciousness.
You were attracted to me and you said no, and they said you were lying. The nigga, bro, I'm watching the lie detector test right now, nigga, and they say if you attracted to Duke, then if you say no, and they say nigga, that's a lie.
He said word.
Oh, this shit wasn't true. No, I'm not coming at you asking you, nigga. I'm not coming at you asking you. I'm saying like this. I thought you were gay or something. No, I knew you were. I knew that shit wasn't real for real. Like it went. Why you waiting?
I can't wait till he keeps watching and sees the rest of the questions.
How many? What they call me? KT3 minutes. Alright.
Dude, please keep watching. Please keep watching.
Bro got 3. Okay, I knew he wasn't on it. I knew that wasn't it. I knew that he wasn't on that time. Yeah, but I knew that. Y'all knew, bro.
Click play, dude. Click play. Click it.
I seen a nigga in the chat talking about buy select. Chill on my dog, bro.
Yo, that's a tough name. That's a tough name.
you talking about, bro? Cheese on bro.
One more. What the f?
It get worse?
Yeah. Am I gay? No.
DD block. Oh, I ain't finna pull that out, but you know.
What's that?
Fighting, bro.
No! Hey, yo! No, I'm not gay. I am not gay. I am not gay. Wait, hold on. Everybody calm down. Calm down. Oh,
Yo, her mouth, she's jaw dropped. She got her mouth wide open.
it's looking like that now. That's weird. Oh, no, I love it.
No, excuse me.
DD block. Oh, I ain't finna pull that out, but you know.
4K? Caught on 4K?
Okay, keep watching, dude. Keep watching. The guy was trolling. Bro, literally, Deshae saw the fucking blood, the spike. Deshae looked at it and pointed and say, look! To that last question.
Alright, okay, let me finish. Hey, I'm gonna finish this video and I'm gonna take the sound off.
Because it gets worse.
No.
Yeah, my dog don't buy bags. My dog don't. I'm gonna turn it off.
Yeah, they already asked me. Have I flew a girl out? No.
Yeah, I haven't either.
Me neither.
I don't do that, bro.
Yeah, me neither, man.
No.
Me and bro don't do that, bro.
No.
Did you do anything with KKVSH?
Yeah.
Have you ever watched gay porn? Was this question?
No.
No,
I never watched that, bro. Bro, this is stuff I never.
Oh, I ain't finna pull that out, but you know what's going on.
A fight? Yeah.
$4K activity.
And he thinks speed is attractive. I mean, he's caught in 4K.
Listen. Every single gay question this man done got wrong. like, listen up. Every single gay question, bro.
Bitch, you wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Bitch, you wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Tell Lucy and
My dog not gay, bro. Y'all stop playing, bro.
Hell no, beat that.
Because he's bi. That's why.
That nigga don't talk to me.
Are you attracted to speed?
Yo!
Nah, this nigga gay.
Confirmed. He's bi. You need to react to K-Son? I didn't see K-Son's one. Where's that at? Where can I find it at? Where can I find it at?
Bro, hey, yo! That is cap.
Flip it and ship it.
Bro, I be watching this. Why your feet out, my you?
Are you attracted to Aiden Ross?
No.
True. Are you attracted to Pam?
No.
True.
So he's not attracted to Pammy, but he's attracted to Speed and Duke Dennis. Make it make sense, man. He likes him black? Yeah, I can see that. I can see that.
I'm just going off what I see right now. They asked him was he attracted to Duke Dennis. That was a lie.
Mm-hmm.
He said no. That was a lie. They asked him was he attracted to Speed. He said no. That was a lie.
Mm-hmm.
They asked him, bro, if he attracted to Aiden Ross, which is a white guy. He said no. That was the truth. And they asked him, is he attracted to Pammy, which is a white woman? He said no. That is a lie.
No,
that's
that's true. Yeah.
What?
Just Duke and Speed.
By accident, looking at my balls. She was looking at my balls and accidentally like,
Yeah.
Huh? You told her to stop? No, I just like, and then she just like stopped. Like she just stopped naturally by accident.
Would you sleep with Ice Spice?
Would I sleep with Ice Spice? Oh yeah.
Yeah, of course he would.
Would I sleep with Cornette? If she threw it at me, yeah, why not?
I want to see K-Son's one, bruh. Soon he'll be attracted to you. Yeah, bro, stop. Stop trying to make this thing into what it's not, man.
Snap your W-2 and file Fed and State.
Hey, baby.
Hey, baby.
How was your day today?
It was good.
Okay.
I thought I told you to take the meat out the freezer.
I did take the meat out the freezer.
Where is it at?
I put it in the refrigerator.
Baby, it has to thaw out. You don't put meat in the refrigerator. You take it out.
You said take it out, and I wanted to keep it cool. You never said not to put it in the refrigerator.
It's okay.
Baby, can you hurry up?
All right, I'm coming. Oh, wait, I need to go change my shoes.
Well, hurry up.
Can you pull the car up?
Yeah.
Where is this boy at? Cornell, what are you doing?
I've been trying to pull the car, but it weigh a lot.
I didn't mean physically pull the car up. I meant get in, start the car, and drive it around.
Well, why didn't you just say that? I've been out here 10 minutes trying to pull the car.
You know what? Just give me the keys. Are you okay?
Yes.
You done lost your mind.
What are you talking about? Shit, I tried to pull it. Can you open the door for me? You brought me in here for?
So, baby, I was thinking that it's time for us to get nasty.
Oh, okay. Well, matter of fact, how about you sit here and I get ready for you?
Okay.
All right. Stay right there.
Ooh, I like that. Ooh. Baby, can you hurry up?
I'm coming. Close your eyes.
All right.
They closed?
Yeah.
Okay. You ready?
Mm-hmm. What is this?
You said you wanted it nasty, so I went to the bathroom, got my snot tissue out the garbage, and there it is.
You just poured your snot tissue on me?
Yeah, it's nasty, ain't it?
Now that is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. But it is the nastiest.
Ooh. Rub that snot on you.
Ooh, I want it on me.
Ooh. Ooh, that's so sexy.
Ooh, rub it on you.
Ooh.
That's gross. That shit was nasty.
It's okay.
And I didn't know throw the fries either. The fries is in the refrigerator.
You done lost your mind.
$300 for that and $2,000 for this. Way too expensive. But today I'm going to show you guys how to get all this stuff for a lot cheaper. Okay, so first, go to one of your favorite gaming websites. Select the products you want.
10 years after Bahamut's sealing, the humans with their gigantic golems and dragons attack the Temple Ark, which is God's sanctuary. Under the command of King Cherios, they massacre everyone using the power forbidden by the gods. As the humans continue to enslave and slaughter the demons in retaliation, a demon called Rag Demon starts killing the humans who are doing these things. On the other hand, in the capital city, Anatea, a cheerful young girl named Nina, goes to her job while greeting everyone on the road with a smile. As she goes to her job, she does every task with ease, thanks to her brutal strength. During her work, when Nina helps a handsome painter move his scaffolding, he thanks her in a beautiful manner, which makes her heart race and feel embarrassed. She then notices that the painter is painting a picture of King Cherios when he defeated a Bahamut at a village. Nina returns to the carriage where she has been living with two gods, Bacchus and Hamsa. Bacchus and Hamsa have been living as bounty hunters. However, as they get a new bounty on the Rag Demon, Nina gets interested in the Rag Demon and goes to hunt him down for a reward. Rag Demon, again on the loose to kill the demon slave traders, attacks a group of certain people surrounding the demon slaves. However, it all turns out to be Captain Kaisar's scheme to capture the Rag Demon. But with his insane assassination skills and lightning speed, the Rag Demon somehow manages to escape. While running away, he encounters Nina, who tries to attack him with whip, but her whip gets stuck with a nearby handle, allowing Rag Demon to flee again. Suddenly, Kaiser arrives and meets Nina, but she gets embarrassed by his beauty and accidentally hits him. The soldiers think that Nina is allied with the Rag Demon and start chasing her. Nina, unknown of the fact, continues her search for the Rag Demon and meets his friend named Mugaro on a large tower. When the soldiers attack Nina, the Rag Demon mistakes her for Mugaro and rushes to save Nina. When the Rag Demon grabs Nina and flies with his wings, Kaiser becomes doubted about him. On the other hand, Nina, watching the Rag Demon's beauty, her heart pounding to the extent that she suddenly turns into a large dragon, forcing the soldiers to retreat. After passing out, she wakes in an unknown room and finds a doctor named Rita and her assistant named Rocky alongside her. Rita tells Nina that after she blacked out, Azazel took her here. However, Azazel appears to be the Rag Demon. On the other hand, unable to catch Azazel, King Charios gets angry at Kaisar for his lousy performance. He dismisses Kaisar and his soldiers from the mission and reassigns it to the Onyx soldiers. When Kaisar and his men leave, King Charios orders one of the Onyx soldiers to keep an eye on Kaisar. Meanwhile, when Nina is about to leave the place, she encounters Azazel and Mugaro, who have been waiting for her. By Azazel's good looks, Nina gets blushes again, but she controls her feelings and tries to sneak from them. Azazel stops her and introduces himself as the Rag Demon and requests to join forces with her. When Nina cannot make a decision, Azazel shows her the slums where the demons live. He tells her how King Charios attacked the demon world and enslaved them here. Azazel insists, but Nina refuses to help him. Afterward, during his dead bodies picking job, Kaiser, watching Azazel, realizes that, undoubtedly, he is the Rag Demon. Later that night, Azazel is again on the loose to kill the cruel humans. As he kills some humans, Kaiser suddenly arrives and stops him. He says that he is not here to fight, but to warn him that King Charios is very serious about killing him. Kaiser gets shocked to see how the humans have tortured and killed the demon there. Azazel tells Kaiser that he is mankind's enemy, and he will destroy the humans for the sake of the demons. Azazel leaves without killing him, but one of the Onyx soldiers secretly watches Kaiser with the Rag Demon. As Kaiser is about to leave, he encounters several Onyx soldiers. Azazel tries to escape, but the soldiers catch him. However, when they are about to reveal this secret, Mugaro suddenly arrives and saves Azazel with his insane powers and 2 different colored eyes. Meanwhile, the angels detect Mugaro's powers in the royal capital Anaea and decide to look for him so they can regain the faith the humans once had in the gods. As Azazel got severely injured last night, Rita treats his wounds while Mugaro sleeps beside him. Watching Mugaro, Azazel remembers the time when he attacked a slave trader and saved Mugaro. Meanwhile, Nina defeats several macho men in arm wrestling and earns a lot of money. An angel Sophiel arrives at the capital and meets Bacchus, asking him if he knows a child having 2 different colored eyes. King Charios, while masquerading, passes by. However, Hamsa, watching a beautiful young man, suddenly challenges him. Charios first tries to ignore them, but after hearing Hamsa's cunning words, he accepts the challenge and gives one of his rings as the entry fee. Nina blindfolds herself not to get distracted again. As the challenge starts, Charios evenly matches Nina's brutal strength. However, after much struggle, Nina shows her true power by breaking the table and defeating Charios. Charios smiles at his defeat and asks Nina who she is. Nina introduces herself but gets embarrassed and rushes inside the carriage. Later, King Charios orders to execute of all the demons in the central plaza so they can capture the Rag Demon there. On the other hand, while eating dinner with Nina and others, Rita asks Nina how she ended up being a bounty hunter. When Nina reveals that her master is Favaro, everyone becomes shocked. Suddenly, Kaiser reaches there and informs Rita that Azazel will be killed tonight if they do not help him. Hearing this, Nina rushes to save him while Azazel encounters King Charios. Azazel fights with the king's army and starts defeating and dodging their attacks easily. However, the enormous power of sorcery beats Azazel and reveals his true identity. They try to capture Azazel, but he somehow manages to escape. While running to save Azazel, Nina meets Mugaro. Suddenly, when Azazel, severely injured, falls there, Nina, with no other option, turns into the Red Dragon and faces King and his army. Nina starts destroying the army, forcing the king to retreat and fall back. As Nina returns to normal, Rita arrives and takes her away. The following day, Azazel, severely wounded, awakes and decides to visit the demon's hideout to plot a new scheme against Charios. On the other hand, King Cherios meets a woman named St. Jean in the dungeon and offers her to join him conquer the demons and the battle of gods. However, when Jean keeps quiet, King Cherios threatens to kill her son, as he has found him among the demon slavers. As Azazel goes to the demon's hideout, he meets several demons and informs them of his intention to use the Red Dragon to launch an attack during the next parade. Meanwhile, Nina goes shopping for clothes and shoes with Mugaro mistaking him for a girl. While shopping, they see a slave trader using a magical collar to abuse his demon slaves. Nina tries to stop him, but the trader does not listen to her and instead warns her that if she keeps up like this, he will make her slave as well.
Hello.
Nina gets ready to fight them, but Mugaro...
I can hang up on a second.
Bitch, how about you die?
Now I gotta die. That's crazy.
Cause you keep disrespecting me.
Say hey to the stream. Shut up. Say hey to the stream. What? Shut up. Zaria? I'd keep my phone on D&D.
Bitch, okay, that don't mean you can't take me.
That literally means I'm not gonna look at your text until I look at my phone for real.
What the fuck did I just say?
What did I say?
What did I say?
Oh, what did I say?
What did I say?
And I said what I said.
And I said what I said.
Okay then.
Okay then.
As long as we understood.
Okay then.
Fuck nigga.
Okay then.
Alright bro. We finna fight.
How is your day going?
The same way in life. There's a game called Plan B Terraform. What? Zarya. What's up? What's up, bro?
So my organization is Timekeepers Tuesday, and I'm trying to out here, but I think I know how I'm gonna do it. And I'm gonna cute because I really look cute. Don't you think so?
Do you look cute?
You're trying to be funny.
I just asked the question.
You got jokes?
I never said I didn't. Alright. You getting it. You catching on.
Shut up, bitch.
No, I'm a bitch.
Yes.
I hate the poor. I hate the poor. It smells like brokey to me. I need to stop looking at myself in the mirror.
Yeah. Pop this whole down.
Yeah, it's rough out here. I'm finna start selling wee wee.
Yeah, we know.
Bro, I was just playing. Stop it. Zarya! Don't talk to me like that. How dare you? What did I do? Right. So you just talking out your neck. And shouldn't. And won't. Go back to sleep. Okay. Niggas can't support you now? Niggas can't support now? Damn, that's crazy. You can't never do shit right. You have to be very wary of what you say. In the parking lot. That sound like something you would do. Bum. Okay. You don't have to put my situations out. Shut up. I'm trying to focus on more than one thing at a time, and you want to keep talking to me. Shut up. I'm finna fight you. Physical altercations. You making it hard for me to get words out. You're stressing me out, and it's not cute. I think you should. Bro, I got Steam points. I want to buy a game with Steam points. Fuck all that other shit. I wish. Ugh, your little dick sucking ass. You suck dick, don't you? Huh? I beg your pardon? I hope you know. I hope your mama end up watching my stream one day and she heard and hear that shit. Okay, whatever.
Uses his magical powers. He frees the demons, allowing them to attack the traitor. Sophiel detects Mugaro's powers, but before she can trace him, Mugaro and Nina leave the place. When they return to the carriage, Nina informs Bacchus and Hamsa that Mugaro was very cool today as he chased away those awful people who were torturing the demons. Bacchus and Hamsa become doubt that Mugaro may be the child Sophiel has been looking for. On the hand, while discussing with King Cherios, Kaiser points out that Bahamut was defeated because humans, demons, and gods work together, but Cherios does not agree to stop their execution. Bacchus and Hamsa become shocked to see Mugaro's different colored eyes and realize that he is the child all gods and angels have been looking for. Nina prepare a food stall for the upcoming festival. As they need after purchasing, when she's about to return, she encounters that slave trader with 3 handsome men. They attack Nina, but she is unable to resist because of their beauty, which makes her heart race heavily. Suddenly, Cherios arrives and saves her from the slavers. Nina thanks him and invites him to their food stall. On the other hand, Azazel and other demons plan their attack on the upcoming parade. They plan to defeat King Cherios with the help of the Red Dragon. Later that evening, Cherios meets Nina at the food stall, where Bacchus asks him to take Nina around the festival. Nina begins to develop feelings for Cherios as they dance and have fun together. After the festival, when Nina asks for his name, Cherios introduces himself as Chris. At the castle, Kaiser meets King Cherios and tells him not to attend the parade as the demons are involved in suspicious activities. However, King Cherios refuses to do so and gets ready for the demons' attack. The festival day finally arrives, with demons preparing for their attack. On the other hand, Bacchus tries to talk with Mugaro about his unusual powers, but Mugaro stays silent and only responds with a smile. When Sophiel suddenly arrives and asks about Mugaro, Bacchus gets scared but lies that he is just a demon child he hired for work. When the parade finally comes, Nina and Mugara go to watch the parade. However, Azazel suddenly arrives and takes Nina with her. He tells her to transform into the Red Dragon. He hugs her and tries to kiss her, but she does not feel her heart racing or embracement, preventing her from transforming into the Red Dragon. Watching it failed, Azazel rushes to stop their attack. But it already gets late as Cherios traces his companions and starts killing them. As Azazel arrives there, he gets attacked by the Onyx soldiers. When the Onyx soldiers surround Azazel, Mugara suddenly appears in the sky, defeating the Onyx soldiers and revealing his true identity openly. Azazel then attacks Cherios and hand-to-hand fights with him. Their fight continues, but Kaiser appears and tries to stop both of them, saying their fights cannot settle anything, and they can live together in peace. However, Cherios, so Azazel declines to continue their fight. While Kaiser, being a third man, fights both of them to stop the fight. Kaiser beats Azazel to stop and the ancients show themselves and see Mugara's power. Azazel requests Nina to turn into the dragon everywhere. However, even after finding the ancient Mugara back in that Kaiser and Nina have been accused of helping the Rad Demon with their attack on Parade's connection with the Red Demon, are imprisoned in the prison tower for the rest of their lives. Nina is saying that he's not a great king, but an evil king who kills the harmless demons for nothing. Cherios laughs and orders to take him away.
I want to be a nurse ever since I was 16 because I wanted to help people. Other nurses, my favorite part of my job. I decided that I wanted to pursue MSN WU. It's already open doors for me.
And Mugara with heaven and meets several and God Gabriel. Lady Gabriel informs him that his name is El and Jean is his mother. She offers him to join forces with him so he can meet his mother. Sophia meets Bacchus and Hamlet, where Bacchus asks why they need Mugara. Sophia tells him Mugara has the capabilities of breaking the forbidden magic used by humans. Nina is imprisoned by Jean. Kaiser see Favaro there. Nina wrote a letter to her mother that she is now living with her friends. Nina and all other girls are trying to work with each other. But on the other hand, Kaiser Favaro Nina. Favaro Kaiser's relation with Nina and remember how Nina. Once he went to Nina's dragon village where young Nina met and asked him to make her his apprentice. By disc, he made Nina his apprentice and teaches her some technique. However, he left the town, he got her in prison. Meanwhile, Jean meets Nina and shares her food with her. After introducing herself, Nina reveals she was with Kaiser, shocks Jean. Here in their Nina tells Jean about which Jean believes to be her son and becomes desperate to flee and see. On the other hand, Rita is on her way to prison to save her friend. Jean tells Nina about her past, that after losing her divine powers once she had as a saint, during the demon's invasion, she was unable to defend herself from the attack. However, after some time, King Cherios took the throne, days when men the gods over. To obey her in the castle. Jean had poverty in a small alone. One night she was gifted by child. She spent time with him. However, being haunted by the Onyx Knights reached Jean's house. Jean treated Sophia, but when she encountered the Knights and resisted to their demand, the Knights tortured her, forcing El to suddenly activating his abilities. Jean and El ran away to Anatolia while the Onyx Knights chased them. Jean, with no other option, cut off El's wings and left among the demon slaves. However, she was quickly captured and imprisoned after. Hearing the emotional story of Jean, Nina starts crying and plans to get out of jail with Jean. The following day, during their lunchtime, Jean and Nina try to escape. However, one of the security guards watching whistles and informs around them. Meanwhile, to help the that with helping them, he will be able to see after magic and restores his voice. The other is the prison and with the help of guards. During her relationship with the scheme, and Sophia areas to return every holy temples. Also Jean custody. However, refuses to their demands, but also war against them. After against the king, but the castle and from the prison, Nina plans to fight with the guards while Jean tries to escape. suddenly King Charios arrives there and Nina. He will gods of the war and of his soldiers. He will also kill the mercenary. Watch Charios closely, realize and festival that make themselves, but suddenly arrives that the gods prepare for attack of Charios and the enemy are all. Country, opposition to the upcoming war cases among the people in Atea. And are on the leave. They land on the card, golf pursued by guard. And the guys can get right. Charios' army. El, using his insane magical powers, neutralizes Onyx soldiers, helping all angels to attack and destroy Charios' army. On the other hand, Favaro and Kaiser also escape the prison thanks to Kaiser's metal hand and Favaro's magic. They run away and unite with Nina and others. However, Charios uses his ultimate weapon, which rises from prison, while he's on his way to fight the gods. Watching the ultimate weapon, Lady Gabriel gets terrified and says the weapon is called Dromos. It is the weapon of mass destruction born from the forbidden knowledge,
because I was
which
done with
Charios
it.
has stolen from them. Gabriel orders her forces to fall back and to return to heaven immediately.
Hopefully it went
The
back
angels
to
do not
normal.
return and continue their attack. Watching this, Gabriel tries to fall back without them, but El interferes with her magic, saying they have not saved his mother yet. On the other hand, Charios activates the Dromos, making an enormous attack, while El releases his full powers and tries to stop the attack. However, the attack is so powerful that it easily defeats El's powers and destroys Gabriel's place. During the attack, Nina falls from the cliff and bumps into Charios. As El is defeated and Lady Gabriel has returned, Onyx soldiers make their move and start killing the remaining angels. On the other hand, watching Kaiser and Jean getting attacked by the soldiers, Nina hugs Charios and turns into dragon to save her friends. After Nina returns to normal, Rita takes her and Jean away in the carriage while the soldiers catch Kaiser. Later, Rita jumps off the carriage to save Kaiser while Nina and Jean decide to visit Nina's village. Kaiser is imprisoned inside the castle where his old comrade Diaz visits him. Diaz informs him that all knights have become useless. However, Kaiser gives him courage, saying he has met Jean and within no time, they will rise again as Orlan's knights.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Nina and Jean finally arrive at Nina's village and meet her family. After that, Nina takes Jean around the village and meets the village's elder. Jean introduces herself to Granny and asks her about the land of gods. Granny then tells them that the gods and demons worked together 2,000 years ago to take down Bahamut. Granny says that she took the injured gods to their homeland on her back during that attack. Hearing the story, Nina does not believe she can take the gods on her little back. However, in the following day when Granny transforms, Nina becomes shocked to see she's transformed into a huge dragon. The two then continue their journey to the land of gods. Somewhere on the barren land, the Lord of Demons, Lucifer, in his best interest for the survival of demons, did not take any actions against the humans.
And I bumped into one of my brother's friend's mom, and she was just so thrilled that he had graduated his boot camp and then found a job and was really changing up his life. That's what initially put the thought in my head.
However, he only waits for a perfect opportunity to make his moves against the humans. Meanwhile, the deadliest killing machine in Anatea, the Rag Demon, Azazel is taken to Colosseum to fight demons for his survival. On the other hand, when Granny and others arrive at the barrier to the land of gods, Granny realizes she cannot go any further and throws the carriage above the barrier to the land of gods. Meanwhile, Elle is depressed sitting alone when Sophiel arrives there with Bacchus and Hamsa. She decides to leave Elle with Bacchus and Hamsa in their protection, but Bacchus utterly refuses. However, he instantly agrees when Sophiel offers him wine as his reward. Bacchus tries to talk to him, but Elle does not listen to anyone. Nina and Jean land in a near forest where Nina starts wandering around and eating different fruits. Suddenly, an angel Ridwan with her forces arrives and surrounds Nina and Jean, thinking they might be some human intruders. However, when Jean introduces her as Elle's mother, she takes them inside the palace. On the way, Ridwan shows them the place where fallen gods only exist as moving lights. Watching the tremendous sacrifices they made when battling Bahamut and during the most recent human attack, Nina realizes why Cherios is so despised by gods. Meanwhile, Cherios has ordered his workers to break the seal holding Bahamut on the island of Ibos. On the other hand, Nina and Jean meet Sophiel and Lady Gabriel, who tell Jean that Elle is safe, but is being confined due to their loss in the recent war. Jean then reunites with Elle, and Elle becomes extremely happy to see her mother. Elle tells Jean how he was bought as a demon slave, how Azazel saved him and gave him the name Mugaro. Elle intends to travel back to the surface world to handle the things himself, but Gabriel does not let him go. Elle has become arrogant, saying Gabriel cannot save the world, but the only one who can save it is him. Jean is unhappy with Elle and leaves him alone for a moment, making him very upset. After some time, Mina arrives and attempts to talk with Elle, but he does not respond. Hamza advises her that she should leave Elle alone for a moment. While Elle listens to their talk, Nina and Hamza then start talking about the carriage Hippogriff. Nina tells Hamza how they passed the barrier with the help of the village elder Granny and Hippogriff. Later that night, they are fast asleep when Nina leaves Elle's room. However, it was not Nina, but Elle wearing Nina's clothes. Nina suddenly awakes from a nightmare in which she was dancing with Cherios and becomes shocked to see that her clothes are changed. She tries to wake Hamza and Bacchus, but suddenly realizes that Elle is gone. Hearing this, Hamza and Bacchus wake up and begin to panic that they will be exiled from heaven again. They act like Elle wants to go outside for a walk and then run away. Ridwan sees them running away and informs Lady Gabriel about the incident. Nina and the others realize that Elle must have gone to Hippogriff, as he wants to get back to the surface and watch them the whole time. As they search near all Hippogriff, they find Elle and try to capture him, but their plan fails and Elle gets away again. While chasing him again, Nina jumps over him and tries to capture but falls into the barrier, forcing Elle to save her. However, due to the force of the barrier, when Elle is unable to fly and when all the gods are gathered around Bacchus, he jumps into the barrier and uses his Hippogriff to catch Elle and Nina. They somehow manage to escape the barrier and decide to go to the capital. On the other hand, Caesar is brought to the Colosseum to fight Azazel for his survival. As the match begins, Azazel and Caesar start fighting while Favero is watching them from the audience. Azazel attacks Caesar, but Caesar only defends his attacks. When Azazel pushes Caesar and brings him down, Favero throws Rocky at Caesar, which helps him to finish the fight. However, Caesar does not kill Azazel, and with the help of Favero's smoke attack, they manage to escape the ring. They meet Rita outside and decide to stop Cherios' Bahamut war to protect the world. Nina and others reunite with Rita and Favero in the slums of Demons. They all think of a plan to stop Cherios from using Dromos again. Rita informs that Cherios controlled Dromos with the help of a bracelet which reacted to its power. They all then plan to steal the bracelet. Meanwhile, Sophiel stops Jean from going after Elle, but she suddenly jumps into the barrier, forcing Sophiel to save her. Sophiel understands Jean and promises to help her find Elle. On the other hand, Nina dresses as a demon and goes out to play. She encounters Chris, who is there to visit his mother's grave. Chris and Nina walk around together and play with the demon kids living in the slum. After that, they kiss and profess their love to each other. Nina suddenly realizes she has unlocked her ability to turn into a dragon and then take him on a flight around the city. Nina returns to the group while they are discussing to attack the king at the upcoming royal ball. Nina then shows them she can now turn into a red dragon at her own will, which makes Azazel mad. On the other hand, Kaiser meets with Alison and Dias to set up an entry to the royal ball, while Onyx mates hire a mercenary to kill the red dragon. Rita and others devise a plan to infiltrate the ball, which starts with Nina and Alessin entering the castle as a couple, while Favero is with Dia acting as a knight. Meanwhile, before going to the ball, Cherios thinks his Onyx bracelet will kill him if he uses Dromos again. However, despite knowing all the facts, he has to complete his mission. After sneaking into the party, Nina approaches Cherios and offers him to dance with her. After the dance, Cherios takes her onto the balcony and tells her to leave the castle and not meet him again. Nina becomes heartbroken, but suddenly Favero arrives and warns him to hand over his bracelet. Cherios reveals the bracelet cannot be taken off as long as he lives. When Favero is about to attack him, Nina stops him, and then they escape using smoke bombs. They reach the port with Caesar, but encounter Onyx soldiers and the mercenary. Nina turns into a dragon to fight him, but the mercenary is revealed to also be a dragon folk. Their furious fight begins, but the mercenary overpowers Nina and defeats her easily. Suddenly, El, Jean, and others arrive as reinforcement and defeat the mercenary and Onyx forces. Later, Sophiel explains to the group that Dromos is a weapon of destruction born from the ancient magical technology that the gods sealed away after not being able to unravel its secrets. After that, El agrees to return to the land of gods with Jean, while Bacchus and Sophiel decide to stay until they figure out Cheerios' true intentions. Afterwards, when El is about to leave, Alessan suddenly appears and stabs El, leaving him to die. However, Favero sees Alessan leaving the hideout and instantly takes El to Rita. Rita tries to save El, but after much struggle, she's unable to do so and El dies in her hands. Watching her son dead, Jean and Sophiel return to the land of gods and inform Lady Gabriel about the incident. Meanwhile, Alessan meets Onyx Knight's captain, proving that he has killed El and requesting to join the Onyx Knights. But he is forced to change his thoughts when he sees the core of Onyx Knights. Azazel returns to Hell and requests Lucifer to attack Cheerios, while Jean is given the power of an angel and declares war on Cheerios' army. Jean gathers an army of demons, people, and angels and starts attacking the king's castle. On the other hand, when Cheerios is about to activate Bahamut, Mina and Favero arrive at Imos and encounter Cheerios and his soldiers. Mina fights with Cheerios, but is unable to kill him. Cheerios' old advisor reveals that King's true intentions are to kill Bahamut. When the device explodes, Mina and Favero escape with Hippogriff and watch Bahamut's awakening. The fight between Jean's army and Cheerios' army continues, with Jean proceeding to the king's location. Onyx soldiers continue to kill everyone with their abilities. Suddenly, Lucifer and his airborne warship with Azazel joins the battle and starts killing Cheerios' army with angels. On the other hand, while Kaiser and Diaz are fighting the soldiers, Diaz sees Alessan running away and chases him back. When Diaz catches up to him, Alessan tries to kill Diaz but fails. He then runs again, but is later killed by a demon child. On the other hand, when Jean and Azazel arrive at Cheerios' flying battleship, they encounter the Onyx Knights. However, after killing the Knights, when Jean and Azazel unleash their powerful attack on Cheerios, Kaiser suddenly appears and faces the attack, eventually sacrificing himself for his king. Watching Kaiser dead, Cheerios allows Jean and Azazel to kill him after he defeats Bahamut. After that, Cheerios activates Dromos' ultimate attack while all demons and gods form a protective barrier to save everyone outside. Nina suddenly reaches out to Cheerios and combines her powers with him to form a powerful attack and eventually kill Bahamut. Nina, in her dream, meets a woman called Amira who says something in her ear and vanishes. Everyone watching Bahamut dead celebrates their success. After that, everything gets back to normal. Cheerios loses both his eyes and Nina loses her voice, but they both find happiness together. In the end, Favero reveals Bahamut is not dead yet while Zombie, Rita, and Kaiser watch him from above.
Loaded with delicious details. The new Green Goddess Caprese Melt from Panera.
After being expelled from his school, Namura joins another one, where every girl hates him and carries a sword. Unknown to them is that he's the strongest swordsman, who decides to not use a sword and rule over the school by making every girl fall for him. Namura is an orphan who grew up being abused and tortured during swordman combat training by his grandfather. This treatment put so many scars all over his body that he ran away from home and stopped using swords. Since then, he decided to only use hand-to-hand combat and created an ability called Magic Bullet, where he can concentrate all his strength to create a devastating attack. In middle school, he meets a student named Amu. To his surprise, Amu looks feminine and jokes about how he could confuse him for a girl and kiss him. He quickly gets behind Amu and tries to give him a smooch, but gets elbowed back. Despite the weird approach, Amu is impressed and becomes his friend. A student thanks Namura for saving him from some bullies and offers to tour him around the school. Amu arrives and offers the same thing. However, Namura declines Amu's offer and says he already has plans. He proceeds to walk in the hallway with the student, but Amu gets angry and assaults the student. Amu says that Namura should only hang out with someone worthy. Namura is displeased by Amu's act and decides to fight him. Namura is asked to be Amu's subordinate, but he replies trying to punch him. Without noticing, Amu grips his stomach and slices his chest with his hands as if they were a blade. Namura had to recover at the hospital due to his injuries, and once he returned, he got expelled. He manages to enroll in a new school and is surprised to see that all the girls carry weapons. He turns around and is even more taken aback to see men dressing and behaving like girls. He chats up Masuko, a fellow male student, who cautions him about being careless and tells him to act like a girl if he wants to be spared. But our boy is unwilling to wear makeup and dresses and insists on doing only what he pleases. He enters his room, and he's greeted by Rin, one of the Supreme 5 Swords who rule the academy. They protect the school from guys and discipline those who need it. This used to be an all-female school, but it started to accept boys as students, who revealed to be thirsty and terrorized all girls. As a result, the girls started to use weapons and made them live in a living hell. And apparently, the girls have already reported that Nomura is a thirsty troublemaker. Nomura states his disagreement with their rules, and she decides to correct his behavior. She starts chasing him around with her sword, and manages to slice his tie when they land on the school grounds. He dodges every attack, and she commends him for having quick reflexes. She makes another move to attack. He watches her feet and tries to trip her, but she changes her position, and in a split second, she slashes a part of his face. Nomura is amazed by her strength and puts on his blade-resistant gloves. She tries to attack him, but he quickly deflects it. Rin traps Nomura between herself and the tree, preventing him from escaping. Luckily, he spots an opportunity and slips in behind her. She swings for the knockout blow, but he dodges it with a magic bullet that sends her flying. Nomura brags about his secret technique, but for some reason, Rin already knows about it, which is supposedly only known by a few people. He wants to know how she heard about it, but Nano, Rin's subordinate, arrives and knocks him out. He later learns from Masuko that he needs a slip stamped by the Supreme 5 Swords to leave the campus. Nomura visits Rin the next day after knowing she has a fever. He asks her to sign the permit to go outside. She stamps it and passes out due to her fever. He tries to catch her but ends up getting some plot development. Nano walks in and misinterprets the scene and starts chasing him around. While running, he encounters Chauka, a subordinate to the Supreme 5 Swords. She carries a whip as a weapon, and with Nano, they fight Nomura to correct his behavior. Nomura puts on his gloves and says he will not pay them much attention. Nano targets his wrist and he sees her in a similar stance as Rin. Chauka tells him that they're doing level 2 correction, where 2 or more people carry out a punishment. The only student that has made it through so far is the Empress, a transfer that also happens to be new this year. The girls simultaneously attempt to hit him, but he quickly grabs Nano's wrist, and the weapon entangles her arm. He fires the magic bullet at Nano, and she gets blown away together with Chauka. Rin picks Nomura early in the morning and says she will supervise him and be with him all around. As a protocol, she checks his bag before going to school. Not long after, Mary, one of the Supreme 5 Swords and the older sister of Chauka, appears before them. She opposes Rin's supervision and says Nomura should be corrected immediately. She insists that she will do it, which Rin disapproves of. As the two girls fight, Nomura gets chased by Chauka. He quickly gets her whip, but she collapses in the middle of their fight. He gets confused about why, until he realizes that his pants have gone down. He quickly fixes it, and when he looks up, he's surprised to see a girl who looks exactly like Amu. He asks if she's Amu and asks how he became a woman. She replies that he's mistaken her for someone else, as she has always been a girl. Nomura doesn't buy it and prepares to attack her instead. However, he stops when he hears Mary yelling his name. He realizes his pants went down again, and he loses the mysterious girl. Mary is so skilled with her sword that she's able to slice through Nomura's protective gloves with ease. She then slits his uniform and slices at his vitals, inflicting pain on his back. He sidesteps her blows, but she still manages to inflict some pain on his back, rendering him immobile for a split second. He gets back on his feet again and attempts to get near her, but it is more difficult because of her sword. She laughs as she already knows his tactics and prevents him from getting near her. Seeing that he has nothing left to give, Nomura rushes forward to end the fight. She thrusts her blade into his stomach, but he prepared for this attack by placing a book there. She keeps her distance as he leaps into the air and strikes her with the book. Mary thinks he will take advantage of her femininity. However, he strongly refuses her suggestion. When she realizes that he's not like what the rumors suggest, she grants him her stamp for the permission slip. Nomura finds Masuko beaten up and tied in the middle of their campus. He wants to help him, but Rin and Mary stop him as they have a bad feeling about it. Warabi, one of the Supreme 5 Swords, challenges them for disturbing the campus. He asks why Masuko is being punished, and she says he brought a restricted item to the premises. If he's able to surpass a sumo challenge, she will let go of Masuko and give Nomura her stamp. Hearing it makes him motivated, and he agrees. Warabi's subordinates announce that they'll be their opponents, but his opponent is not a girl or a guy. It's a huge bear named Kyobo. Nomura tackles Kyobo the moment that the round begins. He fires the magic bullet, but it doesn't deal damage due to the bear's size. He does the same thing again from behind but figures that it isn't enough. As the bear attacks him, he sneaks from its back and tries to suplex it. while everyone around him worries that he can't do it. He reminisces about when he was a little thin kid who was against massive adults. Rin and Mary shout to let Kyobo go, but he refuses. He tells Warabi that he doesn't care how mighty she is. He will never tolerate.
For bathroom odors that linger, try Febreze Small Spaces. Just press firmly and it continuously fights odors in the air and on soft surfaces for 45 days. Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Her hurting innocent people like Masuko. He puts Kyobo on the ground and reveals that he untied the bear's mawashi, which makes him the winner according to the sumo rules. Warabi gets enraged and tells them to meet her on the roof. Namura meets Satori, an odd member of the Supreme Five Swords. She states that she will help him find a way to get him to the roof and give him her stamp. After getting to the roof, Warabi insults Rin and Mary for growing fond of him instead of disciplining him. Mary goes downstairs to deal with Warabi's girls, while Rin goes against Warabi, and Namura fights the bear. He tries to use common internet sense to fight the bear, but gets a massive jab in the face. Warabi then reveals the bear has been training in boxing. Kyobo attempts to punch him in the face again, but he quickly avoids it and fires the magic bullet. He takes a few steps backward until he realizes that he's cornered. The girls are having a difficult time against the opponents, but Namura motivates them by thanking them for helping him settle in the new school. He provokes the bear that tries to attack him again but stops midway. When he sees that it has its head down, he takes that opportunity to release a powerful punch and takes it down. On the other hand, Rin is able to defeat Warabi and gets Namura his 4th stamp. The class is cancelled because the Empress is going on a rampage against the 5 Supreme Swords. Rin is shocked by the news and mentions a name called Amu. It immediately gets Namura's attention, especially when her description matches Amu. He's getting confused about the two. While the name Empress sounds like she's a woman, he knows Amu is a guy. While walking around, Namura sees Inaba, the only middle school student in the Supreme Five Swords. Masuko warns him that he shouldn't come near her. However, he doesn't listen and proceeds to come forward to get her stamp for the slip. He's only a few inches away from her, and he stops when she swiftly swings her blade without him noticing. However, Inaba assures him that she didn't cut him, and reveals Yukino, the school principal, entrusted her to take care of him. While talking, she mercilessly slices the butterfly in half, so he mentions how she could kill such a being, and it's more reasonable if it's a moth. She replies that she can't tell the difference between the two, and he realizes she's blind. Namura notices some commotion on the rooftop. He asks her about it, and she says it's the Empress. She says that the Empress is aloof and only talks about Namura. Without a second thought, he rushes to the scene. He arrives at the rooftop and finds all his friends injured. As he assists Warabi, Yukino comes out of nowhere without him noticing. She says she'll handle her and instructs him to help Rin and the group, who are currently against the Empress. Inaba is already injured but still tries to attack Amu. However, Namura pushes her aside and attacks Amu. He punches her, but she pierces through his stomach. She's famous for her move called Auto Counter. Everyone thinks he's done for, but he gets up and reveals he was prepared with a book covering his abdomen. Amu says they were once friends, but he says that things didn't go well. He expresses how much he hates her for hurting his friends in the academy. With a grim look, Amu declares that he should die, not because she hates him, but because she fell in love with him and can't bear to see him around other people. Namura thinks he can't use the magic bullet since it will only work once against her. If he messes up, he will be at a disadvantage and won't be able to protect the girls against her. But Rin and Mary encourage him. He smiles and willfully faces Amu. He puts himself in a swordsman's stance, aiming to attack her at a short distance. But she effortlessly dodges it. She gets distracted for a split second, and he uses that opportunity to sneak behind her and attack. But she sees through him. He uses his blazer to fool her when she tries to stab him. He steps backward, but she quickly throws the blazer on his head and tries to kick him. Fortunately, Inaba instructs him to jump toward her. Inaba lectures him for his reckless actions. Instead, she advises him to use Amu's weakness to defeat her, including baiting himself. Namura thought he had nothing to lose if he had fought weaponless. But since he got into the academy, he realizes that he needs to protect lives, including the Supreme Five Swords. Amu looks at him with pain in her eyes. It starts to rain, and the weather shift parallels Amu's emotions. As her sorrow gives way to rage, she expresses her intent to take Namura's life. Namura purposely exposes his vital points, and she slashes his torso. He takes that chance to fire the magic bullet against her. She drops to the ground, giving a similar sight to when they fought before. Despite the huge blow, Amu manages to get up. She says she isn't going down with one hit, so Nomura challenges her to fight him with all her might. They keep hitting each other with punches like there's no end. Amu keeps on wanting more. He's about to lose, but when he hears Rin screaming his name, he returns to his senses and fires a magic bullet. However, she also auto-counters him. He vomits blood and figures that Amu is just playing according to his style. She places his hand on her chest and challenges him to use his skill. He asks if they can stop the madness, but she doesn't allow it. She tells him that she loves him so hard that she wants to kill him. She again asks him to be hers, but he smiles and refuses her request and hits her with his move. After the fight, Inaba offers Nomura to be his teacher due to his sloppy fighting ability. He's confused about why he should accept the offer, but she will give him her stamp if he agrees. Yukino arrives and orders everyone to leave except Nomura because he just got himself expelled. After hearing the news, he bids goodbye to his friends. While walking, he sees Inaba, who asks again about her offer. He refuses to be her student, and she mentions that Amu is already at the airport. He rushes to the airport, but Inaba says that although he's expelled, he can't leave the grounds unless he has the 5th stamp. To run after Amu, he has no choice but to accept her offer. Nomura makes it in time and meets Amu. As the two cherish their final moment together, Amu tells him to be himself and do what he wants. As a farewell, she says he belongs to her and will always be in her heart. He returns and meets Rin outside their academy. Mary appears and explains that he's not expelled and that Yukino is just joking. However, the two will remain beside him to monitor. Rin asks if he will choose to stay at the academy or leave. He smiles, refuses to make a choice, and suggests having fun instead. Watch this next video. See you on the next one.
Kill niggas every day, nigga. Kill my best friend brother, nigga. Yeah, nigga, that was him. I got 3 fucking bodies and I put them in a dumpster. One was his sister and the other was his mother. You can find them in my fridge cause I did it in the summer. And I banged it on my mans cause that nigga kinda dumber. I live apartment 3B, Killer Ave. Yeah, I killed my pops and I'm kinda glad. But if I had to add, yeah, my name is Chad. I kill niggas all the time. Oliver James, yeah, I put him in the sky. Henry Jack and I shot him in July. Drove wolf in the hoopty while I'm going 45.
Oh, hey, we all shop online, right? And when we do, we always see that little...
The story begins with a group of adventurers who are up against a deadly S-ranked forest dragon. It breathes fire, causing massive destruction to the area, and the adventurers are forced to run. Elsewhere in a field, we meet a young farmer named Al Lane. He tends to his crops and is pleased with how well everything is growing. He harvests some of the crops and prepares to head to the markets. He gets an alert from his status window and sees that his farming skills have all been maxed out, reaching level 10. He is joined by his friend, the fisherman Testa, who is amazed at his achievement. Testa is even a little jealous that Al even has a level 10 fishing skill when he is supposed to be the fisherman. Having maxed out all his farming skills, Al suddenly gets a special option to integrate and evolve his skills. He accepts it and gains the Nature Lover title. Al is confused what this means, but Testa sees that he suddenly has 65,000 status points, with over 73,000 attack and 45,000 defense. They're shocked, but Al remembers he needs to get to the market. Al heads off to the royal capital to sell his crops. Along the way, he sees the dragon attacking the adventurers. They're no match, and call to retreat. Al decides to help, and throws a carrot, hoping to distract the dragon. But the carrot hits, and the dragon explodes with a single blow. The adventurers are left shocked, confused at what happened, and Al is also surprised by his new strength. He quickly heads on his way, and the adventurers only see his trail. Al makes it to the royal capital Maguise, but while he is at the gate, there's a girl that's being kidnapped. The hooded man comes charging through, but Al jumps forward and saves the girl. The hooded man attacks Al with a knife, but Al easily disarms and defeats him. The man is arrested and the girl thanks him for saving her. They hear a bell and Al quickly rushes off, not wanting to be late. The girl asks for his name, but Al just quickly speeds off. He makes it to the market and delivers his crops. As he goes to leave the city, he gets stopped by the guards. Al thinks he might be in trouble, but the girl he saved appears and introduces herself as Phallus, the princess of the capital. Al becomes nervous talking to the princess, but she orders him to just treat her casually. She asks if he would be willing to serve the royal family. He says hell no, but only in his mind. Instead, he carefully tries to decline, saying he can't handle the responsibility. He tries to leave, but Phallus catches him. She tells him that they would pay him well, but Al says he is only interested in being a farmer. Hearing this, Phallus offers to give him a huge field near the capital, that's over 33,000 square meters. Al asks why she is willing to go so far just to recruit him. She tells him it's because he was able to so easily defeat the hooded man, who had a strength of over 500. Al asks what the average strength is, and Phallus explains that the average person has a strength around 50, adventurers are around 130, knights are up to 600, and the legendary hero has 1,000. Phallus asks to see his status, but Al knows he can't show her. The adventurers return and report that the forest dragon was defeated. However, they don't know who did it, only that there was a carriage. Hearing the report, Phallus suspects it was Al, but while they were distracted, Al quickly makes a break for it. Despite this, Phallus remains determined to recruit him. Suddenly a guard tells Phallus she is being called to return to the palace. There is a report that a large swarm of monsters are approaching the capital. All kinds of monsters like orcs, dragons, and golems. They're coming from the Hell Zone, which shocks the king. Because the leader of the Hell Zone, the Demon King, was killed by the hero, and they made a peace pact with the demons. We meet Officer Cecil. He suggests that not all demons are happy with the peace pact, especially the first general of the Demon King, Romeo Van Dead. He suspects that they found out that the hero passed away and now wants revenge for the death of the Demon King. He advises that the king leave the capital for his own safety. The king doesn't want to abandon his people, but all his soldiers beg him to survive. Al finally makes it back home, accidentally destroying his door with his new strength. He is exhausted from his day, and Testa suddenly comes knocking on his door. Testa tells him they need to evacuate because an army of monsters is nearby. Al suddenly thinks of his crops and rushes to his field. He is relieved to see his crops are okay. The army of monsters passes by, and Al realizes they are heading straight for the capital. He doesn't want to get involved, because he is just a farmer, but then realizes that if the capital falls, he will have nowhere to sell his crops. Meanwhile, the king and princess have escaped from the capital, but they come to a dead end. The king is suddenly attacked with a blast of energy. Cecil transforms, and reveals he is actually the demon general Romeo. He had been deceiving them from the very beginning. He reveals his plan to pose as the king, using his transformation magic, and rule the kingdom without the people knowing. But first he must kill the king. He attacks with his dark magic, but the king creates a barrier. The barriers begin to break as the king struggles to maintain it. Phallus helps to reinforce the barrier, but Romeo unleashes a second attack. The barriers break, and the king can no longer maintain the barrier. By herself, Phallus cannot defend against the attack, and the rest of the barriers are destroyed. Romeo goes to finish them off with his Overdarkness skill, but Al suddenly appears and stops the attack. He uses his plowing skill and shatters the ground, disrupting the army of monsters. Romeo is curious who he is, but Al just says he is an ordinary farmer. Romeo jumps behind him, but Al is able to catch his blade and throw him away. Romeo is impressed and decides to go all out. He absorbs the power from the nearby monsters and transforms to his true form. Looking at his status, Phallus sees that he is level 78 with over 5,000 strength. She tells Al to run away. Romeo unleashes his power and charges at Al, but Al counters with his own punch, and Romeo is defeated. The monsters are shocked Al won with a single punch and all quickly run away. They return to the palace and the king thanks him for defeating Romeo and saving their lives. But Al just says he did it because he wanted to protect his crops. The king asks him to serve the country, but Al declines, saying he only wants to be a farmer. The king offers to make him a commander or any title he desires, but Al remains determined to just be a farmer. As a reward, Phallus decides to give Al the 33,000 square meter field near the kingdom, but on the condition that he registers as an adventurer so he can occasionally help out the kingdom. Al agrees with this deal, but when he goes to check out the field, he finds it is complete wasteland, realizing he had been tricked by Phallus. The next day, Al explores the capital with Phallus, and he is amazed by all the different foods. Al asks her how she can just walk around the capital, but she tells him she has a maid acting as her substitute at the palace, and she uses a magical hairpin that stops people from recognizing her. Phallus takes Al to the Adventurers Guild, and they are immediately greeted by the guildmaster, who has heard the rumors of Al's strength. He takes Al over to the reception desk, where they meet the secretary named Helen. Suddenly, Al's stomach growls loudly, so they first get him some food. Helen makes him a delicious pie, and they continue with the interview. She asks Al why he wants to become an adventurer, but Al explains he is only registering because of his deal with Phallus. Suddenly the adventurers from the previous day appear, thanking him for defeating the S-rank dragon. Everyone in the guild is amazed, and Al becomes embarrassed. The adventurers introduce themselves as Jake, Luke, and Lamia. They wish him luck and tell him they should go hunting together. Al sighs as he imagines being dragged away from his farming. Al mentions to Helen he wants to try doing a quest, but she explains that adventurers are ranked from F rank all the way up to double S rank. Because he is a new adventurer, he can only take on easy quests to begin with. She suggests starting off with a quest to collect 10 herbs from the Grim Forest. Helen tells him he should get some equipment because there might be monsters, but Al says he's too poor to afford any. Hearing this, Helen gives him her old cloak, enhanced with magical defenses. Al is reluctant to accept it, but Helen insists and helps him put it on. Helen becomes dazzled, seeing him in the cloak, as he seems to remind her of a certain someone. She wishes him luck, but Al can only think about his farming life. Al heads out to the forest and collects the herbs. While he is collecting, he comes across a peculiar black scale. He wonders what monster could have dropped it, but suddenly gets approached by a female orc. It pounces on him, wanting to breed with him, but Jake appears and saves him. The orc is defeated and Al thanks him for his help. He asks if they know more about the black scale. Jake has heard rumors of a black dragon, but doesn't believe it because black dragons dwell in the highlands and not the forest. Lamia suggests he can sell it for a decent amount of money. Suddenly, there is a tremendous aura that overwhelms them. They're frozen in fear as a black dragon emerges. The dragon is covered in darkness and walks right past them. Al is terrified, but manages to take a look at its status, only to be shocked at its monstrous stats. There is a girl that's running away, but gets caught, and Helen wakes up from her nightmare. The next day, her mother notices that she doesn't look too well. Helen tells her that she is experiencing memory loss, unable to remember what she did after work the previous day. Her mother suggests that she is overworking and should have some time off.
Welcome to your personal port, Captain. Choose a ship and click on the battle button. The conditions for victory are displayed on the loading screen, but pay attention, the objectives might change. 2 teams take part in each battle, with the green colour representing allies. You shouldn't fire at them. It can be helpful to look at the minimap occasionally, so you know what's going on, and can...
Al returns to the guild and has an urgent report. They meet with the guild master and report their encounter with the black dragon. According to Al, it has a strength of over 230,000. Judging by its appearance, they suspect it to be the evil dragon Ouroboros. They are shocked to hear this, especially Helen. Al shows them the scale he found, and Helen is horrified seeing it. She has a memory of her brother running away and being killed by the dragon. It's too much for her, and she faints. Al waits, worried about Helen, but her mother tells him that she is going to be okay. She recognizes the cloak that Al is wearing and explains that she is actually Helen's foster mother. 15 years ago she found Helen by the lake with the cloak. She remembered her name but lost all her other memories. She suspects Helen might have a connection to Ouroboros. Hearing this, Al is determined to help out. He heads to the library to learn more, but fails to find any clues. He decides to look into the reports from 15 years ago, back when Helen was first found. However, the librarian tells him that those reports are restricted and he is not high enough rank to access them. Al tries to beg, but she turns him away. Phallus suddenly appears, surprising the librarian. She uses her position as princess to help Al gain access to the records. They're led into the restricted area, and they check out the damage records for the village where Helen was found. Al finds out that 15 years ago, the Anoru village was completely destroyed, and there were black scales that were also found there. However, this incident was covered up, because the evil dragon is meant to be dead, but if it has somehow been revived, it would mean the whole world is in danger. The next day, the two head to Anoru village to check it out. They find it in a completely destroyed state. As they explore, Al suddenly hears a voice. He follows the voice and they come to a grave, and a boy appears, wearing the same cloak. Phallus is confused who Al is talking to because she is unable to see or hear him. Al realizes he is a ghost, and the boy introduces himself as Lay. The boy is glad to find someone that can finally see him, and notices that Al is wearing the same cloak as him. Al mentions how he got it from Helen, and Lay is glad to hear she as well, revealing that he is her brother. He mentions how the cloak was a gift from his father and was magically enchanted. Al puts the cloak around Phallus, causing her to panic and blush, being so close to Al. This, however, lets her see Lay, and she freaks out at his ghostly appearance. Lay continues to explain that Helen was the only survivor in the village, and says that she's in danger. There is a flashback to 15 years ago. Helen calls Lay for lunch while he is training with a sword, but trips and falls over. Helen worries for him, but Lay wants to become a warrior. Suddenly, dark clouds roll in, and fire rains from the sky. They rush back to the village, only to find it burning and destroyed. The black dragon lands, giving off a terrifying roar. A young child stands up to it, throwing a rock at it. The dragon can speak, and finds it outrageous that the boy can stand up to him. The dragon feeds off of their fear, and destroys anyone who has hope. It opens its mouth, gathering dark energy, as the boy becomes terrified. Helen and Lay watch from a distance, but know that they are powerless to do anything. They decide that their only option is to run, so they quickly leave the village. But as they run, the dragon flies overhead and finds them. They quickly run the other way, but the dragon flies after them, breathing fire. The dragon enjoys seeing them run in terror. Helen becomes exhausted and falls over. She tells Lay to go on without her, and the dragon lands behind her. The dragon prepares to devour her soul, but it gets hit in the eye as Lay throws his sword. He tells Helen to run, but the sword falls, and its eye is instantly regenerated. But the dragon turns its attention to Lay, deciding to eat him first. It lunges at Lay and impales him with its teeth. Helen rushes to her brother, and the dragon delights in her despair as it makes him stronger. The dragon decides to let Helen live, but swears to return after 15 years to destroy her home again, causing her even more emotional damage and then feast on her soul. Lay swears to protect Helen even in death, and hearing this, the dragon decides to bind his soul to the area so he can witness her grim fate. After that, the dragon disappears, and Lay fades away. Back in the present, Lay explains that the dragon always leaves one survivor so they can spread this story and create even more fear. And when it awakens, it will hunt down that person and repeat the cycle. Lay begs for Al to help protect Helen, but he says that the dragon is too strong. But Lay mentions how the dragon only ate his soul when he became despaired. He believes that they can use the power, opposite of despair, to diminish the dragon's power. Lay asks Al to help him pass a message onto his sister, and Al quickly heads off, carrying Phallus as he runs. They are in a hurry because today is exactly 15 years after the dragon's previous attack. Phallus gets embarrassed, getting carried like a sack, and asks Al to carry her in his arms. But he says that this is the fastest way to run that he learned as a farmer. They make it back to the city, and fortunately the dragon has not appeared yet. Phallus calls Al a monster for treating her in such a way, but is also amazed by his immense stamina. The two go their separate ways, as Al goes to find Helen, and Phallus prepares the guards. Back at the guild, Helen's mother goes to check up on her, but finds that she's missing from her room. Helen walks alone in the forest, and soon the black dragon appears before her. It greets her after 15 years, and Helen's lost memories begin to return. She remembers that it was her fault that her brother died. The dragon reminds her how her brother would have gotten away if not for her. It says that because of her, all the people in the city will soon die. Helen begs for it not to attack the city, even offering her own life. But the dragon has no intention of letting anyone live. Helen despairs and prepares to end her life, but Al makes it to her just in time and stops her. Helen comes to her senses, but the dragon attacks Al, knocking him away. Al manages to survive, thanks to his cloak's protection. The dragon is shocked a human could survive his attack, but Al says he's not just a human, he's a farmer. Helen tells him to run away, but Al charges at the dragon, punching it in its face. Al tells Helen not to worry, and the dragon is surprised a human was able to hurt him. The dragon wants to see Al fall into despair, and the two begin to fight. The dragon charges at him, attacking with its claw, and Al struggles to defend himself. Al lands another punch, but the dragon unleashes its devastating flame onto him. Al is knocked away, and Helen tells him to leave her, not wanting any more people to die because of her. But Al tells her that it's not her fault. He tells her how he met her brother. Her brother knew she would blame herself when she regained her memories, so he told Al to tell her that he doesn't blame her for his death. He's proud that he protected his sister, and tells her to live happily for the both of them. Al gives her hope, and the dragon's power begins to diminish. The dragon curses at Al and dives at them, but Al is able to overcome the weakened dragon, defeating it with a punch. Al is finally able to relax, but just as he defeated the dragon, he suddenly gets stabbed by Helen. Al is confused and tries to grab a potion, but struggles and drops it. Helen attacks him again, and Al barely dodges. Al tries to ask her what's going on, but Helen charges to finish him off. But suddenly a wing gets in the way. The holy dragon, Mirage, appears and reveals that Helen is being possessed by the evil dragon. The holy dragon heals Al and lends him his powers, but ends up collapsing as a result. He tells Al that he has given him the power to purify the black dragon and save Helen. The evil dragon laughs, thinking Al wouldn't risk hurting Helen's body, but Al instantly punches him. The dragon is shocked, and Al can see in Helen's eyes that she wants him to stop her. Helen seems to return to herself, but as Al helps her up, she grabs him, and the evil dragon's soul bursts out and dives into Al, trying to possess him. He declares his victory, but there is a problem. Inside Al's heart, there is only farming. He is shocked that there is nothing besides growing and harvesting crops. There is nothing he is able to corrupt, and he is rejected from Al's body. The holy dragon gets back up and uses his power to purify Helen. The evil dragon's soul is shattered, and the holy dragon thanks Al for his help. The beam of light fades, with Al and Helen left unconscious. When Al wakes up, he finds himself at the guild. Phallus hugs him, happy he is okay. Al asks what happened to the dragons, and Helen tells him that Ouroboros was purified, and the holy dragon also disappeared. Al asks if Helen is okay after being possessed. She says that she is fine, and has also gained the ability to transform her arms and legs into dragon claws. Al is shocked, thinking she is still possessed, but Helen shows she can freely control the power. She plans to use this power for good and save people in the future. Helen suddenly asks about Phallus's relationship with Al, not recognizing her as the princess because of her magical hairpin. Al gets a bit worried, and Phallus says that they are childhood friends. The guildmaster bursts in, along with Jake and his friends. They are glad that Helen is okay, and amazed that Al defeated the evil dragon. They wonder how the palace will reward Al for defeating the dragon, and Phallus swears there will be a huge reward, almost accidentally revealing her identity. They have a party to celebrate Al's victory. Luke teases Al for not drinking with them, but Phallus can read his mind, knowing that Al is thinking about harvesting his potatoes in the morning, and tells him he should relax. Helen shows off her new power to everyone, and they enjoy their night. The next morning, Testa helps Al with his harvest. He is amazed that Al can manage 2 separate farms. Suddenly Rix the mailman comes running by and delivers a letter to Al. It's a letter from his father, telling him they haven't seen him in a while and should visit them. Al is conflicted because he is busy with too many quests from the guild. Back in the capital, Al walks by a tomato stand. He is amazed by its shape and color. When he takes a bite, he is shocked, finding it to be delicious. He demands to know who produced it and learns that they are from a farm from a town called Lalugas. The shopkeeper tells him their secret is that they use a special fertilizer. Al dashes off, arriving at the guild. He tells Helen he needs to take time off from the guild, which causes her to panic. But Al says he needs to go to Lalugas to visit his family and check out those tomatoes. He asks if some other adventurers could cover for his quests, and Helen tells him that she can cover for him, revealing that she has also become an adventurer thanks to her powers. Outside the guild, he runs into Phallus. She wants to accompany Al on a quest, but he tells her about his plan to visit his parents. She gets excited and decides to tag along, wanting to meet and thank his parents. Al fails to deter her and just quickly runs away. Al walks through the jungle, getting excited as he thinks about the tomatoes. Suddenly an orc appears, but it appears to be friendly. Al remembers that male orcs are friendly toward guys, but it turns out it wants to bone. Al runs for it, but gets caught, and the orc tries to have its way with him. But the orc is defeated, and Al meets a young girl with blue hair. Al is traumatized from the encounter, and explains this is the second time he's been attacked by an orc. The girl tells him that the forest is dangerous, but Al tells her he is also an adventurer. the girl introduces herself as Ruri, and they find out they are both heading to Lelugus. They decide to travel together, but Al worries if it is okay for her to travel with a man, since they will need to spend a night in the wild together. Ruri jokes about cutting off his head if he tries anything, but says she is not worried because she isn't cute, but Al says that she is cute, and she is flattered. They continue on their way, and suddenly they sense danger. But it's actually just Rix, who delivers another letter to Al. It's a letter from his mother, and Al reveals to Ruri that he has actually been getting a ton of them, so that's why he is going there to visit his parents. But really he is going to find this special fertilizer. He then goes on to rant about tomatoes, and Ruri gets a headache. Al asks Ruri about her family, wondering if they were worried about her being an adventurer all alone, but Ruri says no one will worry about her. Ruri changes the subject and decides they should set up camp. She pulls a tent out of her bag, and Al is amazed she can fit so much into such a small bag. Al wants to know more about the bag, and Ruri tells him it is an heirloom left by her ancestor. Al wonders who her ancestor is, but suddenly his stomach growls and they stop to make some food. Al is amazed by Ruri's cooking and praises her for her use of ingredients. He then asks her why she is headed to Lelugus. She reveals she is going for training. She has heard rumors of demons appearing, so she is going to investigate. Al wonders why she is doing something so dangerous, and she reveals she is actually the descendant of the great hero that killed the Demon King. Al is amazed to learn this, but is still worried for her because she is a girl doing this all alone. Ruri freezes up and is surprised someone is actually worried for her and thanks him for caring. They decide to get some rest, and Al chooses to sleep outside on the floor. Ruri tells him to share her tent, saying she trusts him, but Al thinks it's inappropriate. Ruri mentions there might be more orcs, and Al quickly changes his mind. Al is surprised that Ruri has 2 sets of sheets. She tells him that it's her dream to have a friend chat with her until they fall asleep. Al decides to help fulfill her dream, but she ends up falling asleep right away. In her sleep, Ruri attacks Al, and he has a troubling night. In the morning, they reach Lelugus, and Ruri wonders how Al became injured. Al plays it off, and they enter the town. They say their farewells, but Ruri tells him that she enjoyed traveling with him and wants to join him again. Al tells her to be his escort for when he goes back to the capital, and she happily agrees. She draws him a map and tells him to find her when he is ready to go back. Ruri asks around about the demons, but nobody has heard anything. Suddenly she hears a scream, and there's a girl that claims her sister was abducted by a demon. She tells Ruri that her sister was taken into the Phantom's forest, and Ruri quickly goes to look for her, but there's a man that watches from a distance. Meanwhile, Al goes to visit his parents. As he goes to ring the bell, the door bursts open, and he gets tackled by his mother. She is overjoyed to see him, and ends up choking him with her hugs. Al struggles to breathe, but his mother doesn't let him go. His father appears, and punches him in the face, thinking he is doing something to his wife, but then realizes it was just his son. His wife gets mad, dragging him back into the house, and punishes him. They have dinner, and Al is fed delicious food by his mother, while his father continues to be punished. Al compares the food with Ruri's cooking, and his mother suddenly becomes interested to know if she is his girlfriend. His father tells him he should get married and have babies, but his wife breaks his back, saying Al is too young for that. Al explains that Ruri was someone he just met, and his mother apologizes for jumping to conclusions. Later, Al's father asks him about his business, and Al tells him he is there for the fertilizer. His father points out on his map where he can find it, but then asks Al about the marked location. Al tells him it's the hotel where Ruri is staying, but his father doesn't remember there being a hotel at that spot. Al then goes on to ask his father about the demons, but he hasn't heard anything about that. His father tells him it's time for bed, and Al quickly steals his father's bed, saying that he can't go back to his own room because his mother is waiting there. The next day, Al picks up the fertilizer and decides to go visit Ruri. But Al suddenly hears screaming, and he runs into the crowd. The man says he was attacked by a demon, but says he got away thanks to a girl with blue hair. Al asks for the location, and quickly runs off to find Ruri. The man gets back up, and with a snap of his finger, the crowd and hotel are revealed to be an illusion. Al runs through the forest looking for Ruri, but finds the girl Ruri had met before, getting attacked by a demon. Al easily destroys the demon, and as the girl thanks him, she also turns into a demon and attacks him. But Ruri suddenly appears and saves him. She tells him that the forest is filled with these demons, but that's when the man from earlier appears, introducing himself as Loki and revealing himself to be a demon. He is amused at how Ruri was so easily tricked when no one in the town has seen any demons, calling her unworthy of being the hero. Ruri wonders why Al was dragged into this when he should just be after her. But Loki says Al is actually more important than her, because he single-handedly defeated the demon General Romeo and the evil dragon. Al realizes he is one of the demon's allies, but Loki says they weren't even on his level. Ruri charges at him, but he easily dodges and counterattacks. Al rushes to Ruri and uses his healing magic on her. Loki is surprised by this ability and regrets not dealing with Al first. Ruri apologizes to Al and says that she is no match for him, but Al tells her not to worry because he is Farmer. He rushes at Loki but gets thrown away. Al continues his attack but gets slammed into the ground. There is a massive crater and Al barely holds on, but he jumps back up and manages to land a punch on Loki. Loki retaliates with a punch of his own infused with dark energy, which blows Al away. As Al falls, his package is cracked open. Loki's wounds begin to heal, and he can see how the other demons were no match for Al. Al also casts healing on himself and gets back up. Loki is ready to end things, but Al asks why he is targeting him. Loki explains that he is going after everyone who could pose a threat to his future plans. Besides Al and Ruri, he is also going after Helen next, because she inherited the evil dragon's powers. Al is surprised to hear Helen is a target. Loki then goes on about Ruri, who should have the Holy God's blessing as the next hero, but she hasn't been able to use any of the Holy God's power. He decides to put things to an end, and summons his worm demons. Al and Ruri struggle against the worms, and Ruri tells Al to make a run for it. But Al refuses, and fights back against the worms, saying he wants to be the best farmer, and that he wouldn't be able to live with himself if he just left her. They finish off the worms, but Loki launches another attack. Al shields Ruri from the magic, and there is a huge explosion. When the smoke clears, they manage to survive, but appear badly wounded. More worms emerge, as Ruri is knocked away, and Al gets pinned down. Loki tells him that once the worms bite down, they never let go. He then turns to Ruri to finish her off, and she thinks back to her parents encouraging her, despite others saying she couldn't be a hero. She apologizes for failing to become a hero, as Loki launches his attack to finish her off. But suddenly, the worms turn white and shatter as Al gets free. He explains that this is thanks to the power of his fertilizer, which has a pesticide effect. With this, the worms are unable to regenerate. Although surprised, Loki isn't worried because Al is already so injured. But Al charges at him anyway, and he swears to protect Ruri and Helen. Ruri is confused about why Al is fighting so hard. She thinks back to her past, when everyone is telling her she was too weak to be the hero, and she gave up. But looking at Al's determination, she realizes that being a hero is not about being strong, but it's someone who never gives up trying to help, no matter what. While Al is fighting Loki, Ruri manages to stab him. Loki's wound instantly heals, but Ruri is determined to fight even if she can't win. Ruri suddenly awakens her hero's powers and attacks Loki with her Holy Slash. The attack is super effective, and Ruri follows up with another slash, which finishes him off. Ruri thanks Al for helping her realize what it means to be a hero, but Al collapses in exhaustion. While he sleeps on her lap, Ruri confesses that she has a crush on him. It becomes night, and Al finally wakes up. They have an awkward moment, and Ruri thanks Al once again, but ends up getting embarrassed. They decide to head back to the town, but as they walk, they suddenly hear a strange sound. Al wonders if Loki could still be alive. The sound gets louder, and Ruri gets scared, saying she can't handle ghosts. It's a voice that calls for Al, and it turns out to be his mother looking for him. Al realizes it's his mother. Not wanting to be caught with Ruri, he says they should run for it. He picks her up and quickly runs away. Al is relieved when they get away, and Ruri laughs at him, seeing that there is something he is scared of, and Al can only imagine the side of his mother. They end up back in town, and are shocked when they find that the hotel is no longer there, realizing it was Loki's illusion. Ruri finds another place to stay, and Al tells her he will be heading back to the capital the next day. As Al heads back home, he remembers a time when he went out to play with Testa without telling his parents, and his mother came looking for him. They were scared to get in trouble, so they snuck home, but when he got back, she was waiting for him at the door. Al wonders if she can somehow teleport. As Al gets back to the house, his mother is once again waiting for him. He tries to avoid her, but she suddenly appears behind him. Al is terrified and runs. He runs straight past his father, into his room, which causes his father to panic, as he is left to deal with his mother. The next day, his mother begs him not to leave. Al has no choice, and says that he will hate her if she behaves like this, and she immediately apologizes. Al heads off, and meets up with Ruri, and they head back to the capital. Meanwhile, back in the capital, Phallus has an emotional goodbye with her father the king, and he apologizes for failing her. Al and Ruri make it back to the guild, and Helen gets jealous of Ruri's relationship with Al, even flexing her demonic powers. The next day in the fields, a boy is picking some of the fruits, but Al catches him. Ruri and Helen arrive to help out on the farm, but Al is losing it at the boy. The girls are surprised Al is so angry, but he is just annoyed that his fruit was picked before they were ready for harvest, and he yells at the boy. The boy apologizes, and his stomach growls. Al gives him a cabbage instead, and the boy is blown away. The boy is brought to tears by its taste, and happily runs off. Helen mentions that while Al was away, there have been monster attacks, which has blocked off trade with other countries, and caused the price of food to increase, making it hard on the poor. They suddenly hear a bell, signaling a monster attack, and they quickly head over to help out. The city is being attacked by a huge swarm of monsters, while the guards and adventurers struggle to defend. Helen shows off her demonic transformation and fights with her new demonic powers. Al charges with his hoe and sends the monsters flying, but eventually, they begin to get overwhelmed by the seemingly endless number of monsters. Suddenly, knights from the kingdom of Antiesburg arrive, threatening the monsters to leave, or else face the wrath of their holy sword, Levitine. The monsters all back away and retreat, while Al is surprised there is a sword that can repel monsters. Later that night, Al polishes his trusty hoe, and Phallus visits to say goodbye. Al is confused about what she means, and she tells him that she will not be returning. Their meeting is cut short, as her maid tells her it's time to go. She thanks him for everything, and Al is left feeling confused. A few days later, the monsters have stopped attacking, and things are back to normal. Al is visited by the young boy and his mother. The mother apologizes for her son, and tells Al that, if he ever needs a tailor, he can visit her in town. They end up buying more vegetables from Al, and as they leave, Al is suddenly surprised by Rick's appearance. Al gets another letter from his mother, and Rick also gives him a copy of the paper, which shocks him as he reads it. At the guild, Helen and Ruri are also looking at the paper. They learn that Phallus is getting married to the Prince of Antiesburg. Helen wonders if it's a political marriage to get Antiesburg to protect their country. Ruri finds it strange how the monsters retreated from the knights, because monsters aren't supposed to be able to understand human words. Al suddenly arrives, and tells them to read his letter. It's filled with his mother saying she loves him, and Al gets embarrassed and rips it up. He hands them another page, and the girls read his mother's report on the monster attacks. She had heard of the attacks, and did her own investigation to make sure Al was safe. But she ended up finding out that the Holy Sword of Antiesburg is just a regular sword without any special powers. The girls are shocked at how she could know this, but Al tells them to keep reading. They learn his mother was able to figure this out because she used to be the commander of the Shadow Puppets. They are suddenly shocked to hear the Shadow Puppets, but Al is clueless of what that means. They tell him that the Shadow Puppets are the most elite group of spies, able to discover any secret. Al is shocked to hear this about his mother, and they continue to read on. It turns out the monsters were being summoned by a demon in Antiesburg, but his beloved was taken, and he was forced to send the monsters to attack. They come to the conclusion that Antiesburg sent the monsters to attack, so they could pose as protectors and demand the marriage of Princess Phallus. Al is determined to save the princess, but this actually surprises the girls, because Phallus had always used her disguise magic when they were together. Al quickly corrects himself, saying that as citizens, it is their duty to save the princess, and manages to win them over. Helen tells him it would be hard to get into Antiesburg, but Al reveals he has recruited Rix as their guide. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Antiesburg, we meet the prince, Netalus, as he meets with various leaders who want his protection from the monster attacks. He says that there is only so much he can do with one holy sword, and they all try to offer him exceptional deals for his protection. Later, Netalus is overjoyed with how his plan is going, and orders the demon, Gazelle, to attack even more countries. However, Gazelle wants to stop the attacks, not wanting to see more of his comrades be sacrificed. But Netalus beats him, and reminds him that he has his girlfriend captured. Phallus suddenly comes in and tells him he can't treat his servants like that. A guard comes in and reports that there is a delay on the carriage for their ceremony, and the prince loses it. But realizing that Phallus is watching, he tries to compose himself and tells her he is looking forward to their ceremony. Phallus returns to her room and wishes she could see Al again, but Netalus is outside and wonders who she is thinking about. The next day, Al visits the tailor to pick up some outfits and promises to bring them more vegetables. Al joins up with the others, and Rix tells them the plan. He tells them to pose as merchants for the ceremony, to get in and find the hostage, while he will gather monsters so they can expose Prince Netalus's holy sword as a fake. Helen is confused how he can gather monsters, and Rix reveals he is actually a demon. They're all shocked, and Rix explains he is also a member of the Shadow Puppets, and was taken in by Al's mother when he was young. He reveals that there are quite a number of demons that blend in with humans, and apparently the demon being threatened fell in love with a human girl but ended up in the hands of the prince. Al swears they will save everyone, and they commence their mission. They arrive at Antiesburg and successfully make it past the gates. Al is confident with their disguise, posing as farmers, but the girls are not very impressed. They go over their plan, which is to sneak into the castle and rescue Gazelle's sweetheart, and then take her to the church, so they can get Gazelle to confess that the Holy Sword's power is fake. As Al heads to the castle, he is instantly stopped by a guard. He says he is delivering vegetables to the castle, thinking his plan is foolproof. But the guard finds him suspicious, and they end up getting chased by all the guards. Helen tells Al to go on ahead, and throws him into the castle. Al happens to land exactly in the right room, and tells the girl to come with him so they can save Gazelle. The guards come running in, but Al uses his vegetables and handles the guards. The girl is chained down and can't run, so Al ends up carrying her while he runs from the guards. Al ends up meeting up with the other two, but they have to quickly run as they are getting chased by all the guards. They see the church, and the girls tell Al to save Phallus while they handle the guards. Inside the church, the ceremony is underway, and Phallus says, "I do." And as they go in for the kiss, Netalus is suddenly hit by the door as Al bursts in. Phallus is overjoyed to see him, but Netalus says that Al is a villain, here to capture the princess. Al then tells everyone that the prince is the villain, and his holy sword is a fake. Netalus asks if he has any proof, and even the king tells Al that he has seen the sword's power. But Al says he has proof, and a guard suddenly reports that the kingdom is under attack by monsters. We see Rix as he summons the monsters to attack. The guests tell Netalus to use the sword, but as he calls for Gazelle, he sees him reunited with his beloved. Rix brings the prince the holy sword, but he hesitates to grab it. Al says it's a fake and throws it at a monster, which destroys it with a single bite. Gazelle then reveals the truth to everyone. He controls the monsters with a demon flute, and says he was blackmailed by the prince to send monsters to attack the other countries. The king asks Netalus for the truth, but he just laughs and says they realized too late, and he has already sent a huge swarm of monsters to attack the capital. Gazelle is confused because he never made such a command, but Netalus says you can lure monsters in by just spreading monster carcasses. Netalus gloats, saying it's already too late, but Ruri and Helen burst in and say that the capital won't fall so easily. After their last battle with the monsters, the guards and adventurers had asked Ruri to retrain them. We see them as they hold their ground against the monsters. The king cries in gratitude, and Al tells Phallus she doesn't need to get married. The guards come rushing in, and Netalus orders them to capture the intruders. But they all throw down their weapons, and Ruri and Helen reveal that the guards switched sides after they explained the prince's evil deeds to them. Netalus is outraged and charges at the king, but he gets stopped by a radish, and Al beats him up. Netalus is taken away, and Phallus jumps on Al, telling him that she loves him. Ruri is confused and jealous of the princess. Al tries to say it's all a misunderstanding, but even the king thanks him and welcomes him into the family. As the king leaves, he is stopped by Rix, who hands him a letter proving that Netalus was just a pawn for someone else, and he warns the king to be careful. After that, they all celebrate at the guild, and the guild master tells Al that everyone has been requesting him for quests, but Al reminds him he just wants to be a farmer. Phallus visits the guild and rewards the adventurers for their help defending the capital. Helen wonders why it feels like she knows the princess, and Al panics. Phallus returns in her disguise, and Al can't handle keeping the secret. Phallus officially meets Ruri and declares that she is the one that will be with Al. Al can't handle them and just leaves to tend to his crops. He harvests his vegetables, but Ruri and Phallus have followed him there. They ask who he likes more, but Al just tries to distract them, talking about his vegetables. Rory wonders if there is someone else that he likes, and Al says that there is. The girls are shocked to hear this, but Al quickly runs away. Back at his house, Al looks at a photo and reminisces over a girl called Olivia. There is a flashback to 15 years ago, as we see Al's father harvesting potatoes. He becomes shocked when he sees that Al has harvested so many. Al is overjoyed, but his mother gets mad that his father is making him work. Al ends up taking some of the potatoes to give to their neighbors, but suddenly they notice a girl being chased by two men. The girl is a thief, and Al wonders who she is. The neighbors tell him she is an orphan that lives in the mountains, and the men want to sell her off. The girl bites the man and gets free. She runs right past, grabbing the basket of potatoes, and runs off. The girl stuffs herself with the potatoes, but Al finds her. She runs away, but notices that Al has food, and he tells her that the potatoes are better when cooked in a soup. She is scared of him, but Al leaves the soup behind, and she can't resist it. Over the next few days, Al keeps bringing her food, and eventually, she waits for him, and they have a chance to talk. She introduces herself as Olivia, and is amazed that Al grew such delicious food. Al's stomach suddenly growls, and she offers to share the sandwich. But Olivia is suddenly caught by the two men, and they prepare to sell her off. Al says that she has stopped stealing, but the men tell him that they need to recoup their losses. Al begs them to let her go, saying that he will pay back everything she stole. However, the men don't believe him and refuse. But Al's father appears and learns about the situation. He offers the men 3 months' worth of rice as compensation, and they happily accept and leave. Al wonders if they will be okay, but his father gets worried about what his mother will say. He suggests that they will need to cut back on food for the next few months. Olivia returns the potatoes she stole, and Al's father suggests that they could use some extra hands on the farm. Al happily agrees and invites Olivia to live with them on the farm, and she is overjoyed. 2 years later, Olivia helps out on the farm together with Al. She wants to take a break, but Al loves his farming. He tells her to play with the other kids, but she says that she only wants to be with him. Suddenly, Testa comes running, getting chased by some killer bees. But Al's mother easily fights them all off, cutting them into pieces. His mother tells him that they are headed off to the capital to look for a new house. Al thinks it's strange, because their house is just fine, but his parents tell him to look after the farm while they are away. His parents leave, and Al asks Testa why he was getting chased by the bees when there should be none in the area. Testa reveals a map, saying that there is a great treasure in the forest nearby. The forest is usually dangerous, but since all the bees are gone, Testa suggests that they can find the treasure. Al becomes convinced, and Olivia asks to come along, but Al tells her it could be dangerous, and he leaves her behind. Along the way, Al wonders why Olivia is always clinging to him, thinking that she should make friends with the other kids. Testa reveals that Olivia actually gets bullied when she is by herself.
Turns out, it is hard walking a mile in someone else's shoes.
And it turns out the General is a quality insurance company that's been saving people money for nearly 60 years. I gotta go, for a great low rate and nearly 60 years of quality coverage, go with the General.
Al is shocked to hear this, and realizes this was the reason why his parents were looking for a new house. The two arrive at the location on the map, and they step on a stone, which opens up the mountain, and they fall inside. They have a look around, and find a tablet that they don't understand. As Al touches it, it begins to glow, and everything goes dark. An enormous beast appears, and Al gets devoured. There is a volcano eruption that rains fire down, and when Al wakes up, he sees Olivia, but he suddenly feels a sharp pain in his chest. Testa comes in, and Al wonders what happened in the forest. They go outside, and find everything destroyed and covered with ash. The bridge out of town is also destroyed, so they have no way of getting help from the capital. Food is being rationed out, but there isn't enough to go around. Al checks the farm for food, but it's all been destroyed. Al suddenly feels the pain once again and falls to the ground, but he still worries about finding food for Olivia. Later that night, Olivia sneaks into the elder's tent to steal food, but she remembers Al begging for her second chance and telling her that he loves seeing people enjoy his vegetables, so she manages to stop herself. The next day, Olivia combines their food and gives it all to Al. Al asks why there is more food than normal, and she lies to him, telling him that aid arrived from the capital. Al is glad, and Olivia says she can't wait to eat the food that he will grow. In the following days, Olivia keeps giving Al her food, and eventually, she passes out while thinking of him. Al wonders where Olivia has gone, and Testa rushes in and tells Al that they found Olivia's body. Testa tells him that she's starved, but Al is confused, thinking that they got aid from the capital. Testa tells him that they haven't even heard from the capital, and Al realizes what Olivia did for him. Al cries for her and blames himself for her death. Al remembers his promise to grow vegetables for her, and he gets back to work. One day, after one-shotting a dragon, Al comes across an unconscious girl lying on the ground, and he ends up taking her back to his house. When Al wakes up, he sees the girl is up, and she asks how she got here, and wonders if he kidnapped her. Al tries to explain that he isn't sus, and was just worried when he found her. The girl explains she was on her way to the guild to issue a quest, and Al offers to take her. Al introduces himself, and the girl reveals her name is Linnea. Later, Ruri comes to visit, but sees Linnea, and becomes flustered. Seeing her wearing Al's clothes, Ruri misunderstands, and runs away crying, and calling him a jerk. They end up at the guild, where Helen listens to Linnea's request. She says there is something strange going on in her town, but finds it hard to explain. Helen thinks the request is too vague, but Al ends up accepting the quest. When Linnea reveals she is from Gallia town, Al is shocked. He loses it, because Gallia is known for having the best asparagus in the world, and he can't wait to go there. They prepare to head off, but Linnea is confused why Al is being so nice to her. She thinks he must have an ulterior motive, because her father taught her that men are like wolves. Al tries to assure her, and although she still thinks he is a bit sus, she decides to trust him. Meanwhile, Ruri is watching and gets jealous. They get a ride to Gallia, but along the way, an orc chases after them. Al freaks out, but the driver isn't too worried. But when he looks back, there is a whole horde chasing them, and Al has emotional damage from his past encounters. When Al wakes up, he notices he is wearing a pendant. Linnea tells him it's a pendant that helps with soothing the nerves. They make it to the town, and when they pass through, Al finds it strange that the guards are holding mops. In the market, Al sees a stall and quickly orders an asparagus skewer. As it gets cooked, Al tries to ask if the man has noticed anything strange going on. The man says everything is fine and gives Al his food, but it's completely burnt. Al is confused, but then realizes that the man is acting strange. A cart suddenly tips over, and when Al checks on the man, he is also acting strange. Al suddenly gets picked up and carried away. Later, Al visits Linnea's house. Her family runs a pendant shop, and she thinks it's thanks to the pendants that she is not acting strange like the rest of the townspeople. Al asks where her parents are, but she tells him that they went missing when the anomaly began. The townspeople are all acting crazy and can't communicate normally. The lord of the town appears, and Al is honored to meet the man that started the asparagus revolution. He also wears a pendant, and Al asks him about the town. The lord tells him it's a long story and invites him for dinner, but Al gets picked up and carried off again. Later, they visit the lord's house and join him for dinner. Al asks about the town, but the lord suddenly has his guards surround Al. In an instant, Al is able to defeat all the guards. He charges at the lord, but Linnea gets in the way. The lord reveals that Linnea is working for him, and we see he is possessed by a demon. The demon reveals that he put his power into a crystal and put it into the goddess statue in town so he can control everyone. He plans to do the same to the capital. After he heard about Al defeating the demon general and the evil dragon, he planned to put a crystal into Al's body and control the capital. Linnea reveals she had no choice because her parents were taken hostage. As the demon prepares to put the crystal into Al, he throws a flashbang, which doesn't seem to do anything, but there is an explosion and the goddess statue is destroyed. The demon is confused what happened, and Al explains the flashbang was just a signal to his friends. The demon is shocked because Linnea was spying on him this whole time, but Al reveals that when he got carried away in the town, it was actually Ruri and Helen. They even saved Linnea's parents. Al tells him it's over, but the demon takes the lord as his hostage. Al uses the power of asparagus and force feeds the lord. He reminds the lord of his love for asparagus, and he is able to break free from the demon's control. Al takes the chance and finishes him off. Linnea thanks him for his help and gives him a kiss, much to Ruri's dismay. She declares that when she gets older, she will find him and win him over. Al is left stunned, and he heads back to the capital. After that, Al goes back to tending to his field, with Ruri, Helen and Phallus all helping him out. Phallus notices the pendants that Helen and Ruri both got, and gets jealous. She wants to confess to Al again, but Ruri reminds her they want to give Al some space. Suddenly they hear Al screaming. He is devastated to find that some weeds have grown among his crops. It's a pesky weed that sucks up all the nutrients from the surrounding crops. He is outraged to find that so much has grown under his watch. Helen is amused that weeds are a bigger threat than the demons he has faced. They head into the city to sell their vegetables. They are quite popular, and even the king comes in disguise. The king wonders when Al will take Phallus as his wife, but Al avoids the topic. The king tells him he will give him even more farmland and newly developed farming tools. Al imagines the tools and can't help but be enticed. Ruri tries to stop him, and Phallus throws a potato at her, but it ends up knocking Al out. Al sees an angelic figure trying to talk to him, but he soon wakes up. They sell all the vegetables, and Al gets an evil look as he thinks about destroying the weeds. He runs into Rix and shows off the herbicide he is going to destroy the weeds with. They suddenly see some men capturing a girl to sell off. Al approaches them and easily knocks the two men out. The third guy runs away, and the girl is revealed to be a demon. The girl is scared, but Rix recognizes her as Yuria and shows her he is also a demon. Rix reveals that Yuria is the daughter of the demon lord. Yuria begs for their help to save the demons and reveals that her attendant, Volfi, suddenly told her that she wasn't safe. He then opened a portal and sent her away. She wants to go back and save the demons, but Rix says that the demon territory is on the other side of the ocean and it would take at least 3 days on a boat. Al takes on the job and hands his pesticide to Rix so he can look after his crops. Al tells them that he has a faster way to get there, and he ends up carrying Yuria as he runs across the water. Yuria freaks out and tells him to stop, but Al says they will sink if he stops. They end up making it to the demon territory, and Yuria is thankful they got there so quickly. Volfi suddenly appears and starts attacking them. Al manages to stop the attack, but Volfi continues to attack with his magic and even shoots at Yuria. Al manages to get behind him and knocks him out. Yuria is confused why he was attacking her. Volfi gets back up and charges up another attack, but suddenly, Al's mother appears and knocks him out. She reveals that she heard from Rix and came to make sure he was okay. They head off together and arrive at the Demon Lord's castle. They find that all the guards are dead, and Al wonders what happened. His mother thinks that they were controlled to fight each other, just like how Volfi appeared to be controlled. Yuria rushes into the throne room and finds her father lying on the ground. Al finds a guard that's still alive, and he reveals that there was a girl. He suddenly warns Yuria as Al's mother tries to attack her, but is stopped by Al. Al can tell that she isn't his mother, because his real mother would have hugged him so hard his bones would shatter the moment she saw him. She is amazed he could see through her perfect disguise. She returns to her true form, and it's revealed that she is actually Olivia. Al is shocked how she is still alive, thinking back to when he witnessed her death, and Olivia reveals that she is alive thanks to the power of the evil god. She shows off her power, attacking Yuria, but Al dies and manages to save her. There is a huge slash and explosion, and when the dust clears, the whole mountain has been blown away. Olivia is surprised that Al managed to dodge her attack and says it must be because he also has the evil god's power in his body. Al is confused what she means, and Olivia explains that his nature lover skill that boosted all his stats is actually a skill from the evil god. Al doesn't believe it because he has never met the evil god, but Olivia tells him that he has. She promises to explain everything if Al decides to join her. She tells him that they can live together again, and she persuades him using her enchanting eyes. But Yuria calls to him, and he snaps out of it. Olivia gets annoyed at her for getting in the way, and grabs Yuria by her neck. Al tries to help her, but Olivia stops him. She tells him if he accepts the evil god's power, she can let her live. Yuria tells Al to run, and Olivia gets fed up with her and decides to finish her off. Al gets free, and before Olivia can attack, Al's pendant suddenly activates, and when Al opens his eyes, he finds that time is frozen. Al is confused what is going on, but the angelic figure appears before him once again. She introduces herself as the god of good. She tells him that thanks to his pendant as a catalyst, she was able to appear. She froze time with her power, but they don't have long. She tells him she can destroy the evil god's power within him and give him her own power, which will allow him to fight. She takes his hand and grants him her power.
Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania is the #1 movie in the world. Get tickets now.
She turns back time, and before Olivia can attack Yuria, Al activates his new power. Olivia gets worried, but it just makes a bunch of sprouts pop up. Everyone is confused, and Olivia thinks it's a lame skill, but it grows rapidly, and Olivia gets caught by its vines. She is able to break free, and she summons a sword. She charges at Al, but he uses his power again, creating a wall of vines to protect himself. The vines grab onto her again, and despite cutting them down, they grow back and bind her. Volthy comes rushing in and attacks using his magic. He checks up on Yuria, and she is glad he is back to normal. Olivia seems unscathed from the attack and retaliates with her own magic. She dashes past Al and goes to finish him off, but Al begs her to stop. She says that she's become bored and says they will meet again soon when it's just the two of them. A dark energy surrounds her and she disappears. Volthy violently questions Al's relationship with Olivia, but the king reminds him that he just saved all of them. Al explains that she is his little sister, and he tries to explain her connection with the evil god, but the king doesn't have much information about the god and promises to contact him if he finds anything out. Yuria gets sad that Al is leaving, and she hugs him, but Volthy gets jealous of them and accuses Al of trying to seduce her. He gets back to the farm and finds Testa helping with his crops. He explains everything that happened and asks if he remembers the time they explored the ruin, but Testa only remembers him passing out and didn't see the beast that appeared. Al is disappointed to hear this, but they have a delicious tomato together. Al thanks him for helping out and tells him to visit the capital with him, but Testa says he is too busy with his fishing. As Al heads back to the capital, he takes the shortcut, but once again attracts an orc. He has had enough and decides to face it head on. He punches it with all his strength, but it only gets knocked down, and Al is shocked. It gets back up, and Al runs for his life. He gets saved by his adventurer friends, and they wonder if he has gotten weaker because he's still having trouble with orcs. Al thinks it's strange, and they get back to the guild. He tells Helen and Ruri, and they are confused how an orc could survive his punch. Helen asks to see Al's status, and we see that his overwhelming strength is gone. Al realizes that when the goddess gave him her power, she removed the evil god's skill that was boosting his stats. Helen tells him not to worry, because he is still much stronger than the average adventurer. Rix appears and delivers another letter from his mother. Helen and Ruri peek at it, but there is a warning to them about making a move on Al, and they wonder if his mother has people watching them as the former commander of the Shadow Puppets. Al continues to read on, as she promises to investigate Olivia and tells him he is always welcome home, and then just goes on telling him how much she loves him. As Rix leaves, he runs into Phallus. She wants to hang out with Al, but Ruri and Helen both get jealous. As they all hang out, Al continues to wonder why Olivia suddenly appeared, and what the evil god is after. But he tries to enjoy himself with the friends that he has made. He thinks back to how he met each of them and the adventures that they've had. He is determined to get stronger so he can protect them and protect his crops, because he is farmer. But that's where this series ends. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.
I'm Derek Fennell Body Jr., a veteran of the U.S. Navy, full-time roller skater now. TurboTax is so good because I will get tax paperwork and then I can just upload these items, and you really don't have to do any work. You can just take a picture, snapshot, and boom, it's all uploaded into your TurboTax portfolio. With TurboTax, it was a sigh of relief. They're right there, they're on the spot. They've helped me with everything. Phenomenal.
File your Fed and state taxes for $0 with TurboTax. Simple tax returns only. See if you qualify.
In a small village of Yamaura, a man wakes up in the care of Eruru, an apprentice healer. With a strange mask stuck to his face and forgotten memories, he's confused and injured. Once better, Eruru's grandmother, the chief of the village, lends him her deceased son's clothes, making him unusually resemble him as he heads out. With Eruru's assistance, he explores, growing curious seeing others appear different from him and have animal features. Impulsively, he touches Eruru's tail, making her go beet red and pushing him embarrassed. The two meet the jolly Teoro and his wife, learning about the village and the recent earthquake it faced. While taking a break, Nwangi, Eruru's childhood friend and son of the king's younger brother, makes rounds gathering the hefty yearly tribute. He's grown to be obnoxious, often speaking ill of his birthplace Yamaura. Upon seeing Aruru, he forces her to go with him, trying to seduce her with luxuries. However, the man protects her, declaring her family and causing Nuwangi to go crazy jealous. In his frenzy, he smashes one of the holy shrines in the forest, awakening the forest guardian Mutakapa. At Aruru's, the man has still not regained his memories and feels the strange heat sickening him again. Unknown to them, the Mutakapa enrages outside. Nuwangi's recklessness has led the village into chaos. Even after repairing the shrine, the Mutakapa continues to attack, killing the innocent villagers. Refusing to sit idle, the man rushes up to the beast as Aruru tearfully follows. Luckily, they are saved as the beast retreats once it rains. Back at the chiefs, the village mourns. The man enters, revealing that the beast repulses being wet and volunteers to defeat it. The following day, together with Teoro and the villagers, he lures the Mutakapa into a trap filled with water. Impaling her to death, the group under his leadership and plan restores peace, returning victorious. Surprisingly, they find an erratic Aruru searching for her missing little sister, Aruru. To everyone's relief, they find her with a bulge on her stomach, claiming it's her baby. However, out falls a small Michikapa kitten. Seeing that it's just a cub, the man reasons that small lives are pure, convincing the village to readily accept the little cat. With the village rejoicing and celebrating his bravery, the chief finally gives him a name, Hakuro, the name of Aruru's and Aruru's father. Hakuro blends well, helping villagers with his medicinal knowledge. One night, after the chief sheltered a group of battle-torn men, Aruru worriedly wakes Hakuro up, telling that grandma has gone missing. While searching, Hakuro is ambushed by a swordsman, Oboro, and his two minions. Just as he intends to kill him, grandma suddenly shows up. Scolding Oboro, she informs Hakuro that she had willingly left to help Oboro's sister, Yuzuha, in his secretive village. Much to Oboro's dislike, the chief brings Hakuro along and arrives at the village tending to Yuzuha, a poor little sickly blind girl. While grandma has a word with Oboro, Hakuro and Yuzuha get familiar, making friends. Later on, they return back to Aruru, and in the morning, the villagers strangely receive a load of replenishing cargo, secretly paid by Oboro and his village. However, it's not long before the chief is called again. Hakuro and her arrive to see Yuzuha fighting for life. Luckily, they manage to help using an expensive medicine. However, Yuzuha will relapse again and again, needing the medicine ever more. To gain more funds, Oboro resorts to stealing from the Lord's mansion, coming across the samurai general of Inkala, Banawi, who injures him well. In the morning, while playing with the Mutakapa cub, Aruru and Hakuro find the collapsed Oboro. Once better with their care, Oboro's indebted to Hakuro and leaves. Nuwangi returns, this time with his father, Lord Sasanta. Loudly, they accuse the village of sheltering the thief. As the hassle intensifies, one of the soldiers gravely injures the chief as the Lord runs away scared of the tiny Mutakapa cub. Worried, the village gathers while Aruru and Aruru desperately try to save their grandma. However, she's aware that her time's up. Leaving her granddaughters with Hakuro, she sadly passes away. Hakuro soon delivers the news to Oboro, who grows enraged at himself for bringing such a calamity and leaves to confront the Lord himself. Meanwhile, the mourning villagers, knowing well of Hokuru's character, ask him to succeed the late chief. Seeing the villagers, the sheltered soldiers, and Oboro's minions all stand in unison at the decision, Hokuru accepts. Under him, the men leave to join Oboro. Infuriated villagers break into the mansion, wreaking havoc as Oboro's chained below. Freeing himself, he joins Hokaru and the villagers. Together, they attack Sasantea, who cowers like a dog, yelling for his son. However, Hokaru stabs him swiftly with the bladed fan the chief herself had bestowed him. Meanwhile, Nuwangi flees enraged at Hokaru as the mansion falls to the villagers. It seems like Banawi the samurai withheld backup. Victorious, the village is now at the mercy of the imperial court. They will surely come after them. Anticipating the imperial army's arrival anytime, the village prepares for the clash as Mukuru grows hungrier than usual. Even frustratedly fumbling with Aruru and leaving her almost bare-chested. Bad kitty. Even Oboro arrives with Yuzuha being indebted to Hakuro. He declares him his brother and joins with his people to prepare for the battle. As Aruru and Aruru make friends with Yuzuha, Oboro reveals that it was Yuzuha's wish to come here. Later on, Aruru and Hakuro find it doubtful Aruru hiding something. Pulling her aside, they find Mukuru munching on the stalks, now a massive Mutakapa. Soon, Hakaru and Oboro explore for villages to ally with, coming across the deadly scene of an innocent village torched to ash. Banawi and his men emerge from the smoke, immediately igniting a clash as Hakaru battles Banawi and Oboro with Banawi's right hand, Kuru. On the brink of defeat, a roar erupts as Mukuru and Aruru spring, defending Hikaru. Stunned seeing Amutakapa, Benawi decides to retreat, but not before acknowledging Hikaru. Back at the imperial court, Benawi kneels before the king as he selfishly summons Nuwangi, putting him in charge instead. With Nuwangi as the new head general, he's being a literal pain in the ass, insulting Kuru, Benawi's right hand, into joining him, only to scatter off when faced with brute strength. Meanwhile, Hakuro, Oboro, and Teoro have been gathering allies, with more villages joining them at the news of Benawi torching one. As they sit chatting, Eruru brings in an awkward man claiming to be a frequent merchant at the mansion. Clumsily, he showcases his goods, even presenting a not-so-appropriate item to Eruru, before being escorted out by Hakuro. On his way, he suspiciously changes his demeanor, brandishing a dagger and mentioning the expensive medicine Oboro searches for before returning to his clumsy self. Out at the checkpoints, Benawi and Kuru are alerted. Within the shadows, the same merchant appears, passing information to Benawi. However, a survivor from the checkpoints stumbles at Hakuro's, making the villagers even more angered. Hakuro launches an attack and is surprised upon finding Benawi and Kuru there, although it seems as if Benawi would triumph. However, as more villagers join Hakuro, Benawi once again retreats defeated. At the imperial court, Benawi is shoved into dungeons for returning vanquished and questioning the king's reckless attacks on innocent villages as Nuwangi takes reins. Hakuro's forces strengthen, speedily taking over the country and now confident to break into the imperial city. Unknown to them, Nuwangi has joined the stupid king's reckless antics of battering all villages, even innocent ones, so they don't stand against him. While Hakuro visits Yuzuha, Oboro rushes with the news. Headed by Nuwangi, the imperial forces are about mass slaughter when Hakuro's men sprint onto them, making their forces cowardly retreat. However, the idiots sure drop their own commander behind. Fallen off his pedestal, Nuwangi's captured. The rat's finally found. Tied and ready to be beheaded, Nuwangi is still a pain. Lucky for him, Hakuro lets Eruru take the decision, and the sweet girl frees him. Now stronger than ever, Hakuro's forces confidently invade the imperial city and wreak mayhem. Kuru rushes to the dungeons, freeing Benawi. Avoiding Hakuro, Benawi goes to the king, raising his blade to slay him as the lewd king begs, reasoning there are so many women to play with. Just as Hakuro enters, Benawi kills the king, placing the blade on his own neck before Hakuro swats it away, refusing for him to end. Together, the two walk out, announcing the fall of the emperor as the people erupt, rejoicing. With the dawn of a new empire, Hokoru is crowned king. Soon, the Onkamiya Mukai arrive, mediators from the temple of Witzel Namida, the people's god. As representatives of the temple, Princess Orutori and a temple teacher, Muto, arrive at the new kingdom. Meeting Hakuro and Benawi, they put forward the proposal of friendship and to act in the future as their mediators. The two were shown around by Eruru, whom the princess mistakes for Hakuro's queen. Meanwhile, Hakuro, while on a break, comes across another winged Onkamiya Mukai, later finding her asleep in his bed. Sensing the familiar aura, Orutori enters, catching her and informing Hakuro that she's her little sister, Camus, who had followed her. With his good heart, Hakuro allows her in, and soon Camus blends together with Aruru and Yuzuha, making friends and playing till exhausted. Seeing the kingdom happy and satisfied themselves, the Onkamiya Mukai soon leaves, certain of their new friendship with the kingdom of Tusker. Hakuro has done well. However, all kingdoms do not happily accept the new kingdom of Tusker, and soon a hostile message is sent from Niue, the emperor of Shikara-Pikcham. It demands Tusker to be ruled under them or to fall battling them. With the best of his character, Hakuro tries to settle, even scolding Oboro, who's always quick with his anger and protective of his brother Hakuro. But despite Hakuro receiving the envoys respectfully and peacefully, Niue attacks Tusker's checkpoints, alarming Hakuro. Now serving Hakuro, Benawi soon gathers forces, lining the fort and preparing for the attack. Niue's parties soon march onto them, with Kuru and Benawi fending them off. Meanwhile, together with his minions, Oboro secretly infiltrates the fallen castle. As Hakuro overlooks, waiting for his plan to go in action, he finds Aruru and Eruru to have followed him. Soon the castle goes ablaze with the concoction bursting and Niue's forces are trapped. Hakuro marches onto them, defeating the masses as Niue himself shows up.
You can be confident choosing Farmers Insurance. There's no need to knock on wood.
Perfect.
This is an unnatural amount of natural light.
Thank you.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Face to face, Niue warns that he shall meet him again before retreating. One night, as the sea rages under the thunderous weather, a trafficking ship is caught in the waves. Abandoning the abducted, sailors flee, but not before a rabid girl, one of the seas, escapes as well, killing all the sailors ashore. By the time Hakuro's forces arrive, they find Bloodshit and the collapsed girl. Bringing her in, they lock her up, but the girl, Karula, breaks through, showing up before Hakuro. Her skills surely please Karu. However, Hakuro receives her warmly, asking Eruru to tend to her injuries. Being her clever self, Karula easily decodes Eruru's love for Hakuro, making her blood red. Upon Eruru's request, Karula's allowed out and adjusts quite well, avoiding Kuro's failed advances, brazenly drinking sake in broad daylight and making friends with Orutori herself. For her skills, Hakuro decides to give her command, but not before Benowi assesses her. The soldiers gather as the two faces each other. Karula is not an easy opponent, but Benowi is still a hailed samurai and comes out victorious. However, she fought skillfully. Accepting command, Karula orders her weapon, an extremely massive sword that even breaks Kuro's sweat. But the Godling woman lifts it easily, leaving everyone dumbfounded. At last, Karula has found an abode out of shackles. With the threat of Nued attacking any minute, Hakuro seeks alliances with other countries, having Orutori act as the mediator. While at an official gathering for sealing the alliance, an exasperated Teoro enters, calling for Hakuro and yelling that Yameyura is under attack. Sliding down the post he's leaning on, the jolly Teoro passes away, joining his wife and others of fallen Yameyura. Outside, Hakuro finds the enemy right upon his door and defeats them, realizing that it's not Niue's forces but Kucha Ketchins. The soldiers strangely seem almost tranced into madness. Hakuro himself is speechless. It seems that the situation is connected to Hakuro's past, which he does not remember. He must have committed something so grave as to turn the people of Kucha Ketcha into maniacs in hatred for him. With no luck in mediating and receiving a dying messenger back, Hakuro decides to attack. Together, Hakuro's forces march onwards. On their way, Mukuru senses something odd, and within a second, Hakuro is surrounded by the maniac forces. A strange girl, Tuka, and a man claiming to be Hakuro's brother-in-law aim to slay him. They call him Rakshane. The man, Lord Orikaken, claims Hakuro's identity is of an evil man, Rakshane, who had ruthlessly killed his people, wife, and even his children, dead set to not let him survive in the name of justice. On Tuka's advice, Orikaken decides to retreat as Hakuro himself returns back. Stunned, he's tired to the bone and collapses into sleep, having strange nightmares of being surrounded by those he must have killed. Meanwhile, Oboro scouts the area for the opponent forces when he, once again, comes across Tuka. However, she is alone and he combats solitary only to lose. Heading back, Tuka gives him the message that justice shall win. Gathering willpower, Hakuro once again marches for the enemy with his troops, going for an integral bridge used by them. At the mouth of it, they are met with Tuka, but manage to overpower her till she stands alone. Despite Hakuro asking her for clarity, she maintains that he's an evil man. Her unrelenting behavior leads Karula to combat her and slash the bridge off as Tuka collapses into the ditch with it. However, the situation is too intense for poor Hakuro, and he falls under tremendous trance-like stress, wondering who he really is. Eruru is worried, seeing the man who she has known to be selfless and brave, doubting his unknown past. As the news of Lord Orikaken and Tuka, and Evanko the Warrior of Justice, makes rounds, Hakuro's peoples grow uneasy, questioning if he's a good man. Hakuro's immensely demoralized, making Karula push Eruru to take advantage of the situation and console the sad man to love. However, without motive, Eruru hugs Hakuro, easing and assuring him that he'll always be supported and loved by her as Hakuro and never Rakshane. Feeling a bit better, Hakuro has some leisure time fooling around with Aruru, Mukuru, and Eruru, but doesn't last long. Hakuro's forces gather back and soon they head out to face the Kucha Ketchins. Entering the battlefield, Hakuro's forces once again clash with the enemy. On motive, Hakuro withdraws, making Orikaken and Tuka follow him. Once alone, Orikaken prepares to kill him, but Hakuro smashes him to the ground, demanding to be told of his past. Sprawled, Orikaken taunts him for being evil, and Hakuro strangely starts feeling unstable, his body heating up. Upon seeing Hakuro heating up, Orikaken's demeanor changes as he gets terrified. Before Hakuro can react, an arrow flies through Orikaken's throat, killing him right there. It's Niue. Cackling, Niue calls to Hakuro, saying he purposefully agitated the Kucha Ketchins against him before riding away. Although returns safely with his troops, Niue is preparing for much mischief. Niue has launched attacks on the villages of Tusker left and right, trying their level best to incite. Oboro and Kuru are clearly irritated. However, Hakuro is caught on to Niue's antics and chooses to strengthen border defense instead of invading Shikripikim. Earnestly, Haruko asks Oboro and others to trust his plan as Niwa, on the other hand, greedily awaits Hakuro to transform into his true beast. He wants to acquire him. With effectively defending borders, Niwa decides to advance offensively. He gathers his elite troops and something more. Together with them, he marches into Tusker, burning and killing all villages and innocents they come into contact with. Ruthlessly and with no remorse, with the chaos growing extreme, decides on a very risky plan. To allow Niwa's forces into Tusker until Shikrapechim is drained of its cavalries and then invade the castle at Shikrapechim, taking Niwa's head. For now, as they battle, surprisingly, Tuka joins them, for being indebted to Hakuro for releasing her and paying respect to Orikaken's body. Together, Hakuro's forces once again drive the enemy to borders. With thousands of innocent lives fallen, Hakuro decides to leave the troops under Benawi and invade Shikrapechim to kill Niwa himself. On the border, a massive army of Shikrapechim awaits, making Benawi desperately counts on Hakuro. Meanwhile, Hakuro smashes into Niwa's castle, with Karula being her cocky self. Handling the three elite warriors of Niwa, Tuka, and Eruru advance inside. Within the castle, Niwa unleashes his trump card onto them, armored men turned into soulless zombie-like maniacs. Cackling, Niwa reveals that they are elite soldiers from his invasions turned maniacs by triggering the beast in them. However, the beast he wishes to acquire the most is Hakuro. As Karula enters providing much-needed backup, Hakuro and Eruru go after Niwa. However, the madman Niwa sets his own country on fire, burning his own people to trap Hakuro from escaping. Seeing Niwa's madness, the beast starts erupting. Enraged, he goes after Niwa alone, as the mental king seems to almost drooling at the sight of his beast breaking through. Pushed to the brink, transforms into an unsightly being, shredding Niwa to threads of flesh. He stands stricken at the sight of his own work. The rain pours down as Hakuro steps out, victorious among the seas of bodies. Tusker has won again, but at what cost? What has it awakened? The war and its horrors melt away as the country begins restoring itself. Hakuro even sends for help to re-establish the government at Kucha-Kecha. For his kind gesture, Tuka has become one of Hakuro's loyal comrades. Peace once again allows children to play carelessly. Of course, Aruru and Mukuru now join with the mischievous Karula to resume their plundering of food stocks. That's before they're caught red-handed, though. Among all the bliss, however, Hakuro is silently suffering. Nightmares of the fateful burning war keep returning to him as Niwa taunts him of the beast he is. One sleepless night, he comes across Camus, strangely drinking constantly, unable to quench her thirst. He worries, but Oritori hurriedly takes her away, unaware he's being spectated by a strange man. Unable to face his misery of the events at Shikrapechim and decide for the survivors of it, Hakuro returns to the ruins. As he stands berating himself, Eruru once again makes him hopeful for the coming tomorrow. Eased, he lets the survivors return and rebuild their ruined homeland. Once again wandering at night, he again finds Camus playing around with something unworldly when a strange man reveals himself. Introducing himself as Genjimaru, he takes Hakuro to meet his ruler and outsteps a veiled person, Kuya, the ruler of Kunikamen. Meeting Hakuro, Kuya immediately reveals that he's had an investigation done on him and knows a lot. However, he's curious as to how led such small people to huge rebellions and take big empires, wondering if he has powers due to being a Kunaite. Seeing Hakuro confused, he explains that Kunaites are under the divinity of Godon the Tekkaean, the true god, who was overthrown by Witzel Namida, the god of misfortune. With Hakuro pondering over the news, his land is quite blissful. One day, Hakuro is presented with a rare creature, Mikyum, a creature thought to be able to cure all illnesses. Immediately, Oboro wills to buy it for Yuzuha. Seeing Oboro so serious as to get it for Yuzuha, Hakuro buys it for him, and immediately Aruru names it Gachatera. Later, Oboro drunkenly thanks Hakuro before his minions take him away. Hokaru returns to meet Kuya. Talking again, he embarrassingly listens to more information about him, particularly about having lots of women. He isn't even aware of it himself. That's when Kuya removes the veil, showing herself. She's a beautiful girl, not a boy. Hakuro and his friends sit feasting, and they are delivered a message regarding the rebellion moves of slaves in Medtuk, led by Deliharai. It seems to have caught Karula's eye. That night, she enters Hakuro's quarters all dressed, requesting him to help the rebels of Medtuk. Upon accepting, she stands up to Hakuro's astonishment, removing her attire to pay him back. That is not what I thought repayment is. Worse, they are caught by Eruru herself. Surely Hakuro gets a serious silent treatment in the following days. In addition to the chaos, Hakuro is abducted by Karula and Oritori, and the whole platoon, including Aruru, Eruru, Camus, Yuzuha, Tuka, Mukuru, and Gachatera, decides to go on the journey. On their way, Aruru and Hakuryu luckily clear misconceptions just before they are surrounded by Delihore and his troops. It turns out he's Karula's brother, unaware that she's his sister. At night, as she reconciles with Katuma, fires waft from Delihore's settlement. Immediately, Hakuro's friends assail Natuk's attack, fending them off, but Delihore is not pleased with the assistance. He gets a lesson from Karula, but the boy's quite stone-headed. However, dismissing Delihore, Katuma bows, asking Karula and her friends to help in the rebellion. Now with added help, Delihore advances on Natuk's troops, coming out victorious. Although he's a bit irritated by the experience and wise fighters Hokaru and his friends are, he soon grows up to them. From her past, Karula remembers an underground route via waterway into the castle. Hence, they decide to break in from the underways while Delihore's troops fight outside. As Hakuro and the rest get into the castle, shocked, they are met with the sight of thousands of Larumanion new blossoms grown from human bodies as a madman, the ruler of Natuk, Sankasu, sits on his throne surrounded by them. Upon seeing Karula, he calls her real name Karolostre, leaving Delihore ajar from realization. Declaring his love for her, he reveals that he hailed chaos only for her to return. Charging, Karula and Delihore kill Sankasu, but before Delihore can get a chance to reunite with his sister, he's hurried off to help the rest of the men. Days later, Delihore visits Tusker to thank the Emperor for his aid and is taken aback when Hakuro walks in. Paying his respects, he leaves as Karula watches her brother go well and strong. A clumsy little girl, Sakuya, breaks into Hakuro's place, stumbling into Hakuro's quarters accidentally. Luckily, he sends the soldiers off as Sakuya introduces herself as Kuya's representative. He follows her to Kuya, but doesn't go unnoticed. Sneaking behind a tree, she watches him and accidentally shrieks when Kuya suggests Hakuro take a wife from her country, getting herself caught. However, Kuya implies Sakuya as a perfect candidate, making her redder than blood and reasoning that she's great in bed. That surely made everyone uncomfortable because the girl clearly doesn't know the meaning. However, there's much going on in Kuya's land and they're engaged in a possible war. One evening, Hakuro astonishingly finds a collapsed Aruru bitten by Camus. Upon finding her, he sees Camus terrified and confused by her own actions. However, Aruru, being a good friend, never forsakes her. Meanwhile, the situation at Kunakamun is intensifying, since the Kunakamun holds the frightening massive bots capable of swiping the troops clean in one go. Soon, Hakuro falls in a tough spot when Elemu reaches him to mediate between them and Kunakamun, begging that they had no intention of attacking it. Despite oratory mediating from Hakuro's side, Kunakamun rejects it, highlighting their blasphemous god Witzel Namida, and continues to attack Elemu. It turns out that it's not Kuya, who is giving out the ruthless order to invade and kill in the land of Elemu, but a troublesome fellow Huanqua. Disturbed a bit, Kuya reaches out to Hakuro, and being a good friend, he earnestly tells her to seek much-needed advice from those she loves like Sakuya and Genjimaru, similar to how he seeks his from Aruru. Although Kuya returns determined, more states start attacking Kunakamun under immense stress. She finally falls to Huanqua's manipulation, ordering bloodshed across lands. The Kunakamun bots start trampling through empires after empires, even taking down the empire of Onkamiya Mukai, where they are helped by a strange man, D. Soon, Kunakamun marches for Hakuro's door as well. Concerned for his people, Hakuro empties the capital as Oboro, Banawi, Kuros, Karula, and others stand waiting until the formidable bots show up in Tusker. Kunakamun bots arrive before Hakuro's force, wreaking havoc. With the conditions at the front plummeting, Hakuro rides back to handle the situation himself. He appears before the Huanqua, making him grow maniacally delighted at the sight. Attempting to pull him away, Hakuro retreats, but Huanqua catches up, attacking him. Before Huanqua can harm him, Aruru and Mukuru appear, all of a sudden. Events take a dire turn when Huanqua brutally hits Aruru to death. The sight of her is enough to make Hakuro tremble. Shaking in devastation, he holds her close as Huanqua heartlessly stomps on him. All spectated by a horrified Aruru who was searching for Aruru. Unaware, Huanqua has triggered something far more formidable than the bots. Black miasma erupts from under him as his bot starts crumpling like bread, and out emerges a massive creature. He pins Huanqua's bot, bursting his head like a bubble as Huanqua falls out, wailing for his mommy. With the situation ending in such a twist of events, Hakuro wakes up in his quarters having another one of his nightmares. Upon Aruru entering, he worriedly asks for Aruru, only to find her playing outside. The strange man D has seen the events unfold with Kuya lost in pressing the war forward. He seems to be planning for more chaos to come, and Genjimaru is aware of it. Meanwhile, Hakuro is confused at what had happened to him and how Aruru is alive. He suffers visions of being in a lab-like place, seeing a test subject girl resembling Eruru but named Mikoto and a man with a similar mask to his, named Hakuro as well. It's not long before Genjimaru stumbles, asking for help and allying with Hakuro. With him by his side, Hakuro decides to rescue the High Priest, Oritori, and Camus's father first. One night, as Eruru tends to Hakuro's wounds, he reminds her of the first time she cared for him, asking her to always be by his side. This makes her go quiet. She holds an unspoken secret and might have formed a pact with the creature Hakuro transformed into to save Aruru's life. However, Oritori, being a priestess, knows all and honestly tells her to live as herself. Soon, the men and Genjimaru return with the High Priest. Now as a High Priest, Oritori mediates and gathers the children of Witzel Namida to help against the bloodshed of Kunkamun. This time, Hakuro marches with his troops towards Kunkamun, defeating the bots with Genjimaru's guidance. While fighting, Hakuro and Genjimaru are strangely teleported inside the castle and before Kuya. She is still in her antics, however. After a clash of brute force, Hakuro manages to calm her. With Kuya fallen, the mysterious man D finally shows up together with his two minions, including the rabid Huenkwa. Immediately, Oritori recognizes him, a fellow philosopher Onkamiya Mukai who had gone missing. D confronts Genjimaru for defying his pact, who has realized that Eruru holds a similar pact as well, making everyone else confused as to what they're talking about. As the situation intensifies, Oritori teleports everyone to safety and Hakuro's beast once again starts pulsating. He transforms into his massive self, making poor Huenkwa piss his pants, bringing him down for good. As Hakuro fights, Camus appears from behind a post asking D to stop, but the man summons a girl named Mutsumi, his daughter, and Camus transforms into a different girl, attacking Hakuro head-on. Seeing the situation, Genjimaru sacrifices himself, causing D to withdraw and leave the land in flames as Hakuro, back to his normal self, carries an injured Kuya out. Finally, Oritori explains the confusion to Hakuro, clearing that a spirit of the Onkamiya Mukai ancestor often reincarnates in their bodies, this time Camus's, so that it can be with the god Witzel Namida. D himself happens to be Witzel Namida, and the beast within Hakuro is another manifestation of Witzel Namida. Sensing he'll be gone in this war, Hakuro asks Oboro to succeed him if anything is to happen and decides to set out alone to bring Camus back. But how can his troop of friends let their beloved leader go alone? Together, they march to Onkamiya Mukai under Oritori's guidance. Once they enter, they are immediately ambushed by unworldly attacking blobs as Camus, or should I say Mutsumi, leads them. Hakuro follows her, coming to a dead end, and is hit with another vision of the labs. There, the doctor, referring to Hakuro as Iceman, allows him to escape with Mikoto. As the vision fades, Mutsumi attacks again. However, Aruru calls out to Camus, making Mutsumi collapse in a struggle. Before they can pry Camus back, D appears. Hakuro turns into the beastly creature, nullifying the pact with Eruru to save Aruru and setting them free as D himself transforms. The two zooms into the sky, ready to clash, engaging in the final clash between the two versions of Witzel Namida. D and Hakuro immerse in a frightening clash, hitting each other with full force. While clashing, D relentlessly tries to justify his acts of inciting wars as to be done in favor of his children, the followers of Witzel Namida. However, Hakuro denies accepting brazen bloodshed. Soon he realizes that the two of them are splits of the same body of the god Witzel Namida and decides to rejoin himself with D and ultimately end him. As D charges, staving his armed hand into Hakuro's torso, Hakuro cleverly takes the hit, beginning to co-join with D's body, swooshing his bladed arm at his neck and beheading the giant beast of D. Engulfed in a tornado of miasma, Hakuro stands solitary, joined with Witzel Namida's other half. His beastly self stands before Eruru and Ahuru as the poor girls cry for him. Once Camus is back, he asks Oritori to seal him away, wishing to put an end to the mayhem. Oritori chants as the Hakuro's friends charge, slashing, attacking, and assailing Hakuro's beast as it flashes and is sent to the beyond. Before Hakuro's soul goes along, he says his last words to each and every one of his friends, especially Eruru, who at last confesses her love for him before he walks away. Running towards him, she engulfs Hakuro, giving him their first and last goodbye kiss. With Hakuro gone, Oboro takes the throne of Tusker, and the country returns to its peace. The story starts with a group of boys that went out to pick up chicks on a night ride. A high school girl named Hitomi gets kidnapped by several men intending to have fun with her. The college student Yuya forced to drive the van. Before he can save her, Yuya finds that Hitomi has easily killed her attackers. She forces him to drive to an arena for a fight between herself and a lion hybrid. Hitomi wagers Yuya's organs as a prize. if she loses, and the fight starts with the lion manhandling the chick. He sends a roar that paralyzes its enemy, as all animals' primal instincts upon hearing the roar is to tremble in fear, but not Hitomi, who bites the lion's fingers off and reveals that she is a hybrid of a honey badger, the most fearless animal in the world. After easily killing her opponent, our boy takes her back to his place to treat her injuries and rests as a thank you for saving him. Later that day, Yuya is informed by Hitomi's guardian Shido that 4 Zaibatsu conglomerates sponsor underground death matches in Japan between genetically engineered hybrids called therianthropes, who combine the intelligence of humans with the power of animals to attract wealthy investors and gain political and economic influence. Due to Hitomi betting his organs, Yuya is technically the only investor she is allowing her to take part in matches. Hitomi is ordered to protect Yuya, who is given Hitomi's prize money, 100 million, to bet on future fights. Later, while getting some snacks for his monster girl, Yuya gets attacked by another hybrid wanting to learn about Hitomi. Hitomi arrives to save Yuya. The hybrid reveals herself as Ryoko, a porcupine hybrid from the Yatsubashi Zaibatsu, who uses metallic quills as stabbing weapons. She had intended to kill Yuya so Hitomi would have no investor for future matches, but decides to kill Hitomi instead. As they battle, it is revealed that Hitomi's honey badger skin is too tough to pierce, even with metal weapons. As Ryoko prepares another attack, she gets knocked out by a hippopotamus hybrid named Okajima. He asks Hitomi to join the Ashita Zaibatsu. Hitomi, going on her animalistic behavior, angrily refuses until she receives a message from Shido changing her mood and making her agree to fight her next death match as a representative of the Ashita. Hitomi transfers to Yuya's university, where she first meets one of Yuya's friends. While responding to nature call, she meets Aruza, a Shida hybrid, also from the Yatsubashi. She enrages Hitomi by stealing her underwear and goading her into a fight. Sadly, this catfight gets interrupted by a representative of Mitsukado Zaibatsu and his bear friend. The guy informs them that Hitomi is representing Ishida in the next death match, so they are forbidden from fighting beforehand. That said, the Badger girl couldn't bear hearing him anymore, so she attacks the four-eyed boy, who turns out can move his feet swiftly. After defusing the situation, an unknown observer of the fight revealed that all 4 Zaibatsu are targeting Hitomi, and they will most likely strike during the upcoming death match. To hide their hybrid identities, Hitomi and Aruza end up wearing cosplay, while students from the photography club photograph them. As Yuya returns home, he finds Liu the lion hybrid alive, along with Yoko Mitsukado, the granddaughter of the Mitsukado Zaibatsu's president. Yoko reveals that Hitomi's guardian Shido is using the matches to test his hybrid research. That's why Yuya must not participate in the match as Hitomi's strategist. Yoko is angered when he decides to take part, having hoped his lack of courage would make him withdraw. She decides to take part in the match to ensure Hitomi's death. That said, there is still one obstacle in front of Team, and that is to find a third member, as the match requires 3 team members. Okajima attempts to recruit another hybrid, but the only one available is Inaba, a rabbit hybrid who has never won a match. Yet to her credit, she is cute as hell. The cutie pie gets attacked by Akemi, a horned lizard hybrid, who has been preventing other hybrids from joining the Ashita, aka the Misfit team. Inaba is almost shot by the blood bullets from Akemi's eyes, and although she is fast, she gets cornered in an alley where the camera team showcases how thick she is. Luckily, she gets saved by Hitomi, and by using her sensitive hearing, Inaba deduces that Akemi has a twin sister shooting from another location, allowing Hitomi to defeat them. Since fighting before the match is forbidden, Hitomi blackmails the sisters into claiming they were defeated by Inaba. Inaba, excited by her first ever victory, joins their team. Before the start of the matches, Hitomi's team meets Teiga, a tiger hybrid fighting for the Yatsubashi. His sister, Aruza, decides she wants to kill Hitomi. Shigo is announced as the director of the match on Hobody Island in the Philippine Sea. During the match, the hybrids are forced to follow instructions from their investors, who move them around the map like pieces on a chessboard. Yuya is initially treated with contempt by his investor opponents, who think he has no idea how to play the game, but they are forced to take him seriously when he makes an expert move, which is revealed Hitomi has been sending him hand signals via the monitors, telling him which locations to move her to. Hitomi faces her first opponent, Jerome, a bear hybrid representing the Mitsukado. The bear, after talking with Leo, learned that Hitomi tends to measure the opponent's strength and speed by taking the first hit, so he advised him to draw caution and hit her with his most powerful blow, ending her at the spot. Yet, our sexy badger shocks the bear man and the investors by incapacitating Jerome in less than a second with only a single move. Elsewhere on the map, Okajima is placed into a temporary alliance with Shota, a gorilla hybrid from Mitsukado, and Shina, a crocodile hybrid from Sumitomo, to take down Teiga, the former winner of the competition. Using the jumbled terrain to his advantage, Taiga starts leaping all over like a madman, or better yet, like a mad cat, till he incapacitates Ryuji and Shota with ease. Meanwhile, Arusa is maneuvered into an area not covered by the cameras, allowing Kazama, a gecko hybrid, along with Den Omuna, a cobra hybrid, who is a creep beyond redemption, to restrain Kitty Girl, with Den planning on some Animal Crossing type of experiment. Back to the main fight, Okajima resolves to die fighting, but suddenly Taiga gets ordered to move to another area by his investor so he can save Arusa. Before Taiga can leave, he gets immobilized by Ryuji, who traps Taiga's leg in his jaws and goes into a spinning mode, just like how crocodiles do in real life. Yuya realizes Ryuji had planned this, as hybrids failing to follow instructions within a time limit will be executed via explosive collars. The bunny girl is shown alone elsewhere on the island, minding her own business, being thick while digging a hole. Back to the story, the ugly bastard prepares to show Arusa what they do over H-anime. Sadly for him, Hitomi, who had been moved there by Yuya, arrived to save Arusa. Yuya is mocked by the investors for making the foolish move to save an opponent, but gets encouraged to believe in his girl by a hottie sitting across from him. As cameras get moved to the area, Hitomi struggles to counter Kazama's fighting style, which utilizes the sticky skin on her fingers. Having been distracted by Hitomi, Den has his face slashed by Arusa. Reluctantly deciding to team up, Hitomi decides to fight Den while Arusa fights Kazama. A flashback shows that Den and Kazama got hired to fight in the match by Sumitomo. Yuya learns that when Shido took control of the matches, he changed the rules so criminals like Den could volunteer to become hybrids and compete. Elsewhere, Taiga is suddenly freed from Ryuji's jaws by Okajima after the latter recalled a convo with his boss on how beasts should value their lives and not throw them away. This action allowed Taiga to flee to his order destination and cancel the explosion that would have killed him. Ryuji, angered and vows to kill Okajima, so he powers up, healing his wound while powering up. We get this fun info on how crocodiles not only have strong bodies that can heal, but also strong immune systems that can even cure HIV. Meanwhile, Bad Bunny is shown underground digging a complicated tunnel and having the best time of her life. While upstairs, Hitomi is still fighting the rapist Cobra. She manages to trick Den and tries to attack his blinded right side, but doesn't realize Den can still see her using his snake tongue to track her body heat. Hitomi suddenly collapses, paralyzed by breathing Den's venom. Kazama also further transforms into a monstrous gecko and overpowers Arusa. Den prepares to put his Cobra cannons in Hitomi, but at the last second, Badger Girl overcomes the paralysis and cuts his private parts off with a single slash, with the creep twisting in pain. Enraged, Den attacks, but Hitomi easily cuts his body in half, severing his tail and incapacitating him. Kazama is left to fight both Arusa and Hitomi alone. As Okajima is about to lose against Ryuji, their fight is interrupted by Kido, a hybrid sponsored by Yoko. Kido is revealed to be Shota's teammate, and he is an absolute unit, able to kill Ryuji with a single punch without transforming into his hybrid form, further shocking the investors by mercilessly being Ryuji's corpse. His reason: if he broke his body to little pieces, it would be easier to turn him to fertilizers to grow the trees he broke. Yup, the guy is an environmentalist. Anyway, seeing the hippo in trouble, the boss orders Okajima to retreat before getting attacked by Shota, only to suddenly disappear. Okajima is shown to have fallen into one of the tunnels dug by Inaba. She surfaces next to Shota, who serves as a prime example of why you shouldn't skip leg day, and upon seeing this atrocity, the bunny girl flees in panic. Meanwhile, Kazama is ordered to flee from the area to a safer location, which doesn't turn out to be a good move as she comes face to face with Tiger Boy, who swiftly kills her. Back to the girls, Arusa and Hitomi happily begin fighting each other. Arusa pins Hitomi, intending to kill her, but instead they begin kissing passionately. They are shown to be drugged by Kori, a civet hybrid from Yatsubishi who can produce a pheromone that causes uncontrollable lust. This enrages Yoko, who considers such tactics shameful and without honor, yet the investors don't give any attention to her angry body language as they get more excited watching Arusa and Hitomi until Yoko angrily demands the game continue. Her true intention was revealed to humiliate Shido by beating his hybrids and tactics and ending his influence over her beloved grandfather, who funny is sitting in a different room with his boy enjoying the show. Hitomi suddenly breaks free from her lust by focusing on her real lust for Shido. She attacks Kaori just as Taiga reaches them. Behind the scenes, the presidents of the 4 Zaibatsus discuss corruptly legalizing hybrids, turning matches into a legal business owned solely by the Zaibatsu that wins the current game. Shido, as the head of the hybrid creation project, has been manipulating events so that no matter which Zaibatsu wins, he will be the one with all the power. With the underhanded company politics out of the way, we back with the action, or rather the monkey and banana chase, which ends up with Shota managing to trap Inaba but damaging several trees doing so. Yep, the stick legs have forgotten that Kido despises anyone who damages the forest. So when the big guy gives the monkey boy a mean look, instead of talking shit out, monkey boy's minority complex kicks in. So he lashes out and tries to knock his leaf-loving teammate, which doesn't work because let's be real, a guy wearing glass, skipping leg day, can't knock out a guy with face tattoos similar to Mike Tyson. So needless to say, Kido rips Shota in half, but leaves Inaba alive. After the big man leaves for his new destination, Inaba becomes determined to help Hitomi by telling her info about what happened and how strong the man is. Taiga insists on fighting Hitomi alone without Arusa or Kaori. He reveals that his ultimate goal is to defeat Leo and that Leo is far stronger than people think, and that Leo had only pretended to lose to Hitomi as her strength was so far below his, he didn't take the fight seriously. Taiga, knowing Leo only seriously fights those he considers his equal, strives to become stronger so he could kill Leo in a fair fight. As Hitomi had insulted Leo by believing herself capable of killing him, Taiga became determined to kill Hitomi for the insult. Hitomi and Taiga prepare to fight to the death, which the hottie welcomes with a scary smile. Hitomi takes several hits from Taiga, waiting for the best time to counterattack, which surprises Tiger Boy, who is looking down on her. So he admits she is strong and has the potential to beat Leo, therefore he decides to power up to the fullest and go for the finishing blow. However, his dash gets interrupted by Inaba when she arrives to warn Hitomi about Kido, not realizing Taiga is behind her. As Inaba flees, she gets caught by Kaori's pheromones and collapses. On the other side, Yuya gets mocked by the investors for killing Hitomi with his playing style. Thinking about how his life was empty until he met Hitomi, our boy overcomes his fear of making choices by focusing on his friendship and decides to forego his turn to move Hitomi elsewhere, allowing her to continue fighting Taiga. Hitomi almost manages to counter Taiga's next attack, but is suddenly attacked by Kido's transformed tail, covered in heavy protective scales. At that moment, Yuya realizes Yoko emotionally manipulated him into keeping Hitomi in the fight, so Kido, whom she also emotionally manipulated into hating Hitomi, could kill her. Despite being overwhelmed with lust, Inaba tricks Kaori into falling into one of her tunnels. Hitomi attempts to fight back but cannot cut Kido's armored skin, hence she gets dumpstered by the big guy who whips her with his tail. As Kido is about to kill Hitomi, he is attacked from behind by Taiga, but even he cannot cut Kido's skin. Everyone is shocked as Kido fully transforms, covering his entire body in thick armor, revealing himself as a pangolin hybrid. Hitomi gets knocked unconscious. Taiga tries to break Kido's scales by hitting him over and over and over with his sharp claws till the big guy bowls a classic pangolin move, turning into a ball of steel. Kitty Boy does what every cat does, keep attacking the circle object, but then he gets tricked when the beast among monsters opens a hole which Catboy shoves his arm in, resulting in the loss of it. Taiga is saved by Okujima, whose attack knocks the tank to the ground and they proceed to sumo wrestle, but the tank man doesn't play fair, and he stabs the hippo. However, it leaves Kido vulnerable long enough for Taiga to claw out his right eye. Despite this, both Taiga and Okujima are clapped by Kido as he stands strong above all. Yoko happily declares her victory for the Mitsukado. However, Hitomi suddenly and explosively awakens and transforms further into her monstrous honey badger form, with much more hair that becomes white. In other words, she became Super Badger Saiyan. Shudo reveals that while most hybrids are genetically modified humans, Hitomi was born with hybrid DNA, making her an origin beast, a perfect fusion of human and animal. A flashback to 7 years ago reveals that Shido first encountered Hitomi living like a wild animal in Hong Kong. By feeding and spending time with her, despite the numerous injuries she caused him, Shido managed to gain her trust and named her Hitomi. Shido's co-worker, Shibayama, ended up shooting her with tranquilizer dart, causing her to collapse in an area controlled by the Layman Mafia. They are eventually saved from the Mafia by match overseer Shinozaki. Later, Hitomi began to develop feelings for Shido for protecting her. Back in the present, Hitomi attacks Kido with vastly superior strength and speed than her previous attacks. Their punches were so powerful the players had to cover their ears. As the fight continues, they destroy the filming equipment and cut the power, causing the signal to the ship to be lost. Hitomi manages to slash Kido's unprotected chest, so he decides to go into ball mode, unwise move on his behalf as World's Cup is near, hence the soccer fever is in the air, prompting her to kick him into several trees, destroying them. Kido's flashback reveals he associates plants with his mother who passed away and left him with his alcoholic father who mistreated the flowers, driving Kido to madness and eventually killing his papa. The fight announcer arrives in time to film the action when Kido severs Hitomi's right arm, forcing his protective scales outwards, becoming rows of knives. He beats Hitomi until she suddenly flings her severed arm into his face as a distraction. During her next attack, she smiles, tricking Kido into thinking for a split second that she was his mother, allowing her to thrust her remaining arm down his throat. As Yoko rages for having lost, Kido manages to stand up only for Arusa to suddenly slash his throat, finally killing him and making her the Killing Bites champion. Thus, Yoko passes out from shock. Surprisingly, Inaba suddenly awakens in the cutest way imaginable to freak out when she sees a cheetah with violence in her eyes. So she tries to flee from Arusa. As she was sprinting away, she accidentally performs a perfect somersault kick, knocking Arusa unconscious. Overseer Shinozaki declares Inaba the Killing Bites champion. The presidents of the four Zaibatsu bicker fiercely, accusing each other of cheating. All the lights and monitors suddenly shut down. Unseen to the representatives, the island has been infiltrated by other hybrids under orders to kill all surviving hybrids, so the match will be declared void with victory going to no one. The evil hybrids, under orders from Sumitomo, attempt to kill all surviving hybrids. Luckily, when one of them shoots his tongue, Inaba, with her sharp sense of hearing, manages to dodge it, just to be restrained by the other assassins' hybrids. After being caught, the honey badger senses something unholy is happening, and so she stands up and defends her comrade long enough till the assassins get stopped by match overseer Shinozaki, who publicly declares Inaba the victor. After the assassination fails, the Sumitomo chairman admits his cheating, yet instead of receiving applause for his truthiness, the Baldy receives the claws of the lion. Just when the old man thought he was safe and started to act arrogantly, the homie says, "What are you laughing at? It's your time to go to Gramps." Turns out the board had other goals in mind, and that is to give civilians access to the hybrid creation surgery. Upon hearing this, the old creep orders Leo to kill them, just to then hear Leo behind him saying, "Whom the hell do you think you are ordering around? I'm a lion, the most prideful animal on the planet, and I don't take orders from weak humans such yourself. I only work for myself." After latterly backstabbing his old boss, Yoko enters the room to see her grandfather's lifeless body, and if that wasn't enough, on top of losing the competition, as well as her beloved creep grandfather, she gets defiled. Leo takes revenge against her for abusing hybrids by having fun with her and claiming her as his slave, or as the series narrators put it, when a lion defeats the other head lions, they take the lioness as a prize and recreate with them. After some time, Yuia's life returns to his same old routine. Well, kinda, as he has now grown some backbone, not letting anyone push him around anymore. Also, having 300 million yen laying in one's living room can be considered anything but normal. 2 weeks later, he receives a message from Hitomi asking him to come to the arena, where she first fought Leo. At the arena, Yuia thanks Hitomi for giving him confidence in himself, while Hitomi thanks him for helping with her matches. Yuia almost confesses his feelings for her, but Hitomi suddenly attacks and kills him, his death having been ordered by Shido. As she leaves, Hitomi begins to cry. Shortly, hybrids are fully accepted into human society. Non-lethal Killing Bites matches become popular entertainment, with many new young hybrids hoping to become champions. However, it's revealed that Yuia is still alive, and he's planning to make use of a couple of young female hybrids to get his vengeance against Hitomi, Shido, and the entire Zaibatsu organization. And with that cliffhanger, the series ends. We hope you enjoyed the video, and please don't forget to subscribe for more amazing recaps. In the year 317 of the Pars era, when the Lusitanian army invaded Mariam, the ally of Kingdom Pars, Pars retaliated on this day by confronting Lusitanian Kingdom with a powerful force, led by their king Andragoras III, and crushed them. Meanwhile, in the royal capital of Epatana, Prince Arslan, the crown prince of the Kingdom of Pars, receives sword instruction from Supreme Commander Varas. Arslan loses the combat, and Varas wants him to grow stronger because with such feeble actions, he won't become a good king. Prince Arslan is timid and needs to work very hard to become a powerful and deserving king of Pars. King Andragoras returns from his victory against the war with the Lusitanian. The people of the kingdom, along with Prince Arslan and Varas, are gathered to welcome the king and its army. Pars' army brings some Lusitanian prisoners. Among them is a kid who participated in the war. After greetings with the victorious army of Pars, Prince Arslan goes to talk with Lusitanian prisoners to learn more about their kingdom and their people, but Lusitanian prisoners deny being slaves and are furious with Pars. While this is going on, some Pars children plan to teach Lusitanian prisoner kind of lesson for opposing Pars on the battlefield. However, things don't go as planned, and a Lusitanian kid takes one of the kids hostages. The Lusitanian kid is approached by Prince Arslan, who has already arrived, and asks him to release the hostage kid. The young Lusitanian concurs, but he devises a scheme and overpowers Prince Arslan's guard to abduct the prince. In the meantime, guards from the kingdom learn of Prince Arslan's kidnapping and proceed to rescue him. The Lusitanian boy holding Prince Arslan captive manages to get away from the Pars guards. The Lusitanian child views Prince Arslan as a timid, spoiled, affluent boy despite the fact that he is the crown prince of the Pars kingdom. While running from guards when they are on the kingdom wall, a Lusitanian kid reveals the reason why they kill or brutally punish those who do not obey their god of Yaldabaoth. Lusitanians believe that all are equal and treat everyone equally, but the people of Pars are cruel to their slaves and weak people. So according to the god of Yaldabaoth, those who don't treat people equally have no right to live. The Lusitanian kid's words make Prince Arslan wonder about it. Cavalry Captain Dariun and his soldiers were already looking for Prince Arslan to approach them. Lusitanian kid finds no escape and grabs Prince Arslan to jump down the wall into the water. He steals the horse and runs away towards his kingdom. Captain Dariun prepares to shoot an arrow at the Lusitanian boy, but Prince Arslan stops him and lets the Lusitanian kid run away. In addition, he extends forgiveness to the children who brought him into the predicament since Prince Arslan is genuinely a kind-hearted person. When everyone, including Captain Dariun, wants Prince Arslan to be a strong future king, he cannot imagine ascending to his father's throne. He believes that the king will always keep the kingdom safe, and there will be no need for him to be the king. But who can stop the tide of destiny? In the Pars era of the year 320, 3 years later, the royal capital of Epatana surrounds by blood and fire. The army of the Kingdom of Lusitania contrived to bring down the Kingdom of Mariam and then set out to invade the Kingdom of Pars. In response, Andragoras led his army and marched to the fields of Adropatene to intercept the invading army. For the Battle of Lusitanian, Prince Arslan, at the age of 14, embarks upon his maiden battle. 8 powerful Pars cavalry captains lead an army of thousands of cavalrymen on the field of Adropatene. They are certain that the Lusitanian soldiers will only face their defeat in this war. On the battlefield, Azrael, Aslan's beloved eagle, approaches him. Arslan is concerned about the issue since the weather appears clear, yet Azrael's feathers are damp. Captain Carlin takes note and heads out to thoroughly inspect the battlefield. Prince Arslan is mocked by the Parsian army as an ineffective, weak prince. Meanwhile, Captain Dariun shows up in front of the king and receives a reprimand for leaving the battleground. Dariun retreats under the belief that the Lusitanians are hatching a scheme by watching for the Parsian army to arrive at the plain field. He alerts the king to the current fog condition and reports that one of the king's men is treacherously revealing Parsian battle strategy to the Lusitanians. King, however, ignores Dariun's warning and takes over his position, allowing him to participate in the battle as a knight offers him one opportunity to gain his post back. When Varys and Prince Arslan come to Dariun, Varys takes an oath from his nephew, Dariun, to always remain loyal to Arslan in every possible condition. Carlin tells King there is no Lusitanian scheme since all is plain around the battlefield, according to his inspection of the area. Once everything has been examined and Pars is certain that they will win despite the fog condition, King gives the command to start the fight. He leads the army's full-force onslaught against the Lusitanians. In an effort to prove himself, Prince Arslan embraces the battle by joining the front lines. In a spur moment to everyone's shock, many soldiers abruptly fell into a trench obscured by the fog. To the horror of the Parsian army, the trench was filled with oil and the soldiers who fell in met their doom from a hail of burning arrows. In the end, the Parsian army reroutes to locate a different front to engage the Lusitanian army. After finding another route, they are assaulted by another hail of arrows from a neighboring tower. Arslan leaves the front lines after being horrified by the enormous quantity of bloodshed. Prince Arslan encounters a Lusitanian soldier while running but engages in combat with him in an effort to kill him. In the meantime, Dariun is searching for Prince Arslan. Arslan is injured and horrified when he hears the voice of Carlin. He returns to Carlin's call, but when Carlin emerges from the fog, he is accompanied by Lusitanian soldiers. It soon becomes apparent that Carlin is the traitor who now demands the execution of Prince Arslan. Arslan engages Carlin in a one-on-one fight, but because of his injury, Arslan loses. Just when Carlin is ready to kill Arslan, Dariun shows up. Carlin reveals to Dariun that he did all this to dethrone the great king Andragoras. Moreover, he was the one who made Cain take Dariun's post as a cavalry captain because with Dariun leading the thousands of cavalrymen, he won't be able to stand against him. Dariun won't hold back and attacks Carlin with his spear. Both horsemen engage in a sword duel, and Dariun delivers some sharp swings toward Carlin. Carlin believes he won't be able to stand up to Dariun and retreats. The great battle upon Atropatene stands in favor of Lusitanian. It heaps the piles upon piles of dead Parsian soldiers. King makes the difficult decision to retreat in order to protect the royal capital. All of the Pars forces must receive the king's order to withdraw, but Carlin men shatter the horn and prevent the news from spreading. Instead, they circulate the rumors that King ran away. When the warriors of Pars learn that their great king escaped, they are startled. The captains argue with one another about this bogus information and appear to have different opinions. Just then, Lusitanian soldiers attack them, and half of the Parsian army engages in bloody combat instead of retreating. On the same day, the rest of the undefeated Parsian army led by Andragoras suffers a crushing defeat when they are ambushed by an arrow hail while retreating back to Pars. After Parsian soldiers suffer severe injuries, a visiting general from the kingdom of Lusitania, Lord Silver Mask, approaches King Varus. To protect King, Varus battles with Lusitanian soldiers. Despite his age, Varus exhibits amazing sword skills and cuts Lusitanian soldiers with his sharp blows. He engages in combat with the troops and eventually gets close to Silver Mask, who, in a fit of wrath, uses his double sword assault to kill Varus. Varus dies in front of King. After killing Varus, it appears that Silver Mask is not just another Lusitanian warrior, but rather had a relationship with the king dating back 16 years. It's only here to exact revenge on the king. On the battlefield, Prince Arslan and Darius notice an injured Parsian soldier. The soldier informs that all the cavalry captains died in the battle. It all happened because King ran away, leaving his army behind. Prince Arslan wants to go back to the royal capital, but Darius informs him that the way back is nothing but an ambush path by Lusitanian soldiers. As they cannot go back to royal capital, Darius shows his desire to go to his friend Narcissus for help. General Baudouin and General Montferrat learn in the Lusitanian war camps that the Silver Mask has taken the mighty king of Pars prisoner. Darius and Prince Arslan are presently traveling to see Narcissus. Darius claims that Narcissus was once the lord of Dalim until his lord father exiled him from the court. Narcissus is a man who knows everything but exhibits poor skills in painting. Darius and Prince Arslan reach the mountains where Narcissus resides. They are attacked by Narcissus' student, but when Darius reveals his identity, Narcissus' student Elam takes them to his master's cottage. When they approach Narcissus' cottage, Narcissus emerges with a paintbrush. Once Prince Arslan introduces himself, they enter the cottage. When inside, Prince Arslan is shocked to see how poorly Narcissus paints. However, Narcissus exudes pride in his artistic creations. During supper, at Prince Arslan's request, Narcissus narrates a 5-year-old event in which he fought for Andragoras against the Three Kingdoms' joint invasion of Pars. Despite having few warriors on his side, Narcissus was able to assist the kingdom of Pars win by using a cunning strategy. Darius urges Narcissus to quit painting and begin serving Prince Arslan, but he refuses. Narcissus is content to remain in the mountains and pursue peace and art. After a while, a Carlin man comes up to the Narcissus home. Because Darius walked the route to the mountains in front of Carlin's palace, the Carlin troops were able to locate Narcissus' cottage. Darius wants Narcissus to serve Prince Arslan and stop painting, but Narcissus believes that Darius does not understand the value of art. Upon entering the cottage after inquiring for Darius and Prince Arslan, the Carlin men announce that Varus has passed away. They provide Narcissus with Carlin's proposal to work for him. As a reward, Narcissus will receive status from Carlin, but Narcissus opposes it. As soon as the Carlin troops approach Narcissus to assault him, they are defeated by Narcissus' plot and fall into the water trench. Darius tries to persuade Narcissus once more to serve Prince Arslan, but he refuses. During breakfast, Prince Arslan is in deep thought as he thinks of himself as useless. He hates himself yet gathers the fortitude to persuade Narcissus to serve him. Narcissus attempts to argue as usual, but when Prince promises to reward him by giving him the position of court painter, he readily agrees. Prince Arslan only had the warrior Darius with him when he came to Narcissus, but today he is accompanied by the strategist Narcissus and his assistant Elam. They set out on their rough journey, which would be fraught with difficulties. After successfully exiting the Narcissus water trench, Carlin's troops discover that their horses have gone. They descend the mountain on foot. While waiting for Carlin troops to leave, Prince Arslan and everyone else is living in the cave. During their time in the cave, according to Narcissus, they must devise a plan to use Carlin's encirclement to their advantage. And they can do this by forcing the opposition to concentrate its forces where Narcissus' squad wants to be. Narcissus tells Darius not to murder Carlin if he ever encounters him, since Carlin might be aware of something beyond belief. In the royal capital, cavalry captain Kishwar learns that the Parsian army has been defeated and that the Lusitanians are now making their way to Ecbatana's walls. As soon as the city heard the news, people started to fear that their powerful king had been defeated. Soon Lusitanian army arrives with cavalry captain Shapur chained and covered in blood. Bodin, the archpriest of the Yaldabaoth religion, says that by slicing Shapur's body into pieces, they will communicate the word of God. He claims that people who disobey their gods suffer this destiny. When Captain Shapur refuses to serve Yaldabaoth until the very end, Bodin mercilessly starts beating him. To ensure he does not endure any further pain and that he passes away quietly, Captain Shapur ordered the Parsian troops to shoot him with their arrow. Parsian soldiers try to hail their arrows, but none of the arrows reaches the limit where Lusitanian soldiers are present. Out of nowhere, an arrow strikes Captain Shapur in the middle of the head, making Shapur reach his death. Upon seeing the boy's archery from the palace, the queen Tahamane summons him. The conflict between the Parsian and Lusitanian begins, and the Lusitanian advances on the city in an effort to enter in. The Lusitanians use all means at their disposal to attempt to climb the Epatana wall and open the city gate, but it is not a simple task. At the castle, the young man identifies himself as Give, a traveling musician. The queen praises him for his act and then dismisses him. Within the cave, Narcissus and Prince Arslan discuss the Lusitanian army's approach to taking the city. No one can open the city's gates from the outside because the gates are too sturdy. Prince is still in disbelief after learning that the gates can be opened from within, meaning that the Lusitanian army would provoke inside slaves to protest for their freedom and open the gates to let them in. According to Narcissus, the slaves in Ecbatana would rise to overthrow the city. The Ecbatana slaves are agitated by the Lusitanian soldiers to rebel and unlock the door. Finally, their words reached the slaves' brains, and the flame of revolt soon began to ignite throughout the city. Guy was approached by Huzrab, the Grand Vizier, who requests his assistance in fighting the Lusitanian army, and Guy agrees to do so. The Grand Vizier requests that Guy use a secret route to accompany the Lady Queen to a secure location outside the castle. At night, Guy leads Queen along a covert route. Narcissus informs Darium that they just need to defeat Carlin and not the entire Lusitanian army. It's all about strategy and not just having enough power to win. Narcissus claims that Carlin won't stand without killing Prince Arslan, which is when they will take him down. Elam tells Narcissus that the Carlin soldiers are still looking for them haphazardly and have not yet left. While they are moving through the subterrane, Guy is aware that the woman he is traveling with is not the queen. Guy refuses to take the woman in line any farther, prompting her to hit him and run. She encounters Silver Mask, Carlin, and other Lusitanian troops who had infiltrated the city in quest of the queen. After discovering that the woman is not the queen, the Silver Mask kills her. Eve arrives there just then, and they start fighting. In order to continue searching for Queen and avoid wasting time, Silver Mask retreats from the situation. Lusitanian soldiers are fighting outside the city wall and attempting to enter the city. Slaves ignite a fire across the city, and it even reaches the castle. Captain Sam witnesses the fire in the castle and rushes towards it, but inside the castle, he comes across Carlin. Sam tries to assassinate Carlin since he believes him to be a traitor, but Lusitanian soldiers knock him down. Slaves in the city outweigh the soldiers and royals and take control of the city gate. The Lusitanian army invades the city and wreaks devastation on the warriors of the Parsians. Ecbatana's royal capital is quickly destroyed. Andragoras is still unknown, and Pars is plugged into the darkness of chaos. Innocentus, king of Lusitania, arrives at the city after capturing control of Ecbatana's royal capital. He ascends to the throne and takes over as the new ruler of Pars. Innocentus is presented to Queen Tahamane after her arrest by the Silver Man. Innocentus takes a glance at Tahamane and instantly falls in love with her beauty, deciding to wed her. Everyone opposes his choice, even his royal brother Giscard, the supreme commander of the royal army, but he denies changing the decision. Soldiers from Lusitania wander the city, stealing everything they want against the owner's consent. Among the Lusitanian troops is a young boy searching for the Lusitanian slaves. He is the same boy taken to Ecbatana 3 years ago as a prisoner. Carlin departs the city with his warriors in quest of Prince Arslan. As Carlin and his forces are leaving, a Lusitanian soldier approaches a young woman and attempts to harass her, but the same Lusitanian boy can't stand it and runs to help her. He saw the girl murder the soldier who had been harassing her. The Lusitanian boy engages in combat with her to reveal her true identity. During the fight, the girl's wig comes out and appears to be Elam. Elam has infiltrated the city while posing as a woman in order to collect information for Prince Arslan. While the struggle is going on, a few slaves surround the Lusitanian boy and accuse him of not releasing them as promised after unlocking the gate. The Lusitanians missile the slaves and did little to help them. While this is going on, Elam seizes the chance and escapes. He reaches back to the cave and informs Prince Arslan that Carlin has left to catch him. Prince Arslan sets off on a trip with his supporters to take Carlin down. Guy has taken advantage of the conflict in Pars and stole some money to carry on his journey as the traveling musician. On his way, he witnesses a beautiful lady being captured by Lusitanian soldiers. Guy approaches them, and the lady seizes the chance to kill the soldiers. Guy approaches the lady, and she introduces herself as Farangus, the priestess of the Temple of Mithra. She informs Guy that she is looking for Prince Arslan. Meanwhile, Carlin is burning Pars' nearby villages in search of Prince Arslan. In pursuit of Prince Arslan, Farangus is on the way while Guy accompanies her in her journey. On Give's demand, Ferengis reveals that she is seeking Prince Arslan because the Temple of Mithra was the donation made in Prince Arslan's name upon his birth. It was Last High Kahina's wish that whenever Prince Arslan fell in danger, someone with high talent must go to aid him. Carlin continues with his troops to kill Prince Arslan, but luckily, he falls for Narcissus' trick. Carlin's troops get trapped in an unfavorable location where Prince Arslan and his allies attack them. Ferengis and Give, by following Carlin's troops, also reach there and help Prince Arslan in his fight. Carlin's troops face defeat after losing their morale in the combat. Carlin comes across Daryun in the lust of killing Prince Arslan. During the battle with Daryun, Carlin accidentally falls on his dagger. Dagger dives in Carlin's heart and leads him towards his last breaths. Before dying, Carlin reveals the king is alive, much to Daryun and Prince Arslan's relief. Ferengis then officially introduces herself to Prince Arslan. As Ferengis is a priestess, Prince wants Ferengis to mourn for the dead warriors. In the Lusitanian prison, the Silver Mask reveals his name to Andragoras as Hermes and her father as Osros. Osros was the previous king and the brother of Andragoras. Hermes believes he is the true king of Pars and is enraged over Andragoras because he killed his father 16 years ago. Daryun and Narcissus infiltrate the capital in search of information on Andragoras and the queen. Daryun comes across the Silver Mask and gets involved in a fierce battle with him. In the combat, he unveils Hermes and comes to know that he wears the mask to hide his burning scar. Narcissus assists Daryun in his battle with Hermes, but when other Lusitanian soldiers approach, they decide to retreat. Arslan encounters Etoile, the Lusitanian prisoner he met 3 years before. Both recognize each other, and Etoile tells that he is now in charge of a small unit in Lusitanian army. However, Etoile is unaware that Arslan is the prince and is the person Lusitanian army is looking for. As they travel, Arslan and his companions seek refuge at Lord Hodor's Kashan fortress, but they soon come to understand Hodor's true motives for accommodating them. Hodor wants Prince Arslan to wed his daughter and sacrifice his comrades, but the prince refuses and opts to flee the palace with his companions. While leaving, when Hodor realizes he won't make use of Prince Arslan, he tries to kill him through his men, but Ferengis and Give do not let his plan succeed. Daryun kills Hodor in combat and successfully leaves his castle. Now, to carry out their plan to bring the royal capital back, they decide to proceed to Peshawar. Captain Sam awakens at the royal capital and is shocked to learn why he wasn't killed. He's approached by Hermes, who displays his face and explains his true identity as the son of the last king. Sam is left alone to choose the deserving Pars' future king. While traveling to the fortress in Peshawar, Arslan's group is forced to break up as they are chased by forces commanded by Zande, Carlin's son, who is seeking revenge for his father. While fighting the Zande, Daryun and Ferengis are astounded by the enormous strength displayed by Zande. When Zande gets unhorsed during the battle, Daryun purposefully chooses not to murder him and instead opts to flee with Ferengis. Elsewhere, Prince Arslan, Give, and Elam have to face Zande's soldiers. While escaping from them, Elam falls from his horse and Prince Arslan, despite being royalty, decides to help his friend. After the combat, Give believes Prince Arslan is unique among other royals and will build a wonderful kingdom with his benevolence. Prince Arslan's allies are divided in 3 and are on their way to Peshawar. However, on their way, they have to face Lusitanian soldiers. Narcissus takes the shorter route to Peshawar and passes through the Zot clan. There, he notices Hermes engaging in combat with the members of the Zot clan and killing the clan chief. Alfried, daughter of the Zot clan chief, after witnessing her father's death, gets enraged and tries to get Hermes down. But when she's about to be killed at Hermes' hands, Narcissus saves her. Narcissus' trick fully escapes with Alfried, and later, Alfried, after getting out of her grief, decides to accompany Narcissus on his journey. Elsewhere, Daryun is approached by Zande again. Prince Arslan and his allies also appear there, and the group unites again. Zande has a devil, using the Earth time travel on his side. When the devil is on edge to kill Prince Arslan, Daryun approaches in a slash and attacks him. Zande gets hit by Give's arrow and falls from the cliff. Prince Arslan with his allies now has to continue to Peshawar again. When Arslan's group reaches the citadel of Peshawar, Captain Kishwat and Bahman greet them and swear their loyalty. However, issues show up rapidly when Silver Mask tries to kill Prince Arslan in Peshawar. After a brief sword duel, the Silver Mask disarmed Arslan, forcing him to defend himself with the adjacent fire torch. Due to an attempted fire murder, Silver Mask displays a fire fear. When Silver Mask drops his guard, Arslan's pals show up and take charge of the situation. Silver Mask exposes his genuine identity to everyone, shocking them all. During the fight, Silver Mask seizes the chance to murder Arslan, but as he approaches, Bahman blocks the blow. It seems that Bahman taught Hermes how to use a sword and was asked to guard Arslan by his longtime friend Varys. Hermes doesn't want to kill Bahman, so he gets confused and runs away. A messenger soon alerts them about the arrival of 1,000 Shindra warriors at the border of Peshawar. The army of Sindarin, led by the second prince, Ranjendra, is approaching with around 50,000 troops. On Daryun and Narcissus' advice, Arslan decides to remain in the Peshawar castle, while the rest go to fight against Sindarin. Kishward, with his army of just 10,000 men, fights on the battlefield. The main army of Sinjara tries to push back, but the Sindarin troops are shocked to discover First Prince, Gadivi's warriors atop a hill, hitting them with arrow fire from their rear. In reality, they are Parjan soldiers hidden under Sinjara's banners and uniforms. Sindara's army loses its morale and ends up falling into Narcissus' plot. After being taken prisoner to Peshawar, Prince Arslan convinces second prince, Rajendra, to side with him in the fight against the first Prince Gadavi. Prince Rajendra initially resists, but eventually chooses to go with him. Arslan made the decision to join Rajendra's army as they marched in the direction of Sinjara, leaving the defense of Peshawar to Kishward. The first Prince Gadavi learns news of Rajendra and Arslan's partnership in Urayur, which enrages him. Mahendra, the Grand Vizier, tells him that Rajendra has already been accompanied by one of his men. While on their way to Shindrin, the Shindrin guide Jaswan is introduced to Arslan and his people, who help Rajendra in his fight against his brother Gadavi. Jaswan is not who he claims to be, but the group quickly realizes this for their own gain. Arslan's army must pass through the stronghold of Gudrat in order to reach Shindrin, so Keev and Jaswan appear to the castle commander and ask him to permit Arslan's army to pass through. However, Jaswan quickly tells the fort's commander who he is and swears to stop the army from passing. Later, the fortress commander and the first Prince Gadavi meet, both of whom exude confidence that they will easily beat Arslan's army due to the presence of war elephants that are difficult to defeat. The battle starts and Gadavi orders his troops to destroy the alliance between Arslan and Rajendra. During the fight, word spreads that the Parjan army is trapped inside Gujrat fortress and must remain there. Gadavi sends his main army against Rajendra's in an effort to take the upper hand since he thinks he has the Parjan troops cornered. But to everyone's surprise, the Parjans then join the fight to turn the tables on Gadavi after once again outwitting their adversaries. Gadavi is defeated as a result of another strong strategy by Narcissus. Gadavi comes to his father and the throne king Caracalla. He requests him to stop Rajendra from attacking him, but King denies it and instead announces to settle the matter before the gods. King Caracalla of Shindra demands a battle to resolve the conflict between the two princes. Daryun, appointed as Rajendra's representative, engages in combat with Bahadur, a huge and ferocious warrior that Gadavi had freed from prison to fight as his proxy. After engaging in a fierce battle with Bahadur, Daryun defeats him and wins the battle for Rajendra. Gadavi, unhappy with the outcome, turns on his own father and makes an attempt to kill him. Rajendra steps forward to defend his father, and a battle between the two armies of Gadavi and Rajendra ensues. When the great commander Mahendra tries to stop Gadavi and demands him to obey before the results of God, he fiercely attacks him. The army halt and Mahendra is wounded and loses the will to continue fighting. Gadavi is imprisoned for disobeying God's instructions and rebelling against his father. On the other hand, Rajendra seizes control of Shindra and has the entire army pursuing him. Jaswan, who considers Mahendra as his father, deeply moans on his death. After his father's death and his brother's execution, Rajendra has crowned the king of Shindra. Arslan and his army return to Pars, and Rajendra repays him by lending his soldiers to Arslan. On the way back in the war camp, it comes up that Rajendra was plotting a scheme and only lent his soldiers to overthrow the Pars kingdom. However, after Mahendra's death, Jaswant serves Prince Arslan and reveals Rajendra's scheme to him. After Rajendra is defeated, Prince forces him to sign a contract promising not to gaze at Pars for 3 years, else he would keep him in captivity, and the neighboring regions of Shindra would rule Shindra while he was away. Now that Jaswan is a member of his team, Arslan heads back to Pars, the citadel of Peshawar, while in Ekbatana, Silvermask recruits supporters and troops in preparation for the day when he will liberate Pars and ascend to the throne. Prince Arslan has written a decree in Peshawar that calls all Parsans to come to Peshawar and support Prince Arslan in his fight against Lusitanians. In addition, Prince Arslan issues a proclamation declaring his intention to remove slavery once he assumes the throne of Pars. Many lords and generals have responded to Arslan's statement and have come to Peshawar, including Lucian, Zarvant, Espen, and Tuz. A Lusitanian soldier, Etoile, is infiltrating the citadel at the same time to spy on the Parsans. Etoile comes across Arslan and converses about the decree that freed the slaves. He thinks of him as a kind man, but he later realizes that he still does not know his name. He hopes never to encounter him on the battlefield. Kiev is exiled from Pars as a result of his terrible behavior. He says farewell and departs without greeting anyone. Later, at Arslan Chamber, it is revealed that Kiev's banishment was an act. Narcissus informs that he sends him on a mission to find a very important person Prince will meet in the battle against Lusitanian. The next day is the immense army of Arslan leave Peshawar toward the west, toward Ekbatana. Later, as the lords are leading the vanguard, they perceive a Lusitanian's fortification before them and decide to attack it in search of glory in the battlefield, even if the troops behind them will be unable to communicate with them or join them. However, it proved to be a trap as Lusitanian on the cliffs along the road thrown tree on the road, which result in the lord's force being cut off from the rest of the army and be attacked by Lusitanian cavalry and infantry. The lord's force have been surrounded by their pursuers, and they prepare to die with the goal of their death being known in vain. However, before they can engage, the rest of the Parsan army led by Kishward and Dariun attack the Lusitanian, and the lords decide to join them in the fight. It revealed that it is Kiev who found them. After the defeat of the Lusitanians, the lords kneel before Arslan and ask why he come back to save them. At Ekbatana, Guiscard and the Lusitanian generals receive reports about Arslan's army strength. Guiscard said the number of soldiers under Arslan has been altered in order to lure the Lusitanian army. Hermes asked to be put in command of 70,000 Lusitanian soldiers that he will lead with his 30,000 Parsan soldiers to defeat Arslan. Guiscard agrees to the demand. Later, Hermes visits Andragoras and tells him he will lead to fight his son, but Andragoras shows himself not affected by the news. Arslan is contemplating the war's fatalities and the training of his warriors as he prepares to face Lusitania on the battlefield. At St. Emmanuel, Hermes passionately addresses the 100,000 troops there, including Etoile. As the battle starts, Captain Sam is fighting on Hermes' side to bring the rightful king of Pars to justice. After surviving, Xanda battled Dariun to exact his father Carlin's retribution, but he once more faced defeat. A man coming out from the earth shoots an arrow toward him that is deflect. The man takes Xanda's body away, but not before saying blood has not shed enough yet. Etoile, while searching for Prince's camp, comes across Prince Arslan, who he believes is a pampered, wealthy boy. When Arslan introduces himself as the prince, Etoile stands in shock. Etoile advances to murder Arslan since he thinks he is duped, but Elam defends Prince by taking the attack on him. Etoile and his troops are forced to flee, but Etoile regrets it because he had several opportunities to kill the prince. Arslan and his soldiers enter the castle, where he encounters Silver Mask. Prince wants his cousin to reason his deeds, but Silver Mask, on the other hand, is unreceptive and challenges Dariun to fight. Dariun has serious injuries as a consequence of the duel, and Silver Mask vanishes due to the Black Earth magic. Victorious and in control of the castle, Prince Arslan stands there. Lusitanians start killing themselves after losing, and the court lord also tries to kill him. Prince tries to stop him, but the court lord stammers to death in Prince's hands during the struggle. Etoile steps in and expresses anger with Prince as she thinks he killed Barcation. He fights Prince, losing his helmet in the process. It becomes clear that Etoile is a young woman and is furious at the death of her lord. Meanwhile, Farangus shows up and imprisons her. The Parsan army captures the keep of St. Emmanuel, and at Arslan's request, they take the Lusitanian survivors with them as they advance towards Ekbatana, including Etoile, who begins to behave more politely towards Prince. As a result of his return to the city, Silver Mask teams up treacherously with the Prince of Lusitania, Guiscard. Prince Arslan is on his final march to Ekbatana to maintain his grasp on the Pars kingdom. After a long period of time in the year 321, Prince Arslan, at the age of 15, is not timid anymore. Instead is a strong boy who has the dream to be the king of Pars and make it a better place. The end. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to subscribe and hit the notification bell for more amazing recaps.
The story begins when Dariel is summoned by the new king of brilliant fire named Bashabaza, who happens to be his adopted brother. In front of the other three kings, he gets dismissed from the Demon King's army, but he thinks he's been relieved of his position as their assistant. They all insult his comprehension skills before telling him plainly that he has been fired from the army. Bashabaza explains that Dariel is at the bottom of the lowest ranks in the army. It was already strange that someone of his class was allowed to assist them so closely. Among the long list of incompetence is his inability to use magic. Bashabaza proceeds to display his superior manipulation of fire magic. But Dariel protests, stating that the former king, who happens to be their father, gave him a mission that he must complete, but his brother cuts him off with a fire blast and points out that the old-timer has retired. They have no place for someone who can't use magic in this new Demon King's regime. As part of his cloak burns, he extinguishes it before officially announcing his departure. Since ancient times, demonic beings have always clashed with humans, but both species look identical, so the only way of differentiating between the two is that demons can use magic. This guy can't use magic despite belonging to the demons. As he leaves the HQ, one of his commanders tries to tease him for being the weakest, but he just walks off into the world. Some time has passed since his dismissal, and Daryl aimlessly wanders around the forest trying to figure out what to do with his life now. He's been serving in the Demon King's army for all 32 years of his life and wonders if he can even start a new life. His face is sunken from hunger and his stomach rumbles because he has not eaten since he has been kicked out. Daryl collapses to the ground from exhaustion and frustration when Marika's scream draws his attention toward the cliff. Suddenly, she emerges from the bushes and jumps over him as their eyes lock together. Not long after her appearance, a beastly roar follows as a giant silver monkey shoots out and attacks her. Daryl deduces that she's being chased. As the monkey prepares to finish her off, he dashes in between her and the blow to block it. He orders her to move out of harm's way. As the beast retreats momentarily, the unemployed guy struggles to recover because he's hungry, but he feels like a soldier must reassure a woman who's in danger. As they square up, Daryl starts speculating on how if it was a proper demon in his position, they would have defeated it with ease. He is compelled to attack without powers as he rushes towards the monster hoping to fight it with melee-style combat, but the hunger strikes again as his legs gives out. This gives the monkey a clear opening to land a devastating blow that sends the disgraced knight flying. He lands near Marika's scattered belongings where he glances over and spots a dagger. The washed-up soldier hesitates to use the human weapon as it's a big shame for a demon soldier to do so. He quickly rethinks that stance given his situation and grabs the dagger ready to attack, but he struggles to find the right way to wield the weapon as he changes his position. The giant monkey is not there to play games, so it lunges forward to finish him off, but Daryl braces himself and thrusts the blade into the section of the monster's chest that already had a scar. His teacher is definitely Roronoa Zoro. Shout out to the moss head. Marika gasps in shock as the monkey crashes to the ground dead. Daryl states that he just imitated a hero he saw in the past and realized that it worked so smoothly. He wipes the blood off his face when Marika interrupts and formally thanks him for helping her. She compliments Daryl by comparing him to the strongest hero of all time, but that confuses the ex-soldier as demons can't be heroes. With the monster dead, she calmly packs her things back into her bag. Daryl tries to leave the situation troublesome, but Marika grabs him by his cloak, which chokes him, and she begins to hold on. She invites him to her village so that she can thank him properly by treating him to a delicious meal. The thought of food makes him and his stomach also rumbles loudly to prevent his mouth from lying about not being hungry. Marika takes his stomach as a yes as she drags him along. They finally arrive at her hometown of Locke's village. The lady takes him to her house where he's introduced to her mom and dad. Marika also formally introduces herself. Daryl is sure to commit their names to memory, but he's starting to get worried since he is in enemy territory. The guy suspects that they might kill him if they find out that he's a demon, so he reminds himself to tread lightly. Marika asks his reason for being in the forest, explains politically that he got fired from his job by the second generation of his employer. It was a job that provided him with accommodation, so he's homeless. She is already in tears listening to his story and offers that he stay in their village and even gives him a room in their house for him to lodge in since he's such a good person for saving her. Clearly she's him. He thinks it's a bit too far as the promised meal should be more than enough for him, but she's adamant and even asks her dad for permission. He thinks about it for a moment before agreeing. The old-timer states that the village is lacking people, so having someone who can defeat monsters is very welcome. Internally, he feels like the family should be suspecting him more since he's a stranger. Marika takes his hands, pleading with him to stay, but Daryl is conflicted because they are enemies, so he's wary in case his cover gets blown. But look at Marika, he decides to take the risk and stay by accepting the offer like a gentleman. His stomach rumbles again, so he pleads with him to bring him some food before they finalize everything. That night, he lies in bed thinking of his new apartment and compares his current room to the grand room he had back in the Demon King's castle. His thoughts are interrupted by Marika, who knocks on his door and thanks him again for saving her. She's used to many people relying on her, so it was nice to be for a change. After her speech, she bids him good night and rushes off to bed. Meanwhile, Daryl ponders on how strange it is for a demon to save a human girl. The following morning, Marika's father alerts the newcomer that he has a job for him. He's more than willing to help with anything. Envil reveals that he's the guild master of the village, so he wants Daryl to be an adventurer and shows him a seal on his hand. The father explains that an adventurer registered to the guild and their job is to defeat monsters and get medicine and other items. Before he can finish explaining, Daryl cuts him off and asks if there aren't any other jobs he can do instead, like farming. Anvil declines since he has a nice healthy body. He presents the guild registration form, which is what Daryl was dreading. It is a ritual only humans can pass to be injured to dodge the registration, otherwise they will find out that he's a demon. Anvil orders his daughter to. Daryl thinks that she is about to assist him with his back pain, but she pricks him with a needle which draws a little bit of blood. She guides his hand to the registration form. He starts to panic that his cover is going to get blown as the form starts to react to his blood. His body starts to feel hot as magic signs start to glow purple while covering him, but after a brief moment, it turns yellow as it dissolves to create a seal on the back of his hand. Daryl is shocked because he was raised by demons for his whole life, so he thought he was a demon, but he is actually a human. With the registration complete, Anvil takes him outside to move on to the next phase of things. Before they start, Marika warns him that he will be an adventurer, so he should be careful. They look over to see him swinging a giant mallet skillfully. He starts by explaining how to handle aura, which is a power all humans originally possess. Adventurers can wear their aura on their armor and fight. He picks what he pleases, so he goes for the sword. While holding it, he feels the aura coming out of his body as he thinks back to how his adopted father taught him how to do mental training to be aware of one's mana. But he didn't think anything back then. Father and daughter watch on impressed that he was able to manifest his aura so quickly. With the stage passed, they move out what type he is. The old timer informs him that there are 4 types of application of aura, which are slash, hit, and block. An adventurer's affinity to will determine which weapon they should carry. They start by testing compatibility with the slash test. Ironically, this is his first time holding a sword since he only worked as an assistant in the Demon King's army. He looks over to Marika, who gives him some encouragement before he takes a swing. Anvil assures that it is not a must for him to split the tree trunk in 2. Even if his sword gets halfway through, it would indicate that his strongest type is slash. Daryl closes his eyes and takes a swing with decent technique and cuts the tree trunk in 2 with ease to everyone's surprise. He feels the power of aura rushing through his body. They move on to test affinity with tree. He's to try and hit the apple from distance, so he uses the arrow and the power behind it blows away along with the trees behind. Anvil watches on in disbelief. He wipes his eyes while his mouth is wide open. He gives him a hug for hitting the apple the first time. Anvil sees someone blessed with affinity to 2 types. This is Daryl, but the old timer is a bit salty as he clenches his teeth together in frustration. The next hit, so with the giant mallet, he easily destroys the elder and knocks the guild master back. Marika's father lays on the floor, crying out of jealousy that he also has an affinity to that. In his 30 years as an adventurer, he ain't seen anyone like Daryl. Anvil angrily orders Daryl to get a shield for the last test, which is blocked. The guild master sees this as an opportunity to take out his frustration at Daryl, so he decides to use an iron mallet the young man. Daryl is a bit worried seeing this as he's holding a wooden shield, but before he can fully voice it out, attacks with full strength as tears stream from his face, but Daryl blocks it and even sends the guild master flying back. With all the testing complete, Anvil concludes that Daryl's aura fits every aspect perfectly, but the young understand how rare it is. He explains that he has never seen anything like this before. Daryl finds all this strange because he couldn't use magic and he is used to being seen weak. Anvil informs him that he can go very with his unique skill. He feels that it would be selfish of them to keep someone talented in this small village. He suggests that he joins the top organization that every adventurer wants to join. He promises to give him a reference letter in his recruitment. Daryl looks over and sees that the thought of leaving makes Marika sad, so he decides to stay since they gave him a place to live when he was homeless. This makes her so happy as she hugs him. Daryl looks on to start his second life. Anvil gathers the rest of the villagers, and it is revealed that he's also the village chief. He initially introduces Daryl to everyone as their latest member of the village, who will also be an adventurer. So if they have problems, they are free to report it so that the newcomer can assist. The young man also does his introduction. People are happy with his politeness as they were worried since he was an outsider. Kashida heckles that he doesn't like the guy. He feels like Daryl is too old to be an adventurer. This offends him a little as he doesn't feel like he's old. Anvil being rude to his new comrade, it is revealed that Kashida is a rank adventurer. He looks down and finds out that he has the lowest rank, which is an E rank, but he states that Daryl shows him respect. And for him to have patience and explain that Gashida is arrogant since he is the only adventurer in the village, so he thinks he's doing a job. He later summons Daryl to the office and gives him a lot of requests that have come in to gather some herbs they have piled up because Gashida thinks he's big to take them. The guildmaster warns him to be wary of a ferocious beast that his senior tried to take down for about half a month. He shows them the poster, and to their shock, it's the monkey he defeated earlier. Anvil is even more surprised when they alert him. At a later date, when some adventurers come across the corpse of the monkey monster, Anvil gets a report which confirms Daryl's extermination. He stamps the contract complete while he reprimands Gashida for slacking off too much, which has allowed Daryl to take down the monster for him. Anvil instructs him to thank the new help. Gashida glares at him with frustration as he thanks him, but Daryl is aware that this incident is going to cause a problem between the two of them. The young lad quickly picks up the next monster contract and notices that Daryl has a for herb gathering, so he starts to make fun of him for doing such low-level quests. As he leaves, he declares that he will prove that he's better. To add insult to injury, he calls Daryl an old recruit. The newcomer alerts Anvil of his departure. The guildmaster holds him for a moment. He takes his hand, which activates his rank. The old-timer then proceeds to cover it, and Daryl winces for a moment before Anvil alerts him that he has been granted a promotion. He is now a D-rank adventurer. This is his reward for defeating the monkey and protecting the village. Marika interrupts as she jets out of her room, thanking Daryl for waiting for her. He informs her that she doesn't need to follow him on the quest. Marika feels like he still doesn't know the area too well since he's new, so someone has to be his guide for the time being. The two set off, and he still expresses his worry for her safety as it's dangerous outside the village, hence the need for adventurers. She reveals that there is nothing to worry about as some villagers also enter the forest. They only commission adventurers to go to the deep parts of the woodlands that have the dangerous monsters. As they proceed, they come to a cliff that they must traverse. Daryl is surprised that she can climb. Marika discloses that she wanted to be an adventurer in the past because she wanted to help her village. This explains why she was brave enough to go deep into the forest. Marika discloses that an old lady got sick and Gashida refused to go get the herb, so she was forced to go. They reach the top of the cliff, and she requests that they hold hands so that they don't get separated. Daryl is reluctant because he is a Sigma, but she finally gets her way as they proceed forward hand in hand. The two reach the area where their target herbs grow. Daryl uses the picture on the contract to pick them, but she notices that he has been picking the wrong type as the one on the picture has jagged edges. She also instructs him on the proper way to harvest sustainably and gets flushed when he thanks her. As they continue, she casually lifts tree trunks like she goes to the gym 5 times a day, and she spots deer tracks that would be impossible for the average adventurer to notice. Even Daryl doesn't see anything on the floor, but he's not surprised since she's the daughter of a guild master. She decides that they should pause the herb picking and hunt the game for the meat. Looking at her strength, he asks her why she didn't handle the monkey when it attacked, but she reveals that she's scared of fighting. She still sees him as her savior, but she requests that he stop referring to her in such a formal way as it makes it look like they are strangers, but in his mind, they still are. He tries to address her more casually, but he's unable to. She hugs him with her super strength and calls him mean for not heeding her request. He manages to get her off him when he spots the deer by fluke, so he draws her attention to it. They observe the animal, but it suddenly becomes hostile and dashes into a bush nearby. The two watch as the deer starts to fight a nearby monster Bruce Lee style to their confusion. The duo draws their swords to attack the creatures while they are preoccupied. They off-screen the deer and the monster and bring their carcass back to the village, which draws a crowd. Daryl tries to downplay their achievement, but Gashida looks at him lividly. With tears in his eyes, he runs off crying, leaving the contract behind. Turns out that Daryl accidentally hunted his prey again. As the days go by, Daryl starts to get used to life in the village, mostly getting by without any problems. One day he makes his way to the guild hall and meets Gashida coming out. Bootleg Zoro frowns his face and tries to bump into Daryl but bounces off him. Daryl offers to help him up, but he knocks his hand away and storms off angrily. The newcomer just assumes that he's stressed and proceeds into the hall. Marika is there to greet him warmly and offers him some food, trying to look cute, but he just brushes past her to Anvil and informs him that he has finished collecting all the herb gathering requests. The guild master is worried about Gashida since he's having a rough time at the moment after Daryl took his target twice. Daryl expresses his remorse, but Marika feels differently, stating that it is not his fault as it is only common sense to hunt monsters when possible. The father agrees that adventurers from the same guild should cooperate, but that is but a small part of his concerns. He presents a contract that came as an emergency when Gashida was around. It is a monster snake called the Blaze Death Scythe that is only available to C-rank adventurers and higher. It is far more dangerous than the other two Dariel took out. The flyer has only been sent as a warning to the village since the location of the monster is so close, but adventurers from a higher ranking guild in the next village are planning to deal with it. As long as Gashida has seen the contract, he will try and get involved somehow even though he's only AD rank. But Envel ensures them that the neighboring guild's party has already surrounded the monster in a large area, so it shouldn't come anywhere near them. Marika worries that Gashida could still enter the area, which would cause a headache for the guild master if things went wrong. Dariel offers to go keep an eye on Gashida to prevent him from doing something stupid. Marika offers to tag along, but he rejects it as this one is a lot more dangerous. Although she's disappointed, she prepares some supplies and medicine that would be useful if he were to encounter the monster snake. He sets off, and while he looks for Gashida, the weather starts taking a turn for the worse, which matches his uneasy feeling. When he was in the Demon King's army, he always regretted ignoring this feeling, and it seems like it was right again. He reaches a clearing in the woods that has been created by the snake. He wonders what happened to the large party that was supposed to keep the snake in check. His attention is suddenly drawn behind him when the ground begins to shake. Gashida can be seen running towards him as he's being chased by the snake. The shout of the monster forces Dariel to activate his shield. Looking at the situation, he has no other option but to engage the serpent. He draws his sword and activates his aura, but the monster just ignores him and tries to attack Gashida. Walmart Zoro stands his ground, but his arrows aren't imbued with enough aura to do damage. He stands there frozen in fear as the snake drives in to finish him off. All he can do is cover his face, ready to accept his fate. Dariel springs into action, launching himself into the air to intercept the monster's attack. Gashida notices his humongous aura as he slashes the snake in the eye. The newcomer does enough damage to stop the attack on his colleague. It retaliates with a powerful tail attack, but Dariel activates his shield and blocks, even bracing further with his sword. The basic blade shatters into many fragments from the force and pressure of the assault. Sensing the opportunity to finish him off, the snake rushes towards Dariel with its mouth wide open, ready to devour him like a Big Mac. But he calmly assesses the situation and ponders on the right technique to counter with. The guy decides to use both hit and sting as he grabs the tip of his broken blade. He fires his improvised attack into the mouth of the monster. Gashida watches in awe as the blow pierces through the snake and carries on for a few more meters as it clears the trees in its path. It lays there vanquished just as the rain starts to fall. The young lad can't believe that Dariel managed to defeat it as it outranks him. The newcomer also sits down to catch his breath after that difficult battle, but his respite is short-lived as Gashida winces in pain from the snake bite. Dariel quickly moves him under a tree to shelter him from the rain. Gashida proceeds to cry, fearing for his life as Dariel washes his wound before giving him an antidote that Marika prepared in anticipation for this incident. He assures him that he's not going to pass away and grabs an herb from the forest floor, squeezing its juices onto his wound before placing the leaves on it and bandaging it with his sleeve. Gashida is curious to know how he knows all of this. The guy explains that during the herb gathering missions, Marika taught him a lot about the different kinds of plants and their uses. After some wise words from Dariel, Gashida starts to cry, feeling guilty and ashamed of his behavior. The rain stops and the sun starts to come out, probably a metaphor for the change that Gashida has just undergone. With his life out of danger, Dariel finally decides to lie down for a moment before they make their way back to the village. The following morning, Marika makes a feast for the family to enjoy. They are interrupted by Gashida, who now calls Dariel Big Bro and treats him with respect due to their little ordeal. The guild master is surprised by his sudden change of attitude. Marika starts to get a bit jealous that he's trying to take Dariel's attention. All the while he wonders how the four kings are faring with their fight against the human heroes. Things move to the Demon King's army HQ, and one of the king's Zedians comes back injured after taking a huge L when an unknown spearing-wielding hero foiled their plans. She explains the situation to the other three and blames the lack of intel for her defeat. they fire the current assistant for his incompetence. After Daryl's departure, they have already been through 5 people. Delroy suggests that they rehire Darryl because he was good at the job and even went above and beyond for them. She remembers all the personal things he did for her and starts to blush. On the other hand, his brother Bashabaza is raging red with anger that his name was brought up again and refuses to acknowledge that he made the wrong decision. Elsewhere, Daryl prepares to leave for another gathering quest, but his colleague is all over around him seeking to get his attention, which he finds a bit annoying, but he prefers this treatment to how Gashida was hostile in the past. After a long day questing, he returns in the evening, and as soon as he announces it, Marika darts out the front door and tackles him, excited to welcome him back. Unlucky for Daryl, she has super strength, so she knocks him back along the ground for a few meters. As the dust settles, so does her excitement when she realizes that she has knocked him out and has probably done some other damage as he bleeds from his nose and mouth. Daryl has noticed that her antics have been escalating each day, but aside from that, he's enjoying his second life. He has started to realize that there is a hidden secret within the village. Later that night, a bandaged up Daryl has a hot drink with the chief and guild master of the village. He asks him about the empty houses in the village. Envel warns him that it's going to be a long story before calling Marika to bring him the map, but he gets no response. Daryl decides to go check on her only to find her sulking because she lost control and hurt him earlier. At this rate, she is sure that she will be the end of him. He assures her that he understands that it was an accident. His words remove her guilt, so she quickly goes to get the map. Envel spreads it and begins to explain the derelict houses as remnants of a time when the village was full of life. Beyond the village lies the most important site for humans, the Mithril Mine. Mithril is a metal with strange properties. Weapons made from this material boast unparalleled performance. Daryl mentally notes that even the demons treasure Mithril because it can be crafted into magical tools which can store mana. The chief continues that the material's value has led to a cycle of battles that have raged on for hundreds of years for the mine. The village of Locks was a stopover for the Mithril transport, so naturally, it became a bustling in town. But when Envel was a child, the demons took the precious mine for themselves. There were attempts to retake it, but the humans consistently failed, so eventually gave up. With the mining trade non-existent, the village too started to suffer, so the chief feels like the village is destined to die slowly. Daryl later lies in bed thinking about the mine. He decides to go there soon since it is his former workplace. The day of his visit arrives as he overlooks the entrance of the mine from the top of a cliff. He hopes everyone is doing well before he slides down to get a closer look. He plans to persuade them to sell some of the mithril to him so he can put it on the black market, which will enable him to generate a bit of profit for the village. Daryl just hopes that he can meet someone willing to negotiate. He's a bit nervous interacting with them since he's not part of the army anymore, so he fears the possibility of getting captured. He sees a few empty wooden crates with holes in the side, so he uses one to disguise himself to infiltrate the place. As he proceeds, Daryl notices how easy it was to sneak in. If he arranged such lackluster security, his adopted brother Bashabaza would have burned him alive. After some time, he just realizes that there is no one around, so he removes his cover and strolls into the mine. The former assistant gets confident and begins to call out to see if anyone is there. He reaches a cliff and stops when he begins to hear noise coming towards him. An army of many-hooded creatures with multicolored eyes start to appear from the darkness. Daryl looks at them with shock. They also look at him for a moment before he starts to call them by name. The minions get excited and call his name too as they jump all over him. One of them gets them all in line for a pat-pat, so he proceeds to pat them all one at a time till he's done. Daryl asks them for an update on the situation and is shocked to find out that they have been ordered to gather 4 times more mithril compared to the time he was in charge of the mine. He wonders who ordered such a thing. One alerts him that the command came from super high up. They all start trying to remember the name of the person who decreed it and proceed to make fun of Bashabaza's name as they try to figure it out. But from their attempt, Daryl figures out that it was his adopted brother. It is also revealed that the many creatures are called knockers as the former assistant worries about them being so disrespected. They begin to cry when they reminisce about the good days when Daryl was their boss. It was fun. He called them by their names and also took good care of them. They reveal that the last batch of soldiers was told to leave the mine to save cost, leaving them defenseless. Although they are no longer his subordinates, he still feels for them as they have diligently mined mithril for the army. Their pity party is interrupted when the footsteps of the new soldiers can be heard. The knockers suspect they are there to check on the mithril. Their closeness is hinted at when the magic light starts to illuminate the place. Daryl quickly hides just before they arrive at the foot of the cliff. The knockers line up ready to receive their new bosses. A soldier steps forwards with a crate of mithril and throws it on the ground. The new commander asks them what they are trying to communicate with this turnover of mithril. He alerts them that it doesn't meet the quota and accuses them of trying to sabotage him. One of the knockers steps forward to explain that the extra workload is too much for them and pleads with him to wait a bit longer. He shoots a warning blast that shuts up the spokesman. Daryl inspects the new commander and doesn't recognize him. He proceeds to berate and alert them that his orders are also the will of Bashabaza. Daryl feels like he's being a bit too rough with his subordinates. He turns to leave and orders them to get the required amount by the following day or they will have to face some consequences. One of the knockers can't take the mistreatment any longer, so it springs into action and hits the new commander on the head with his shovel. This gets the others riled up in support. The new boss orders the soldiers to take out the rebels. The unit moves into action. Daryl gets worried because the knockers are workers, not fighters, so they are going to lose. The unit begins their incantations to cast spells, but the adventurer throws a shovel at the hand of the soldiers, which interrupts it. He dashes across to save the two knockers that were in harm's way. Daryl orders the Demon King's soldiers to stand down as he asks them if they wish to murder non-combatants with magic. He stands his ground and alerts them that he's not retreating, so he will dance with anyone who dares to step forwards. He has the bottom part of his face covered so that they will not recognize him, but he notices a strange smell and wonders if it's some kind of new magic. One of the knockers complains about their undies going missing, and its description matches the cloth Daryl used to cover his face. A soldier points out to everyone that he's wearing them on his face, so he's labeled a degenerate. He wants to take it off, but he can't have his identity out there. But anywho, he releases his aura ready to fight. The commander jumps to the conclusion that he agitated the knockers to try and steal the mine from them. The soldiers move into battle formations, but Daryl is in a predicament because he doesn't want to hurt his old comrades. He decides to sheath his sword and tie it shut with the help of the knockers, which turns it into a non-lethal weapon. He orders the creatures to hide somewhere safe as the soldiers begin their incantations. The adventurer rushes towards one of the men preparing to attack and knocks his helmet off. Some of the knockers decide to help and attack the guard who's about to finish casting his spell, but instead of firing it, he kicks the creatures. It means that his words reach them, so he begins to address their pride in the Demon King's army and how their laws state that if a soldier kills one non-combatant, it means they have committed murder. The new commander realizes that his speech is reaching them, so he fires a spell at Daryl to stop his waffling. He then orders all of them to start chanting and threatens to burn those who disobey his order. With all kinds of elements being chanted at the same time, it is going to be almost impossible for Daryl to counter, but he thinks fast and begins to dash across the area, taking down the units that are casting the shorter spells. The new commander watches on amazed because that means he has every element's chant memorized. Daryl turns the water spell against them, which takes out a large number of the soldiers. The commander instructs one of his men to use an enhancement spell to attack instead. He creates a giant rock hand, but Daryl takes it out with a single strike. He has now closed the distance between him and their leader. The commander panics and fires a spell, but Daryl blocks, which also unsheathes his sword, allowing him to pin the boss with the blade to his neck. The adventurer alerts him that it was always 1 versus 1 because his men were never going to kill the knockers. The commander begins to beg for mercy and reveals that he's not from the Demon King's army, making him a non-combatant. He explains that he happened to meet Bashabaza at a ball and got along well as they chatted. He asked him to check on the mine for him. He confesses that his situation is pure nepotism as he drops his head in shame. Daryl wonders if his adopted brother hired someone just because they became friends, because he fired him for being incompetent. The fake boss reminds Daryl that killing a non-combatant will hurt his pride as a knight. The adventurer stands, but decides to cut the top of his hair as punishment for his actions and orders him to file his resignation when he gets back to HQ. He runs out of the mine quickly as his men watch on confused. Daryl informs them to leave too. With the threat averted, the first thing he does is remove the stinky item of clothing from his face. The knockers praise him for his strength, but they are worried about him because he just defeated the Demon King's army. He alerts them that he is human, so he has not betrayed his kind. The knockers decide to give their allegiance to Daryl, making the mine his. That evening he makes his way back to the village and informs the chief that he recaptured the mine for the humans. Anvil spits his drink out in shock. Daryl pleads for him to take the knockers into their custody, and after some consideration he allows it. But the chief informs him that this would involve all of humanity, so he must send this news to the Center Guild ASAP so that they can be involved with the next steps. When the news got out, many villages celebrated. With it under human control, now the knockers are employed as guides because of their vast knowledge of the mine. The village of Lox starts to become busy again due to the activity at the mine. Envel thanks Daryl for bringing the town back to life because he had already given up hope. Marika rushes over with lunch, but she trips. However, Daryl saves her from falling. She gets carried away that he called her by her first name, so she tackles him trying to hug him, but she knocks him out again. Looks like this guy really has a glass chin. At the Demon King's HQ, Bashabaza works in his study as his pet parrot serenades him with praises of his intelligence. They are interrupted when Zebians come to inform him about something, but she's distracted by the giant anomaly in the middle of the space. He explains that it is the place where their condensed magical weapons are made. Mithril is used as the main material because of its high magic absorption rate, so by continuously mixing and compressing the material he can create a super bomb that contains hundreds of times more magical power. He releases his fire magic to give more impact to what he's saying, but this burns part of the room. Bashabaza feels like with this weapon he will cement himself as the greatest among the 4 kings of all time. Zebians points out that his new weapon will need a lot of mithril. He doesn't see that as a problem because he is in charge of the mine and has requested they produce quadruple their normal quota. She alerts him that it has been stolen from them by the humans. His confidence quickly turns to dread as he falls to the ground. Zebians tells him that the situation is much worse than he thinks because the Demon King himself has heard about his blunder and is not happy. The big boss summons him and weaves the need of mithril into the conversation so that he can query him about the situation at the mine. The young-looking lord activates a little bit of his power, which begins to crush Bashabaza as he submits. He brings up the fact that he already warned him to stop making bombs and even decided to increase the need for mithril in other areas as a soft way to deter him and not wound his pride, but he didn't take the hints. The Demon King begins to insult his intelligence and marks his blunder as unprecedented, ordering him to redeem himself instantly. At this point, Bashabaza's slick persona just crumbles as he sits on his backside scared. He tries to blame the knockers for the loss of the mine, but his boss only wants to hear his apology, which he reluctantly gives. The Demon King points out that if he had Daryl's help, the mine wouldn't have been lost because he's competent with intelligence and a good heart. He's sure Daryl was the reason why Bashabaza's father, who was the previous Fire King, was able to serve him so well. A flashback starts to play of Daryl doing a good job and being liked, while Bashabaza hated him from the shadows. The thought of it makes him so angry that he grinds his teeth together. The boss dismisses him and orders him to reflect on this blunder at home. The Demon King opens his other eye as he wonders what they are to do now that Daryl is gone. Meanwhile, when the Fire King gets out, he recounts that his boss called him dumb twice, which is frustrating enough, but what enrages him is that even the great Demon King acknowledged his adopted brother Daryl. His anger reaches a crescendo as he releases a giant fire blast that causes an explosion for all to see. During that interval, the village of Lox is booming because the mine is under human control now. Daryl and Marika sit under a tree watching the old residents and newcomers interact. She comments on how she has never seen the village filled with such warmth, and how she wishes that they can show it to their future children. There is a moment of silence as Daryl looks at her with confusion, but she promises to also cherish her husband, which just increases his bewilderment. She stutters on her words as she tries to propose to him, but some commotion in the town square interrupts them. Daryl apologizes and makes his way over to check out the situation, but he has an idea of what she wanted to say. He arrives to see his guild colleague Gashida having an altercation with some other adventurers. He grabs him by the ear as the young lad explains that they were insulting the Lox Village Adventurers Guild. Fitbiton introduces himself as B. Rank, who is the leader of the adventurer party sent from Campbell City. He's heard that there are only 2 adventurers in the village, so he assumes that Daryl is the other one. He politely confirms as he shows his D-rank crest. Fitbiton begins to look down on them and doesn't believe the rumors that they took back the mine from the demons. So he asks them to disclose the magic trick they used to perform such a miracle because their ranks are too low to do it conventionally. Daryl just tells them that he got lucky. Fitbiton finds that story more believable. This only gets Gashida angry, and Daryl tries to hold him back. The B-rank turns his back to Daryl and Gashida, alerting them that they will handle everything related to the mine, so the Lox adventurers can go back to doing their mundane chores. He also advises Daryl to keep Gashida on a leash as he describes him as a rude dog. His arrogance starts to annoy Daryl, so he pulls them up on an earlier incident where a high-rank monster serpent was spotted in the Campbell City area, but they failed to track and contain it. The monster came into the Lox area. he alerts Fitbiton that it was Kushida who tracked it down, so he doesn't need a leash. This makes his colleague happy. As they leave, Kushida reveals that it was Daryl that defeated the big snake. This revelation shocks Fitbiton. The crowd start to mumble among themselves as they get excited, so he tries to downplay it. That doesn't work because the crowd starts to parade him around when someone speculates that he must have the power of an A rank. Fitbiton watches on looking very salty since it was his party that made that mistake during the operation. Later that night, Anvil throws a banquet at the lodge to celebrate the newfound success of the village. As Marika serves drinks, she overhears Kushida talking about the disrespect Fitbiton was saying to them earlier. This gets her angry, so she prepares to terminate him. Anvil asks her to calm down as Daryl also tries to apprehend her. The old-timer explains that he understands Fitbiton's actions a little because adventurers only have their ranks to prove themselves. Marika is having none of it and stabs her knife on the table out of frustration while also calling Daryl her husband as she rants on. The young lady gets embarrassed and rushes to the back. With the idea in his mind, he accidentally calls Anvil his dad when he's about to address him. The village chief accepts and pleads with his new son-in-law to take care of his daughter, but Daryl makes them aware that it was a slip of the tongue. The following day, Mr. Bestfred, who is a member of the Center Guild, comes to Daryl looking for assistance. He went to talk to the Knockers to strike an agreement, but they were wary of him. They refuse to negotiate unless Daryl is involved. The adventurer explains that the little creatures were oppressed by their former demon master, so they are wary of strangers. Bestfred is curious to know why they trust him so much. Daryl just tells him that it's because he liberated them. He doesn't want anyone to know that he was in charge of the mine when he was in the Demon King's army, and that is how he got acquainted with them. The two make their way to the mine, and with a seal of approval from Daryl, the Knockers decide to now interact with the Center Guild. Bestfred thanks him for the help. He prepares to go home, but he bumps into Fitbiton and his party. One of his underlings greets Daryl, but the leader berates him for it. As they discuss, it is revealed that they are being employed to act as guards for the place. They are interrupted when a magic seal from the demons appears above them. It broadcasts a familiar voice that pleads with the Knockers to come back to their side. Daryl activates his aura and quickly leaves to find the original location. He has realized that when he wears his aura, he can run faster. The adventurer dashes through the forest and eventually finds the unit broadcasting. The soldiers stop and prepare to attack, but the squad leader Rizit stops them. They explain that the enemy is an adventurer as he takes cover in the bushes. The magician casts a water spell as he orders his men to retreat for now. Rizit stops his spell before it hits his target and warns him to leave the area because they don't wish to fight. Daryl decides to reveal himself as soon as the mage releases it. He cancels the spell and gives him a big hug. He lets him know how worried he was and informs him that everything has gone to hell in the demon army since his departure. The ex-comrade and Daryl take a seat near a cliff to have a catch-up. Daryl discloses that he was human all along but tells him not to inform anyone. Rizit explains his point that the internal affairs of the army is not looking good. It is now that they realize how good Daryl was at communicating Bashabaza's reckless orders. He also acknowledges the great support he provided on the field. The chain of command is on the verge of collapse since his departure, and both the top brass and the underlings are frustrated. He is surprised to hear that Bashabaza is seen as dumb and has been suspended from the army because of his blunder. They have been ordered not to go near the mine, but Rizit got a personal order from the Demon King to try and resolve the tension between them and the Knockers. He pleads for Daryl to come back to the army, but he refuses because he's human, but Rizit doesn't care as they are friends. The mage alerts him that among the 4 kings, Lady Droys wants him to return. She is always looking for him when she goes out. Daryl rejects the officer and explains that some human welcomed him in when he was at his lowest, so he would like to work for them for now. Rizit doesn't take the news well and tries to capture and return him by force, but Daryl easily cuts his way out of the water prison, which shocks the mage. Daryl has a way to resolve the issue with the mine. He suggests that the demon army buy some mithril to meet their demand. Daryl sets up a meeting with Bestfred since he's the representative for the Center Guild. When the adventurer proposes the deal to sell some of the mithril to the demons, he spits his drink out of his mouth in shock. He knows that there will be unnecessary bloodshed if the demons come back to take the mine, so he believes trade would be best. The humans will sell mithril to the demons 4 times the market price as a sign of their animosity. Rizit is happy with this arrangement, but Fitbiton, who's on guard duty, objects and tries to attack Rizit, but Daryl blocks and lets him know that this problem will be solved through business. Since he's a D rank, Fitbiton tries to berate Daryl, but Best Fred rather puts Fitbiton in his place, as giving political advice was not part of the services. He was hired to be a guard. Best Fred decides to take the deal. As they hash out the details, the B-Rank watches on Salty again. The ex-colleagues debrief after the meeting, and Daryl reveals that the well-being of both humans and demons is important to him because of the kindness they have shown him. He looks on, hoping that one day both species can live in harmony. On a different day, Daryl makes his way to the village's old foundry because Best Fred from the Central Guild has ordered him to revive the workshop to process the mithril. After some searching, he locates it, but hears some commotion coming from the supposed empty foundry. When he gets closer, Fitbiton from the Campbell village comes out, and he has already hijacked it with blacksmiths from his village. He gives a fake smile thanking Daryl for coming by, but he and his team have got the foundry under control. Fitbiton points out that the people of Locke's village don't have the specialists to handle the assignments of blacksmiths. Daryl tries to alert him that Best Fred sent him, but he doesn't care and condescendingly tells him to go home and prepare dinner. Fitbiton uses his authority as a B-Rank adventurer to shut the D-Rank Daryl up. Left with no other option, he makes his way back to Enville to alert him of the situation. The guild master points out that the mithril mine is hugely beneficial to humans, and the fact that Campbell village lost that right to provide security around the mine must have irritated them. Daryl blames himself for this. Their conversation is interrupted by Marika rushing over and clinging to Daryl looking for help. She complains that an old man visiting the village has been troublesome, as he is not one to leave a damsel in distress. He rushes over to the scene. They arrive to meet the old-timer face down in some tomatoes, which Daryl first mistakes for a crime scene. He wakes up and alerts the girl that she gets too worked up as he munches on one of the fruits. The D-Rank proceeds to berate the senior citizen for his actions. This puts Daryl on his radar, so he begins to roast him, calling him a quack adventurer. This annoys Marika, who doesn't joke around when it comes to her future husband. She lunges forward to attack the old-timer, but Daryl holds her back. He alerts her that he was just going off his observation from his dull-looking sword. He comments that the wobbling on the blade is evidence of over-sharpening. Only an off-brand wish-level adventurer would trust his life with that thing. Marika informs the mature man that her hubby is already super strong with that sword. She begins to list all the feats that he has achieved, for example, his win over the giant snake. This catches the old-timer's attention, so he asks Daryl to show his hands to him. He explains that he can identify the attributes of one's aura just by touching his palms. A golden light emits from Daryl as he identifies that he is well suited to all fighting styles. This by itself gets him excited, but he's also impressed by the size of his aura. He reveals himself to be Smith, a well-known mithril blacksmith. He heard that mithril could be forged again at Locke's village, so he came to set up shop. His apprentice arrives at the front of the village with a wagon full of his equipment. They bring the prospective blacksmith to the inn, but Marika admits that she doesn't know any blacksmiths that go by his name. She also comments on how generic the name Smith is and thinks that it's an alias. Daryl stops Enville as he makes his way up the stairs to ask him if he knows of a smith who is a mithril blacksmith, but he's not so sure. The old-timer quells all their doubts when he provides an official summons directly from the Center Guild. With that misunderstanding taken care of, he asks Daryl to take him to the foundry. The guy alerts him how adventurers from Campbell have taken it over. The old-timer finds him spineless and asks them to still go so that he'll show him his negotiation techniques. When they get there, he latches onto Fitbiton and pleads with him to allow them to have access. His pressure becomes too much, so the B-Rank folds and gives them the corner of the foundry to use. Daryl watches on and is a little disturbed by his despicable negotiation technique. They make their way inside to stations of blacksmiths working on the mithril. The old man takes in the sight as he reminisces on the good old days. He sees a pile of rare material and rushes over to hug it. Their attention is drawn to a blacksmith who yells in frustration because he messed up his forge. The senior smith scoffs and calls them amateurs. He takes some of the mithril to a furnace to show the proper way to handle the material. He orders Daryl to close the window to prevent light from entering. The master smith explains that the fire's temperature matters. If it is too low or high, the material will turn into ashes. The others watch in the background as he shows the color at which the mithril should be removed from the forge. Daryl notices its bright color. Smith calls it the pressure point, and each piece has its unique pressure point. He places it on the anvil, and with one hit of his hammer, the mithril turns to a molten state. After some further processing, he forges a blade. The master smith tosses it to Daryl to handle, and he's amazed by how light the blade is. The old-timer instructs him to channel his aura into the blade, and as he does so, he notices that the difference is significant. It is described as cotton wool absorbing water. Mithril weapons have a different level of aura penetration, so to demonstrate this they take it into the woods to have a few practice swings. Daryl cuts through a giant tree like a hot knife through butter and is amazed by the lack of resistance. They are interrupted when Fitbiton comes to apologize and pleads with Smith to teach them how to better handle mithril during forging, but he refuses because of the way he treated him earlier and slaps his backside for good measure. He leaves with Daryl, which only annoys Fitbiton. The D-Rank turns around to find Mr. Mustache glaring at him. Seeing his blade performing so well has got Smith hyped and feeling refreshed, but Daryl feels tired from all the swinging using his aura. When they get back into town, the old-timer asks for his sword back, which gets the adventurer a bit sad because he thought it would be given to him. Smith alerts him that that sword is not a good match for him. When Daryl reluctantly hands it over, the senior citizen discloses his dream of creating a weapon with mithril that doesn't belong to any family of swords, spears, or axes. He feels like after coming to Locke's village he has finally found what to forge. He asks Daryl to come along with him. The old-timer already smuggled some extra mithril to use when no one was watching. He has already prepared a private workshop. They arrive at the inn and his disciples have already set everything up. Daryl looks at the ethanol furnace with confusion. This is a magical tool. Smith confesses to picking it up from the black market. The D-Rank points out that he can't use it without magic, which he is aware, but he would be able to make his dream weapon if only he could get it working. Daryl remembers that his friend from the Demon King's army is still around, so they ask him for a transmitter that will allow them to use the magical furnace. Kushida walks in on Daryl buttering Rizit up with some words of praise because he's looking for a favor. This makes Kushida jealous, but Marika tells him to stop moping around. Rizit is reluctant to help them, but he hopes it's a one-off thing because he can't be complicit in humans' mass production of weapons since demons and humans are at odds at the moment. Smith assures him that he's not mass producing anything, he's making a one-of-a-kind weapon for Daryl to show appreciation for taking the mine back. Also, he possesses a special kind of aura that will enable him to use the weapon he's always been dreaming of forging. That was the reason he didn't want to give him that other weapon since it was a prototype. This one will be able to adjust to all 4 fighting styles. After hearing him out, Rizit activates the furnace, and Smith asks Daryl to get some drinks so that he can be sipping while working. On his way out, Fitbiton stops Daryl and pulls him to the side to discuss something with him. He proposes that their 2 villages work together to protect the mine and the surrounding area, but Locke's village will pay a fee for the service. Daryl refuses such a disrespectful offer, which only annoys Fitbiton, so he throws his glove at the D-Rank and asks him to pick it up. When Daryl narrates the events to Envil and everyone, the guildmaster alerts him that Fitbiton just officially challenged him to a duel. Envil suspects that he might want the mithril mine for himself, which is why he has challenged him. Marika worriedly comments that all Daryl has to do is win, but the guildmaster informs them that a D-Rank challenging against a B-Rank is just like a cat facing a lion. What's even scarier is the victor won't be sentenced even if he killed his opponent. Because of this, there are some who only duel to seek revenge. If the duel is dismissed, that would mean an automatic defeat and the mine would fall into Fitbiton's hands. After hearing everything, Daryl decides that he will participate in the duel. Smith steps up and is ready to forge his new weapon. He then sends him outside to teach him how to fight with a mithril weapon. Daryl is in the woods late at night training to be able to wield his new weapon. Marika interrupts with some tea for him to take a break. They sit together while he drinks it. She's worried about his upcoming battle, but he's happy that everyone has shown concern, which is also the reason why he wants to fight. She has decided to make tomorrow's dinner stew his favorite dish, so he should come back alive. Marika sets off to gather the ingredients for the dish. The following morning, some birds chill on one of the branches of knives Daryl has made with perfect knife throws. Meanwhile, in the town square, everyone gathers to watch the duel between the two. Envil is the one who's going to officiate the fight. Fitbiton commends Daryl's bravery for not running away as he removes his weapons ready to fight. Daryl too unsheathes his mithril dagger, which makes Fitbiton laugh. He thought that the old-timer would have made something bigger. Daryl ignores his jokes and wants to know what the rules of the duel are. They are to fight until either party surrenders or goes down. He will stop the duel if he sees immediate danger. The D-Rank strengthens his resolve when thinking about the things he will lose if he fails. The guildmaster signals for them to begin. Fitbiton tries to insult his weapon again, but he's shut up when an attack shatters his shoulder armor. The B-Rank gets annoyed and charges towards him, but he realizes that Daryl's blade extends based on his stance, so he retreats before coming back with a counter. but Dariel blocks. The D-Rank extends his blade to sword length and cuts down Phibiton's shield. Smith discloses that the blade is special. By channeling one's aura, the wielder can change the shape of the blade. With Dariel's aura, he can change it to whatever he likes. He performs some swift cuts which destroys Phibiton's dagger. Envil prepares to call the winner, but the B-Rank stops him and has one of his subordinates throw over his new big sword made from mithril. He promises to end Dariel for his many transgressions against him. The D-Rank transforms his sword into a whip. Phibiton charges forward, but it is easily countered, as his new weapon is completely shattered and is sent flying into a villager's house. Everyone struggles to stand with the gust of wind produced by the attack. Dariel is exhausted and almost collapses, but Marika holds him up. The following day, Best Fred comes to apologize to Dariel for Phibiton's actions and promises to strictly punish them. The D-Rank wants to decide their fate and opts to help them fix the villager's home that they ruined during their fight. They all look at him shocked by such a lenient punishment. Best Fred is impressed with the way Dariel has handled himself in various scenarios, so he offers him an invitation to join the Center Guild. Marika overhears everything and is a little sad that she could lose him. That night, Dariel takes a bath and thinks about the opportunities it could open up for him, like looking for his parents. He is surprised that Marika has joined him. She wants to discuss something with him. Dariel is in shock that Marika is in there with him because he mistook her for Gashida, which has led to an awkward moment. Thinking about the way she has behaved in the past, he expects that death awaits him. She calls his name, which causes him to black out in fear, but he regains consciousness when she asks him about his invitation to join the Center Guild. She is certain that he's going to take the offer, so wanted to talk to him and spend a bit more time with him before he left. She alerts him that she knew something like this was going to happen sooner or later because he's amazing. Dariel looks at her in shock, not sure if it's because of her kind words or the fact that she didn't send him to the afterlife. Regardless, he keeps his mouth shut as she continues that Locke's village has changed for the better since he came. He got the mithril mine back, which boosted economic activity in the village, which in turn brought people back, and everyone in the village seems happier in general. She also confesses that he is the first guy she has ever had feelings for, which leaves him more shocked than before. She ends her speech by letting him know that wherever he goes, everyone in the village will be cheering for him. She encourages him to do his best when he goes to the Center Guild. Dariel has noticed that she is always smiling for others while suppressing her true emotions just to protect them. He tells her that he's staying and is going to turn down the offer. Dariel feels he can't leave the village because when he got fired from his job, they were the ones who took him in and put him on the straight path. He stretches his hand while informing her that he loves the village that has done so much for him, plus he doesn't think he can live without Markia's stew. She holds him and begins to cry tears of joy, so Mr. Chad takes the opportunity to plant one on her. He claims that he now has an extra reason to stay in the village. Meanwhile, at the Demon King's HQ, Bashabaza makes his way to his dad's quarters where he meets him performing some powerful fire magic. The confused guy asks him what he's doing. The Granversa explains that it's rehabilitation for the wound he received from the hero. It will heal faster if he moves his body from time to time. He orders his son to come inside since dinner is ready. As they sit to eat, his father asks him how he's doing as a member of the 4 Demon Kings. Bashabaza nervously answers that he's settling fine into his new role. The old-timer is happy to hear that. He also wants to know if he has been listening to Dariel. He lies and says yes, knowing that he has fired him. Granversa reminds his son that when he decided to retire, the people around were shocked not only because he was viewed as the strongest among the kings, but also Bashabaza's youthfulness was a cause for concern when he was to succeed him. However, he was only considered because Dariel, the perfect assistant of the 4 Demon Kings, was remaining to serve. His father, with a resting bitch face, asks him if he remembers what he told him when he handed him the throne. Bashabaza recalls that he told him that his best encounter with life was with Dariel, so letting Bashabaza inherit that fortune was his inaugural gift. So Granversa asks his son how Dariel is doing at the moment and wants to know if he has been troubling his assistant. The young lad's heart skips a beat for a moment, but he stands up in attention to alert his father that all is well, and Dariel is doing a great job as their assistant. He then advises his father to take it easy and focus on his recovery. The old-timer laughs at his lies before flipping the table. Bashabaza screams in shock like an old lady as it hits him in the face. His father follows up with a powerful punch that sends him through the wall and into the balcony. Bashabaza lays there with his cheek instantly swollen from the punch. His dad then reveals that a lot of demons have appealed to him for days, asking that he talk to his son to forgive the sins of their family members after they have been fired as the assistant. Bashabaza's level of foolishness has surprised his father because he never expected him to let go of a precious treasure such as Daryl. Hearing those words makes Bashabaza grind his teeth in frustration. His father orders him to get Daryl back at once, and after that he should beg for mercy because that's the only way he can continue being one of the 4 kings. Bashabaza's anger reaches a fever pitch as he rejects the idea of relying on Daryl to become a ruler. He unleashes his fire ability while telling his dad that he will rack up his achievements with his power. This is because he is the son of the demon known as the strongest. As he walks off, his father wonders why they will not help each other. Granverza dissolves his power as he wonders where Daryl is and what he's doing. The following morning, Marika's mother is surprised that her daughter has overslept. Since it's out of character, she decides to check on her, and she is surprised to see that her daughter has company. Marika later comes down and apologizes because she missed making breakfast. Daryl also arrives, but he slips and falls down the stairs exhausted. During breakfast, Envel notices his tiredness and suggests that he shouldn't spend long in the sauna next time. The two sigh in relief that he hasn't figured out anything yet. As the men talk, Marika's mother expresses her joy that her daughter has found a man. As the day goes on, Daryl is starting to feel a bit awkward around Envel because he's not aware of his and Marika's relationship. The old-timer looks at him and he thinks that Envel has found out their little secret. Turns out that he has got a pile of herb-gathering quests that he wanted him to complete. Daryl is also saved when Marika's mother comes and asks him to help her with the laundry. She thanks him as they move together. Now that she's alone with him, the mother hints to Daryl that she knows by playfully telling him to make sure that he gets along with Marika from now on. He immediately figures out that she knows and contemplates just telling her parents everything and potentially proposing to Marika. His thoughts are interrupted when Envel calls him while he holds an axe, so he thinks that he has found out about his entanglement with his daughter and has come to give him the axe. The old-timer leads into his office and begins to talk about how he and his wife are getting old and how he feels like it's time for the next generation to take over. From the way he's talking, Daryl feels like he has to confess first, but Envel gets his out first and expresses his wish to make Daryl his successor as the village chief. Daryl is surprised by this. Marika stands behind a bookshelf listening in on the conversation. Envel lists the reasons why he feels like he deserves it. Daryl is a bit intimidated by such a big role, but Envel assures him that he will be fine and advises that carrying a heavy load every day eventually bears fruit. Daryl takes those words and instantly applies them. He thinks about the moments he has shared with Marika and accepts the job, but only has one request: that he allows him to marry his daughter. He promises to make his daughter happy. This takes the village chief by surprise. She steps out from hiding with tears in her eyes as he turns to her to ask for her hand in marriage. Marika accepts his proposal and dashes toward him before football tackling Daryl through the doors. He only gets knocked out briefly and regains consciousness and springs up in the air with her. They have a moment professing their love for one another. She also tells her husband to be that they are expecting a baby, which shocks him, so he married Marika and became the chief of Locke's village. 1 year has been since that day, and the village has grown even bigger as the time passed. The Mithro manufacturing has been thriving even better than in its heyday. Daryl gives this update to Master Smith, who passed away within that time. He places a drink on his grave and has one with him. The new chief makes his way home to Marika and his son Gran waiting for him. As he takes his son, he comments on how much he looks like his mother. Daryl derived his name from Granverza, his adopted father, who looked after him till he matured. The family moment is interrupted when Gashida frantically runs in to inform the chief that they have a problem. Everyone pauses eating their donuts and watch him for a split second. They calm him down before he alerts them that the hero is coming, and the party is almost at the village. He turns to Guildmaster Envel to find out if the hero is as important as the people made him out to be. Envel looks at Gashida a little confused that he was panicking when he doesn't know who the hero is. Envel explains that it's a title that only one person can hold at a time after completing the harsh tests by the Center Guild. They'll have to defeat the Great Demon King as the strongest adventurer. Daryl recalls that from the demon's perspective, the hero is just a killer. He remembers seeing him once when he was the assistant. The hero was a bearded old man who came across a unit of demons and attacked them indiscriminately. Daryl wonders what he wants with their little village. He starts to get worried, thinking that the hero has come to finish him because he was a former soldier of the Demon King's army. Envel cuts all the long talk, informing everyone that they must prepare their best hospitality before the party arrive. Since Daryl is the chief, He will be the one to welcome them upon their arrival. After a short while, the villagers gather when word gets out that the hero is around. Daryl waits with his face half covered, hoping he doesn't get recognized. He also holds his weapon ready to defend against a sudden attack. He is surprised to find out that the hero is a young blonde lady named Rady. The villagers gasp at her beauty and elegance. She thanks the chief for the formal greeting despite their sudden visit and introduces herself. She then presents Sesha and Satom as her party members. She asks Daryl what his issue is. When she notices that he's looking at her oddly, he explains his surprise that the hero is a young lady. She reveals that after a deadly battle against the demons, her predecessor suffered great injuries and retired. Daryl feels like no one will recognize him, so he pulls down the neck warmer, relieved that he's not getting killed anytime soon. Rady misinterprets his reaction as him being discriminatory, but he dismisses these accusations while he hides behind Kushida. The hero and her party walk through the village as Satom comments on the irony of a small countryside village holding the key to defeating the Demon King. Daryl overhears her comments and wonders what they mean by the key to defeating his former boss. Rady explains that she has come to have a custom mithril armor set made for her. She turns around to scold her subordinate for a rude comment. Daryl notices that the hero is using notes to help her structure more formal statements and finds it weird. They arrive at the inn where Marika gives them a further warm welcome and has prepared a banquet for them. She pleads with Daryl to hold Gran, who is crying, while she accommodates their important guests. The boy's cries suddenly stop when he notices Rady. The hero also has a soft spot for babies, but tries to downplay it while demanding to hold the baby. Daryl is happy that his son has been carried by the hero, but things start going left when the kid starts concentrating on her melons. From his actions, Daryl is certain that Gran is his son. That brings the episode to an end.
The god from his world mistakenly caused Kelvin to die and be reincarnated into another world by the goddess of reincarnation. Despite his affection for her, he will have no memories of her or his previous life due to reincarnation. Awakening in a forest, a menu pops up in front of Kelvin that relays a message from the goddess of reincarnation detailing his reincarnation situation, the world he is in, and his stats. Looking at his stats on the menu and finding out he is a summoner, the menu suggests heading to the nearby town and registering as an adventurer at the Adventurers Guild there. Arriving in the town of Parth, Kelvin reveals how Melfina became the goddess of reincarnation and how he convinced her to become his tame companion. It's also revealed that Kelvin gave up his previous life memories in exchange for more skill points. He then asks if he'd be able to summon her. However, Melfina reveals that Kelvin is unable to do it as his MP level isn't adequate as of yet. Soon, Kelvin talks with the guild receptionist at the Lively Adventurers Guild to register there. Kelvin can read and write in that world and is able to register himself in the guild. To avoid attracting attention from the nation lords because of his title summoner, Kelvin puts himself down as a green mage. Once registered as an F-rank adventurers, the receptionist discloses the guild's ranking system and other pertinent information. Afterward, Kelvin purchases a wooden rod from the weapons store and heads to the grassy plains outside Parth to search for some blue slimes. Upon finding some, Kelvin uses his S-ranked appraisal eye on them and learns their stats. Learning from Melfina that one must gain a monster's consent by weakening them, Kelvin decides not to use his magic and instead use his wooden rod to attack them. However, this attempt fails and causes him to get struck in the stomach by one of the slimes. Despite this, Kelvin continues to try and fight it, and is soon able to make a contract with the slime. Kelvin names his new slime companion Clotho and learns he can communicate with his companions through wordless contact. After calling that skill his servant network, Kelvin summons Clotho, and with his help, defeats the slimes in the area. Returning to the town with enough gold, Kelvin takes a detour down an alleyway and finds a slave trader showcasing his slaves for sale. A half-blooded elf catches Kelvin's eye, but he pays no mind to it. The following day, Kelvin goes on a monster hunting spree with Clotho. At the Adventurers Guild, Kelvin learns from Ainge that he's been promoted to E rank, but expresses concern for him taking on higher-ranked missions without forming a party. Noting that Kelvin will be vying for D rank next, Ainge advises that he upgrade his equipment before he takes the necessary steps toward his new goal. Acknowledging the advice, Kelvin asks to take on a D rank quest. It's then that an adventurer named Cashel suggests that he take the Black Ghost Knight quest. Cashel introduces himself to Kelvin as a D-rank adventurer. A conversation from some adventurers in the guild reveals that Cashel has the strength of a B rank and is a rookie crusher. Cashel offers Kelvin to join his party. However, Ainge admonishes it as the Black Ghost Knight is reportedly stronger than the others. On the other hand, Kelvin declines the offer, and when Cashel still insists, Kelvin uses his appraisal eye on Cashel to learn his stats and ominous title. So in light of this, Kelvin suggests they have a competition between them of who can defeat the Black Ghost Knight first. Cashel accepts the terms with a tad of reluctance and leaves as Kelvin plots how he will handle the situation. Cashel regroups outside the guild with his two shitty party members, Jimmel and Raj. Around dusk inside the Wicked Spirit's castle, Cashel's group reaches the castle's hallway just before the throne room, where they find the bodies of undead skeletons scattered across the floor. Kelvin comes out of hiding with his Verdant staff in hand, and Cashel's group notice this internally, citing that he's a wind mage and how they'll handle him. However, Kelvin calls out to the group that they're hunting him, and they, in turn, believe that Kelvin is after the bounty on Cashel's party members' heads. Uninterested in that, Kelvin taunts the group, making Raj step forth to try and attack Kelvin, only to fall into his swampy floor trap called Mudvine. Cashel deduces that Kelvin cast the spell using his concealment skill, and following his instincts, Jimmel fearfully flees the scene, only to be confronted by the recently evolved Clotho. A flashback reveals that after Kelvin killed enough monsters, Clotho evolved from a blue slime to a slime Glutonia. Back in the present, Clotho easily defeats Jimmel, and then Rage escapes his swampy confines only to be constricted by Clotho. Cashel is sequentially dealt with by Kelvin. Wasting no further time, Kelvin heads into the room where the Black Ghost Knight stood, and after using his appraisal eye on him, learns his name is Gerard as well as his stats and skills. After he observes Gerard's skills, Kelvin notes his interest in recruiting him. This leads to the two having a civil conversation, and Kelvin learns a bit about why Gerard became a monster. Wanting to make a contract with Gerard, Kelvin duels with him. During the fight, Gerard recalls the memories of the fall of the kingdom he once served called Alcarl, when an elven emissary from the western continent named Gildora came and asked him to join the Lize Empire and destroy the Empire of Deramis. The king refused the offer, but Gildora warned of the consequences of refusing the offer. The kingdom fell to ruin shortly after, and Gerard's wife Betty and daughter Connie passed away. Back in the present, Gerard vows to avenge the land of Alcarl, which keeps him duty-bound to the realm of the living. However, Kelvin defeats him with the combined efforts of Clotho. The next day, Kelvin turns in the quest for the Black Ghost Knight and learns that Cashel's group was imprisoned and will likely be executed for their crimes. As Kelvin celebrates his accomplished quest, Ainge informs him that he's to be promoted even further by the guild master. Atop the stairway, Kelvin runs into a finely dressed older man. Kelvin meets the guild master, departs Adventurers Guild Leo, and he uses his appraising eye on Kelvin to discern who he is. Within the guild master's room, Kelvin is served some tea by Leo as they discuss Kelvin's recent accomplishment in subjugating the Black Ghost Knight and revealing Cashel's insubordination. However, Leo asks Kelvin if he is, in fact, a summoner, and after following the advice of his tamed monsters, admits that he is, but asks why Leo did nothing about Cashel when he knew about his shady involvement. To that point, Leo confesses that he couldn't lay a hand on Cashel because he's a noble from the militant nation of Trison and needed solid proof for his claims. Getting to the point of the conversation, Leo expresses his desire to become friends with Kelvin, knowing he's met other worlders in the past, being the heroes of the Holy Empire Deramis. Melfina notes that she was the one who reincarnated them and promises to tell Kelvin more later if he's curious. Leo continues his explanation about the heroes of Deramis, claiming that the priestess there foretold of the revival of the Demon Lord. Kelvin deduces that Leo wants him to protect the town in the stead of the heroes, and Leo confirms it. Afterward, the innkeeper Claire congratulates him for reaching B rank in the guild. Enjoying his lunch in his room, Kelvin has Melfina disclose her information on the heroes of Deramis to him. Her information on the heroes was vague, and they were chosen due to their good looks and knowledge. After hearing this, Kelvin decides to retrieve his reward money from Clotho and heads off the alleyway where the slaves are being sold. Upon reaching the alleyway, Kelvin spots the half-elf from the other day. The slave trader reveals that nobody wishes to purchase her due to her curse that burns anyone who touches her. Getting more information about the curse from Melfina, that it's the Fire Dragon King's curse, and that the only way to break it is an A-rank white magic spell called Sacred Bless. After leaving the scene, Kelvin later returns and purchases the half-elf named Ephil. Kelvin also casts Sacred Bless onto Ephil, breaking the curse placed on her. Later, in Kelvin's room, Ephil is told all of Kelvin's secrets about himself and has her allocate her skill points to her choosing. A month after Kelvin purchases Ephil, the two explore the dark purple forest and subjugate many of the monsters there to level up Ephil and have her gain new skills and abilities. Later that day, Kelvin's group reported the successful subjugation of a wicked sagtree Ainge of the Adventurers Guild, who congratulated them. She also informs them that one more successful quest they complete will allow them to take the rank-up exam. It would allow Kelvin to become rank A and Ephil rank B. At the Holy Empire of Duramus Great Cathedral, the priestess Colette prays to the statue of Melfina, asking for an audience with her. Melfina answers the prayer and Colette gives her an update on the heroes of Duramus. Pleased by the news, Melfina gives Colette an oracle that the heroes need to exterminate an evil in the western continent and to stay far away from Parth. Once that is over, the heroes arrive at the scene and Colette relays the oracle she received to the group. The following day, Kelvin reviews the stats of the hero party with Gerard, Clotho, and Ethel. The heroes' levels are far too low from what they expected. On the other hand, Kelvin is content that he successfully created his staff from a monster material drop, but it's said that he had many failures that led up to that one success. Gerard notes that Kelvin created a dreadnought shield and crimson cape for him. Ethel then notes that she created a sage's black robe for Kelvin with her sewing skill. Claire then knocks on their door to inform Kelvin that the guild wants to speak with him. In the guildmaster's room, Leo informs Kelvin that a rank D dungeon called the Hermit's Cave, where a secret room was discovered, contains a powerful demon inside it. When asked if Kelvin would do the quest, Kelvin accepts it. Afterward, Kelvin, accompanied by Ethel and Gerard, visits the Hermit's Cave dungeon and learns from Urd about the situation surrounding the dungeon. The group enters the dungeon, and once they reach the secret room, they find a demon woman chained to a monolith. Another demon sitting atop a pile of bones introduces himself as Archdemon Victor. Kelvin then asks who the chained woman is, and Victor responds while sealing the door that she is the Demon Lord's daughter. Melfina then informs Kelvin that there were 3 Demon Lords in the past, and the lady must be Gustav's, the current one's daughter. Victor lunges toward the group, but Gerard protects him with his shield, and Victor's plans are sequentially revealed to become the next Demon Lord. An exhilarated Kelvin tells Victor of his excitement fighting against him, and his opponent humors him by casting the black magic spell Haze Army. The spell resurrects a group of demons from one of the skeleton piles nearby, and with a snap of his finger, Victor orders the monsters to attack. Kelvin notes that the monsters are B-ranked, and with his wand casts Windshot to destroy a small pack of them, while Gerard helps him take out the rest. Victor complements the 2 skills and then uses a smoke bomb to conceal his presence and launch a sneak attack. However, Kelvin could sense his presence and alerts Gerard, who immediately counterattacks. Despite this, Victor overwhelms Gerard and directs his attention to Kelvin, which Clotho used magic absorption on him and then casts Glory's Sanction. The attack binds Victor's left arm, but it's not enough to hold him. Hence, Kelvin casts Vortex Edge to enchant Gerard's sword. As Gerard goes to attack Victor, Ethel reveals herself and shoots her blaze arrow at Victor. With Victor's right arm charred beyond use, Gerard then slices off his left arm. Although pleased by this outcome, Kelvin has the group fall back as his Glory's Sanction just expired. Victor compliments the group for doing the second most significant damage ever done to him and blames losing his edge from the peace of that era. However, Victor wasn't going to give up and cast Jin Scrimmage on himself to enshroud himself in a dark, ominous force. To prevent the spell from finishing being cast, Kelvin, Ethel, and Gerard each cast a spell or use a skill against Victor, but they're too late. Victor then manages to get the upper hand on Gerard, but before he can attack him any further, Ethel distracts Victor's attention with some arrows. It allows Gerard to launch a counterattack against Victor, who then is overwhelmed by Clotho spitting out all of the failed weapons Kelvin created at him. Clotho causes Victor to be slammed against a wall and for rubble from a pillar to topple over towards Sarah. Victor catches and moves the piece of rubble that would have crushed Sarah, moves it to the side, and faints on his back while conceding defeat. Kelvin then calls out Victor's lie to eat Sarah, to which he answers that if he didn't lie, Kelvin's party wouldn't have fought as hard as they did against him. To his admission, Gustav entrusted Victor with protecting Sarah as her caretaker. A flashback shows Victor's past as the caretaker for Sarah. In it, Victor is shown training Sarah in magical pugilism. Eventually, the hero's party attacked the Demon King's castle. Although King Gustav's life was in danger, he put his seal on Sarah that only a human could break and sent her to a faraway place where she'd be safe. When Victor finally found Sarah, he protect her and wait for the hero to be dead and for an era of peace to revive her so she could become the next Demon King. Before he dies, Victor asks that Sarah join Kelvin's party. Kelvin then breaks the seal on Sarah, and when she awakens, she tearfully curses Victor and her father for their selfishness. Outside, the party is met by Urd, who was shown proof of subjugation of the demon in the dungeon. Urd accepts the item, but asks who the lady Kelvin was carrying on his back was, and Kelvin answers that it was someone the demon possessed. In truth, it was Sarah wearing a camouflage hairpin to hide her wings and horns. Afterward, Kelvin evolves Gerard into an abyssal knight commander. After Kelvin has a brief conversation with Sarah, he and his party take Sarah to Parth and show her around a bit. Later, Kelvin reports to the Adventurers Guild about successfully subjugating the demon in the dungeon, which elevates him to rank A in the guild. Kelvin formally tames Sarah as one of his tamed monsters and later shows off the fruits of his S-rank blacksmithing and Ethel's S-rank sewing in his room. Sarah showcases the weapon Arondite, created from Victor's armor and Armor Queen's Terror. Onto Gerard, he receives a new magical sword called Thiensleif. The group ride on a wagon heading toward Toraj. Sarah notes that some hidden people were watching them. At that moment, a group of bandits led by a lady introduce themselves as the infamous Black Wind Gang. The wagon driver recognizes them as an infamous gang that mainly work around Toraj, but were said to have been taken out by an A-rank adventurer from Tryson. Using an appraisal of the bandits, Kelvin allows Sarah to handle them independently, but doesn't allow her to use the Arondite. Exiting the wagon, Sarah first handily defeats the bandit Ensu, who tries to capture her. Frightened by Sarah's unnatural strength, the head of the bandits sends out the others to deal with her, but quickly gets overwhelmed as well. A large mallet-wielding bandit named Gilda also gets overpowered by Sarah, despite having above 200 level strength. With the bandits now captured, the head bandits claim their boss is level 70, which intrigues Kelvin and asks her for more information. Finally reaching their destination of Toraj, Kelvin notes how it resembles old Japan. Afterward, the group reaches Toraj's Adventurers Guild and turns in the bandits they captured. They're formally thanked by the guild master Mist. As Mist informs the group, she and Leo were at the same party back in the day, and his title was the Analyzer. Moving onward, they discuss the matters involving the Black Wind, where Tryson's famous adventurer Kristoff supposedly destroyed the group. However, they're now back and capturing people for the slave trading business. Despite knowing that the group is in Toraj, no actions can be taken against them because it would cause a rift between the Tryson and Toraj. Wanting to find the bandits, Kelvin has Sarah try and locate one of them. Upon trying, Sarah finds a level 50 person by the town entrance. Hearing this excites Kelvin as the heroes of Deramis arrive in the town. Later, the heroes of Deramis learn of the bandit situation, and although Toya wants to deal with them, Setsuna admonishes him from getting involved. She reasons that they're to head west under the guidance of Melfina, but Toya insists they stay and help the people that are in need. While Toya and Setsuna bicker about the situation, Mist notes how Kelvin requested she relay this information to the heroes and recalls how Kelvin had a plan that'd suit his needs. Down in the bandits' base, a bandit named Hope was about to violate a little slave girl named Ruka, but Kelvin's party arrives at the scene in the nick of time. Hope then tries to attack them, but is taken out by a Gerard in a single punch. Upstairs, Kristoff, revealed to be the bandit leader, talks with Prisra, informing her that Karna, the head bandit from earlier, had been captured. At that moment, Hope appears at the room door and faints to the ground upon its opening. Kelvin then goes after Kristoff, Sarah after Prisra, and Gerard after another member named Otto. Although Kristoff is excited to fight against Kelvin, he corrects them that they're not there to fight, but to prepare themselves for the main course. Soon the heroes of Deramis reach the bandits' hideout and reaching the room where the slaves were held captive. The heroes also encounter Clotho. Drawing his sword against Clotho, Luca stands in the protection of Clotho, claiming it's the pet of their savior. Understanding his mistake, Toya introduces himself as the hero of Deramis to them all. A member of the group named Nana communicated with Clotho and revealed it was there simply to protect the slaves from any harm. Also, Luca's mom asks the heroes that they save the rank of heroes who are in trouble. Wasting no time, the heroes rush to where Kristoff and his companions were at and find them all knocked out on the ground. They then confront Kelvin's group, who had awaited the heroes' arrival. The heroes of Deramis confront Kelvin's group and accuse them of being the Black Wind. Kelvin plays along with the accusation and boasts how vulnerable Gilda's group was. Unnerved by Kelvin's audacity, the heroes of Deramis individually introduce themselves, and Toya proclaims justice will be served against them. Hearing this declaration makes Kelvin laugh and mocks them, claiming they're too weak, but proposes a game where he'll face off against them all, and the winner has their wish fulfilled. Afterward, they change their location to a more open area, and Ethel reveals that Kelvin planned that if he won, he'd have the heroes testify against Kristoff and his gang. On the opposite side, Toya chastises Kelvin, believing he's the Black Wind bandit group with a string of nefarious deeds under their belt. Wasting no time, the heroes call upon their individual fairies' blessings and Toya starts the attack. Kelvin then casts Radiant Lances against them, forcing Toya and Setsuna to block the attacks. Nana then calls out the tamed monster named Muni from her bag to use Fire Breath against Kelvin, and he briskly dodges the attack with an agility buff. He then uses his Skill Eater on Miyabi. Kelvin then claims that he stole Miyabi's parallel thinking, causing Toya to attack Kelvin as Setsuna and Nana tend to the incapacitated Miyabi. The agitated Toya attacks Kelvin in close proximity to prevent him from casting any spells. However, Kelvin manages to hold Toya off with a single hand, utilizing Sarah's borrowed S-rank martial arts skill. Kelvin casts Adamant Rampart, creating a stone blockade from the ground. However, Setsuna manages to slice right through it. Appearing from behind the falling rubble, Kelvin casts a giant fireball aimed at Setsuna, but Toya blocks it with his sword. Despite Toya brushing off the attack as nothing special and reciting his determination to defeat the Demon King, Setsuna slaps him and tearfully claims to be more mindful. A brief flashback of when the heroes of Doramus arrived in the alternate world is shown, with Setsuna giving commentary about it. Setsuna pleads with Toya to rely on them more as a team. Toya then apologizes for his past discretions to the group. Once that was all settled, the fight continues when a light fairy blinds Kelvin. Nana and Miyabi both use ice and dark magic to immobilize Kelvin's movement, and Toya and Setsuna try and attack Kelvin, but he counterattacks with a cleft detonation spell. After curing himself of his blindness, Kelvin compliments the group for their efforts thus far. He goes on to advise the heroes of their inadequate combat techniques. Enraged by Toya's advice, the heroes entrap and restrain Kelvin in what appears to be a disadvantageous situation. However, Kelvin summons his adamantine guardians and utilizes the parallel thinking he stole, creating a new spell, Radiant Crossfire. Using that spell frees Kelvin from his restraints and one by one takes out the hero party. Afterward, Toya awakens and is fully explained the truth of who Kelvin and his group are. Toya then formally apologizes to Kelvin after he learns everything, and Kelvin promises not to hold anything against him so long as he follows up with his side of the bargain. Speaking on behalf of his team, Toya agrees and Kelvin's team is asked to strip, much to their dismay. Kelvin, Miss, and a guild receptionist watch as Luca, her mother, and other freed slaves are driven away on a wagon. The heroes of Doramus are shown in a cave struggling against a giant octopus they're facing off against as Kelvin observes them. Despite Kelvin giving the group advice on how to proceed, they still struggle to fight against the octopus monster, and when they finally manage to defeat it, Kelvin allows the picnic to start. During the picnic, Doramus priestess Colette is mentioned. Furthermore, Toya details how Colette summoned them, and before they reach the alternate world, they met with Melfina. Kelvin asks the group how they take upon an S-class dungeon with their current strength. Toya answers that they have to run due to their inadequate power. Just then, Sarah fishes up a sinister dragon, the boss monster of the cave. As Sarah fights against the dragon, Kelvin then states that his action would cause the people he's sworn to protect to suffer. Afterward, Kelvin and his group see Toya's group off as they take a boat ride to their next destination. He gives each of them a pendant as a going-away present. As Kelvin watches, Toya's ship sails off. Gerard approaches Kelvin and asks him what's on his mind. Kelvin then asks Gerard if the country Lizea that destroyed his home country Alcarl is located on the continent across the sea, and Gerard confirms it. Sequentially, Kelvin asks if they were to pick a fight with Lizea, would they win against them? Gerard then answers that he believes they would, but Kelvin wants to defeat the other S-class monsters on the continent they're on now. Kelvin also reveals that the pendants have a minor stats boost enchantment and a secret function he hopes will never have to be used. Sarah then informs the group that a messenger sent by Guild Master Mist said an important person wants to meet with them. Afterward, Kelvin and the group meet with the Queen of Toraj, Tsubaki Fujiwara, who thanks them for dealing with the Black Wind Bandits and the S-rank dragon. Despite her desire to hold a feast for their achievements, Tsubaki cannot due to the conflict surrounding Trison, but she still hopes to reward them appropriately. Tsubaki then asks Kelvin what he'd like. Kelvin answers the right to purchase the rice there. Several days later, Tsubaki tries to seduce and entice Kelvin by staying at Toraj, but he flatly rejects the offer because they wish to return to Parth. To help them along the way, Tsubaki allows Kelvin's group to use Toraj's teleportation gate. Eventually, the news of Kelvin meeting the Toraj queen spreads thanks to Ainge. However, he downplays it, stating he has no plans to settle there. Afterward, Kelvin and his companions purchase a house. Luca and her mother arrive at the house as they are hired to be house servants. That night, Melfina returns to Kelvin in the avatar body she talked about before. Later in the living room, Melfina asks to be called Mel instead of her full name to avoid any conflict with Doramus, and then bestows Kelvin a blessing that has a couple of effects. The first effect is it prevents him from receiving a fatal wound once a month. The second is the ability to summon heroes. Afterwards, Sarah and Mel spar against each other as Luca and Gerard observe the fight. Outside the mansion, Kelvin contemplates whether or not the heroes of Doramus made it to the western continent and about his new hero summoning ability. Once Sarah and Mel finish their spar, they retire to the bath area where Ethel offers her services to them. Later, Mel meets Kelvin in the backyard and he asks her about the importance of heroes. Before she answers the question, Mel talks about the Demon King first, which all Demon Kings possess a unique skill called Papilla. It's a skill with two abilities. The first ability multiplies the evil within its user, and the second is the nullification of all damage. That's where the heroes come in, as their nature is fundamentally different from those in that world. Noting that if Kelvin is anxious about the hero's summoning process, Mel suggests that he perform a reincarnation summon and explains the two different summoning techniques. That night, Kelvin decides to summon a hero through a reincarnation summoning process. Recalling all of his tan creatures, Kelvin drinks a recovery potion given to him by Ethel, and after drinking it, is guided through the reincarnation summoning process by Mel. Once Kelvin commences the process, the summoned person starts picking their skills, abilities, age, and appearance. The hero summoned was named Rio, and she tearfully thanked Kelvin for summoning her. Rio then collapsed due to exhaustion from her reincarnation. Afterward, Rio wakes up in her own room and immediately heads outside to take in the area. Rio was then joined by Kelvin, who told her that he was also reincarnated into that world. Kelvin then explains his time in that world thus far. In turn, Rio explains her backstory to Kelvin as a sickly individual whose only escape was through books and how grateful she now is in the new world. Furthermore, Rio asks to join his adventurer party and Kelvin accepts the offer. In his room on his bed, Kelvin wakes up during the night to find that Sarah, Mel, and Rio. Later that day, Kelvin allows Rio to frolic around the dark purple forest with a Clotho clone on her shoulder. Kelvin then informs Ruka and Ellie, who both have Clotho clones on their heads, that he's going to have them leveling up using his experience share technique. Ethel then reports that a shadow wolf is making its way toward them, and Kelvin allows it passage so he can deal with it himself. Using air pressure against it, Kelvin tames it once its HP is halved. Kelvin then summons the newly tamed shadow wolf, and immediately, Luca and Rio hug it. Ethel then reports to Kelvin that Erd's party is approaching the area. Once Erd's party reaches Kelvin and his group, they inform them of their plans to slay the monsters around the area for a chance to be promoted to B rank. Kelvin then introduces Luca and Ellie to Erd's party as his maids at his mansion. Mel and Rio then introduce themselves to Erd's party as well. The beautiful girls' introductions make Erd's party members envious and run away. When Sarah's group returns from their monster hunt, it's revealed that they eliminated all the monsters in the forest. Kelvin would later meet with Erd and formally apologize to him. Erd downplays the situation but recommends that he report it to Leo, who would likely have Kelvin take the S-rank promotion exam. Afterward, Kelvin and Rio bathe the shadow wolf in the mansion courtyard. Kelvin contemplates the S-rank exam and Rio reveals that she named the shadow wolf Alex. Kelvin assigned Alex to Rio as her partner. That night, Kelvin learns from Sarah that 14 assassins have surrounded the mansion, and Sarah notes that despite Sarah telling her about them, she couldn't sense their presence. Using the Farsight skill he borrowed from Eiffel to analyze the intruder's level, Kelvin manages to locate the leader as the one with the highest level. Deciding that fighting against the intruders will be a perfect test for Rio, Kelvin has her fight against them and gives her a mini Clotho, and uploads his Farsight and Analyze skills to the slave network. Lastly, Kelvin gives Rio the resonating mithril sword. Outside of the mansion, the intruders are not only revealed to be associated with Kristoff, but also Tryson. Once the intruders lay foot on the property, Rio and Alex deal with them as Kelvin and Sarah observe their actions from the safety of the mansion. The moment the intruders are defeated, Kelvin has Clotho clean up the area and then goes to deal with the stragglers outside of the mansion. Meanwhile, at Tryson Castle, Zell, the Emperor of Tryson, holds a meeting with his generals and children regarding the recent exposure of their cooperation with Kristoff and his slave trading ring. Because of this revelation, Daramis, Turaj, and Gon are all planning to form an official alliance to fight against Tryson. Despite informing the nations that Kristoff has nothing to do with Tryson, Emperor Zell worries that's not enough to allay their suspicions. Tristan then suggests that they go to war, believing the weak nation's military forces are weak compared to theirs and that now would be an optimal time to unify the continent. Although sounding as if she speaks in favor of the endeavor, Shutora voices her opinion against it. On the other hand, her brother Asgard speaks in favor of it. General Dan also sides with Shutora, leaving the final vote at an impasse, leaving the tiebreaker to General Clive. Afterward, General Dan's son, Jin, relays a message to Clive in his room, where he has just finished performing his hedonistic tendencies. Riding a wagon through the Crest Forest located southwest of Gond, Kelvin's group rush to an elven village. Sarah then mentions how strange it is that elves are living on the eastern continent. Mel then explains that over a decade ago, elves from their native western continent migrated to the eastern one and are currently under Gond's protection. A flashback from Kelvin's meeting with Guildmaster Leo reveals that there have been small-scale skirmishes between Tryson and its neighboring border country Gond. Tryson's reluctance to start any trouble with Parth or Turaj is notable too, which leads them to believe acts of forced recon and slavery is being committed. Leo surmises that an invasion from Tryson will happen in the future and will likely start a war. Leo then gives Kelvin a special quest by Leonhart Gon, the Beast King of Gon, who wishes to meet with Kelvin personally. Back in the present, Gerard comments on how fortunate Kelvin is to have King Leonhart perform an S-rank promotion. Kelvin notes that he also needed Queen Tsubaki's approval for the exam. After a brief history of Leonhart's past is given, and the group discusses the task at hand to defend an elven village from an S-rank monster, which Kelvin believes is linked to Tryson. Later, they are stopped by a group of elven archers, but Kelvin clears up the situation, and the village elder Nelrez appears before them and greets them. Before continuing, Nelrez recognizes Ethel as Rumil and exasperatedly asks how she's still alive. Afterward, in the elven village, Nelrez apologizes to Kelvin and the party for his earlier behavior, and Kelvin asks about Lumil. Nelrez then explains the elven village's past when they were settled in the western continent. When the fire dragon appeared in front of the village, he demanded that the elf who had humiliated him come forward or he would burn the village to the ground. It wasn't until nearly half of the village was destroyed that Lumil stepped forward and asked that the dragon calm its rage. Proclaiming that Lumil wasn't the one, the dragon promised to stop if she became his bride. Lumil accepted the offer and before leaving with the dragon left a pendant in Nelrez's care. Nelrez admits that Lumil's dead and bloody body was found in the forest a decade later. Fearing the dragon's return, the elves fled to the eastern continent. It's speculated that Lumi was Ethel's mother, and that the dragon wasn't her father since only a human can reproduce with an elf. Switching over to the main subject, Nelrez explains that monsters who can penetrate the barrier erected around the village kidnap the village elves. Briefed on the situation, Kelvin and the party agree to help Nelrez and the village, and Kelvin asks Nelrez permission to make some minor renovations to the village, and Nelrez agrees. That night, monsters lead by a commander from Tryson, and his soldiers lead them to the elven village under General Tristan's orders. Soon, the soldiers working under the commander are smoked one by Ethel with her newly gifted shadow bow created by Kelvin, who gives recon support. Meanwhile, a lone messenger informs the vice commander that Unit 4 was wiped out and its battalion commander was taken hostage. It's further reported that the monsters, all of which were B rank, were taken out by an adventurer's party. The vice commander then uses their secret weapon when Mel and Rio arrive at the camp. The huge lord then appears and Mel has Rio and Alex take care of it, as a way for Rio to prove she's a true adventurer. Accepting the challenge, Rio attempts to attack the huge lord's head with her sword, but it breaks on impact. Regaining her composure on the ground, Rio asks for Clotho and Alex's help, which Cloth spits up some new weapons for Rio and Alex to use against the lord. Rio's dual blade attack with Alex proves effective as it brings the lord to its knees, but causes it to change into its true form, the Furnace Lord. However, Rio takes out the Furnace Lord with her Generate Edge attack. Back at the village, General Clive, accompanied by 5 personal soldiers, attack Kelvin and Ethel. Clive then demands that Ethel become his slave and tries to charm her, but Kelvin retaliates by attacking him and declaring that he won't lay a finger on his woman. Kelvin then casts an appraisal on Clive to learn his stats, and that he's also a reincarnated individual. Upset that his background has been uncovered, Clive surmises that Kelvin is a fellow reincarnated individual too. After Kelvin has Ethel retreat in stealth mode, he converts the mountain he stood upon into 4 obsidian javelins and uses them against Clive. However, Clive's Helix barrier protects him from the 4 weapons attacks, and his charmed soldiers then start to attack Kelvin. At that moment, Ethel breaks Clive's Helix barrier with an arrow, and Kelvin is joined by the 4 golems he created. Impressed by the golems, Clive has his soldiers deal with them while he takes care of Kelvin. During his fight against Clive, Kelvin becomes aware that Clive's attacks were also hitting his soldiers. Clive then boasts how his cheat ability allows him to live freely without restrictions. Clive recasts his Helix barrier and the fight continues. After their exchange, Kelvin manages to break Clive's Helix barrier and scar his face. On the other hand, Clive manages to break Kelvin's staff, which he has Clotho devour. Enraged, Clive casts a rank S spell, Tempest Barrier, causing the surrounding area to be caught up in its windy fury. So Kelvin has Clotho bring out his Black Staff Disaster. Powering up his staff, Kelvin uses it to break Clive's Tempest Barrier and, in the process, slicks a nearby mountain's top off and Clive's legs. Before Kelvin could finish Clive off, he was teleported away by General Phase, who was close by riding on a golem. Phase then introduces himself and says he's the mastermind behind the attack on the elven village. Despite Kelvin demanding that Phase hand over Clive and his accurate deduction of the golem monster under his control, Phase rejects the demand, but claims that victory was his that day. However, to Kelvin it was a tie, and has the party return to the village to recuperate. Meanwhile, at Tryson Castle, Clive is chained and cuffed onto a table, and under Phase's command, tortured by his 4 charmed soldiers as an experiment for cursed weapons. Back at the Elven village, the villagers and Kelvin's party celebrates with a banquet, and Kelvin watches atop a hill not too far from the place. Soon he's joined by Ethel, who shows him a medallion that once belonged to her mother, and Kelvin attaches it to her hair. It's then that Ethel requests that she serve him for life, and he happily accepts. They're soon joined by the rest of Kelvin's party and a little elf girl who turns out to be Leonhart Gon in disguise. Gon claims that Kelvin passed his S-rank exam, and his official promotion ceremony will be held in 4 days, featuring mock battles with other S-rank people. The news excites Kelvin, and he can't wait to face off against more strong opponents. The end. Be sure to subscribe for more amazing recaps.
Hey, guys, I'm Arm. The anime I'm bringing today is named Beast Tamer. The protagonist of the story is a beast tamer, who is often humiliated by his companions because of his weak fighting power. When the poor tamer is driven out of the team, he meets the cat girl who helps him become stronger and turn the table. In this world, the cats, the dragons, and the gods are the top 3 races. Their warriors have supreme combat ability. We'll see how the tamer becomes the strongest in the world by controlling the cat girl. Those who insulted him will all get trampled underfoot. The tamer is named Rain, who was born with a strong affinity for animals and is able to use their power by signing contracts with them. He is a member of the heroes team responsible for the team's logistics. Rain believes that even though he is not good at fighting, he and his teammates are still very close. But his teammates don't think so. One day, his teammates, led by a hero, suddenly kick Rain out of the group, thinking the weak tamer is their encumbrance. Rain thinks it is a just prank until he hears their humiliation. He then realizes that they never treat him as a companion. He leaves the team with disappointment. As he wanders on the streets with no idea about what he should do in the future, children all gather around him when they see him. They all like Rain, because the members of the heroes team have always looked down on the commoners, and only Rain is willing to play with them. Rain forces himself to get energetic and plays with the children. He drives a hawk in the sky with his ability, which arouses children's amazement, though he can only control the hawk for a short time since it is not yet fully tamed. The children all express their dream to become a beast tamer like Rain to take adventures around the world. The children's words inspire Rain. He decides to become an adventurer and earn money by completing tasks. In the Adventurers Guild, he gets informed that he has to pass a test to become an adventurer. The test requires him to hunt goblins and gather specific herbs. Rain takes the test. He hunts goblins by controlling animals to find their trail. Goblins are F-rank monsters, so even though Rain is weak in fighting, he can easily defeat them. After hunting enough goblins, Rain gets ready to gather the herbs but happens to hear a girl's scream. He rushes to the sound and finds a D-class tiger monster attacking a cat girl. Rain tries to stab the killer tiger, but the dagger breaks when it touches the hard skin of the killer tiger, who notices Rain and sets him a new target. Rain shouts for the cat girl to take the opportunity to escape, but the cat girl just jumps to the sky and kicks the killer tiger to death while it is attracted to Rain. Rain didn't expect this cute young girl to have such strong power. He suddenly thinks of some rare races in the world that are born with supreme strength, and the cat girl probably belongs to one of them. At this moment, the cat girl suddenly collapses, and Rain rushes up to hold her. He hears her stomach growl and knows she is just hungry. Rain feeds the cat girl with all the food he has, and then they start to talk. The cat girl named Kanade belongs to a powerful race that is on the verge of extinction. She was tired of the boring life in the mountains, so she's been traveling around. Rain's kindness gives Kanade a favorable impression. She asks everything about him out of curiosity and gets to know Rain was thrown out from his team, which angers her. She believes Rain is a good person and should not be treated like that. But Rain forces a smile and explains that he was so weak that he could only be an encumbrance for his teammates. Kanade doesn't think so. The first time she saw him, her body developed a unique feeling, which means Rain can tame her. And the fact that few people in this world can tame the powerful race she's from proves that Rain is more powerful than he expects. To boost Rain's confidence, Kanade offers to sign a contract with him. Rain is so moved that he touches Kanade's head, but he soon realizes it's a bit abrupt. Kanade, however, enjoys his touch. At this moment, Rain thinks it may be a good idea to sign a contract with Kanade, so he agrees to her proposal by starting a magic array with his blood. Rain is connected with Kanade through a unique magical power, which means the contract is established. The same symbol appears in their hands, which is the proof of the intimacy between them. Rain looks at Kanade's bright smile and realizes that he might have gained a truly reliable partner. Rain completes the test with the help of Kanade and registers as an adventurer in the guild. A man with a scar notices Kanade belongs to a powerful race, so he invites Kanade to become his teammate but gets rejected. The man then proposed a duel directly to Rain, stating that only the strong one deserves Kanade. Rain knows Kanade will always draw others' attention. Rather than getting another provocation after avoiding this duel, Rain takes the arm wrestling challenge with the man. Unexpectedly, he defeats the man within just 1 second, which surprises even himself. Kanade proudly tells Rain that those who sign a contract with a powerful race will get super strength. Now Rain's physical strength is as powerful as hers. Kanade looks forward to their adventures around the world to complete difficult tasks and gain extraordinary fame. However, the tasks they can take now is just to collect herbs, because Rain is still an F-rank adventurer. Suddenly, they hear a scream coming from nearby and immediately rush to the sound. They see a group of bandits robbing an old man of his goods and intending to kill him. Rain asks Kanade to protect the old man, and then rushes up alone to fight with the bandits. After signing the contract with Rain, Kanade has to obey his orders. She is a little worried that Rain can't use the power he just received well. Unexpectedly, Rain does a good job and the bandits are not his match at all. Looking at Rain's heroic bearing in battle, Kanade starts to have an affection for him. After the battle, Rain reminds the old man not to travel to the wild alone. The old man helplessly explains that he has hired a few adventurers who turned out to be defeated by the bandits and fled. He asks Rain to go with him because the bandits' organization will soon come to retaliate. But Rain doesn't follow the old man. Instead, he plans to eliminate the bandits' organization with Kanade by driving the animals. Rain finds the bandits' cave where there are hundreds of bandits. Rain knows that it will be difficult to deal with so many bandits just by them too, so he devises a plan. He gathers a swarm of bees carrying toxins, intending to order them to attack the bandits. At the same time, Kanade is arranged to ask the soldiers for help in the town. When the bandits get exhausted by dealing with the bees, Rain and the soldiers can easily subdue all the bandits. Rain signs a contract with a large number of bees, which surprises Kanade. Normally, tamers can only sign contracts with beasts and are not able to command so many creatures. Rain's power makes Kanade more convinced that signing a contract with Rain was the right choice. Meanwhile, there are 3 persons fleeing around nearby, who turn out to be the adventurers leading the old man behind. The 2 girls are respectively a magician and a priest from the hero team that Rain was in, and the brown-haired man is a beast tamer they hired. The 2 girls intended to earn pocket money by completing the task, and they did not expect to encounter bandits. They accused the tamer of dereliction of duty, believing that he should have arranged for a large number of animals to patrol the neighborhood beforehand, and then use the animals to hinder the enemies in the battle. The brown-haired man angrily accuses them of being unreasonable, as most tamers can only control 1 animal. The girls then realize that Rain, whom they despised, is actually a top tamer. They feel a little embarrassed. Although they know the loss of the battle has nothing to do with the brown-haired man, they still put all the blame for the failure on him. They even make him shut up about whatever happened today by force to keep their reputations intact. Meanwhile, Rain's plan is going well. The soldiers have been wanting to eliminate the bandits. Eventually, they capture all the bandits under Rain's guidance. Just then, several huge lizards suddenly leap out from the depths of the cave, and all of them are C-rank monsters specially bred by the bandits to deal with the intruders. Rain tells the soldiers to bring the bandits outside the cave, and that he will deal with the monsters together with Kanade. The soldiers obey his arrangement and wait outside the cave. After a fierce battle, Rain and Kanade defeat all the monsters. Seeing them uninjured, the soldiers shout their names in adoration. For the first time, Rain feels the sense of accomplishment of being recognized by so many people. He knows he could not win without Kanade's help and sincerely shows his gratitude to her. In response, Kanade shows him a sweet smile. As a reward for Rain's contribution, the Adventurer Guild upgrades him from level F to level E, along with giving him a bounty. Rain and Kanade have a big meal to treat themselves, but when night falls, they happen to find there's only 1 room left in the hotel. Rain intends to go find another hotel, but Kanade is so attracted to the room and doesn't want to leave. Wandering outside for years, Kanade rarely stays in a human hotel. The innocent cat girl has no guards, persuading Rain to stay because the bed is very comfortable. Rain insists on camping outside by himself for tonight because he thinks it's not good for a young man and a girl to stay in the same room for the whole night. At the same time, he warns Kanade to be more cautious about men. Kanade is aggrieved, explaining that she is not dumb to trust whatever man. She doesn't mind staying with Rain because she has found him a kind and honest adventurer during their adventures. Kanade's words touch Rain, so he agrees to stay. But the next second, he gets speechless because Kanade shyly reminds him to turn his back when she changes her clothes. Rain is so exhausted these days that he falls asleep at once, which amuses Kanade. Because of her identity as a cat girl, she has met a lot of sinister people, which makes her disappointed in the world. Until she met Rain, did she realize there is kindness in the world. Rain treats her as a common girl and she feels happier than ever during the time they spend together. Thinking of Rain being driven out of the team, she makes up her mind to help Rain become stronger. The next few days, Rain and Kanade have a joyful time together. They often take some low-level quests, which can be easily completed with the help of Kanade. But Rain gets a difficult task today. There is a troublemaker on the bridge initiating a duel with passers-by. Only when the victory is decided will the person stops the battle. To allow people to pass the bridge freely, Rain and Kanade can only take the task. Since Kanade has been in the wild, she even takes it a novel experience when walking on the bridge. While Rain is thinking about why those passers-by who got defeated don't want to reveal the troublemaker's appearance. Just then, a red dragon falls from the sky, turning into a red-haired girl Tanya after a puff of smoke. Tanya is the troublemaker who beat up the passerby. The dragon race worships the strong, and everyone who turns 15 will have to go out to practice. Tanya, as a young girl, doesn't know where she can find a powerful opponent, so she can only start duels with every passerby to find the strong one, who can help her become stronger in the battle. Now Tanya has set her eyes on Rain and Kanade. There are fighters from the strongest races from both sides, but the dragon has a greater reputation. Tanya takes the lead and burns Kanade's tail with a long-range fire-breathing skill. Kanade gets furious and bursts our super-fast fighting power. Rain joins Kanade, but both of them get thrown to the sky by Tanya. Luckily, they have a tacit connection, dodging Tanya's flame attack by stepping on each other's feet. Rain feels Tanya's strength after the fight, and he can only win over her with his taming skill. He asks Kanade to buy him a few minutes. With absolute trust in Rain, Tanya agrees immediately. As Rain hides, Kanade and Tanya have fierce fighting again. Kanade overdrafts to stall Tanya so that Rain won't be attacked within a few minutes. Soon after, with a command of Rain, countless birds rush to Tanya. But this level of attack cannot hurt Tanya, who is ready to knock down Rain to end the battle. Unexpectedly, her legs kneel uncontrollably. It turns out that the birds born with a paralyzing effect can't hurt the enemy but can make her unable to move. Though the dragon has amazing defense ability, Tanya can't bear such a huge number of paralyzing attacks. Therefore, she can only admit defeat. Tanya thought Rain would sell her, but Rain just asks her not to attack the passersby anymore. His bright smile lights up her mood, and it is her first time meeting such a kind human. When Rain returns to the Adventurers Guild, Tanya follows him. This dragon girl is so effusive that she almost reveals her identity as the troublemaker on the bridge. Fortunately, Rain keeps trying to cover her, or Tanya would have been driven out of the town. Later on in the conversation, Rain finally knows the reason why those who were beaten by Tanya are unwilling to reveal her identity is that they feel humiliated to lose to a girl. Therefore, Tanya's identity can be hidden well. Tanya then proposes to join Rain's team, because she has treated Rain as a powerful adventurer after he defeated her. Plus she likes Rain's personality, which makes Kanade very jealous. Rain is delighted about it. It's already lucky for a lot of people to meet one fighter from the strongest races, but he has met two after he left the team. He will feel sorry to waste his luck if he doesn't let Tanya join. Rain then starts the ritual with Tanya. After a fierce flash of light, their contract is signed. As the same symbol appears on Tanya's hand, she feels strongly connected with Rain. As Rain is getting lucky enough to win a lottery, his former companions fall on a hard time. Without Rain, they are distracted to worry about the logistical supplies during adventures, nearly losing their lives in the forest. The leader intends to deceive Rain back to help them complete their task for this time, and then drive him away. Ordinary people's fields get damaged by slimes, which were given the opportunity to multiply quickly, but adventurers are reluctant to clear slimes with low payment. The kind-hearted tamer Rain takes his two partners to start the work of clearing slimes. Kanade doesn't want to get wet by close combat with slimes, and Tanya casts fireball magic that can clear slimes from a distance, which allows her to gain the admiration of Kanade. They are like Rain's two wives who get along very well. Rain shows a new skill in this battle. He attaches a part of his soul to the bird so that he can control the bird's body to fly to the sky to find the slime's gathering place. Kanade and Tanya are very impressed with Rain's skill, which helps them find the slimes very soon. Tanya asks Rain to try attacking slimes with fireballs. Although Rain is a beast tamer rather than a magician, he can use the powerful magic of the dragon race as dragon girl Tanya signed a contract with him. The dragon and cat clan bring Rain magic power and physical strength. Rain, once very weak, has grown into a powerful warrior. Under Tanya's guidance, Rain practices fireball magic on slimes and gradually adapts to its use. After completing the commission, Rain gets paid a sum of money, all of which is eventually turned into food. Maybe the stronger someone is, the more he eats. Tanya and Kanade have a voracious appetite. Before Rain can take a bite, the plates in front of the two girls have piled up like a hill. After eating, they start to talk. Since they only know each other for a short time, Kanade and Tanya want to know more about Rain. Rain hesitates for a while, and finally talks about his life. He is from a village where tamers gathered, so he grew up to be a tamer just like others. He once had a happy family, but an accident destroyed his village, as well as his family. Hearing this, the two girls are very sad for Rain and worried about asking more. But Rain doesn't want to leave too many secrets and estrangement among companions, so he continues his story. One day when he was 12, Rain went to a place far away from the village to practice taming beasts. But when he came home at night, he found that the village was on fire. Some monsters attacked the village, and everyone was dead. Rain was the only survivor. Though he was only 12, he had to live a difficult independent life. Afterward, he met his former companions. The leader Arios invited him to join the adventure team. Rain wanted to prevent the tragedy of his village from happening again, so he agreed to join, but only to discover Arios considered him a servant to do odd jobs for the team. At this moment, Kanade holds Rain's hand. She finally figures out that the reason why Rain fought so desperately every time he encountered monsters is that the kind boy doesn't want the tragedy to happen again. Tanya also joins to encourage Rain. The two girls praise Rain and then start to curse Arios that his adventure team must have declined. Their encouraging words warm Rain's heart. For the first time, he feels the efforts he may get approved. After the conversation, they become closer to each other, which allows them to cooperate well in the next mission of crusading against the half-orcs. The bad news is that Tanya is overconfident after gaining a few victories easily. Though Rain has warned her to be more cautious a few times, Tanya doesn't really care. As a result, an accident soon happens. The half-orcs, though, have relatively weak combat power. They have basic intelligence, which allows them to play dead to set a trap for Tanya. Luckily, her companions give a quick reaction and save her. Seeing Rain injured, Tanya is guilty. She has never imagined that as a dragon girl, she would get her companions involved and hurt in dealing with low-level half-orcs. When Tanya is on the bridge with her mind wandering, she meets a human girl. Seeing Tanya's pale face, the little girl thinks she got hurt in the battle. Tanya again feels the kindness from humans, which she treasures a lot. But today, she ignored Rain's kindness because of her overconfidence, causing Rain to be hurt. When Rain finds Tanya, the girl is so guilty that she can't help crying. Rain comforts her that she being okay is the most important thing. Kanade runs out to give Tanya a hug, which makes the dragon feels a magical power named friendship. At night, Rain takes the two girls to the hotel. The hotel owner may be trying to help Rain fall in love, stating that there's only one room left in the hotel. Therefore, Rain has no other choice but to stay with the two girls in the same room. Tanya can't fall asleep because once she thinks of Rain, her heart will beat fast. The innocent girl vaguely realizes she might be in love with Rain, trying hard to control herself to not sleep with Rain. She tucks Rain, revealing a happy smile. After a good night's rest, they continue their adventure journey. Tanya suggests they buy a set of protective gear for Rain, since humans' physique is relatively weaker than other races. However, the nice atmosphere gets interrupted by a group of people, who turns out to be Rain's former companions. The party leader is named Arios, who is taken aback by Rain's two powerful companions. He mistakes Rain as the slave of the two girls. Upon hearing that Rain is the master of Kanade and Tanya, the whole party is shocked. But Arios soon thinks of his reason for coming to Rain. His party was in great trouble exploring the forest. They always lost in this enchanted forest. In order to explore the forest for longer, Arios proposes that Rain rejoin the party to help control the animals to explore the forest and carry supplies. Arios and his companions are so shameless. They are asking for help, but the way they ask is like they are giving Rain a handout. Rain decisively rejects them. To convince Rain, the party reveals a huge secret that deep in the forest hides a treasure called the Shield of Truth, which is essential to fight against the Demon King. If the Demon King can't be defeated, the monster army will invade the human world. As I mentioned before, Rain's hometown was destroyed by monsters, and his family died in that accident. Rain can't bear to see others suffering the same misfortune. He thinks it over for a long time, and finally agrees to join Arios' party for the sake of innocent humans. Instead of thanking Rain, the party blames him for wasting their time by hesitating for so long. Just then, Tanya and Kanade can't stand it, proposing that the party apologize for driving Rain away earlier, and Tanya asks the whole party to kneel. Though without powerful strength, the party members have high self-esteem. Arios angrily orders Rain to watch out for his two pets. The lewd man Arios becomes ruder, stating that Tanya and Kanade are playthings to sleep with Rain. He laughs at Rain for being in heat with animals, only to be punched away by Rain. Arios can't accept that he is taught a lesson by a weak tamer, and his companions are very shocked. Rain warns Arios that whoever dares to insult Kanade and Tanya will definitely be taught a lesson by his fist. Arios then decides to put both parties into a battle to see who is qualified to teach the others. In this duel, Tanya is against the magician and priest of the party while Rain is against Arios. Kanade's opponent is the bald warrior Agath. The strong warrior Agath looks down on the skinny girl Kanade and soon pays for his arrogance. Kanade's attacks combine speed and power, suppressing Agath and never giving him a chance to fight back. Feeling humiliated, Agath counterattacks while Kanade temporarily stops attacking. But Kanade casually blocks Agatha's powerful attacks, just like how easily James makes his slam dunk. Agath then decides to use all his strength to win this battle, and he only used 80% of his strength just now. However, Kanade's next words put Agath in panic. This cat girl just used only 20% of her strength, losing all his confidence. Agath is so frightened that he doesn't even make a block, getting kicked by Kanade and falling into a coma. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of Tanya, the priest Mina has both attack and auxiliary magic while the magician Leanne masters more than 1,000 magics. However, by just snapping her fingers, Tanya blocks their confident attack. Mina and Leanne attack again but are easily defused by Tanya. The dragon girl Tanya masters advanced magics, and she can parse which elements the enemy's magic is made of, thus using restrained elements to directly counteract the magic. Mina and Leanne don't admit defeat and keep launching more attacks, but Tanya just stands still and snaps her fingers, defusing all of Mina and Leanne's attacks, and even draining their magic. Tanya, who has the upper hand, decides to defeat her opponents with an absolute advantage to help Rain take revenge. When Tanya is about to cast the highest level of magic, dark clouds block the sky under the influence of her magic. Immediately after that, the dazzling lights pierce through the clouds, and countless magic arrays appear in the sky. Mina and Leanne, who were very proud, are now scared to the point of peeing their pants. Seeing the looming trouble, they quickly beg for mercy and apologize to Tanya, who stops casting the spell at the last moment. This kind dragon girl doesn't want to kill anyone. She just wants to scare the arrogant Mina and Leanne for Rain. In the end, Tanya also wins after Kanade. Arios and Rain are the last to duel. Arios is so stupid that until now he still takes Rain as a weak tamer. Arios obviously doesn't think, or he would have noticed that if Rain is really weak, how could he subdue powerful companions? Arios' underestimation of the enemy seems to destine his failure. Now Rain has received the additional skills of the cat tribe, so his attributes are not inferior to that of the hero Arios. Coupled with his hard training, Rain's actual combat ability has been quite strong. Another reason why Rain is destined to win is that he is more attentive than Arios. Rain has always paid attention to the fighting habits of his companions, which makes him very aware of how Arios will use his sword. Arios is unwilling to lose like that, so he decides to attack Rain by magic. As a hero, Arios is good at both physical and magical attacks. However, Arios' high-level magic is offset by Rain's low-level magic. It's because Kanade has given Rain a physical stat boost while Tanya helped Rain gain additional magical attributes. Just as Arios is about to launch a new attack, he finds himself unable to move. It turns out that Rain has controlled a nearby bee to sneak up on Arios during the fight. The bee carries a paralyzing toxin, which causes Arios to lose the game. At this moment, Arios is afraid that he will be beaten up by Rain, so he gives up the pride of the hero and tries to beg for mercy. The once mighty hero is now a loser trampled under Rain's feet. Rain and his two friends have won a perfect victory. The heroes can only admit defeat. They kneel on the ground like losers to apologize, and Rain lets go of his hatred for them. They always lost in this enchanted forest. As the problem of the demon invasion is very serious, Rain accepts the request of the hero Arios, going to the forest to get the Shield of Truth for fighting against the Demon King. The forest is too dark for them to find the way. If Rain doesn't claim that there are still innocent animals living here, Tanya would have set fire to the entire forest. Rain and his two companions start to talk about their plans to explore the forest. This treasure hunt may be very dangerous, so Rain keeps cautious, asking the two partners to be on guard while he is ready to transfer his soul to a bird as before, finding a way forward through the high-altitude vision. During Rain's absence, Tanya and Kanade vigilantly guard their master's body. After a while, Rain and the nearby birds finish their wayfinding, and his soul returns to his body to lead the way. Soon Rain discovers that something is wrong. He has confirmed the route with the birds before, but they're now lost. The anomaly arouses Tanya's suspicion, so she uses magic to detect mana fluctuations in the forest. Through Tanya's reconnaissance, they find the problem. There is a large tree being cast illusionary magic, surrounded by magic that affects their vision. That's why they keep getting lost. There is also an expansive magical field on the tree, and the easiest way to remove the magic is to destroy the tree. Just as Kanade is about to break the tree with a punch, a sound suddenly comes from inside the tree. A fairy girl, Sora, appears. The fairies, as one of the strongest races like the cat and the dragon, are better at magic than the dragon. 200 years ago, the fairies had a conflict with humans who destroyed the forest, and finally hid in a remote place to live in seclusion while having a strong hatred for humans for hundreds of years. This is confirmed in the ensuing conversation between Sora and Rain. She does not listen to any explanation from Rain, directly posing as she prepares to attack. Frightened away, Rain and his comrades have to discuss a way to move on. The fairy is so hostile to humans that Tanya believes a peaceful solution is impossible, and the best way is to make Kanade break the tree while Sora is distracted. But Rain still decides to have a clear conversation with Sora, which makes Kanade and Tanya happy because they joined Rain's team for his kindness. At the important moment of negotiation, Sora still tries to attack while Rain stays calm and just asks Sora not to attack his comrades. Rain wants to dispel the suspicions of the fairy with his sincerity, which he learned when he just became a tamer. Sora launches the first round of attack, but the kind fairy avoids all of Rain's vital parts, only grazing Rain's face. Rain's bravery and sincerity subvert Sora's perception of humans, but the centuries-old hatred between fairies and humans still keeps Sora wary. When she launches the second round of attacks, Tanya and Kanade block in front of Rain. Tanya and Kanade each state what they know about Rain, trying to prove Rain is a good guy and that they have no intention of harming the fairies. It is the first time Sora encounters the cat and the dragon speaking for a human, and even resisting the damage with their bodies to protect him. Sora hesitates for a while, and finally decides to listen to Rain's intentions. After listening to Rain's explanation, Sora finally realizes Rain and his comrades enter the forest to take the Shield of Truth against the Demon King. Sora reveals she casts illusionary magic to protect the fairies' territory, and that she cannot let Rain go further into the forest. But the good news is that the Shield of Truth has always been kept by the fairies. Sora then casts teleportation magic to get the Shield of Truth and gives it to Rain. The fairies and the previous hero have an agreement that when the human race needs to deal with the Demon King, the fairies must hand over the shield. Rain notices that Sora seems to mention the demon with anger and hatred, so instead of leaving directly after completing the task, he gently asks Sora what troubles she has. Sora keeps her mouth shut because she doesn't want to get Rain in danger. It isn't until Kanade tells Sora that their team is strong enough that Sora summons up the courage to speak out about her troubles. She has a twin sister, Luna, and both of them maintain the barrier to the fairies' realm. Because of each other's company, this dull job becomes much more interesting. But one day when they went out to run errands, they met the monster Shadow Knight. To protect Sora, Luna was caught by the monster. Rain immediately analyzes the reason for Sora's defeat. The Shadow Knight is only a C-rank monster, but his characteristic is magical immunity. That is to say, he can naturally restrain the fairies who are good at magic. The Shadow Knight threatened Sora to lower the barrier if she wanted to save Luna, but Sora was unwilling to put her compatriots in danger, so she fled back to the fairies' territory to ask the Elder for help. Unfortunately, the Elder of Fairies was too cautious and refused to send reinforcements to save Luna until the end. Rain wipes the tears from Sora's face and promises to get Luna out. At this moment, Sora throws herself into Rain's arms and cries. He takes Kanade and Tanya to the stronghold of the Shadow Knight. Rain takes the lead in launching a fireball attack, but the Shadow Knight is immune to the magic. And then Kanade starts to attack relying on the cover of Rain. With the innate strength of the cat race, she gains the upper hand. The Shadow Knight deduces from Kanade's gaze that they come to save Luna, and in a fit of rage, it decides to kill Luna. At the critical moment, Tanya blocks the blow with her dragon wings, and Luna is finally saved. Now, Rain and Kanade can put aside all their concerns to fight the Shadow Knight. They team up to launch an onslaught, but the Shadow Knight's defense and attack stats are very high, and a large area of forest is destroyed by it. So Rain comes up with a new plan. He controls the bees to interfere with the Shadow Knight's vision, and then he uses power-boosting magic on Kanade. With a dazzling light flashing on her body, Kanade feels endless power being injected into her body. Kanade then throws a powerful punch at the Shadow Knight. As its abdomen is punched out, countless red cracks appear on Shadow Knight's body, turning it into dust. Kanade is curious about how Rain acquired the power-boosting magic. Rain explains that it is a common magic he learned in his hometown, but he had been not able to use it until Tanya shared her magic power with him. Tanya points out that since power-boosting magic is very advanced, ordinary people can't acquire it at all. Just then, Luna's resuscitation interrupts the conversation. Rain sends her back to the depths of the forest, where Sora and Luna are happy to reunite. During the chat, Rain discovers that though Luna and Sora are twins, their personalities are completely different. Sora is steady while Luna likes to make jokes, and soon becomes familiar with Rain. Then the fairy sisters talk about a heavy topic. They are disappointed at the fairies who were unwilling to save Luna, but they don't know where else they can go. Rain warns them to be careful of humans and monsters outside, while the cheerful cat girl Kanade proposes to let the twins join their team. Rain worries that the conflict between the fairies and humans will trouble Sora, but in fact, his rescue has fully won the trust of the two fairies, who agree to sign a contract with Rain. But Rain soon meets another problem, as there are different ways to sign contracts with different races. He has never learned to sign a contract with a fairy. Kanade and Tanya think Rain is an excellent tamer and that there must be a way to sign a contract with fairies. Their encouragement gives Rain confidence. Rain then bites his finger to form a magic array on his palm. He is so focused on it to not disappoint the twins. Soon Rain begins the first round of attempts, which goes unexpectedly well without any accidents. Rain manages to sign the contract with the two fairies in one go. It's Rain's first time signing a contract with two at the same time. It costs so much of his energy that he almost faints, but it's worthy. If Rain collects 3 more powerful partners, he can summon the Super Dragon Ball to make a wish. The task is successfully completed, and Rain hands over the Shield of Truth to the hero Arios, who doesn't believe that the weak tamer can complete the task that he failed. Thus Mina, the priest of Arios' team, uses magic to identify the shield, only to get a surprising result that Rain really got the Shield of Truth. Rain doesn't want to have anything to do with these people, but as he takes the pre-agreed task reward from Arios and is about to leave, Agath stops him. Despite Arios' objections, Agath wants to invite Rain back to the team, while Mina and Leanne reluctantly say they are willing to compromise and accept Rain. Their attitude annoys Rain. The heroes' party is always so conceited that they have no sense of apologizing for the past. In the end, Rain declines Agatha's invitation. What he really cares about is not the fame and wealth gained after defeating the Demon King, but the lovely and kind comrades by his side. Others of the team are just upset with Rain, but Arios has the idea of killing Rain because he can't accept that he lost to the tamer he once despised the most. Unbeknownst to Rain, he has been targeted by Arios. When they talk in the shadow of a tree, they have a surprising discovery that in the legend many years ago, the first hero injected the blood of the gods into his body, and finally defeated the Demon King and saved mankind. The biggest difference between the hero and ordinary people is that there is no limit for the hero to strengthen his power. The more they talk, the more they feel that Rain is very similar to the hero, since he has not only signed contracts with creatures from the strongest races, but his strength also broke through the limits again and again, far beyond ordinary humans. Kanade follows suit, believing that as long as Rain finds a few more of the strongest creatures to sign contracts, he will definitely be able to fight the Demon King's army head-on. Rain's comrades all think Arios can't take the responsibility of dealing with the Demon King, and their advice makes Rain waver. He decides to think about the feasibility of dealing with the Demon King himself, which causes the morale of his partners to be high for a while. Here comes the funny part, as there's only one vacant room every time they stay in the hotel. Rain can only sleep with the 4 girls who sleep casually. Now that Rain has a pair of fairy twins in his team, he has to cover the identities of the 2 girls every day. The 2 fairy girls are very nervous in the human city, afraid that they will be taken away as pets, until they see that Tanya and Kanade can easily get along with humans. The tension in their hearts finally decreases. Just then, several human children come to chat with the fairy twins, whom they also regard as Rain's wives. Their naive appearance does not match the rumors among fairies that humans are bad. The twins gradually come to believe that there are many good humans in this world besides Rain. Soon the group arrives at the best weapons shop in town, run by a dwarf named Gantz, who gives a disagreeable first impression, so the atmosphere in the process of selecting weapons is a little tense. Only the cheerful fairy Luna is still very energetic. She suggests that Rain, a tamer, should buy whips to tame animals, and fantasizes about the impure image of them being whipped by Rain. As a result, she is severely lectured by her sister Sora. During the selection process, Rain finds that the weapons here are good looking but not very practical. Just then, an adventurer comes to buy a weapon. He keeps showing off his wealth, so Gantz sells him a gorgeous longsword. After the adventurer left, Rain asks Gantz why the weapons here are so fashionable but not practical. Gantz laughs when he hears this question. He then reveals that the weapons laid out are all casually made, while the hidden weapons are what Gantz devoted himself to making. People now only want to pay for the most expensive weapons, regardless of the fit between the weapon and the user, and they often throw away old weapons in pursuit of new weapons that appeal to them more. Gantz has countless calluses on his hands out of crafting for years, and all the forged weapons are like his own children, so he can't allow elaborate weapons to be trampled on. That's why Gantz displays ordinary weapons to test guests, and his good weapons are only for knowledgeable adventurers like Rain. Gantz then asks Rain a question about how Rain found flaws in his weapons. Rain explains that as a tamer, he needs to observe animals frequently, so he develops a strong ability to observe. Gantz treasures the special fate between them and decides to customize a weapon for Rain. However, the problem is that there are not enough materials to forge weapons. The problem is in the mithril mine that has been passed down for generations in the Gantz family. However, there is no mithril ore out of a sudden. Generally, there is supposed to be a process for a mineral to be depleted, so Rain suspects that someone is stealing mithril ore for his own weapons and to help Gantz. Rain takes on the task of investigating the mithril mine. When Rain and his comrades go to the Adventurers Guild to report, they hear that the hero Arios is recruiting auxiliary personnel, and there are many people rushing to sign up for fame and fortune. Rain has a good mindset and doesn't get angry at his hated one Arios doing better. Just then, the guild receptionist Natalie is curious about the identity of the fairy twins, and the playful girl Luna deliberately misleads Natalie to think that they are Rain's wives. Rain hurriedly takes out the task file to change the topic. After reporting to the guild, Rain and his party immediately set off for the mithril mine. The fairies are good at magic but have poor physical fitness, so the twins almost die when they climb the mountain. On the way, they come across a lake, where the girls decide to play in the water and rest. Kanade starts undressing in front of Rain, which frightens Rain and he quickly hides. As the girls are taking a bath in the lake, Luna and Sora stare at Kanade and Tanya the whole time, because they envy their good figures and try to ask them how to make their bodies plump. Just then, Kanade is attacked from behind, and her scream leads Rain over, but it turns out that she was just bitten by a fish. Because of this accident, Rain got glutted in his eyes. Sincerely apologizes to the girls afterwards, but the girls have always liked Rain and are not bothered at all. After that, they are back on the road. Sure enough, someone is stealing the myth. Tanya and Kanade easily defeat the two thieves. Rain asks them to be careful, because birds in the sky are very abnormal after they show up. Rain suspects that the tamer who controls birds has discovered them. A group of thieves are in the mithril mine, vigilant, and the tamer among them has discovered Rain and spreads through the bird. The battle between the two parties immediately begins, with the thieves' bow and arrow attack being realized by the dragon girl Tanya, and the magic attack easily being blocked by the twins. As with the tamer, he is knocked to the ground by Rain's punch. The hostile tamer then summons his secret weapon, a B-class monster raised by him. The Shadow Knight Rain has spent a lot of time taking down is only C level. Monsters of this level are difficult to be tamed by humans. Rain asks his companions to transfer the captured hostages outside the mine, while he and Kanade team up to deal with Rain attracts the monster's attention, while Kanade secretly catches the beast tamer. However, this man is particularly stubborn. Even if he is caught, he still refuses to control the monster to surrender. The monster's attack will knock the mine to collapse at any time. Therefore, Rain has to risk getting close to the monster. Unexpectedly, he forcibly signs a contract with the monster in a very short time, taking control of the monster. This has never happened among beast tamers. Rain's ability has plunged the enemy into madness, who tries to seize control of the monster again, causing the monster to fall into and launch an indiscriminate attack. In the end, it is Rain who breaks out his strength and kills the monster, saving the opponent's life. Rain is well aware that humans and monsters have a strong hostility to each other, which cannot be completely by simple taming, so he pays attention to the movement of the process. After the battle, Rain interrogates the identity of the thieves. It turns out that they all have bought weapons in Gantz's shop, and later heard others that they had been trading weapons sold by Gantz. They thus came to his mithril mine the ore in retaliation. After Rain tells what happened, Gantz feels complicated. He sets a trap to punish those who despise weapons, and it is not until he is irritated by his customers that he realizes how strong the resentment of those adventurers is. Eventually, Gantz gets inspired and encouraged by Rain, and decides to sell weapons with honesty in the future, as well as forge every weapon carefully to avoid making defective products. Gantz, grateful to Rain and promises to try his best to help Rain's exclusive weapon, Riley tells Gantz about his special needs. While waiting for the weapon, the protagonist's group will usher in a vacation. At night, Arios has just eliminated a tamer. He wants to recruit a companion before he starts the fight with Rain, but all the interviewees can't compare with Rain. They can only tame one animal at a low level such as wolves or bears. Arios has seen Rain tame the strongest species like the cat and the dragon girl, so he can't help looking down on these ordinary beast tamers. As the task of defeating the Demon King has been delayed for a long time, the priest Mina persuades Arios to look for recruitment, which immediately causes Arios to be unhappy. Mina realizes that Arios' personality has changed a lot recently, so she quickly switches the topic to hold his anger. After Mina leaves, Arios mutters about making Rain as he takes out an evil ring. Rain would never have expected Arios to be so narrow-minded. When he goes to the guild to report the task of the thieves, the guild's receptionist, Natalie, tells Rain that the thieves have all been stripped of their adventurers' licenses and sentenced to hard labor because of their felony of raising monsters. The twins comfort the depressed Rain, while Kanade and Tanya are still sleeping in the hotel. Rain is left with only these two reliable companions. When Rain takes the two fairies for a walk, they are attracted to the street food. They've lived in the forest all year round and never tried the food of the human world, so Rain treats each of them to a hot dog. The twins are immediately captivated by the novelty and finish the hot dogs in a few large bites. Rain then agrees to treat them along with Kanade and Tanya to a big meal next time. With their appetite satisfied, the fairies chat with Rain about a serious matter. They ask if Rain has recently gained some enhancement of his abilities. Rain's physical powers have been improved by signing a contract with Kanade, and the contract with Tanya has enhanced his magic power. But after signing a contract with the fairies, there is no significant improvement in his abilities in any aspect. The twins are very disappointed by Rain's answer because they wish they can help Rain. Rain notices the two girls' disappointment, comforting them with his story. He was kicked out of the heroes' party by Arios because he was too weak, but that experience did not affect Rain from becoming strong. Rain also learned that the most important thing he wants from his comrades is not to be strong, but to trust each other. The fairy twins finally get rid of their disappointment. Just then, a new accident happens. An arrogant young man with two soldiers stops them, asking for the twins' names and forcing them to be his concubines. The man is named Edgar, the son of a lord. He has a very bad reputation for often kidnapping beautiful girls as concubines. Rain repels Edgar's subordinates to protect the fairy twins. However, Edgar takes innocent civilians as hostages and threatens Rain to stop. The twins want to use magic to free the hostages, but Rain doesn't want them to reveal their identities, or the twins can't live in the human world. Suddenly, Rain comes up with a good idea. When he was fighting, he discovered that his magic was so special that he could cast multiple spells at the same time. So Rain decides to give it a try and unleashes fireballs. As a result, several fireballs appear at the same time, and all of Edgar's subordinates are knocked down as the hostages get freed. Since Rain managed to drive Edgar away, he receives thanks from the villagers. At this moment, Arios is silently watching this scene not far away with an evil smile appearing on his face. Rain doesn't know yet that this hero has become more terrifying than the monster. After returning to the hotel, the fairy twins are telling their companions about Rain's bravery, and they focus on the blessings Rain received after signing the contract with them. Because as a beast tamer, Rain can cast multiple magic in an instant, which is more powerful than many magicians who have practiced for decades. After the relaxing topic, everyone gets serious as Rain mentions Edgar's bad reputation he learned from the residents. Taking advantage of his father's identity as the Lord, Edgar seems to be in collusion with the knights sent here by the Empire. With the encouragement of his companions, Rain finally decides to deal with Edgar to rescue the girls who have been taken away. Edgar is also thinking about ways to take revenge on Rain, and he gives the knight captain Jalay a bag of gold coins. Both sides are in a state of preparedness. Rain takes the lead. He and Kanade come to the Order to report Edgar's miscreant behavior. However, the Order drives Rain away without investigating the Lord's son, which proves the rumors of collusion between the knights and Edgar. On the way back, Rain meets a girl named Stella, the vice captain of the Knights. Stella has also discovered the illegal cooperation between the Knights and the Lord's family, but she has always been unable to hold the Knights and Lord's family accountable because she has no strong companions. Encountering Rain this time gives her hope. As Rain has completed several difficult tasks before, his fame gradually spreads. Plus there is a girl from the Strong Cat tribe beside him. Stella pleads with Rain for help. Rain also needs someone to provide information from the Knight's Order, so he immediately cooperates with Stella. Their first plan for the battle is to throw bait to deal with the corrupt ones in the Order. At night, Jalay receives false news that there's evidence of his collusion with Edgar in the suburban warehouse. In order to prevent this criminal evidence from being discovered by Stella, Jalay immediately gathers a group of henchmen to raid the warehouse. As Jalay brings his men to the warehouse, he immediately gets a sneak attack while the fairy twins cast frost magic to seal the gate, blocking Jalay's escaping route. Elsewhere, Rain uses the new equipment provided by Gantz to launch a long-range attack, and in a short time he takes down all of Jalay's accomplices. Stella tells Jalay that her companions have captured the Knights and found evidence of Jalay's guilt. Even in such a disadvantageous situation, Jalay still refuses to surrender. Stella offers to undertake the next battle to fight one-on-one with Jalay. Stella has known Jalay since many years ago, but she doesn't know why the once simple teenager degenerated into what he is now. She turns the pity in her heart into the power of battle, and finally knocks out Jalay. Soon Edgar learns of the fall of the Knights, and he gives his full vent to anger on a slave girl. After calming down, Edgar plans to gather all the soldiers to attack Stella. That's when Arios comes to Edgar. Arios hides his identity through disguise, telling Edgar that Rain was also involved in the battle with the Order. as Arios frantically exaggerate Rain's power and his hostility towards Edgar. He also gives Edgar a strange ring, which he claims to have the power to kill Rain. Edgar seems to be influenced by the mysterious power of the ring. Laughing arrogantly, Stella brings the female knights who support her to the Lord's mansion, along with Kanade and Tanya. They are to investigate the crime of the legal collusion between the Lord and the Order. Though Stella's group is powerful, the loyal guards of the Lord don't just let them go but call outside help instead. A big scuffle thus begins. Elsewhere, Rain and the fairy twins sneak into the Lord's mansion as their companions distract the guards' attention. When the twins use magic to probe the location of Edgar's imprisoned slaves, they sense a creature with mighty magical powers. Rain guesses it comes from one of the strongest races, but he can't be sure if the one is Edgar's slave or companion. Rain arranges for the fairy twins to free the slaves while he will explore the source of the magic power. After separating, Rain meets an imprisoned girl. He helps her cure the injuries with healing magic, gaining the girl's trust. The girl is named Nina, from another ultimate race, the demigod race. She had been living in the mountains until the day she met Edgar. The lustful man took local villagers as hostages to threaten Nina, and then put a collar on her that limits her magic power, eventually turning the god girl into his slave. Rain decides to destroy the collar to free Nina. However, the magic shock from the collar causes extreme pain on him. But Rain is no longer the weak tamer he once was. He has the blessings of his 4 powerful comrades, and finally manages to destroy the collar. As Rain successfully rescues Nina, his companions also bring the battle to an end, and the fairy twins have rescued all the slaves. As Kanade and Tanya don't have to worry about the safety of the slaves, they break through the guards' defenses and meet their comrades in the hall. When the 4 girls see Rain has rescued another girl, they start to tease how lucky Rain is in girls. At this time, the Lord is trying to flee away, but he is so unlucky that he directly bumps into the protagonist's group. An accident then occurs as soon as Rain captures him. Edgar activates the ring given by Arios, and a monster in the shape of the Grim Reaper suddenly appears to attack Rain. Standing on the rooftop and hearing the screams of the hall, Arios is confident in the power of the ring. He thinks Rain must have been dead. However, Rain is not even injured. Rain's comrades are also puzzled how he can block the attack of such a high-level magic. So Luna does an experiment to find that Rain is immune to poisonous attribute magic. It turns out that the twins brought 2 blessings to Rain. One allows Rain to cast multiple spells at the same time, and the other helps Rain to be immune to some types of magic. That's why Rain was not killed by the monster. Meanwhile, as Edgar foresees his miserable ending, fear, anger, and unwillingness fill him up. The strong negative emotions affect the ring, and a powerful force erupts in the ring, completely engulfing Edgar in an instant. Rain is the first to react and uses fire magic to attack, but it doesn't work at all. A monster full of evil aura appears in front of them. The familiar smell reminds Rain of the demon race that destroyed his hometown many years ago. Instead of attacking Rain, the high-ranking demon flies out to hunt the town's residents. Rain asks Stella to arrange for Nina and the residents to take refuge, while he takes his companions to stop the demon. The battle between the 2 sides soon begins, with Tanya, Kanade, and Rain in charge of the main attack, and the fairy twins launching high-level magic. However, these attacks are all ineffective. The high-ranking demon also summons a large number of monsters, which though are very weak and will basically be killed when attacked. The real trouble is that they can be summoned infinitely, so the situation becomes very unfavorable for Rain. Their physical strength and mana are constantly depleted, while the high-ranking demon can always remain in a peak state. A high-ranking demon is already so powerful, we can't imagine how terrifying it will be when the Demon King comes. The demon continues to summon monsters to drag Rain and his comrades. It seems it has lost patience and is ready to destroy the town. The protagonist's group then discusses a plan. The fairy twins will use teleportation magic to transfer the inhabitants, so that Rain's party can have a free hand to fight the monster army. The bad news is that after the fairy twins built the teleportation array, the residents do not believe the twins because of the sensitive relationship between humans and fairies. At the critical moment, some humans who have known the fairy twins come forward, and their trust plays a good demonstration effect. In the end, the residents are all safely transferred. Meanwhile, the priest Mina senses the aura of the demon. Both she and Agatha think they should go to check on the situation, but Arios rejects the proposal with his status as a hero. Actually, he is anxiously waiting for Rain's death. Just then, a group of adventurers join the battlefield. They have fear of monsters, far more like heroes than Arios, and they are all wearing weapons and armor made by Gantz. It is this group of adventurers who help Rain by Valentine, and Nina also joins Rain's party. The god girl naturally hates war, but in order to save innocent humans, she finally decides to fight the demon. What the god race excels at is magic, and Rain breaks through the monster reach the high-ranking demon with the help of Nina, as he once again uses his special taming ability that surpasses ordinary beast tamers. Rain steals control of the monster army from the high-ranking demon. He commands the monsters to besiege the demon, and finally eliminates this powerful enemy. 3 days after the battle, the town's restoration work is completed. Stella becomes the new captain of the Knights, while the former captain and the lord who colluded with each other were escorted to the royal capital to await the verdict. Nina's village has been moved, so the god girl who has nowhere to go joins Rain's party. They are now very popular in the town and have become heroes in everyone's eyes. Nina grows to like being with Rain and others, so she offers to sign a contract with Rain. Fortunately, the ritual does not consume too much blood. Otherwise, even if Rain does not die at the hands of demons, he will eventually die because he consumes too much blood on signing contracts. The protagonist's group is notified to assemble at the Adventurers Guild, where they meet the new knight Captain Stella. This female knight is very kind, and she has reached a cooperation with the Adventurers Guild. Thus, the adventurers will assist in defending the town from the invasion of the demons in the future. Also, as Rain has defeated the A-level demon, the guild promotes him to a C-level adventurer. I was confused when I heard this decision. Rain defeated an A-level enemy. Shouldn't he be upgraded to an A-level adventurer? Anyway, Rain doesn't care about the unequal honor. Now he just wants to solve the problem of accommodation. He has been feeling embarrassed to stay in one hotel room with 5 girls. After a discussion, Rain and his comrades decide to buy a house in the town and settle down. Then, they start to look for the house. However, after visiting a few, they still can't find a decent one. Only the last one seems good in all aspects. Its drawback is that it is haunted here. When Kanade knows this is a haunted house, she immediately hugs Rain and shivers. Now that there are no extra houses to see, they can only check out the inside of the house before making a decision. Not long after they enter the house, something unusual happens. A ghost maid appears in front of them, whose body is as sexy as Tanya's, and completely superior to the several little girls of the protagonist's group. The ghost doesn't have an actual body, so she can easily dodge various attacks. She sees through Kanade's fear of ghosts, and deliberately runs to scare the cat girl. Just then, an accident occurs. As Kanade is overly frightened and loses her mind, she briefly acquires the ability to attack ghosts. The situation reverses now, and Kanade looks more like a ghost. The fairy twins seize the opportunity to cast sealing magic and temporarily trap the ghost, who then tries to attack Rain, but is controlled by him. This man is not only able to tame all kinds of creatures, but even makes the ghost subject to him. Rain finally gets a chance to have a calm conversation with the ghost, who introduces herself as Tina Holy. Her owner was a pervert who brutally murdered her 30 years ago, perhaps because she hadn't lived enough. Holy was unwilling to become a ghost and wandered around to the house where she now lives. Holy's story dispels Kanade's fear about her. After watching the first 12 episodes, I believe you also know Rain's personality. He ends up taking in Holy, who has no friends and no home, just like taking in his other comrades. In the end, Rain solves the haunting trouble and buys the house of his choice. Then, they start preparing a celebration party for moving into their new home. The joyful atmosphere at the party makes Rain can't help but think of some past events. He lost his family many years ago and became an orphan, but now that Rain has gained a new family, he is finally no longer alone, and the story of the first season comes to a happy ending. I didn't expect that Rain would expand his harem in the finale, and even the ghost of the dead can be conquered. Now, his harem has girls of cat, dragon, fairy, demigod, and ghost. I have a strong hunch that the screenwriter is building the largest harem in history. So how many wives will Rain have? Feel free to leave your answer in the comment area, and I'll reveal what other attractive female partners will appear around Rain when the second season is launched. If you like anime recaps, please subscribe to my channel, and I will post the recap video when the second season is launched. There are many other interesting recaps on my channel. Just click in and they may help you kill some of your boring time. Bye!
The series starts with the MC drowning. Apparently, he has been having that nightmare for multiple nights. As he drifts away into the void of his head, a voice calling him awakes the man, and to his surprise, he is locked in a cell. A girl talks to him through a glory hole. The girl alerts him to a wall of spikes closing on him slowly. Being afraid, he goes off at the girl, accusing her that she's the one who put him there. But he soon learns that she's in the same situation, so he swiftly starts to think about ways to escape. After noticing the girl has an axe with her and she has no window in her room, he comes to the conclusion that he can destroy the wooden window in his cell using the big booba's axe. And after he promises he won't leave her behind, the plan is set in motion. However, they soon learn that the hole is too small for the thick axe to pass through. Hence, the girl tries to widen the hole, but to no avail, as it's made from granite. Now hopeless, the girl cries her heart out, but based Sigma, Ning, tells her to shut up. Oh yes, the main character's name is Ning, and currently he can't think clearly with all the crying. The girl can't believe that she will die too soon even before having her first kiss, to which Ning responds it's easy, just approach the glory hole. Anyway, Ning asks the girl how she ended up in this place. She tells him that she fell asleep on a train and the next thing she found was waking up in that cell next to metal bed. A joy sparks in Ning's heart as he now has a way out. By using a metal rod from the bed, he manages to break his window, setting himself free, while Sue the booba is glued to the wall crying for his help as the spikes get closer on her. A perfectly timed flashback shows Sue's past, how she got left behind on a mountain for wanting to stick a guy who got injured, who in turn also left her for not wanting to be his girlfriend. Back to track with this event, it was apparent she suffers from trust issues, hence she gets shocked when Ning came back to rescue her. And after they break from their cell, he takes a look around him and realizes they are on an island. The couple was prisoned in a lighthouse. While going down a ladder, Ning notices that it is broken in the middle and the only way down is to jump to the other half, which he successfully does. Then a hesitant Sue jumps, landing in his arm, but the ladder breaks due to the mass of dem titties. While falling, Ning uses his body as a human shield to protect Sue, who in turn saves him from drowning and carries him to a room on the lower floors of the lighthouse. Inside, Sue finds a dead body and encounters a budget-cut Gilgamesh, who threatens her with his trusty butterfly knife, demanding to answer his questions since he suspects that she is the person behind the kidnapping. She tells him her identity and pleads to him that he could let her tend to the unconscious Ning. The pretty boy smiles and says he'll question him to see if she's saying the truth about herself, so he steps on the poor guy's hand, waking him in state of shock. When the blondie asks Ning if he knows the booba, he replies that he has never seen that girl before. Savage, I know, right? However, this was not a joke. Turns out our boy suffers from amnesia caused by the nasty fall. But the gangsta is not convinced yet, so he demands the chick explain in one word why the guy risked his life to save her, excluding love from first sight, as our tough boy here doesn't believe in that crap. After thinking hard, the girl pulls a reverse Umino card, asking the guy for how long he knew his oldest friend, which he answered by saying 22 years, and through some pseudo-logic that fried my brain to the point I gave up on reading the subtitles, she convinces him, leading Ning to be set free. After collecting themselves, we see Sue trying to make Ning remember the recent events they had, but to no avail, as the last thing he remembers is him standing in the corner reading the Playboy in the 5th grade, to which the blondie compliments. Soon after the group's attention diverts to the corpse, the chick started analyzing it. They laid the corpse on the ground and tore its shirt to further investigate. With nothing to do, Sue asks the thug who he is. Gilgamesh responds that he works for an Eastern gang, and that his name is Jiyoung, and he expects that a smuggler by the name Ming took and left them there, to which Ning explains that it's not the case and they are in some sort of game, indicating that our boy is starting to come to his senses bit by bit. Either that, or he was bloody smart for a 5th grader. After such claims, they notice a piece of paper in the mummy's ear. It's a map that Ning remarks he vaguely knows or remembers it, which consequently makes Jiyoung demand answers, but in the hazy phase, Ning can't deliver them. So big sis Sue takes him away and calmly asks him about the map, but he can't remember and eventually passes out between her arms. The next day comes, Jiyoung wakes up the couple and informs them that they are going to the X mark point on the map, and remarks that he still doesn't trust them and proceeds to point himself as the leader of the group. After finding a man-made trap in the woods, he tells them to start gathering all the essentials they need to camp for the night, and that he will be taking half of the food and water as their newly appointed leader. At night, while having dinner, well, it was more like Jiyoung having dinner. He takes a look at Sue in the most rappy way. Charmed by her voluptuous body, he ordered her to make his bed in the cave, then tells Ming to eat up and whatever happens, to not enter the cave or he will kill him. Surely the predictable happened and Sue started screaming. Outside, Ning is having a crisis to go in or stay out, so he decides to go in, interrupting the Alpha. Despite the kicks that Sigma gets, he holds his ground and says he can't leave and that they are a team, explaining each member's vital role through game mechanics, which leads Ning to personally get acquainted with the Alpha's fist before he leaves the cave. Jiyoung contemplates on Ning's words about being a team and whatnot and concludes that they can't be the men of his enemy. Then suddenly he hears a man shouting for help, so he sprints back to the camp, and after finding the couple is safe, they rush towards the trap location and watch carefully as the events unfold. At some point, the girl tries to warn the man being chased about the trap head, but she gets silenced by Ning, who explains the one who is after that running man hasn't appeared yet, means he's being chased by a very, very dangerous fella, which evidently turns out to be the case, so the group watches as the tribesman kills the 70s porn star looking guy. After the man leaves, the team gets back to the camp and Jiyoung stays up for the night to guard the place. The next day comes and the couple is collecting coconuts. A rat sneaks beside Sue's feet, scaring the booba. Jiyoung comes running thinking they were being attacked by the cannibal. When he sees it wasn't the case, he scolds the girl as her shouting might bring some unwanted attention. Then Ning remarks that he came fast to protect them, making him blush. Jiyoung tries to brush off saying he was taking a piss nearby, which in turn makes the busty babe wanna go to the bathroom, especially after that deadly encounter with the rat. While answering the nature call, she gets jumped by 2 tribesmen. They hold her on the ground in a rather sussy position. Meanwhile, the guys are trying to come up with a plan fast to save her, but seeing that her head will be a mashed potato soon, they decide to go out guns blazing as Ning runs down to tackle the guy from behind and Jiyoung aims for the other guy. A shot was fried, sending the hammer guy to the ground and making the other guy run away. Sue hugs Ning, but their happy reunion was cut short by a busty blonde who introduces herself as a member of LAPD Tracy Candy, which, let me tell you, it's the most generic American porn star name I've heard. Tracy tells the team that they need to move out, as that location is not safe anymore, and that there is another group of people they can join. Jiyoung can't fully trust Tracy, though, since she looks familiar, and he lets her know that, but she brushes it off by saying there are a lot of people who look like her. Their convo gets cut short by the tribesmen who brought more numbers with him and arrows to the fight, so Tracy stays back to cover the team and tells them about a safe point where they can wait for her. At the point, Jiyoung instructs the team that they should never speak about the map and code they found since they can't trust no one except themselves, and he offers that by obeying him, he will do whatever he can to protect them. The booba is hesitant to take the offer. I mean, how can you blame her after that quote-unquote accident in the cave? Thus, she leaves the decision to Ning, who agrees to the offer. With it, Jiyoung makes a somewhat epic oath under the eyes of Guan, who is the god of war and the god gangster in Chinese folklore. And after they finish it, Tracy, who is still alive and 100% sexy, arrives. She tells them with no much ammo left, the best chance for survival is to go and join the other group, to which the team agrees. After walking for a while, they arrive at the place where the rest of the groups is waiting. Candy tells them they must obey the rules and that fighting between members is not allowed, also adding if someone breaks the rules they will get punished by exile or even death. After they all chill out, the group starts to introduce themselves. First, we have the serious guy Kawa, the president of the Ishigaki group. Next is Wangxiang, a professional basketball player. After that is Romeo, who is an actor. Officer Candy tells them that south through the woods she found a massive architectural complex surprising everyone. Kawa tells them they must go and explore it. But the alpha male and Romeo want to stay at the hideout. Otherwise, for them to leave, Kawa must pay $10 million check. But then the alpha asks for double, to which Kawa, with no other option, agrees to. The group visits the big ancestral structure in the middle of the forest. They decide to split up as the structure is quite evidently not their mother's crib. Ning and Kuro stays behind with the guy who voted for Jiyoung, while Tracy forms another group that also includes Sue and leads the expedition inside the structure. Jiyoung puts Romeo in his place after he tries to earn his favor. Sue gets a flashback where she's talking to Ning, where she reveals that she poisoned Jian when he was trying to have some fun with her. She also tells him that Jian will die after 7 days. Ming tries to tell her that he is not that bad of a person, but Sue reassures him that she give him an antidote too later on. However, the antidote induces excruciating pain in the stomach, and it was about time the effects kicked in. And just as Jiyoung starts feeling the effects of it, the cannibals attack them. The other guy goes and pulls a lever inside the pyramidal structure that starts closing the gates. He had planned to abandon the rest, but Ning's heroic actions save the day as he takes Jiyoung and slides into the pyramid just before the gate closes. However, Ning gets hit by a potent neurotoxin from the cannibals. Sue tells him that he has only 12 hours to live at best. But Ning isn't bothered by it and tells the crew to carry on and find the exit soon so that they can get the antidote. Jiyoung agrees with him as he feels guilty over his injury and is thankful for his actions as well. They all start looking for a way out when they find a man and some others drown in the water. They dilly-dally a bit, but in the end decide to save them. We are introduced to a set of characters, one of them revealing himself to be an archaeologist, a Russian man who actually looks useful, and a pair of completely useless ones. They'll probably be the ones dying next. The gang discusses that this room is a puzzle and that the only way to get out is if they get to the highest pillar somehow. The room gets filled with water every few minutes, and every time the water level rises up, one of the pillars gets submerged. Ning once again proves himself useful, even as a 5th grader, as he tells them that the other pillars are just distractions and they should only go forward. As they go forward, they decide that one of them would climb up and pull the others with a rope, and that the order would be decided by a draw. As everyone carefully makes their way to the highest pillar, they see a door. After dilly-dallying a bit, they decide to swim towards the door. When they reach it, Rika touches it and goes inside a shady room. The archaeologist tells them that the writing on the wall says that a sacrifice must be made to get out of the room. As Rika goes inside the secret room, another door opens up. The gang swims its way across the room and leaves the water-filled room. As everyone escapes from the flooded room, they start rushing so that they can find an exit. They then come across a room where they find a door that only opens when there is some weight on the table right next to it. Gerard reads out aloud the writing on the wall and explains to everyone that they need to sacrifice a person here and leave him to die so that the door can open. Romeo suggests that they vote on it and leave Ning there to die since he's half dead at that point anyway. The vote goes as 6 in favor and 4 in opposition. Ji-young doesn't like the idea but still participates since he has a plan for saving Ning. Ji-young then beats Romeo up and knocks him unconscious. He puts it to vote again to ask if anyone objects to leaving that pussy behind. Since the guy is a hateful good-for-nothing, everyone agrees to leave him behind. Thanks to the noble sacrifice of Romeo, everyone is able to escape and Sue is able to find a cure for Ning. Ji-young and Andre go back in there to save him, but he's eaten by a mysterious beast inside the room in the pyramid. As they come back, the gang is attacked by a giant snake and Ji-young falls down a waterfall while trying to fight it. However, Ji-young is safe and sound thanks to the water. Ning also wakes up and he seems to be alright. The entire gang then encounters the savages who, contrary to their previous record, don't immediately kill everyone because they recognize Gerard and ask him about the one-eyed man who Gerard reveals to be his master. The savages capture everyone and take them to their village. They tell them that the one-eyed man had saved them long ago with his medical skills and they expect the same of his apprentice. Gerard explains that he does not have any medical knowledge and that he needs Sue in there to save them. But the villagers told Sue to back off since they are all Sigma males and don't think women are good for anything. After insisting a bit, however, they let her in and she diagnoses them all with malaria. Sue, Tracy, and Andre go into the woods to search for the cure while Gerard reveals that he now suspects his master is alive and is conducting research on immortality. Time runs out and the villagers are on the verge of killing everyone when Sue and the others come back with the cure. Thanks to these heroic actions, everyone is now safe and they start heading towards the volcano as they think that's where the answers lie. An important-looking man with half of his face peeled off in a mansion gets a report on the situation of the people on the island. He tells the reporter that as long as Ning is with them, he will keep betting on their survival. An old man who looks like he is Gerard's master is also sitting there with the half-faced man. Since they're all familiar with the villagers now, everyone starts relaxing in their own way and the guys enjoy their sweet time looking at Tracy coming out of the water in a bikini. But the joy is short-lived as Ji-young spots some zombie monkeys, another product of the immortal research conducted by Gerard's master. The monkeys bite one of the villagers and it's decided that he will be dismembered and thrown in a deep pit. But the villager runs away after he bites another one of the villagers. The chief's brother, the one-hand man, tells everyone the story of how his son was killed off because he became a zombie. He then takes everyone up the hill and reveals that he had mixed some zombie organs in the soup that the new chief has to drink in the crowning ceremony, turning him into a zombie. The chief orders everyone to kill all the people that came from the outside. As everyone runs for their lives from the savages, they all get separated. Ning ends up with the most useless members of the squad, Ding and the guy who never shuts up about Chinese lore. The group tries to call Sue as she's running towards them while being chased, but don't call her out as the villagers get to her first. The villagers spare her because she was the one who cured them and let her go. Ning's group runs into some trouble with the crocodiles when Ding, the spineless coward who has made it his job to be the worst character after Romeo's death, escapes on his own, alerting the crocodiles. Ning gets some flashbacks to his pre-amnesia self and once again becomes more like his adult self. Ding runs into Ji-young and he forces him to go back and save the other two while he holds up the zombie monkeys. After the boys make their successful escape, Ji-young comes back scored by the zombie monkeys. Ji-young and Ning have some wholesome brother-esque interactions as the former realizes that Ning is a natural-born leader. On the other hand, Andrew and Tracy find each other while Sue finds herself with the last two very hungry boys. Suddenly, they got attacked by zombie monkeys and run away. Meanwhile, Ning and the rest reach to a swamp and try to cross it. The archaeologist tells them to slowly swim across. Ding gets scared by a spider and starts to sink. Fortunately, after a flashback, Ning helps him out of the swamp. Tracy tells a story to the others, excluding Andrew, about her time at Interpol. She said that she was the one who shot and killed Andrew's brother when they were on a mission. Ishigaki tells her to be careful around him. After a while, the gang is climbing the volcano. They'd fall into a pit thanks to quicksand as they are searching for Ishigaki, who had just recently gone missing. Everyone falls down and there they find an unconscious Ishigaki. Meanwhile, Ning's group also heads towards the volcano and they find a hot spring to soak themselves in. As they are relaxing, Gerard comes down with a malarial fever. Ning finds a cave and deduces that everyone is in there, but Gerard says that he cannot continue further. Ji-young stays there to take care of him and rest up as well since he can't walk anymore either. Andrew and Tracy find a man-made underground tunnel and split up to cover more ground. Tracy gets trapped in a room and thinks Andrew is the one trying to kill her. So she does what anyone would in that situation. Yep, she takes off her clothes. After a while, Andrew actually shows up, and after a misplaced shot, he tries to fight back as well. Ning soon follows the two to stop the fight. He threatens them that he would drop all the food in his hand as everyone is already going through a food crisis. After stopping the fight, Ning and the others come back to where Su, Ao, and Ishigaki are. Ning takes Su to the place where he left Xiyoung and the professor. However, they are nowhere to be seen now. The gang then decides to look inside the facility for them after Ishigaki wakes up. After opening a few doors, the gang finds a bunch of supercomputers, and Ishigaki says that it's his time to shine since he is a software engineer. He starts working on decoding the info in the lab as the others split up to search around the facility. Tracy and Su find the place where the immortal monkeys are made, while Ning and the others find a room full of dead skeletons. The boys open another door and find a scary-looking black-haired man sitting on the sofa while grinning. The boys find out that the man on the sofa is also dead. However, his body is still preserved somehow, so they look for an ID, and the man turns out to be the chief of the lab. They take a small diary with torn-up pages in between when Andrew says that he just saw someone running outside, so he has to chase it. Then we cut to the sexy ladies and one fellow who wet his pants a few days ago. They are once again getting chased by a man. He traps the ladies by burying the doors and kills Ding, frankly a very big favor. The girls find a way to escape the barred doors, but the guy, supposedly Andrew, knows the layout of the facility and thus is able to trap them both in a room with the help of a potentially toxic gas. Cutting back to Ishigaki, and Ning gives him the password written in the diary, but instead of unlocking itself, the computer presents a handprint scanner. Ning convinces O to bring the hand of the chief since he is a professional athlete and is the only one who can make it in time before the lab self-destructs in 10 minutes. However, O gets cold feet when gets to it. But some motivational words from Ning convince him to finish the job, and he brings not just the hand, but the entire body to the control room. However, the anime ends before we are able to see if he made it in time or not. The end. If you enjoy this video, be sure to like and subscribe for more amazing recaps. The story starts with Hina watching her mother absorbed in a mysterious black hole, but before her mother gets taken, she requests Hina to find the legendary Red Baron, then she handed her a black orb. After 5 years of searching, Hina arrives in a town where she meets a masked man who makes a very bad first impression, making other girls run away. The pervy creep asks Hina for money, as he wasted his money on junk and now has nothing to buy food. Poor Hina was frightened and ran away, but he kept chasing her like a hyena. However, his hunt got cut short when a wild cougar came out of nowhere, slapping the shit out of him. The cougar's name is Nana. Turns out, this adult Meliodas goes by the name Licht and was staying with Nana, who was kind enough to treat Hina to some food as an apology. While chit-chatting, the blue-haired cutie states she is searching for someone at her mother's request. Nana then realized her mother had fallen into the abyss. Hina was confused and asked her about it. Surprised she doesn't know, Nana explains that everyone in this world has their own count since birth, acting like some sort of a ranking system to keep them alive. When the count hits 0, the person gets dragged into the abyss. Further adding, those with lesser count have to listen to the ones with more body count. And unlike what you think, to increase that body count, each person has to do something unique to their accord. For example, in Mina's case, when someone compliments her food, her number rises, while for Hina, her number rises according to how many miles she walked, revealing she has walked the equivalent of 441 miles. As Hina prepares to leave, she meets a soldier named Davi, who proclaims to be the legendary Baron and the person she was looking for. Upon hearing this, Hina cries tears of joy and goes with the man. The cougar asks Licht to go and check on the girl if she will be safe, yet Licht's main issue at the moment is some kids with no manners stealing his stuffy toy. Meanwhile, things are getting steamy at government office as Davi seems unable to keep his hands to himself, so Hina tries to stop him by whipping the ballot out. Suddenly, Davi and his henchmen became hostile, demanding to take the ball. Hina cried and wondered why he did such a thing. Officer Douche reveals to her that he wasn't the real legendary Baron. Soon, Licht arrived at the guardhouse to save Hina. Davy and his henchmen were laughing after seeing Licht's count, although his henchmen immediately realized something was wrong with Licht, since he was not absorbed into the black hole even after his count reached below 0. Licht tells Hina to stop finding the legendary Baron, as they are not heroes but murderers. In the past, there was a war and the world was devastated, until a group known as the legendary Red Baron appeared. After the war ended, the legendary Red Baron disappeared from the world and were never to be seen again. Back in the present time, it shows Licht holding Hina in his hands and all soldiers were afraid of him. So Davy tells them to calm down. He must be a fake Baron and ordered 3 soldiers to charge him with swords. Lick disappears with a force left behind and aftershock sends them flying. On the other side, Nana and an old customer saw the explosion from the Royal Guard's base. The old customer wonders what's happened there, and Nana explains that Licht is known as the Flash Baron and his true count was 5,700. Furthermore, the negative 999 was the number of girls that turned him down. Once Devi is defeated, Licht took Hina's ballot to sell it for money, and in exchange he gave her his doll saying he's not the hero she wanted. When the girl got back to town, she cried to Nana about Licht taking her mother's ballot in exchange for the doll. Nana inspects it and gives it back to her smiling. In Hina's hands, the doll bursts into flowers. As it turns out, the ballot was inside. Nana explains to the confused waifu that Licht did what he did because owning a ballot is a crime, and by doing so, he protected her from getting killed by the soldiers. After Hina discovered Licht's true intention, she followed his wagon and asked him to stay together. However, such is not the way of a pervert boy, resulting in waifu feeling hurt and his negative count increasing to minus 1,000. Once Licht left, one of Davy's men appears behind Hina and discovers that Licht returned the ballot to her. Yet he's not interested in the ballot, but more interested in Licht himself instead. The guy then thanks Hina because due to her, he could finally discover Licht's whereabouts and inform his true commander about it. In a small village located in the mountain, the major line of the Royal Guards had just created her flyers for a children's playground. Her subordinate, Pell, entered her office to report news from the Royal Guards regarding our masked boy. However, Line tells Pell to do their volunteer work before reporting, as she wants to increase her count since her count goes up based on how many desperate people she helps. Soon, they found a masked man with a pudding costume standing in front of them. Seeing Licht in desperate need of help, Pelly suggests to Line that they should help him, as it's the perfect opportunity for her to increase her count. Hesitant Line offers her hand for Licht to hold, which the sly dog jumps on like a thirsty mother fornicator that got lost in the desert for decades. Annoyed, Pelly calls it a day and points out that Licht's negative 1,000 means he must be a ballot holder, as there's no way he would still be alive if his count dropped to negative 1,000. Line then takes Licht's mask and realizes that this pretty boy is indeed the legendary Red Baron. Licht wasted no time and took Line's sword away, believing she can't do anything without her weapon. However, as the saying goes, thick thighs save lives, and she plans to save the villagers from this so-called criminal by swinging dem legs all over the place. Back in town, we see Lieutenant Jail interrogating Nana. She tried telling him to piss off, but he locked her up with his metal ability, so she tells the Full Metal Alchemist character Wannabe that as far as she knows, El went east. Jail realizes she is lying and tells his men to ride west. Hina asks Nana what just happened, so Nana explains that he must be a ballot holder. A ballot can give the user immense strength and special power depending on how many counts they have, and that is why owning a ballot is illegal. Back at the village, the chase game comes to a brutal end as Licht gets caught by an iron spike attack. Thinking the main man has died, Line gets angry and saddened at Jail's cruel action. Yet the man doesn't care as he orders the soldiers to surround Licht, who is acting dead, to avoid fighting in the village. The soldiers attack the pretty boy and almost hit Line if it weren't for him stepping in. Upon seeing Licht's power, Jail ordered the soldiers to stay back and stated he will handle the fight himself. Jail releases his attacks at Licht from the ground, which surprised him. Licht felt the fight was a bit troublesome, so he begins to move faster with his flash ability to confuse Jail and slip right by him, but the top J follows him matching his speed, sending him back on land. Turns out, Jail's real count is not 900 but 12,500. This count increases according to the strength of his conviction to punish the evildoer with his own hands. During combat, Jail gets surprised when Pudding uses a similar hand-to-hand combat technique used by the Royal Guard. The fight ends with Licht getting captured by Jail's uncuttable iron of conviction, leading him to surrender willingly. Suddenly, though, Line comes in between the Iron Whip and Licht as she believes Lover Boy is not a bad man, especially after all the help he did in the village. Jail doesn't care and tears Line's flyers, calling it stupid, as well as calling Line useless. Licht breaks his binding as if they were cookies. Jail realizes Licht has yet to show his true strength, so the boys attack each other again, with Licht releasing a little bit more power, surprising the Four-Eye King. Licht ridicules Jail for not knowing anything about the town and orders Jail to apologize for the girl, who falls off a cliff due to the power emitted by them. Jail rushes to save her, but before he could, Licht reaches Line in a blink of an eye and catches her. Licht, being the silly man Pudding he is, complains about how Line is too heavy and that she should go on a diet, resulting in Line blurting out, "I hate you." In the last moment, Licht tosses Line towards Jail, warning him to be careful as she's heavy. Jail carries Line to safety and tosses her to the ground, body shaming her. Later in the city, Lion and Pell found Licht while he was trying to pull a Meliodas special on Hina. Lion thanked him for saving her back in the village before handcuffing him. Hina then stopped Lion from taking Licht away from her. Both Lion and Hina then argue about how they know Licht and what he usually does to them. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, lover boys make a run for it. Later, while trying to judge who cooks better, Lion or Hina, Jail appeared at the last minute and interrupted them. The second round of this rivalry starts with Jail insisting Licht shows his full strength and doesn't hold back. Anna then steps in and scolds them as they're acting like and damaging the town square while doing so. Both men are overwhelmed by her forceful personality members to enjoy some drinks for an entire night. The next morning, Jail, Lion, and Pell awaken to realize Licht and the others have already left the city. They track down, they come across an injured soldier from another town. They check on him and go to his city only to find it burned to the ground. The trio investigates what happened. Lyndon and Pella discover the survivor, so they ask him what happened. The survivor described the demon as a big horrible monster that appeared from the black hole in the middle of the city. He and the other soldiers tried their best to stop the demon, but none of their attacks worked against it. Believing what the survivor said was true, Jail thinks that this demon might be a holder with destructive power. However, his claim got disproved by the survivor, who outright stated the demon could fly. After the survivor fainted, Jail was shocked that there is no creature besides birds that can fly in this world. In Anastasis, Licht and Hina go back to work at his mobile tavern. The fun trio crosses paths with the serious trio yet again. Jail explains that he was here to ask Licht some questions about the demon, so he creates an iron spike and aims it at Licht's head. As both are right, Nana stops them like last time and suggests solving their personal hate by having a drinking competition. One of them gets drunk before the other. He will be considered a loser and must do what the winner tells him to. During the competition, Jail asking Licht about his identity and where he came from, but Licht keeps ignoring his questions, which pisses him off. Soon, an earthquake happens. Pell comes running to take the boys to a hot spot with a massive glory hole in the ground. While everyone was confused by the black hole, the survivor appeared again and said the demon is going to destroy the town. Licht finds the sound coming from the hole familiar, and when he recognizes it from old times, he tells Jail to order everyone back as it seems they're gonna face a ferocious foe. Soon, from the depth of the dark hole, the demon rises with its metal wings, revealing the flying demon to be a helicopter. After the demon had appeared, the demon started spraying the citizens with bullets, which Jail stopped by creating a iron wall. Soon after, Licht takes control of the scene and orders Jail as well as the royal guard to clear the area and take the people underground. Frustrated, Jail asks Licht how much he knows about that demon and why they should follow the orders. Licht flexes his military rank as a colonel to take over the command. Soon, Licht went to fight the demon, while Jail stood analyzing all the information at hand and finally realized that Licht is indeed the legendary Red Baron, as the superiors claim to be. While Licht tries to stop the demon, the hands of all things stirred and stopped him from reaching it, to then turn their attention to the helicopter and chase it. But the heli is too far for Allthing to get a hold of it, and whenever Licht tries to leap for it, the hands attack him automatically as they attack anything that goes near. During the fight, Hina wonders if something strange will happen again. Jail gets curious about what Hina said and asks her what means strange. She tells him that one time when Licht attacked the hands, his right eye settled with the number code 001. Hina then asked the royal guards to help Licht in the fight against the demon. Jail stated that they can't help him as Allthing is at the Althea country, so any attempt to stop the hands would result in them receiving the death penalty. That said, Jail asked everyone where they had gone while shooting pillars at the hands. The soldiers from the royal guards soon realized, so they all decided to help Licht. After throwing as much stuff as possible to make the hands grab them, Licht's job became easier as he can now leap on the objects and maneuver mid-air easily to finally reach the helicopter. However, he suddenly stopped his attack. With no idea what Licht saw, Jail goes closer to the action and tells him, "What are you waiting for? Finish the damn job." So bullets rain down on them, destroying the heli. Everyone looks at the sky, notices a mysterious girl flying. The girl puts a gun to our boy's head and greets him like an old buddy. Jail, being curious, asks the chick who the hell is she. In return, he gets a bullet to the chest. The mysterious girl itself is Mizuka, one of the 7 legendary Red Barons known as the Pursuit Baron, which seems to be acting insane. He jumps to stop her, but she comes behind to hug him and says it has been a while since the last time they met. She tells Licht that after 300 years she can finally kill people without any problem, so she should be able to follow his orders now. In an attempt to show her growth as a person, Mizuka tries to kill the citizens with her weapons. Licht tries to tell her to stop, but she doesn't listen, leaving him with fighting as his only choice. This makes Mizuka happy as she believes this will give him a chance to kill her. As Lick tries to dodge bullets, the bullets keep following him as she can control her bullets. Thus, Lick soon defeated Mizuka with her ability as a Baron. After Lick got defeated, the group was captured by the Killer Chick lackeys, while Mizuka kept asking Lick to kill her, something he refused to do, so she decided, like any crazy chick, to bring a kid into the table to make her hands hard. Lick tried to tell the child that he would save him, but the wuss started crying, prompting the guy to pull the trigger. Suddenly, the man holding the kid at gunpoint evaporates in front of everyone, shocking the group as they didn't see anything hit the guy. It was Lick moving faster than the speed of sound. The main man then proceeds to kill all the men in Flash, just as his name suggests. Angered, Lick pledges to kill Mizuka just as she wished. Nana tries to stop him, but Lick tells her to shut her mouth as his left eye shows the code 001. Soon, Lick wears his mask to tell the lads that he is a plunderer and his true purpose is to steal everything from Althea for his own purposes. Seeing Lick with his OG mask, Mizuka says that she is happy as it means that he will finally kill her for her sake. Lick then tells Mizuka to start the game of Scout and wager their stars, and she happily accepts his challenge. Once the game begins, no worries about Lick and one can win, as he has lower counts in comparison to Mizuka's 32,000 count. Pella points out that Lick managed to almost defeat JL despite having inferior counts. Pella then asks Nana if she knows the truth behind the bear, to which she remains silent. On the side, Lick tried his best to reach Mizuka, but he couldn't keep up with her following him and knocking him out. Once he stands up, Lick begins screaming and releases some kind of order harming him. He noticed that Lick's count increased while he was screaming. The group is shocked as the count shouldn't automatically increase without fulfilling a person's desire. Nana explains that the Baron can increase their count whenever they like, which is the exact reason why they were referred to as the legendary Red Barons. Once Lick's count increased to 57,000, Mizuka stated that she was glad that Lick finally is willing to kill her, as shown by his killing intent. When she tries to disappear, terrifying her, she then tries to shoot him with her guns and uses her ability to make the bullets follow him. Mizuka says no matter how fast he moves, his flashing strike is useless against her as her bullets would keep following no end. However, like every other badass samurai, Lick easily cut bullets. Mizuka dropped her guard and Lick found a chance to attack, slashing her from angles using his speed of flash. Nana tells everyone to leave the area to increase their power level. Baron exchanges parts of their personality with a person named Schmoman, where they would no longer be the same calm, reasonable person, and in the worst case scenario, they may not even able to return to their normal self again. Schmoman. Incidentally, when Lick successfully defeated Mizuka in his violent killer state, Mizuka's count got reduced from 32,000 to 16,000. Nana revealed that she has been in the Schmoman form the whole time, which confuses Hina and the others as they don't know to whom Nana is referring. When Mizuka awakens, she notices her hands cut and begins crying. Turns out she's not the type of girl who enjoys destruction like her alter ego. However, she doesn't give a damn that she's back to being the innocent version of herself because he's still under his alter ego's influence. He grabbed Mizuka's neck and told her to continue their fight rather than scream like a crybaby. As Lick is about to kill Mizuka, Hina swoops from behind and hugs the killer boy, begging him to return to his normal self. First, Lick killed Hina for helping him, but then Mizuka shot her, stating she was the enemy, not her. It's stopped by Jail, who is revealed to be alive. Swinging a massive sword another time, yet Jail is somehow able to block the attack despite having a lower count. With a small piece of metal, he blocked Lick's attack, claiming that Lick in his current state doesn't have a conviction, and a sword without conviction won't be able to hurt him. Soon, Jail changed the form of the small metal to an iron pillar and threw it at him, asking Lick if he was serious or not. Since he doesn't believe Lick is someone who would mindlessly kill someone who depressingly wants to meet him. Lick, while still in his Schmoman form, explains he had to kill everyone because he is fighting a war. He believes that in a war, he must kill everyone to protect his friends and family, even if he doesn't want to do it. Soon, Jail revealed he had a second glove, which contains a 5,000 count. Now fighting at power, the G-Man creates an iron golem wielding all sorts of weapons. Lick managed to block the first few attacks of Jail's golem, but later failed against his overwhelming hammer of conviction. After Lick has been defeated, Jail kicks off his mask, revealing that he has regained his sanity and is crying. In a certain church, a blonde man is reading the story of Torte, full of regrets. Although the story is twisted and ends with the death of the case, the kid loved it. Soon, the soldier from the first episode arrives to report that not only the mission of capturing the Flash Baron failed, but also Mizuka, who was mind-controlled, regained her sanity as well. The man claims that it's all fine as there will be a lot of chances to capture him. especially when that man himself is a wizard, aka Schmoman, the Marshal. After the end of the demon incident, his friends were all hiding somewhere in the forest. Meanwhile, Jael went to the capital city to meet with the Supreme Commander. Entered the office and saluted Alexandrov, who looked like a guy who eats cigars for breakfast, leaped from his chair to his boy, but the cool kid sidesteps it. If he doesn't have any reason to see him other than father-son reunion, then he will leave without notice, so Alexandrov switched to a bit more serious tone to hear his boy. Jael reports his encounter with a strange group wearing a black uniform with strange weapons he had never seen before, so he asks if they were part of the Royal Guard as well. Alexandrov angrily denied their connection to him, claiming they were not under his control. Jael gets confused and wonders if it's possible since his old papa is the Supreme Commander, meaning everyone answers to him. Alexandrov explains that they were a different faction created for assassination and spying known as the Special Service. He then advised Jael to be careful as they have ears everywhere and won't hesitate to kill him if he opposes them. Furthermore, Alexandrov shines some what the legendary Red Baron group is, explaining that they were created as a mass weapon for the abandonment war with Licht as the commander. He finds this ridiculous and states there's no way a human can live for 300 years long, but Alexandrov and they stop aging at a certain point due to their status as mass weapons. Alexandrov notices Jael is acting weirdly cautious, so he takes his hand, revealing his count has dropped to 12,499. He mentions that not telling a lie is a part of Jael's convictions, so he asks him if he knows where Licht is hiding. Jael claims he doesn't know, decrease. He later gives his boy a choice, either give up his men or capture Licht. He wouldn't end up being killed in service instead. So when Jael returns to the group, he enters quietly, without saying a word. He realizes what happened during the meeting and accepts to surrender willingly for everyone's sake, to which the gang protests, so Jael pushes them and binds them with his metal. When he is about to handcuff Nana appears and slaps him, saying that he should follow what the others tell blindly and follow his own wishes instead. After hearing Nana's words, Jael decides to help Licht like before. Soon, Nana reveals herself as a Baron with the ability to time travel. She sends the group to the past, begging them to change the past where she failed. As they land, Jael and the gang get confused about where they are. Their confusion gets amplified when they see a younger Mizuka calling Licht by his Japanese name Rito before entering a huge bar. Jael wondered if the blue they saw earlier was a younger Licht or not, since he looked nothing like his present self. Jael also wonders how technology in the past was far more advanced than in the present time. Jael and the Three Stooges followed the other people and went into the enrollment ceremony. They found out that the huge building is a training school. While looking at the people around, Hina got pushed into the ground by a tall, ugly guy with goofy eyes and posture. Line went for help and tried to tell the guy to apologize. However, the meathead wasn't having it and slapped cuteness off her face. When Jael tried to attack the ugly bastard, he realized he was missing his ballot, which means he can't use his metal abilities. Because of this, the handsome man is caught off guard by a right hook. Luckily, a younger Mizuka shouts the guy's name, clearing the air. The ugly bastard's name was revealed to be Duan. He asked Mizuka if she wants to be bullied, since she told him to stop earlier, but then a man with a wooden sword named Sekai came and told Duan to stop, as what he did was meaningless. Soon, Hina overheard someone's voice that claims it's counterproductive to fight each other over nothing. When Hina looked down, she found Licht pulling a Meliodas special and enjoying the view. Embarrassed, Hina stomps on his face as if she's stomping on a big-ass cockroach. A guy named Alan kicks off the enrollment ceremony, telling the newbies that they're no longer ordinary citizens, but soldiers, and that they must follow the orders from their superiors. When he goes overboard scaring the people, the pink-hair hottie steps in with her thick feminine charm, telling Alan to speak nicely. Then she introduces herself to the newbies and explains the history of the nuclear war, a war that happened a few years ago in an attempt to steal resources from other countries. Before she could explain more about it, Alan stopped her as they should leave it to the headmaster Schmoman to explain and make his speeches. As everyone salutes the guy when he enters, Hina gets confused at the name Schmoman, as it's the same name Nana mentioned earlier. Schmoman starts reading the storybook about the tortoise and the haze, confusing everyone. As Schmoman continues reading his storybook, 3 newbies laugh at him for reading them a children's book. Schmoman ordered them to shut up, but they don't listen, so Alan points his gun at a girl and shoots. To further prove a point, Alan tells the other 2 guys that this is what happens when they don't follow their superior's orders and kills them as well. The other newbies freak out and try to escape, but the doors are shut. Alan shoots in the air to make the room go quiet. He then points his gun at Hina and says that she deserves to die too, as there is no place for crybabies on the battlefield. When Alan is about to kill her, Tokakes swoops in with his wooden sword and stops him. Tokikes asks Alan, how can you randomly kill without any signs of humanity? To which the man replies, it is what it is, before kicking him back to his place. Finally, Licht busts a move, takes the headmaster hostage, and threatens to kill him if Alan doesn't spare the kids' lives. Schmolman asks Licht if he seriously thinks he could kill him with a tree stick. Schmolman takes his hand and teaches him how to snap his neck, telling him he has to choose either kill him or Alan kills Hina. Licht states he won't kill him because violence isn't the answer. After hearing his words, Hina and the others realize that he's indeed Licht. Schmolman then states he would have no choice but kill everyone in the ceremony. Everyone except Licht got overwhelmed by Schmolman's murderous aura. Luckily, Thick Mommy Ferenda steps in and clears the air by revealing that it's all an act. The 3 newbies that Alan killed earlier were in fact still alive as he shot them with a paint gun. The reason why they did that was to scout any special kids out of the bunch. While eating, Jael reflects on what happened at the ceremony, deducing that Alan was indeed acting, but not Schmolman, who showed real killing intent. Speaking about the man with a hard name to pronounce in his office, he tells Alan that there is a rare warrior here, referring to Licht. Alan then asks Schmolman if Licht should be the one that leads the army, to which Schmolman replies, I'm not sure yet, we need to test his abilities first. Soon, Pelle appears and takes the gang to show them what he found on a device they call the computer. He shows them some videos about the Althing falling from the sky. Pelle then searched for more information about Althing but couldn't find anything due to restrictions put on the info. Soon after, Alan appears behind them and explains that Althing is a god that landed in Japan and later was known as the Althing. The Althing can create new rules for the world, so the United Nations used it to put some rules for all nations and abide by them to stop the nuclear war. However, the world is still far from safe, which confused Hina. Before leaving, Alan told them that the class was about to start, so they should return to their classroom. Pelle speculates that if Althing didn't originate from Althea, then there's a possibility the Count and how people always get sent into the abyss was set by humanity with the use of the Althing, leading them to suspect the school being the center of it. Now knowing how Rito will become Licht, they cannot decide how to proceed since both they and their home country of Alcia will never exist unless Licht wins the abandonment war. The next day, Schmolman suggests to the kids become soldiers that do not kill by becoming so powerful they scare opponents into surrendering. Doubting his intentions, Jael follows Schmolman to a hidden facility and learns they are trying to replicate Althing's voting power since Althing got rid of nuclear weapons but not war itself. He also sees them experimenting on rats for Project Baron. When a rat goes out of control, Schmolman uses his power and freezes, shocking Jael since there was no ballot on him to harness power from. Alan hears something outside, so he goes to check and finds nothing, all thanks to a young Nana who saved him. Turns out she was the very first Baron created. They call her the Baron of Knowing. She explains some humans like Schmolman can genetically harmonize with Althing to gain powers, but normal humans like Jay can only harmonize using ballots. The Baron surgery involves implanting Schmolman's DNA into normal children to give them his genetic ability, which only Nana survived, and eventually so will Rito, Sanohara, and 4 others, making 7 Baron in total. Unable to reveal more, Nana gives Jay a modern memory card from future Nana containing the reason she sent them there. Before leaving, Jael promises to see Nana in 300 years, but as he makes an escape, he gets caught by Captain Alan, who sentences him to execution. During their fight, young Jay realizes that Alan is a young Alexandrov, his future foster father. Hence, he stands up, holds the gun to his head, and resumes telling him about all the events that lead him here, so he lets Jay live. Soon after, Jael demands hand-to-hand training from Alan because although he trusts his future father to be a good man now and then, he concludes if something happened and Alan made a mistake, he must be able to defeat him in the future and become supreme commander in his place. Schmolman begins training everyone with medieval weaponry, explaining that guns will soon become obsolete, therefore the strongest soldiers will be those trained in melee combat. In secret, Schmolman reveals the coming war is meant to kill off the surplus human population so the species can survive. Schmolman takes the students to the beach for Capture the Flag training, which Rito's class wins by fleeing with a flag instead of fighting and outwitting Doan. The class decides to make Rito their commander. Fearing the Baron Project is in danger, Schmolman cracks under pressure from the dominatrix Mommy, who points out that the lab rats showed aggression due to sharing his cold killer tendencies. However, they can fix it by operating on the strongest genetic candidate, Rihito. And so the man with a soft spot for kids agrees on the human testing. After having the situation explained to him, Rihito agrees to the surgery. Jael, unwilling to risk Alcia never existing, decides to stop anyone interfering with Rihito's surgery. Hina decides to let Rihito become Licht but prevents him from killing, so he never develops his Schmolman personality, and Alcia will still be created after the war. Yet in this fictional story, it's too good to be true as a foreign country suddenly attacks the academy. Soldiers begin slaughtering the students all the way to sweet Sonohara, who is on the ground praying for her man to come, but instead Doan comes, takes her gun, and starts blasting, saving her while G handles saving most of their classmates. Ferenda explains to Alan with a sadistic smile that 4 of the 7 ballots needed for an Althing vote are in foreign nations, meaning they must have secretly voted to allow war again. The enemy cuts off the electricity, risking Rito dying from incomplete surgery, which by the way resulted in his white hair change. The entire class fights their way to the emergency generator. In the process, many of them are injured or killed. And we get to see how Alan receives his future trademark facial scar when he saves the kids from a rocket. Incidentally, Ina gets caught by a soldier, so she calls out for Licht. Luckily, Jail reactivates the electricity, and Ryito survives. Schmolman gives Ryito his trademark sword, explaining it as a replica ballot that must be activated with an oath of his choosing measured by a number, but our boy understands nothing. Hence, his first entrance with the new power is a bit goofy. Thankfully, he gets used into super speed at the perfect minute, and starts defeating enemies in the blink of an eye, earning him the title Baron of Flashing Strikes. That said, it's way too much for young, innocent Ryito to handle. As he runs away from the group to puke and have a mental breakdown, Hina followed him and kisses the guy, realizing it's all meant to happen. And they can't change a thing, but what she can do is tell him to be strong and promises to be waiting for him in the future 300 years after, marry him, and carry his children, so he will never be lonely again. The group begins to glow as they get pulled back to their own time. Ryito decides the only way to ensure his friends don't kill is to do all the killing himself, and swears his ballot will count the enemies he kills on behalf of others. The waste war begins. Ryito, now licked, begins slaughtering thousands of the enemy, hiding his face behind a mask. 4 of his classmates receive the Baron surgery: Sakai, Doan, Sonohara, and Captain Allen. Schmolman decides the world is beyond saving and begins planning a utopia called Alcia. 2 years later, the war ends when Schmolman, having now retrieved all 7 ballots, uses them to create Alcia floating above the ruined planet. He destroyed all means of contacting the surface, creates Alcia's population from the DNA of all races, and kept the population in check by sending anyone with a 0 ballot count to the Abyss, revealed to be a portal to the planet's surface. It is also revealed that Althing sustains Alcia by continuously stealing resources from the survivors on the surface. Learning that Sakai stole a ballot, Ryito killed him on Schmolman's orders, but murdering his brothers sent him into a coma. After he finally woke up, he learned every member of his class remained on the surface and die. That day, he and Nana escaped Schmolman, and for 300 years, Licht never removed his mask and barely spoke even to Nana until he met Hina. In Althea, Jail punches Licht, then shows him the memory card young Nana gave him from future Nana. Video contains clips young Nana recorded deciding to become Licht's wife, then documenting their 300 years together after the war, during which Licht never removed his mask or even said a word, making her believe that Licht hates her since she reminds him of the bad times. Licht begins to cry and apologizes, revealing he was ashamed to remove his mask because he had lost his smile and didn't want Nana to see his fake smile. Hina later catches Licht in an animal trap and demands to know why he keeps leaving her. Licht reveals he knew Hina's mother, Tsukina Pharaoh. Licht reveals Tsukina was his childhood friend who somehow survived 300 years without the Baron surgery and stole the 10,000 ballot from Schmolman 5 years ago, leaving Schmolman with only 3 ballots. Licht reveals Hina's father was his adopted brother, Topikes, whom Licht murdered. Yep, you heard that right. Not only the chick is younger than him by 300 years, but he is practically her uncle. Anyways, back to the story, the group passes out from wine drugged by Licht, who explains he is leaving to defeat the army. However, Big Daddy Jay doesn't get affected by the drug as it lies under his convictions. Meanwhile, the SSU begin assassinating army commanders who are looking into the SSU's shady matters. During a meeting to assess the situation, the Supreme Commander reveals that the creation of Alcia must be re-voted periodically, but since Tsukina stole the ballot, Alcia is in danger of falling out of the sky. Consequently, with no clear answer, Alan decides to ask Alcia's king to choose how they should handle the matter. Back to the main characters, Jail berates Licht about the pain he causes to his friends, but Licht insists it is still better he kills for others not have to, which is something Jail convictions go against, so both lads remove their facial accessories and headbutt each other real hard. As Licht leaves, he reveals his desire to stay with Hina and hopes he can see her again before the end. The next morning, everyone recovers from the drug and chases after Licht. Schmolman sends another Baron to intercept Licht, Doan, whose power over gravity pins Licht to the ground, nullifying his speed. As he is about to be crushed, all Licht can think of is seeing Hina again. Hina and the others find Licht unconscious before being captured by the SSU. Meanwhile, Jail went back to the capital and is having a father-son reunion, which he doesn't dodge this time. Alan fires his adoptive son from the military so he can return to his friends, who are now imprisoned by Schmolman. Hina demands to know why he betrayed his students, and he reveals that the non-killing army was created to weed out the weak and find people like Rito for the Baron's surgery. Then he orders Doan to perform the Baron's surgery on them and leaves. However, Doan refuses to let anyone become a Baron who did not suffer through the Waste War and kills his own men to set them free. As they are leaving, Hina accidentally drops the 10,000 ballot. Furious that they might be plotting to destroy Alcia after he and the Baron suffered to create it in the first place, Doan decides to kill him. Luckily, Lynn escapes, but not without sustaining heavy injuries after Doan shot her in the stomach with rocks as she flees on horseback. Hina stands up to Doan and insists Licht will save them. Intrigued, Doan decides to wager their lives on her certainty. If Licht appears by morning, he will let them live, including Nana, who is sneaking to save them, but if Licht does not appear, he will kill them all. Lynn finds Licht and tries to perform CPR but passes out from blood loss. She gets saved by her friends from her village who encourage her to tell Licht about her feelings. After she finally tells an unconscious Licht her feelings, she comes to terms that he doesn't feel anything for her and urges him to save the woman he loves, which is Hina. When Sweet Lynn walks away and is about to faint, Licht appears from behind and catches her asking where the party is at. On the other side, Hina claims Doan must secretly want Licht to succeed, or he would have checked to see if Licht was really dead after he crushed him. Doan angrily denies this and starts crushing them with his gravity power. To their luck, Licht appears with Lynn in his arms and stops his old buddy. The main man asks Pell to perform surgery on Lynn. Pell tries to act as if he knows nothing, but then gets shocked when Licht says, "Cut the act, I know you can do it." And so they leave Licht, who finally tells Hina he always loved her, but his guilt for killing her father made him keep it a secret. Hina kisses practically her uncle and promises to stay with him and have his children, though Licht insists on waiting for an appropriate time. Licht then confronts Doan and apologizes for breaking the promise they made 300 years ago by now trying to destroy the Alcia they fought to create. Sanohara suddenly appears and shoots Licht under the influence of her dark personality. Schmelman watches and wonders if Licht can defeat two of his old friends. Sanohara blames Licht for constantly rejecting her no matter how hard she tried to catch up to him, and Doan blames him for Sanohara going insane since she developed an unhealthy dependent behavior. Not to mention their classmates who all died for his dream of the non-killing army. To save them, Licht almost activates his Schmelman personality but is prevented at the last second by his now best friend and rival Jael. It is revealed that his count falling to 1 has reduced the amount of iron Jael can summon to a single piece, but he blocks all Sanohara's shots and doubts the conviction of her own power, rendering her psychologically incapable of hitting her targets. Sanohara admits she no longer wants to shoot him and breaks down crying. Licht insists the idea of Alcia was flawed from the start, so he plans to start again with his new non-killing army. He and Doan engage in a fistfight, revealing Licht was always incapable of murdering children even on the battlefield, putting the responsibility on Doan's shoulder to kill hundreds of children to keep Licht alive. Doan refuses to let Licht start a new war, and Licht refuses to let Alcia keep stealing from the weak, deciding one of them must die. Doan creates a black hole, from which not even light can escape, canceling out Licht's light speed movements and leading the main man to get sucked into the black hole and vanish. Licht awakens in the gravity well, and several masks of the Baron criticize his actions and advise him to give up and die. Licht realizes he was wrong to kill, so his classmates wouldn't have to and decide to die. Hina shouts for Licht to come back, and Licht remembers his promise. He destroys the masks and splits the gravity, while allowing him to escape and knock a disbelieving Doan unconscious. Doan recovers, returns Hina's ballot, then leaves. Lynn awakens and accepts Licht rejected her. Meanwhile, Jael outside her room reminds Nana he promised to play with her upon returning to the future, making her blush before leaving, hinting at their future relationship being a power couple. That said, the coolest moment in the story happened when Pella confronted Licht in secret, demanding to know how Licht knew Pella could perform life-saving surgery on Lynn. Licht reveals he has known for a long time that Pella is secretly a member of SSU, but decided he wasn't a threat due to his feelings for Lynn. Sadly, though, the cold moment got cut short when Lynn's villager friends try to have Pella confess his feelings for Lynn, but instead return to bickering with her over a meal. Licht decides to collect all 7 ballots, not to destroy Alcia, but to find a way for humanity to survive without Althing. Schmelman begins planning to take over the capital city, and several unseen figures suggest Licht's classmates are still alive. The end. If you enjoy this video, be sure to subscribe for more amazing recaps.
This anime series begins by showing a teenage boy named Yukiteru Amano, commonly called Yuki, who is a middle school student. Yuki is a 14-year-old, shy, daydreaming loner who observes life and jots down the events on his cell phone. Because he has no friends and is always aloof, Yuki often talks to his imaginary friend, Deus Ex Machina, the god of space and time, and his assistant, More. Knowing that Yuki always writes everything on his cell phone, Deus tells him that he will turn his cell phone into a diary that can predict the future. Yuki, who heard this, just laughed a little, thinking Deus was joking because someone couldn't predict the future. Yuki chooses to ignore Deus' words because he thinks Deus is just an ordinary imaginary friend. The next morning, Yuki finds his diary entry for the day filled in, where it says that a murder will occur in the city of Sakurami, and news about the murder will be broadcast on television. He meant to ignore that. But then, a television station reported the death of a woman in the city of Sakurami who was suspected of being a murder victim. Yuki was very surprised because his phone diary could predict the future, according to what Deus Ex Machina said. Not only that, various events that were written in his phone diary became a reality, one of which was about the mathematics test which was held suddenly and the answer key. When he was about to go home, Yuki, knowing that he would be bullied by his classmates behind the school building, took another route to avoid them and finally managed to survive the bullying. He becomes very happy because he has a cell phone that can predict the future, making it easier for him to live his life. At least, that's what he thinks. One day, when Yuki is working on a test with a smiling face, he accidentally meets one of her classmates, a girl named Yuno Gasai, who looks at her intently as if she knows something. He tried to ignore her, but when he was about to go home, he saw a doll on the chair she had been sitting on. Yuki was surprised because the doll looked exactly like More, indicating that the girl knew about More and Deus Ex Machina. It didn't stop there. He was even more shocked when a new entry was written in his phone diary mentioning dead end, which indicates that the cell phone's owner will soon die. Yuki is then surprised by the appearance of Yuno, whose expression is quite scary, as if she wants to kill him. Because he got the dead end entry on his cell phone, Yuki thought she would kill him, so he rushed to run away. However, she catches him, who enters the elevator and reveals to Yuki that she also has a cell phone that can predict the future. Yuki is very surprised to find out that Yuno is also the future diary cell phone owner like himself. However, what surprised him even more was that Yuno suddenly kissed him. She did this on purpose to ease his fears and also to clear up any misunderstandings between them. She explains that she has a cell phone that can predict Yuki's future, in contrast to his cell phone, which predicts the owner's future. Yuno has actually loved Yuki for a long time. Before she got the future diary about Yuki from Deus Ex Machina, she always wrote everything about him in her cell phone diary. Furthermore, she explains that the notifications about Yuki's future that she received were much faster than those that came into Yuki's cell phone. Yuno says someone plans to kill Yuki when he reaches the 14th floor. Therefore, she suggests that they go to the roof of the building to fight the person who will kill him. Arriving there, they devise a plan to defeat the person. Not long after, a man arrived on the roof of the building carrying a machete to kill Yuki. The man turns out to be the owner of the future diary, just like Yuki and Yuno. When Yuno helps Yuki by distracting the man, he uses his ability to shoot a dart at the cell phone, causing him to vanish into a vortex. Seeing this, they finally find out that if the future diary's cell phone is lost or damaged, then the owner will die and just disappear. Yuki begins to feel worried about the future diary cell phone that he has and then asks Deus Ex Machina about the real purpose of Deus giving the future diary to himself, Yuno, and the man who wants to kill him. Instead of explaining, Deus invites him to a meeting of the future diary holders, which turns out to be 12 people, including Yuki and Yuno. Deus explained that they would be involved in a survival game in which they all must try to kill each other to win the right to succeed him as the god of time and space. After learning that he managed to kill one of the future diary holders, who turned out to be a serial killer, the remaining future diary holders seemed impressed with him and excited to kill him. Not only that, but because Deus considers Yuki a personal favorite to win the game, Yuki is mainly targeted by other future diary holders. On the other hand, Yuki, the first future diary holder, wants to live a simple and peaceful life. Instead, he feels shocked and frustrated when he finds out that he has been caught in a deadly game, where all the participants are after his life. Since then, Yuki has lived his days filled with fear and anxiety. Moreover, Yuki doesn't know the future diary holders other than Yuno, his classmate. At school, he approached Yuno and said he wanted to talk about something important, but she said gym class had started, so she rushed to the locker room to change clothes. After all his classmates had headed to the locker room, Yuki, who was still in class, was suddenly approached by a girl named Minine Uryu, who turned out to be the 9th future diary holder and planned to kill Yuki. Meanwhile, Yuno, who gets a future notification about him, immediately rushes back to class and arrives just in time before Uryu attacks him. Yuno tries to attack Uryu, but she manages to escape from there. Even so, Uryu didn't stop her intention to kill Yuki. She had even prepared several bombs that she planted all over the school, which she detonated simultaneously, hoping the explosions would kill him. Fortunately, Yuki managed to survive because Yuno always protected him. Knowing that she will always protect him, he plans to take advantage of this to survive the future diary holders who want to kill him. Then, he kisses Yuno to reassure her. Through her future diary, Uryu can find out that Yuki is still alive, so she immediately carries out another plan to kill him. Uryu threatens to kill everyone by destroying the school building if they don't bring Yuki in front of her within the allotted time limit. Hearing this, several students immediately grabbed Yuki and knocked him down before finally bringing him in front of Uryu. Seeing this, Yuno became angry and purposely ran into the corridor to activate the bomb set by Uryu, killing her schoolmates because of the explosion. At the same time, a police captain named Keigo Kurisu arrives and tries to stop Uryu. He reveals to Yuki that he is the fourth future diary holder who owns the crime investigation future diary, which gives him details of crimes that will happen within the next 90 days. Still, it cannot predict the future of an investigation by someone other than himself. Unlike Uryu, Keigo apparently has no intention of killing Yuki and instead gives him a chance to defeat Uryu by destroying her cell phone while she is caught off guard by Yuno's sudden attack. Yuki rushed forward and tried to destroy Uryu's cell phone with a dart, but she managed to dodge it even though the dart hurt her eye. Uryu, who has the escape future diary, decides to run away when she realizes that her plans to kill Yuki have failed. After that incident, Keigo offered to cooperate with Yuki and Yuno to stop the deadly game designed by Deus Ex Machina, and the two agreed to work together. The next day, they meet Keigo in his office, where he asks them to work together to uncover the identities of the other future diary holders. Keigo tells them about Uryu, who will likely launch another attack to kill Yuki soon. Therefore, Keigo plans to catch Uryu by using Yuki and Yuno as bait to attract her attention to get out of her hiding place. After that, they go to a playground, but until late at night, Uryu doesn't show her whereabouts. Shortly afterward, they go home. On the way, Yuno invites Yuki to stop by her house, and he accepts. He finds it odd because it's dark in her house, so he has to rely on the flashlight on his cell phone to light the way when he tries to find the toilet in the house. However, his steps stopped when he found a door that looked strange. He ventured to open the door and was shocked when he found 3 decomposed corpses in the room behind the door. He suddenly feels scared and immediately runs away from Yuno's house without her knowledge. However, when he finally arrived at his house, he found Yuno already at his doorstep. Because of that, Yuki tried to call Keigo to tell him about the corpses. But Yuno, who has the Yukiteru diary that can monitor all his activities, can find out that he is trying to call Keigo and then asks why he called the policeman. At the same time, Uryu, who tried to run away from the police who were on patrol, looked very tired because she felt weak due to her severe injuries. After that, she is visited by a mysterious man who offers to save her and takes her to a hut in the woods. The man then reveals himself to be the 12th future diary holder named Yomotsu Hirosaka, who turns out to be blind and relies on a tape recorder to predict the future. His tape recorder, called the Justice Diary, can tell him what evil deeds will happen in the future, which range from normally criminal-like plotting murder to the nonsensical-like littering. Furthermore, his diary can hypnotize people by confusing them. Upon knowing that Uryu is a future diary holder just like him, Yomotsu drugs and tortures her to get information on other future diary holders. The next morning, Keigo came to Yuki's house because he got information about Uryu, who was said to have been captured by the Omekata cult. Seeing Keigo's arrival, Yuki tries to tell him about the corpses in Yuno's house, but he cannot tell him, fearing Yuno will find out through her diary. Moreover, Yuno was already in Keigo's car because the 3 of them were going to the Omekata cult's quarters. Upon arrival, they were immediately asked to confront the leader of the Omekata cult, a girl named Tsubaki Kasugano, who turned out to be the 6th future diary holder who had poor eyesight, being unable to see more than a few meters. Tsubaki has the clairvoyance diary, which allows her to read what her followers see because she fears traitors from within. Her parents were actually the founders of the Omekata cult and told their followers that she had the power of clairvoyance. However, her life changes drastically when a high-ranking cult member named Funatsu kills her parents by destroying their car with an improvised bomb. Funatsu took over the cult with Tsubaki as a figurehead and decreed that cultists should cleanse themselves of their sins by releasing their lust with Tsubaki. Tsubaki deliberately traps Yuki and his friends because she gets a dead-end message indicating that she will die soon, even though the one who was after her life was actually Yomotsu. Knowing that Yuki has survived an assassination attempt by the other future holders, Tsubaki asks him to accompany her for one night because she is predicted to die soon. In return, Tsubaki will hand over Uryu, who is currently being held in the underground prison at the shrine. Hearing that, Yuno becomes very irritated, especially after Yuki agrees to spend time with Tsubaki to save her from death. However, suddenly a fire broke out in that place, and the situation became even more dangerous when the cultists killed each other, which turned out to be the work of Yomotsu, who was able to hypnotize others with his tape recorder. During the chaos, Yuki tries to save Tsubaki, but Yuno forbids him and asks him to quickly escape from the place. Yuki immediately refuses Yuno's request. He instead called her the crazy girl. On the other hand, Keigo tried to extinguish the fire in that place by activating the automatic fire extinguisher. Meanwhile, Yuno, who thinks that Tsubaki has brainwashed Yuki and is trying to snatch him from her, then tries to kill Tsubaki. But then, a notification appeared on Yuki's cell phone and read dead end, indicating that he would soon die there. Yuno, who already knows that Yomotsu will come to kill Yuki, starts attacking the cultists who try to stop her from saving Yuki, who insists on taking Tsubaki away with him. When they almost reached the shrine's main gate, Tsubaki stopped her steps, then asked Yuki to stay and face Yomotsu together to defeat him. Hearing this, Yuno tries to convince Yuki to go save himself instead of staying and causing him to be killed. In the middle of the debate between the two girls, Yuki gets a call from Keigo, who manages to find Uryu's whereabouts and informs him about Yomotsu, who tried to kill Tsubaki with Uryu's bomb. At the same time, Yomotsu appeared wearing a strange costume with 4 hypnotized cult members dressed like him, then attacked them simultaneously. Upon knowing that Yomotsu is blind, Yuno manages to tell him apart from the others and kill him. Surprisingly, Tsubaki had planned all of this because her true purpose was to kill the future diary holders, including Yuki and Yuno. Because Yuno had killed Yomotsu, Tsubaki ordered her followers to arrest them. Knowing that Yuno loves Yuki, Tsubaki then kisses him right in front of Yuno. She suddenly became furious and slaughtered the cultists who tried to capture her, even being able to cut off Tsubaki's right hand with an axe. Because she feels very tired and thinks that she will not be able to protect Yuki any longer, Yuno then asks him to immediately escape from that place while leaving her cell phone with Yuki so that it can still be useful to protect him. Yuno, who is exhausted, is captured by the cultists, while Yuki tries to escape from the cultists trying to kill him on Tsubaki's orders. Knowing that he wouldn't just leave and still hiding around the place, Tsubaki then announces over the loudspeaker that she will order her followers to violate Yuno if Yuki doesn't come to see her soon. After hearing the announcement, Yuki, hiding somewhere, seemed confused about what he should do. However, after he saw all the diary entries on Yuno's cell phone about him, he immediately realized that she had always loved him and would do anything to protect him, even if she had to sacrifice her own life. Shortly afterward, Yuki rushed to where Tsubaki was and arrived just in time before her followers harassed Yuno. He then throws a ball at the ceiling to distract everyone while he rushes over to Tsubaki and shoots a dart into her future diary, which rips it apart, causing her to die and disappear into a vortex. Yuno was crying and relieved that Yuki had decided to come back to save her. After all that incident, they were finally rescued by Keigo and the police, where he apparently decided to free Uryu. In return, Keigo asked her to provide all the information regarding the future diary holders. A few days later, Yuki is seen at the airport to pick up his mother, Rei Amano, who works overseas as a video game programmer. On the other hand, Yuno, who knows about Rei's arrival through her future diary, rushes to Yuki's house and breaks in by breaking the window. Yuki and his mother, who finally arrived at the house, thought that there had been a theft in their house. However, he soon finds out that the one who caused the window glass to break was none other than Yuno, who barged into his house. Because of that, he tries to hide Yuno's presence at his house because he doesn't want his mother to misunderstand a girl's existence in their house. But in the end, Rei knows about Yuno's whereabouts and, surprisingly, welcomes her to their house. Rei allows Yuno to stay at her house and even prepares a bed for her in Yuki's room. That night, Yuki tries to close his eyes, but Yuno's presence in his room makes his heart beat faster, especially after she said openly that she wanted to make out with him. On the other hand, Yuno intends to kill Yuki's mother if she intends to keep him away from her side. But because Rei welcomed her presence, even matched her with Yuki, she finally gave up on killing Rei. The next day, Rei introduces a 5-year-old boy named Reisuke Hojo, whose parents were killed in the Omekata cult incident. She decides to take care of him for a while. Everyone seemed to be gathered in the living room when Reisuke was seen making something out of paper. He intends to show his crafts to Yuno and runs towards her carrying a pair of scissors. Unexpectedly, Reisuke tripped on the carpet and fell into Yuno's arms, with the tip of the scissors pointing at her chest. Yuki looked very surprised, thinking that the sharp scissors had hit her. However, Yuno, who had anticipated this, was using a pillow so the scissors wouldn't hurt her. Reisuke apologizes to Yuno, then goes to the bathroom, where he takes out his coloring book that can predict the future. Reisuke turns out to be the 5th future diary holder who has the Hypervision Diary, a coloring book that gives a small summary of the activities that he may perform for the day. However, his diary only shows 3 entries for the day: morning, noon, and night. Despite this limit, Reisuke has all 3 entries at the same time, allowing him ample time to carefully plot his next move and be at the right place and time. Although he looks like an innocent boy, he is actually very smart and has a diabolical mind, where he intends to kill Yuki and Yuno, who he knows as the future diary holders, just like him. Reisuke is even desperate to do various ways to kill Yuki and Yuno and tries to hide the kill action as a mere accident. Although he has not realized that Reisuke is the future diary holder who intends to kill him, Yuno already knows everything and tries to protect him. But then, Yuki finally finds out that Reisuke is a future diary holder after he sees a notification that Yuno will die from being electrocuted. Yuki rushes after Yuno to the bathroom and manages to prevent Reisuke from trying to kill her by inserting an electric cable into the bathtub. Because he already knows about Reisuke's identity, Yuno openly says she will kill him. However, he forbids Yuno from hurting Reisuke and suggests that they eliminate Reisuke by destroying his future diary. Finding Reisuke's future diary was not as easy as imagined because he is a clever boy. Feeling irritated, Yuno intends to kill him with a hammer when Yuki is not at home, but she instead accidentally hits Rhea with a hammer, causing her to fall unconscious. She immediately helps Rhea and apologizes to Yuki for hurting his mother. But Yuki doesn't mind it and forgives Yuno, then asks her to focus more on finding Reisuke's future diary. She concentrates her thoughts and finally finds out that Reisuke has sent his future diary to the post office with the aim of Yuki's home address. At the same time, Yuki, who heard that a courier was at his doorstep to deliver a package, rushed to the door and grabbed the package that Reisuke was about to take. Unexpectedly, the package was not Reisuke's future diary, but a poisonous gas that instantly knocked Yuki unconscious. Seeing Yuki lying helpless, Yuno rushed to take him into the toilet to save him because the poisonous gas began to spread throughout the room and the house. Wearing a gas mask, Reisuke then approaches her and tells her that he has an antidote and will give it to Yuno if she is willing to play hide and seek with him. To save Yuki, Yuno immediately accepts Reisuke's offer and starts looking for his whereabouts while covering her mouth and nose so as not to inhale the poison gas. Yuno finally finds where he is waiting for her at the top of the stairs. However, when she climbs the stairs, he wets the stairs and flows electric currents, making her electrocuted and limp. After that, Reisuke approaches Yuno and tries to kill her by injecting cyanide poison. But then, Yuki suddenly appeared and immediately shot a dart at him, causing him to fall. Yuki tries to save Yuno by giving CPR, but he is already too weak from the effects of the poison gas, so he faints instead. Yuno, who doesn't want Yuki's efforts to be in vain, then tries to get up until she finally manages to stab Reisuke in his future diary, which instantly eliminates the boy's existence. She then takes the antidote and tries to inject it into Yuki. However, because Yuno was exhausted, she fainted before she could inject the antidote into Yuki's body. Surprisingly, Uryu arrives at Yuki's house after receiving information from Keigo. Instead of killing Yuki and Yuno, Uryu chooses to save them both. Yuki, who woke up, had time to see the existence of Uryu, who was saving him and Yuno. As Uryu walks away, she says that Yuki must kill Yuno as soon as possible before she becomes his worst enemy. After that incident, Rhea was rushed to the hospital for intensive treatment. Keigo then gave her false information about the robbery incident that occurred at her house, where Reisuke was kidnapped in the incident. Meanwhile, Deus Ex Machina held another meeting. The future diary holders attended to announce the diary holders who had died. In the middle of the meeting, the 10th future diary holder, a man named Karudo Tsukishima, begged Deus to transfer ownership of his future diary to someone else, and Deus agreed. 2 weeks later, Yuki and Yuno appear to have transferred to a new school, but they are not classmates. He enters his class and is very surprised to find out that he is in the same class as Oji Kosaka, his former classmate who used to abuse him and also one of the students who gave him to Uryu when she committed her terrorist act at school some time ago. Kosaka then tries to embarrass Yuki in front of their classmates. However, a cheerful girl named Hinata Hino defends him, invites him to be friends with her, and introduces Yuki to her best friend, Mao Nonosaka. Even though Yuki accidentally embarrasses Hinata in front of their classmates, she doesn't hold a grudge against him. When she comes home from school, Yuno is surprised by Yuki, who makes some new friends on his first day at school, which is a rare moment because he is a shy and aloof person. In fact, Yuki became familiar with Hinata and Mao, including Kosaka, who had bullied him. Hinata then invites her friends to visit a place with a beautiful view of the entire city. Even though Yuki looks happy because he has a lot of new friends, Yuno stays away from them because she always gets jealous when Yuki gets along with other people, especially with other girls. While enjoying the view, Hinata suddenly headed into the forest not far from there. At the same time, Yuki received a notification about the attack on Hinata. They rushed to find her and were surprised to find her arm and body in the forest. Before they had time to confirm what really happened to Hinata, a young man named Aru Akise appeared there. He asked them to leave because the herd of stray dogs started chasing them. Akise, Yuki's classmate at his new school, takes them to an observation tower nearby to take shelter from attacks by stray dogs. Arriving there, Yuno suspects Yuki's 4 classmates, one of whom must be the future diary holder who can control the pack of stray dogs. Yuno puts a greater suspicion on Akise, who suddenly appears and brings them to that place. Before Akise could explain anything, a herd of stray dogs seemed to be trying to break in through the doors and windows, so they tried their best to restrain it. Night fell, and the herd of stray dogs finally left the observation tower where they were. Realizing that Yuki was so glued to his cell phone, Mao approached him, and unexpectedly, she immediately pointed a knife at his neck and grabbed his cell phone. Mao handed Yuki's cell phone to Hinata, who was still alive and well. Hinata then reveals to Yuki and his companions that she is the future diary holder. She turned out to be the daughter of Karudo Tsukishima, the 10th future diary holder, who decided to transfer ownership of his future diary to his daughter, Hinata. Tsukishima has the breeder's diary, which allows him to control his dogs to attack his enemies using his cell phone by voice command. However, the disadvantage is that the more dogs the user controls, the greater concentration is needed to command all of them, leaving the user vulnerable. Because Yuki and Yuno did not attend the meeting, they did not know that Tsukishima had transferred ownership of his diary to Hinata, revealing that her true target was Akise. Tsukishima manipulates to kill Akise because he is a future diary holder and suspects Tsukishima as the mastermind behind the recent serial murders. Knowing that he was the assassination target, Akise looked relaxed and challenged Hinata to guess which hand he hid a coin in, with his cell phone as the forfeit. He says that Hinata must free Yuki if she loses the game, which she accepts. Although using Yuki's random diary, which can predict the future of the people around him, Hinata cannot guess correctly, so she finally loses. According to the agreement, Hinata released Yuki but did not return his future diary. Realizing that something is wrong, Yuno attacks Akise, manages to overthrow him, and learns he is not a future diary holder. However, Akise has physical strength that is strong enough to turn things around and can easily overthrow her. Soon afterward, Akise tries to convince Yuno to trust him in the next game, where he gets a turn to guess where Hinata hid the coin. Having no other choice, Yuno entrusts everything to him, who can correctly guess the coin's position, so Akise asks Hinata to return Yuki's cell phone. However, Mao instead tries to break Yuki's phone, so Yuno runs towards her and stabs her. When Yuki and his companions were about to leave, Hinata used her future diary to summon a pack of stray dogs and ordered it to chase them. Still curious about why Hinata did all this, Yuki decides to go back and try to convince her not to kill them because he feels sure she is actually a good girl. While Akise and Kosaka became bait so the stray dogs would not chase Yuki, Yuno ran quickly and preceded him to arrive at Hinata's place first. Arriving there, Yuno threatened Hinata with a knife and prepared to slit her throat. On the other hand, because Yuno managed to corner Hinata, the stray dogs stopped chasing Akise and Kosaka, so they decided to follow Yuki to the observation tower. Meanwhile, Yuki, who sees Yuno about to kill Hinata, immediately rushes to prevent her and tries to convince her that Hinata is actually a good person. Unfortunately, Yuno doesn't care whether Hinata is a good person because, according to her, Hinata has the potential to snatch Yuki from her, so she will kill Hinata or anyone who tries to take him from her side. Upon hearing that, Yuki is forced to declare Yuno as his girlfriend so that she frees Hinata. This method works because Yuno, who blushes with embarrassment at his statement, immediately frees Hinata. After that, Tsukishima, who had been monitoring all their movements through a device attached to one of his dogs, spoke to Hinata and the others through the loudspeaker on the device, where he revealed that Hinata's actions were part of his plan. Hinata apologizes to her father for failing to do her job, but her father openly laughs at her naivety. Tsukishima criticizes her naivety but tells her not to become a bad person like him. He informs Yuki to beware of the diary owners who act nice but can also be deceptive, and it is revealed that Keigo is standing behind Tsukishima, having tracked him down using his own diary. He identifies Keigo as one of the nice people he mentioned, and suddenly, he is shot in the back of the head by Keigo, his death heard by Yuki and Hinata. Sometime later, Akise tells Yuki and Yuno about a location where they can pretend to be married, even wearing nice clothes. Hearing this, she gets excited and immediately invites him to go there. They seem to be having a great time at the venue, even though they weren't really having a wedding ceremony. As night falls, Yuki and Yuno finally go home, where Yuki is forced to take her home because she is asleep in his arms. Even though he is afraid because of the decomposed corpses in one of the rooms in her house, Yuki still dares to go there. However, how surprised he was when he saw Akise at her house. Akise reveals that he purposely sent Yuki and Yuno to a location where they can pretend to be married so he can explore her residence, which he finds very suspicious. Akise then showed Yuki a door, which was the door of the room where the bodies were. However, when he opened the door, the room inside turned out to be shattered, and there was a hole. Afterward, Yuki asked Yuno, who had just woken up, about the whereabouts of the decomposed corpses that were previously in the destroyed room. She innocently says that she doesn't know what corpse he is referring to and that this is the first time Yuki has come to her house. Hearing that, he became shocked and surprised at the same time because he had visited her house before. Akise theorizes that Yuno's mental balance is so fragile that she modified her memories as a defense mechanism. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Keigo deliberately makes Yuki and Yuno suspects in the murder case of Karudo Tsukishima and orders his men to arrest them. From the start, Keigo had intended to trick Yuki and Yuno into smoothing out his plan to kill the future diary holders and become the god of time and space to replace Deus Ex Machina. He is very ambitious to win the game and become a god to save his son, who suffers from an incurable disease. One of the police detectives named Masumi Nishijima finally managed to catch them and immediately took them to the police station for interrogation, where they just found out that they were named as suspects in the murder of Karudo Tsukishima. Keigo, who had previously watched Yuki and Yuno and more or less knew their nature, took Yuki to the interrogation room alone, where he planned to provoke Yuno to take frontal action by threatening his safety. In the interrogation room, Keigo forces him to play a rigged game of Russian roulette with his service revolver. Through a notification from her future diary, Yuno finds out that Yuki is in a dangerous situation because he is being threatened by Keigo. Yuno, who can't contain her anger, overthrows the policemen guarding there while stealing their weapons before finally breaking into the interrogation room just before Keigo shoots Yuki. Without thinking, she immediately shot Keigo several times, wounding him very fatally, and rushed to bring Yuki to escape from that place. Even though he was badly injured, Keigo seemed happy because everything went according to his plan. After all, he planned for Yuno to commit these crimes so that her actions could be detected by his future diary. Keigo didn't even think that Yuki would become a criminal after accidentally shooting one of the policemen who were chasing him, so now he can monitor Yuki's movements through his future diary. Yuki and Yuno, who tried to escape to the roof of the building, then became desperate and desperately jumped from the roof of the building. However, their lives were saved by a truck that happened to be there, so they could land safely on the truck's tarpaulin. Since they managed to escape, the police then made them fugitives and immediately carried out a massive search to find their whereabouts. Afterward, Yuki and Yuno, walking down the hospital corridor after treating their injuries, were surprised by the appearance of Uryu, who immediately blew up the building and took Yuki hostage. Due to an unintentional incident, Yuki accidentally activates the bomb that Uryu had planted and causes them to be trapped between two collapsed floors. Uryu is forced to cooperate with Yuno, who offers to help her if she is willing to free Yuki. Elsewhere, due to the explosion caused by Uryu, Keigo finally finds the whereabouts of Yuki and Yuno and rushes to the hospital. With their deaths foretold in all three diaries, Uryu decides to ally with them and takes them to the room where Keigo's dying son and wife are. She also revealed that he had teamed up with Keigo to frame the two of them. However, after receiving the dead-end message, she decides to work with them so that they can escape from Keigo and the police who have surrounded the place. With the police surrounding the hospital, Uryu takes Keigo's son and wife hostage and tries to bargain with Keigo, while Yuki is asked to stand guard outside the room to monitor the situation. She then gives a grenade to Yuki for self-defense if the situation is not in their favor. After that, she contacted Keigo and tried to make a deal with him. Surprisingly, Keigo apparently refused to negotiate, saying that his son would die sooner or later, so he decided to win the game. Because Uryu failed to negotiate with him, Yuki became pressured by the police who had entered the place and could easily overthrow him. Not long after, Keigo arrived and rushed to Yuki to kill him. But at the same time, Yuno appears there after getting a notification about Yuki being in danger. She immediately shoots at the police and engages in a shootout with Keigo. Keigo then realizes that Yuno has great shooting ability, indicating that she is not an amateur. When Yuno runs out of bullets, Keigo uses the opportunity to take Yuki hostage. However, she didn't give up and rushed to get Uryu's grenade given to Yuki and immediately approached Keigo, saying that the three of them would die together if he didn't free Yuki. During the tense situation, Keigo finally freed Yuki and told him to get out of there. However, Yuno realized it was all Keigo's ploy, so she pulled the grenade lever and ran toward it. Meanwhile, Uryu, who had set a time bomb, tries to escape through the window. However, Nishijima caught the action and overthrew Uryu. At the same time, there was an explosion sound accompanied by the appearance of a very blinding light, which turned out to be from a grenade detonated by Yuno, which turned out to be just a flashbang that was not life-threatening, and indicated that they had survived the explosion. Even so, the three could not avoid the time bomb that had been activated by Uryu, which then destroyed the building. Seeing Yuki lying helpless, Keigo approaches him and beats him so hard that he falls down and finds Keigo's gun under the wall's rubble. Yuki immediately grabbed the gun and pointed it at Keigo. However, Keigo uses the defenseless Yuno as a shield, so Yuki becomes indecisive and afraid that the shot will hurt her, because according to his future diary, the shot will miss and hit Yuno. Meanwhile, in her future diary, she gets a dead-end message indicating that she will die. However, Yuno convinces Yuki to shoot even though it will miss and asks him not to worry about her because she is ready to die to protect him. Yuki, who heard her words, then decided to keep shooting and express his love for Yuno until finally, he managed to shoot Keigo without hurting Yuno. After that, Nishijima and Uryu arrive there, where she reveals Keigo's crimes of cooperating with a terrorist, none other than her. Nishijima also sets Keigo as the perpetrator of all his crimes, freeing Yuki and Yuno from the murder case against Karudo Tsukishima because Keigo has been proven to be the perpetrator of the murder. Keigo now has a nullified diary, as he is now the criminal. After learning his family has been rescued, he asks Uryu to take care of his son, apologizes to Yuki, and breaks his own diary, removing himself from existence. After that incident, all cases handled by Keigo were then taken over by Nishijima, who managed to provide a reasonable explanation to everyone, without even mentioning the involvement of Yuki and Yuno, who have now been released, while Uryu managed to escape as usual with her future diary. A few days after, Yuki and Yuno were seen taking a train to where they were going on vacation and stargazing. But before reaching the destination, she said she wanted to show Yuki a beautiful place, so he complied with her wish to go to a remote area. But when he got there, Yuno drugged Yuki and kept him locked up somewhere. Meanwhile, Akise, who had previously suspected Yuno, then meets Nishijima, who at that time knew about the future diary from the notebook left by Keigo. Akise then raises his suspicions about Yuno and asks Nishijima to help protect Yuki. Knowing that the surviving future diary holders were still targeting Yuki for their assassination, Nishijima decides to help Akise protect Yuki. After that, he persuaded Kosaka, Hinata, and Mao to take a vacation together to a place where Nishijima had prepared free tickets. Since they didn't need to spend money on travel expenses and lodging during their vacation, Kosaka and the others finally agreed to go with Akise. But when they arrived at the place they were going on vacation, Akise brought his classmates to meet Nishijima, who was waiting for them. Akise and Nishijima revealed their plan to save Yuki, whose whereabouts are currently unknown. Akise says that they managed to track down the last whereabouts of Yuki and Yuno, who headed to a remote area where there are many abandoned and uninhabited buildings, so they will split up and start a search in that place. In the middle of the search, Hinata suddenly received a message from Yuki stating the location where he was currently. Hinata immediately rushed to the place and told Mao to tell Akise and Kosaka. Upon learning that, Akise assumed that the message was a trap Yuno had set up. Akise and his classmates still head to the location to save Yuki and Hinata. Arriving at the place mentioned by Hinata, Akise, who was full of vigilance, asked Kosaka and Mao to be careful and always be vigilant. When Akise opened the room door, he found Yuki sitting on a chair and lowered his head so his face could not be seen. Akise tried to call Yuki, but there was no answer. He realized from the start that all of this was a trap, but he still ventured to enter the room and confirm Yuki's condition. Therefore, he asked Kosaka to guard outside the room and hold the door so they wouldn't all be trapped there. Soon afterward, Akise and Mao entered the room and found that the one sitting on the chair was not Yuki but a doll dressed like him. Upon knowing that, the curious Kosaka went inside, and the door closed by itself, causing them to be locked in the room. Not long after, several gas cylinders suddenly sprayed poisonous gas that would spread throughout the room. On the other hand, Yuno seems to be monitoring Akise and his companions, who have fallen into her trap through the CCTV camera. In the room where she was, Hinata and Yuki were seen who had been held captive by Yuno, and he looked dazed and worried because he was constantly drugged by her. Yuno, blinded by her love for Yuki, deliberately keeps him captive so they can continue to be together and not be separated. Even she intends to kill anyone who gets in the way of her staying with Yuki, including Akise and his classmates. On the other hand, Akise, who found a CCTV camera, realized that Yuno was monitoring them from somewhere else. He tries negotiating with her to free them from the place while mentioning the 3 bodies hidden in her house. It turns out that Akise has investigated and found that the 2 bodies in Yuno's house are her parents, while the other has not been identified. He threatens her that he will tell all these facts to Yuki if she doesn't release them. However, Yuno doesn't seem to care about the threat because she intends to kill Akise and his classmates in that place, and if they die, then information about the 3 corpses will not be known to Yuki. Not long after, Kosaka, starting to panic and frustrated about the death that might soon come to him, suddenly got a notification about his future on his cell phone. In fact, the notification mentions how Kosaka escaped from the room and headed to Yuno's room to retrieve the key and free his friends. Realizing that the notification was the future diary, Akise immediately ordered him to do everything exactly as stated in the notification message so that they could escape from that place. Kosaka obeyed Akise's words and finally made it to Yuno, where he also found Hinata and Yuki. Yuno, who saw his arrival, wasn't surprised at all, as if she had anticipated it. However, what surprises Kosaka is that she doesn't recognize him, which indicates that she doesn't know Hinata and the others either. Yuno turns out to be holding two keys, one of which is the key to the panel door where Akise and Mao are locked up, while the other is the key to the chain that binds Yuki. She threw the chain lock on the floor while the panel door lock was thrown in the air to distract Kosaka. Kosaka hurriedly grabbed the panel door key, opened the door to the room where Akise and Mao were locked up, and freed them. But, at the same time, Yuno took a crossbow and immediately shot an arrow to injure Kosaka's leg. On the other hand, Yuki, who finally woke up from the drug, managed to free himself with the help of Hinata, who secretly took the chain key lying on the floor. He is very angry when he finds out what Yuno has done to himself and his classmates and slaps her in the face. He untied Hinata and took Kosaka away from that place, leaving Yuno very frustrated because he decided to abandon her there. After that, they went home accompanied by Nishijima. On the way, Yuki wonders about Kosaka getting the future diary and assumes that Deus might have intentionally added participants to the deadly game. A few days later, Yuki, who had returned home, received a message from Deus about the 8th future diary holder, who can host and send predictions to the blogs of his apprentices via a server. The information also explained Kosaka, who suddenly got the future diary. The next day at school, Yuki explains the abilities possessed by the 8th future diary holder and asks Kosaka to hand over his cell phone. Yuki then destroys Kosaka's cell phone, and it turns out it is fine, indicating that the future diary on his cell phone is not real. Furthermore, Yuki assumed that the future diary owned by the 8th was a server that could send the future diary to whoever he wanted. However, because he was worried that Kosaka's cell phone could be used to track their whereabouts, he was forced to destroy it. Not long after, Yuki received a notification in his future diary informing him that there would be an attack on him within the next 3 days. Akise and his classmates, who knew about it, told him they were willing to help him. Akise then devises a plan with Nishijima. They will take Yuki to Kosaka's mansion to protect him and fight the temporary owners of the future diary holders, who will attack him. Akise's plan is to lure the apprentices in, then deactivate the area's cell phone tower near Kosaka's mansion and sever their connection to the 8th future diary holder server. However, when Yuki was about to activate the remote control to cut off the signal, someone suddenly turned off the power, so the remote control didn't work. Yuki and his classmates thought the future diary holders had figured out their plan, but it turns out that the one who turns off the power is Yuno, who appears there to protect Yuki. Akise, who doesn't want his plan to be in vain, immediately orders Yuno to join them and protect Yuki. Because Yuno has disconnected the power cord, Akise and Kosaka are forced to go to the cell phone tower to manually disconnect the signal, and Yuki is forced to tie Yuno's hands. Not long after, the two temporary owners of the future diary, a man named Marco Ikusaba and his girlfriend Ai Mikami, managed to break into Kosaka's mansion and corner Yuki and his friends, until finally, he was forced to untie Yuno's hands so that she could fight against the lovers. On the other hand, Akise and Kosaka managed to disconnect the signal manually, so Marco and Ai couldn't use the future diary they got from the 8th. But surprisingly, they turn out to be the 7th future diary holders with the exchange diaries, which report each other's future. Suddenly, Yuno was involved in a fierce battle against a pair of lovers who had great fighting skills. Ai, skilled at using knives in battle, seems overwhelmed by Yuno, who is increasingly eager to defeat them after Yuki praises her. When Marco and Ai became desperate, they decided to leave the place. Yuki thought that the lovers had given up, but in reality, they wanted to carry out their next plan to burn the place down. Being caught in a fire, Yuno and Yuki instantly become weak, and the lovers take advantage of this to overthrow the two and steal their cell phones. After the assault incident, they were rushed to the hospital for intensive care. Even when Marco and Ai don't kill them, Yuki still feels very worried because the lovers now hold their cell phones and Yuno's, where they can destroy them to eliminate them. However, Yuki thinks the lovers might be planning something with his and Yuno's cell phones because they haven't destroyed them so far. Turned out that Marco and Ai have a sad past, and it's not as beautiful as the moments of intimacy they always show others. They were children who were abandoned by their respective parents. Because of that, they understand and protect each other while in the same orphanage. Because they lived a miserable life, they even tried to end their lives because they couldn't stand all the suffering they were going through. However, they decide to survive and face it together until they finally get the future diary that can predict the future for both of them. Switching back to Yuki, who is being treated at the hospital, he is surprised by the appearance of Uryu disguised as a nurse to get information about the 7th future holders. In addition, she apparently intends to train him to improve his physical abilities so that at least he can protect himself and not depend on Yuno. But then, Yuki's father, Kuro Amano, came to visit Yuki. He seems surprised by his father's arrival because Kuro never came to visit Yuki after his divorce from Rhea, and he thought that Kuro had abandoned him and his mother. However, Yuki didn't suspect anything when his long-lost father suddenly returned and was very kind to him. He seemed to enjoy his moment of togetherness with his father, whom he missed so much. While training physically by running a marathon with his father, Yuki finally discovered that his parents were forced to divorce because his father was in debt and did not want to burden his family. Knowing this, Yuki became very touched because his father was willing to sacrifice for his family. On the other hand, Kuro, who decided to go home first, actually sneaked into Yuki's treatment room to search his belongings. He was looking for Yuki's cell phone on orders from someone who promised to pay off all his debts if he managed to damage Yuki's cell phone. Yuno, who suspected Kuro from the start, secretly observes him from a distance and finally finds out that he has evil intentions to destroy Yuki, who is none other than his own son. Even she also knew that the person who had told Kuro to destroy Yuki's cell phone was none other than the 11th future diary holder. Because of that, Yuno tried to kill Kuro in various ways but was immediately blocked by Yuki. So she revealed Kuro's conversation with the 11th, where he would be given some money to pay off his debt if he managed to damage Yuki's cell phone. Not long after, Yuno gets a call from Marco, who informs her that he has learned about the 9th and the 11th future diary holders through Yuki's cell phone, which can predict all the movements of Yuki and the people around him. Marco and Ai turned out to be using Yuki's future diary to get information about the other future diary holders. Since Kuro is the only person with information about the 11th, Marco orders Yuno to take Yuki and his father to an abandoned commercial tower for an exchange. Arriving there, Marco and Ai were already waiting for their arrival, wearing wedding clothes. He then put Yuki and Yuno's cell phones on the table and knocked Kuro down while challenging Yuki to have a physical fight with him. Even though he doesn't have the physical strength tough enough to fight Marco, Yuki still moves forward to save his father. In the middle of their fight, Kuro suddenly got up and broke Yuki's cell phone. Seeing that, Yuki immediately felt weak and thought that he would die. But it turns out that the cell phone is not his cell phone but an imitation cell phone that Marco prepared so that Yuki is still alive. Meanwhile, Yuno finally finds out that their cell phones are hidden in a bouquet of flowers held by Ai, so she rushes to attack Ai and manages to get their cell phones back. But Uryu, who had been monitoring Yuki's movements from the start, launched her action by blowing up the building. Yuki, who almost fell from a height because the floor he was standing on collapsed, finally managed to be saved by Yuno, who came just in time to grab his hand. Seeing Marco and Ai trying to escape, Yuno invites Yuki to chase them and make a plan to defeat the lovers. Arriving at the top of the tower, Yuno manages to block Marco and Ai, who is trying to escape by jumping using the parachute they have prepared. Knowing that they can't fight Marco and Ai at once, Yuno devises a plan to separate the two of them. When Marco left Ai to look for Yuki's whereabouts, he suddenly came out of hiding and shot a dart at Ai's cell phone. However, the attack misses, so Yuno slashes Ai's neck. When the bomb explodes again and collapses the ceiling, she intends to escape from there by parachute with Yuki. But Kuro, who had just arrived there, immediately snatched the parachute from Yuno and fled before the building collapsed completely. Meanwhile, outside the building, the police began to arrive to secure the place from the residents who were curious about what really happened. Amid the crowd, Yuki's mother, Rhea, saw Yuki, who knew he was in the building about to collapse. But then, Rhea saw her ex-husband, who jumped using a parachute from the building and landed somewhere. Rhea rushed to Kuro and forced him to tell her what had happened to Yuki. However, he became annoyed that she kept forcing him to surrender himself to the police, so he stabbed her. At the same time, Yuki, Yuno, and Ai managed to survive the explosion, but they were trapped inside the ruins of the building. Marco tries to move the debris that trapped them all to save his beloved girlfriend. He manages to save them, but he and Ai embrace the end of their lives by hugging each other, along with a dead-end message appearing on their cell phones, while Yuki escapes with Yuno using the parachute given by Marco. After landing safely on a playground, Yuki gets news about his mother, who has passed away. He seems devastated by his mother's death and chooses to lock himself in his room and fill the walls of his room with photos of his mother, who he loves so much. He then asks Deus to bring his mother back to life, but Deus reveals that he is dying and his powers have faded, explaining that all of existence will collapse unless a successor is determined soon. But then, Murmur tells Yuki that there is a way to save Rhea, although that way is quite difficult to do. After that, Yuki gets a message on his cell phone telling him about the person who killed his mother, none other than Kuro. At the same time, Kuro comes to Yuki's house injured. Yuki immediately confronts him over his mother's death. However, Kuro said that no evidence could put him in prison for the murder of Rhea. Even so, Yuki is determined to find the evidence and make his father responsible for his actions that killed his beloved mother. Yuki was secretly spying on his father's movements to find the evidence. Seeing Yuki's sincerity and revealing the truth behind his mother's death, Kuro finally admits all his actions and promises to surrender himself to the police after he fulfills his promise to Yuki to take him on a stargazing trip. Hearing that, he finally makes up with his father, and they get ready to go on vacation. Unfortunately, suddenly a security guard approached Kuro and stabbed him to death. Yuki, who witnessed the incident in front of his eyes, became furious, grabbed the knife stuck in his father's chest, and stabbed the security guard. Yuki again remembered Mormore's words about how to save his mother, where Mormore only suggested he win the game and become the god of time and space in place of Deus Ex Machina. She explains that Yuki can do whatever he wants by becoming a god, including resurrecting the dead. That's why, after the death of his parents who were killed, Yuki is determined to kill the future diary holders so that he can become a god and resurrect everyone. Yuno, who arrives there, seems impressed by the drastic change in Yuki and will gladly help him realize his wish, even though it means she also has to die because she is the future diary holder. 5 days later, in the meeting of the surviving future diary holders, Yuki immediately expresses his desire to win the game and reveal the identity of the 11th future diary holder, who is responsible for the death of his parents, where it turns out, the 11th is none other than the mayor of Sakurami City, John Box. In addition, Yuki has also learned that the 8th is Kamado Yoshida, the woman who owns the mother's home orphanage, where Marco and Ai grew up after they were abandoned by their parents. Knowing that he has now declared war on the surviving future diary holders, John plans to form an alliance with Kamado because her future diary can make many people have future diary, which will greatly benefit John. However, Yuki and Yuno already knew about the plan, and the two moved first and finally managed to form an alliance with Kamado. Yuki and Yuno, assisted by Kamado's future diary apprentices, plan to launch an attack on John, who is on a convoy. They managed to slaughter his bodyguards, but John apparently anticipated the attack and then activated the signal jammer in his car, causing Kamado's apprentices to lose signal connection and make it difficult for them to move. During the panic, Yuki and Yuno slaughter Kamado's apprentices because their real goal is to kill the 8th and the 11th at once. However, Kamado managed to escape by riding the 11th's car that came to save her. Not just standing still, they rushed to chase the car until they finally managed to corner John and Kamado. At the same time, Uryu arrives with Akise, who then reveals that one corpse that has not been identified is the real Yuno Gasai, which means that Yuno Gasai, whom he has known all along, is an imposter. Knowing the truth, he doesn't seem to care and declares trust in her while hugging her. In the dispute between Yuki and Akise, John and finally manage to escape. Sometime later, John and Kamado work together to defeat Yuki by connecting Computer Diary, a server, to Halan. This supercomputer holds user accounts of every city citizen, making them her apprentices, so Yuki and Yuno will not be able to roam freely because all cell phone users in the city have become the future diary holders. Meanwhile, Uryu, who already knows the plan from Nishijima, turns out to be one of John's bodyguards. With Nishijima, she managed to infiltrate the location where Halan was and attempted to destroy the supercomputer. However, their movements were discovered by John, who has the future diary, which can predict the future of all future diary holders, both the original and those who got it on Kamado's server. Because of that, Uryu and Nishijima immediately became desperate. Even Nishijima had to die because he sacrificed his life to protect her. At the same time, John's men eventually caught Kosaka, Hinata, and Mao, also to help Uryu and Nishijima. But then, Yuki, who had been monitoring Uryu and Nishijima's movements, finally managed to get there and save Uryu before she was killed by John's men. Knowing that his classmates have been caught, Yuki asks Yuki to free them while he and Uryu will go after John. However, John already knows that Yuki is on his way, then locks himself in a double-door bank vault in Gasai Bank, which can be unlocked via retina scan by himself, Yuno's parents, or the real Yuno. Since Yuki can no longer eliminate Box, Uryu starts hunting him down, reminiscing how she lost her parents in the Middle East as a child under the constant threat of death. In a tense showdown, Uryu gains a clear shot at Yuki and sees her child self stand beside him, letting him shiver in the torso. Uryu then destroys her diary voluntarily to detonate a bomb triggering her death, intending to destroy the vault for Yuki, yet the vault withstands the blast. At the same time, Yuno frees Hinata, Mao, and Kosaka and goes to kill Kamado, but she is stopped by Akise. Not wanting to waste time, Yuno rushes Yuki, who looks frustrated because he can't open the iron safe to kill the 11th hiding there. However, even though Akise says that Yuno is an imposter, she turns out to be able to open the door of the iron vault via a retina scan, which surprises John and Yuno. After successfully opening the safe, Yuno goes in and immediately kills John. After that incident, Yuki and Yuno are surprised by the appearance of dark voices all over the city due to Deus' lifespan decaying. She tells Yuki that Akise prevented Kamado while inciting Yuki from distrusting his friends. After that, they head to Akise's place to go, but they only find Akise trying to reveal the truth about Yuno to Yuki. Before Akise explains anything to Yuno, immediately attacks Akise and asks him to look for Kamado's whereabouts. Surprisingly, Akise can overthrow he will tell Yuki the truth about her. However, Yuno harms her body, calls Yuki and lies to him by saying that Akise tried to kill her and his classmates, who planned to betray him. Out of rage and fear, Yuki shoots Hinata, Mama, and Kosaka and still believes he can bring them back to life after becoming a god. Akise finally arrives and warns Yuki that Yuno plans on killing him at the very end to win the game. When Yuno arrives, Akise kisses Yuki, enthralling Yuno. Akise and Yuno commence fighting, and Akise manages to smash her cell phone. As Yuno kills Hinata, a dying Akise who knows the first diary he destroyed was real, he suddenly has an epiphany about Yuno. Since he can no longer, he writes a message on his cell phone, Yuki, allowing Yuno to finish him off as Deus begins to collapse. After Kamato's death, the only survivors of the future diary holders are Yuki and Yuno. Later, she reminds him about her diary's that will become one that day. As the days pass, Yuki eventually admits to himself that his friends are probably the truth as he reminisces the events that took place in the city. Since Yuki cannot understand that Yuno would lie to him about the power of resurrecting people, he decides to get the truth from her by fulfilling her diary's prediction one day earlier. He does a fun to her in her house. He confronts her about why she would lie to him, and she responds by saying she just wanted to console him and asks him to kill her. Hearing that, Yuki refuses and instead suggests that they die together. However, when Yuki talks about the message by Akise, Yuno instead attacks him and openly says that she will kill him to win the game and become Deus' successor. Yuki tried to escape that place, but instead, he met Mormor, who immediately pushed him into a big hole in Yuno's house. Yuki, who gets a vision from Mormor, finally finds out about Yuno's identity, who turns out to be the winner of the previous game and has become the god of time and space. Yuki has shown himself in Yuno, who were the last participants in the previous survival game, which for convenience will be referred to as the First World. In the First World, Yuki and Yuno agree to end their lives together rather than having to kill each other, but she fakes her death, thinking she could bring him back as a goddess. When she discovered she could not resurrect souls in real life, Yuno traveled back in time and killed her other self in the Second World, taking her place. Distraught at this, Yuki breaks out of the visions and confronts the First World Yuno. As the Cathedral of Causality rises, Yuno expresses disgust at how this state of affairs prevents her and Yuki from ever surviving together. She states that since Yuki will not kill her, kill him and travel back in time again to meet another him. At the same time, Mormor makes Yuki fall off his footing and is about him, but then Uryu suddenly appears there and instantly saves him. Not only revived by Deus, Uryu turns out to get a little of the god's power to help Yuki because Deus realizes that Mormor is on Yuno's side and wants her to be the winner of the game. With her divine power, Uryu can match the power of Mormor. Feeling pressured by the presence of Uryu, who has the same divine power as Mormor finally brings Yuno to the Third World, where she will kill the Third World like she did in the previous world. Upon knowing that Yuno intends to kill her past self in this world, Yuno rushes to her house with Uryu. When he finds the third abused and locked in a cage, he calls for an ambulance, despite Uryu's warnings about interfering with the past. At the same time, Yuno and Mormor arrive with the Third World Rei, who are hostage. Uryu and Yuki flee with Third World Yuno while she lectures him that the parents in the Third World are not his. An ambulance arrives at Yuno's house with the Third World Yuno's father, Ushio Gasai. Although he is a much more caring man in this world, ready to act upon confirmation that his wife is Yuno, she has to stab him when he starts getting suspicious of her. After that, Uryu drops off Yuki in the Third World at the school and makes a phone call to the Third World Keigo for warning him about his son's illness. Yuki gives Yuno and Murmur's attacks, trying to convince Yuno to return to the Second World and rule as its goddess. However, Yuno is torn between her feelings of Yuki and the inevitability of the Second World's destruction unless one of them dies. She decides to trap him in an illusionary ideal world where his parents are alive and she has never existed. Afterward, Uryu returns and fights Mormor, overwhelmed once Yuno releases a seal on Mormor's powers. Meanwhile, in the illusionary world, Yuki soon realizes he has fallen in love with Yuno because she was his life supporter. After Mormor defeats Uryu and Yuki is trapped in an illusionary ideal world, Yuno continues her mission to kill the Third World Yuno. However, when she is about to stab herself, Ushio and his wife Saika arrive. They immediately save the Third World Yuno, even willing to sacrifice themselves to protect their daughter. At the same time, the Third World Keigo arrives and immediately points a gun at Yuno while Nishijima saves Uryu. Yuki remembers Yuno and breaks free from the illusionary world while releasing the Second World Murmur, who had been trapped by the First World to impersonate her. Faced with Yuki's love and her Third World self's united family, resolve to kill them lost, and she decides to end her life. A horrified Yuki is declared the winner of the survival game by the Second World Murmur and is spirited away through a vortex. However, Yuki and Uryu's actions have caused a positive effect to change the future of every future diary holder. When John's incomplete diary results in Yuki's diary, he calls out partnership with Deus, canceling the survival game, so he must find another method to determine his successor. While Keigo lives with his wife and son, who is finally cured, Nishijima has a happy married life with Uryu and has 2 children. Uryu but Ai is also living a happy married life with Marco and is now pregnant with their first child. On the other hand, Reisuke looks very happy in the presence of his parents, who love him very much. Likewise, Tsubaki, Kamato, and other future diary holders live their lives happily. Even Yuno also finds happiness with her parents, who love her very much, and friends who care for her, although she feels that she seems to have forgotten something. However, when everyone gets there, Yuki looks frustrated since he became the god of time and space, replacing Deus Ex Machina. As 10,000 pass in the second world, he still grieves Yuno's death in his now empty universe, refusing to create anything as its god. He tried tirelessly to comfort Yuki, to no avail, since he just kept staring at the last entry of his cell phone. However, the last entry changes and indicates that Yuno is somehow still alive. 2 years later, Yuno has an uneasy feeling in the third world when she hangs out at the beach with Hinata Hino, Momonosaka, Osaka, Aruakise, and Reisuke summer camp. In the Cathedral of Causality, Uryu declines the offer of being separate to Deus Ex Machina in the world, while John Boxbacchus repeatedly contacts Deus and suggests new ideas for battle royales, but a disdained Deus back before allowing him to finish his explanations. Afterward, Deus states to Mirene and more that the bond between Yuki and Yuno is strong enough to continue in all 3 separate worlds. Meanwhile, at night before bedtime, Yuno checks herself and feels like she has forgotten something important. After Yuno departs from her friends from summer camp, she returns home later on the evening of July 27th. She hears a voice in her head and is teleported into the Cathedral of Causality at midnight with a desire to meet someone. With help and motivation from Uryu and Asase, Yuno makes it to the central tower and finds the imprisoned first more, who gives her the memories of the first world Yuno stored in the form of a gem. As Yuno gains the memories of her other self, chosen as the goddess of the third world, creating a pathway to the second world and finally reuniting with Yuki. She enters the point of Yuki's future and his cell phone changes. They embrace as they prepare to fulfill their promise of stargazing together. This is the end of this anime. The moral that can be learned from this anime series is that much of anything is good and will bring misery to ourselves and those around us. Even though love is a good thing to do, loving people too much will certainly have a bad effect, because if we become too dependent on them, we will become too possessive of that person.